Okay, good morning, good morning. Don't have a lot of time, but I want to read this because it's just, what? Am I a pot stirrer? What are you gonna do? Label me however you want. I guess I'm eternally seeking and inquisitive, and I'm a contrarian, and I am, Maximisian and Hegelian and dialectical, hopefully not diabolical, but yet, Diablo, Satan, Lucifer, the bringer of light. Let's see. I don't know. This is related to the title, though, with iconic thinking, is that there's a great line. I'm going to read this, but there's a great line toward the end that says, I just replied to my friend who sent it to me. Thank you, Graham. But my response to him was a line from this email, or from email. Sorry, I can't do two things at once. But it's a line from this: God is wherever you are going. So I'm going to read this, and we'll see what happens. All right. So this is from, I don't know this guy, Steve Robinson, but I'll read it. Let me see how it shows up over here. Should I zoom? Zippity zoom? Can I zoom? Is that better? Is that showing up across? Okay, here we go. This Lazarus Saturday marked my 25th year of being Orthodox. It is the longest I've been in one church in my life. Well, depending on how you define, quote, being in the church. I've purposely avoided writing, quote, my journey to Orthodoxy, end quote, over the years. In retrospect, having read dozens of journeys to Orthodoxy in books, blogs, emails, and having listened to as many coffee hour short versions, it was comparatively pretty unremarkable. Oh, for sure, all, quote, conversion stories to anything must have an element of divine intervention. Otherwise, a conversion wouldn't be necessarily nor affirmed by something beyond our own commonplace reasonings. So I learned, even in my Protestant days, to be able to spin a decent hagiographic yarn about the coincidences, or more piously, divine providences. It's hard to discern which is which, depending on your theodicy. Setbacks, long pauses, hard realities, theologically and personally, and giddy and dark discoveries about my new faith. Converting is a messy business. Here's a little graphic of, go away, guy. Speed bumps. It's a 3 circles, speed bumps, no clear directions, minor crashes while trying to back up. And in the middle, the nexus, the meeting of those is a mall parking lot or Orthodox catechumenate. That's funny. So I'm just going to fast forward 6 years from discovering, quote, the mystical theology of the Eastern Church in my Episcopal Church's library. Parenthesis, it hadn't been checked out once in 25 years. In those 6 years, I read books, got involved in Yahoo Orthodox chat rooms, and talked about other inquiring minds. Yahoo! It all intellectually convinced me that I had found the Church of Christ and his saints. But finding orthodoxy through books was kind of like online dating. I read the online profile, saw the pictures, flirted in comment boxes, and developed an obsession with her. I finally decided it was time to meet the church in person. I attended a Vesper service at a local Greek cathedral and with 2 other inquiring people. We showed up to 2 acres of parking lot with 2 cars in it. The church was dark, but we saw a light in the door of the building next to the church. It was a small chapel. There was a chanter, 1 person in the, quote, congregation, and the priest, and the 3 of us sitting in the pew toward the back of the chapel. It turned out it was the chanter and his girlfriend, the assistant priest, and us who showed up for Vespers. It was not what I expected for a parish of 1,200 families and coming out of a Protestant traditions of, quote, Sunday morning, Sunday night, Wednesday night, as a measure of piety. Regardless, I was hooked. Little did I know that my obsessive infatuation with my new theological lover that I had never met in person, the fantasies I'd constructed about her perfection, arriving unannounced and catching the realities of orthodoxy in its tattered bathrobe and house slippers, smoking an unfiltered Camel, parenthesis, actually one of my catechetical experiences was helping a mission parish where the priest would go outside during the long choir parts of Orthos matins and smoke in the parking lot, in parenthesis. My repressed disappointment with what I found, but her irresistible beauty incarnate when we finally met face to face would draw me back again and again, in spite of the betrayals, lies, and disappointments. would be the template of my Orthodox experience for the next 25 years. So I had found the church and become Orthodox for the beauty promised. And yes, the beauty existed as advertised, as did the mind-boggling theological nuances, the profound spiritual direction, and the rich liturgical depth. Relating. But people also existed in it. I hoped for saints, but over the years I found the church of Corinthian libertines and Cretan gluttons. I hoped for one uniform understanding of the gospel of mercy, but found legalistic fundamentalist Galatians who viewed the gospel as, quote, law. I hoped for the unity of the Spirit and the bond of peace, but found Timothean, conscientious schismatics who wrangled over words to create factions in the church. What a good writer. I hoped for humble, pious clergy, but found 3rd John clerics who loved their preeminence and respectful greetings in the marketplace. Ouch. I hoped for the unspotted bride of Christ, but found the 7 churches of Revelation. Ephesians who had left their first love, pagan Pergamites, lukewarm Laodiceans. I hoped for a church with one mind, but found nitpicking Pharisees and savvy Sadducees. I hoped for speaking the truth in love, but found arrogant, angry, condescending apologists. I hoped for pure Christianity and found syncretistic and superstitious Colossians. I hoped I would find bishops that, quote, rightly divided the word of truth, but they often did not divide it according to the truth I understood it from Orthodox websites and discussion forums. I found the bishop's decision trump Facebook groups and clerics with cult followings, or at least they tried to. I hope to find the administration of the church would be like how I manage my own business, with transparency, timely decisiveness, sensibility, with no respect of persons, and clarity in communication. But, well, I hope to find clerics with parish life that fit my understanding of competent, pastoral, wise church leadership and ministry. But it never occurred to me that my expectations were filtered through my American fundamentalist, congregationalist, Bible church culture and experience. I soon found I had to figure out how to live in clerical leadership paradigm of a Middle Eastern culture that was explained to me as, quote, God is an Arab sheikh and the priests are his princes, end quote. And it was not received well when I asked, where is this in scripture? Ooh, ouchies. Well, you get it. In short, I didn't get it at all. I was a spiritual adolescent and in many things an infant. I thought I was more mature than I was, and I knew more than I thought I did. I knew some stuff, but not enough stuff. I knew how to live in my head, but not how to live in a real big world I had to actually navigate and not just pontificate about. Arrows. I knew almost everything, quote, knew. Judged almost everyone and understood almost nothing. Dang, what a line. That's my people are very dogmatic about things they understand little to none. Everyone included. Back to the reading. I knew book and internet intellectual orthodoxy. I had no clue about 2,000 years of culturally informed, quote, live orthodoxy. In short, here's a little picture of a grizzled, hairy guy. Do you want to know how to get an Orthodox phronema? First thing, stop using the word phronema. Hell, you just read it on the internet last week. God, that's so funny. That's hilarious. And convicting, it's good. I mean, yes, yeah, completely agree. I soon found that my bishop, priest, fellow cradle parishioners, and the church in general didn't care about nor my internet friends' opinions, prognostications, interpretations of the canons, the fathers, spiritual disciplines, and who should be ordained, defrocked, or commemorated. They were less impressed with my keeping the visible spiritual disciplines as I was about their lack of them. I remember sitting at coffee hour with a group of other converts during Lent, and Walter, a crusty old Russian guy, I love this part, clicked the hot link, looked at us and said, why don't you people shut the hell up about fasting and just do it? He later became one of my best friends. He and I used to sit in the parking lot during the homily. He had the foldable 3-legged stool in the trunk of his car, and he'd smoke and we'd chat. I consider these conversations with him as my true catechesis into real lived orthodoxy. He was also the inspiration for Mudge, which is maybe this guy, Curmudgeon-a-fan, the recluse. And it's another picture. S-P, you sure talk a lot about fasting. Why don't you stick this zucchini in your big yap, shut up, and just do it? Yeah, it's funny. So intellectually, I understood the church was still in existence dogmatically and practically. And I kind of knew the Church of Acts 28 was not identical to the Church of Acts 2, nor is the Church of 2024 identical to the Church of Acts 28. To be Orthodox, one must accept the Holy Spirit has guided the changes in the church, parenthesis, from scripture to liturgy to canons to vestments to clerical offices to non-dogmatic doctrines, prayers, etc., end parenthesis, from Acts 2 to the present day, even though the really messy parts of the story. And when you understand church history, you know there's not about as much messiness as there is holiness. Cue Sam Tiedemann's Transfigured channel going through church fathers. Contrary to my old Bible church's teaching, New Testament Christianity didn't have to be rediscovered, recovered, or restored to its minimalistic first century purity. It has always existed. I came to accept the church as both an unbroken apostolic succession and an unbroken succession of broken sinners, both within the clergy and laity. And just as the presence of Christ himself in the flesh and his 12 first-hand witnesses and 70 disciples empowered by the Holy Spirit couldn't give us a prettier picture of the church in the New Testament, so 2,000 years of tradition cannot either. Church history only affirms and puts an exclamation point on the picture of the church we see in the epistles. That's the historicity thing. Good luck. In actuality, I'll comment later. In actuality, that is good news and bad news, but not really bad news, just real news. What does all this mean? It means that sooner or later you will meet someone who is considered by, quote, church leadership to be in good standing, who is a living saint, and someone who is a crappy, broken, and even evil human being at best, or demonically deluded at worst. You will encounter the uncreated light and the utter darkness of sin. You will encounter the beauty of the divine and twisted ugliness of evil. You will be drawn to holiness and you will be disgusted by ungodliness. You will love truth and hear lies. You will find peace and you will find spiritual warfare. But there is nothing new under the sun. It means you are in the New Testament church. This is not a justification of any evil done in or by the church. This is not to say, oh, well, you just have to learn to deal with it, and if you can, it's all on you. This is not to say that it is, quote, spiritual to stay in a toxic relationship with a dysfunctional spiritual father or bishop, or an oppressive parish or monastic culture. This is not a guilt trip if you have decided to leave the church because you've seen darkness and cannot bear. I've done it myself. I've left several things, quote, orthodox over the years. Of course, some are my illusions about orthodoxy. But I've also left parishes, bishops, priests, leadership positions, ministries, friends, and dearly held concepts. Each, quote, leaving was because I encountered the true church. There was conflict, frustrations, adversity, despondency, exhaustion, burnout, disillusionment, misunderstandings, blatant lies and obfuscation, inattention, neglect, and malfeasance. Of course, the severity and consequences of some of that was my own estimation and my unwillingness to tolerate being neglected, gaslighted, or turn a blind eye. Or another curmudgeonifying the recluses. 12 things you should know if they bit you on the butt. Now I know that all this what to kiss and when stuff gets confusing. So I drew you a picture to put on your refrigerator door. Kissing a bishop or priest? Hand, yes. Butt, no. About 12 years ago, I took a year off from Orthodoxy. I had been in mission parish leadership over a decade that dealt with the removal of 3 priests while being, quote, essential personnel, not kissing the right things. And the consequence took a major toll on my spirit. I left my parish and basically just stayed home. I was done in, disillusioned, and burnt out. I wish I could say I did reader services at home, fasted and prayed 10,000 Jesus prayers, and did 500 prostrations a day, and read 100 books by, quote, holy mountain people while I was gone, and that's what brought me back, but I didn't, and none of that did. And none of that did? He didn't do any of it. I went to the wilderness, alone, without provisions, nor a plan or timeline, expectations or goals. The arena at the intersection of where else can I go and why would I go back to that? I eventually wrestled myself back to the church in my parish during Lent the next year, but I soon fell back into my former roles, responsibilities, commitments, and engagement with church hierarchy and leadership. I had not, quote, deconstructed as much as perhaps just licked my wounds, had a few beers, recovered from the beatings, set a few internal boundaries that were pretty amorphous, and went back with at least some acceptance of, quote, reality. The second leaving was more forced on me by circumstances. We had moved, my parents in with us. It was hard to juggle being caregivers and essential personnel at church. My wife was a choir director, and she was more essential than I was. Then I got diagnosed with rectal cancer right at the beginning of COVID. I had to stay home for 3 years during my treatments and through the death of my parents. Lord have mercy. My house became my domestic monastery, church, spiritual disciplines, liturgy, and wilderness. I prayed the abbreviated Psalter. God damn it, holy shit, F me, fuck me, what the hell? My life itself became my sacrament. But this time, I did more than just rest, recover from burnout, and reconsider my involvement levels and my roles at my parish. I won't use the word deconstruction as much as recalibration of my compass to find my path towards God, to find what happened. I had to figure out how to, quote, let go, not just of functional roles and decrees of involvement, but of my self-definition of what it means for me to, quote, be a Christian, apart from my church roles, public persona, internet facades, and church relationships. Ultimately, I chose to leave the parish I had spent 20 years as a founding member and in leadership. We returned to our former parish that had grown tenfold and become, quote, somewhat anonymous, and became somewhat anonymous. I sit in the back, am willfully ignorant of how the church sausage is made, and just pray and go home and try to be a Christian in the world. After a year, I'm still working how to move through the intersection of involvement and entanglement at church. I'm still sitting at the red light. I've become the quote, cradle Orthodox, whose spiritual life is judged, and I think I'm getting it. Whose spiritual life I judged, and I think I'm getting it. Anyway, over the years, I've talked to a lot of people who have left, are leaving, who are thinking about leaving their parish or the church entirely, and some people who are cautiously and fearfully thinking about returning somewhere, somehow. If you're considering leaving the church, I guess if I still had to distill this down, this is my best advice. Find someone who doesn't speak in memes and platitudes about the church and what it means to be really Orthodox and talk about it. It may not be someone in a black robe. Find someone who has won wisdom the hard way and not just from books. Maybe someone like Walter / curmudgeon a fan. Find true friends, not just echoes. Amen. Don't make any sudden moves, but move if you must. God is wherever you are going. He is, after all, everywhere present and fills all things, even when you don't want him to be, and in the stuff you don't want him to fill. Embrace the wilderness if you enter it. Pray there if you can. If you can't pray, just try to listen. But be aware that Satan also speaks in the wilderness. Don't try to find the church again. Find your first love again. Love God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and your neighbors as yourself, for this is the law and the prophets and the dogma of the church. And someday you will know that, and you will know that day. Knock on the door of the church if your heart points you toward it, even if it scares you. There is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear. I listened to St. John Chrysostom's Paschal homily this year with new ears. I thought of my 25-year journey into, through, out, and back to the church. I thought how curmudgeon a fan's Paschal homily might go. If any man be zealous and love God and become obsessed with the church and drove his priest nuts, demanding to be let in now, if you have labored long in fasting and 2-hour prayer rules before you were even catechumens, and attended every service, even with 6 kids from the first hour, then fell off the wagon at the 3rd hour and went to the bar, then staggered to the job at the 6th hour but half-assed it and ended up taking a nap behind John into the 9th hour, J. John until the 9th hour, then decided to give it a go until the 11th hour, then just gave up and threw in the towel and had the balls to ask for an advance on your paycheck. The Lord, who is zealous of his honor, will accept it all. From the first flirtation to the zealous pursuit, to the lapse in focus, to the falling asleep, to the half-assed attempt, to the well-intentioned screw-ups, he gives full recompense and rest unto all, because Jesus loves you perfectly. This I know, for the Bible tells me so. Dang, that's good. You're not necessarily going to find freedom from the libidinal pursuit of the lack in the Orthodox Church. I'm thinking of Douglas Harding, I guess, in his stages of development. Infant, toddler, adult, seer. You're not going to get through this life without dying. This is what I say to people of your belief in the resurrection. That's going to die with you. Makes me think that. What came into mind is that, who is it? The Bruce, what's his name from Braveheart? But when he's seeing his father and he gets betrayed at the very end, when he betrays him, and his father betrays him when he tries to not betray William Wallace, and he says to him, I gotta pause. Sorry. All right, but I'm thinking of his response to his father when he says, "My hate will die with you." I mean, that's a bad twist on it, but like your belief in the resurrection is going to die when you die. All these ideas that live in your head, in your I would argue divided man, your non-lived integration, the Rilke, the point is to live everything. All your ideas about orthodoxy, all your ideas about everything, if they're not lived, if they're not embodied, and embodied like Jesus embodied them on a cross, and even then, like all that, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. All your hopes, your freedom from the libidinal pursuit of the lack. I mean, can you? I don't know. Can you get to the place where you? It's maybe what sainthood is, where you. All of this is essentially don't treat the church as an idol. Don't treat anything as an idol. I do have an old school phone. Okay, I'm not gonna stay for very long. I'll put out the link. I don't know. And people can say whatever they want. Come in, chat about this a little bit. I'm gonna look at some comments. I do have an old school phone, but that's not what that was. That was a cell phone. I actually got a new phone because mine is really old and overheats and doesn't work. And so I got a new one. What up, Lance? All right, let's go back and see who is he reading. This is Steve Robinson from it's his Substack. I think it's just called his namesake, and it's called Staying Orthodox, Recalibrating the Compass of Faith. I don't know. I don't do a ton of Substack, but I listened to it this morning because I'm trying to interact with this local guy who's struggling with Orthodoxy currently right now. He has been Orthodox for about 13 years, and he's struggling. He's going into the wilderness. You know, he's not. American Orthodoxy is a thing, man. It's a struggle. It's a bunch of Protestants trying to be Orthodox. Good luck.
Why not just tell them to go back and be Protestant? If you're willing to struggle that hard to make your church work for you.
Well, I think
why not just go back and struggle in the thing that you're used to, and that is sort of your home.
But I think that's
going to put up with that amount of tension and that amount of difficulty. Why burden the Orthodox Church with it? Just burn that home Bible fellowship church thing that you still are mad at and make that work.
So right here, I think this part. But move if you must. God is wherever you are going. He is everywhere.
Some people can't go home.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's the lie. I think that the piece is in scour and like going back to the Shire, and yeah, it's full of worm tongues, but rescue your own father from the belly of the whale and stop expecting someone else's father to do the hard work for you.
I mean, there is that, but like that's the exclusivist religion on the right side of history, Sam. You
converts seem to think that you found the right side of history quite often.
Okay, here's a criticism. Who just read that article?
I know.
Criticizing everything about Orthodoxy and people struggling within it and wanting to leave. Who read that?
My point is not right side of history at all. I often hear the right side of history way more from the Orthodox side, that we are the one true church sort of thing. I'm saying, regardless of what church you were brought up in, whether it was Methodist or charismatic or a fundamentalist Bible church or whatever, if you're willing to try that hard to make a church work, try that hard to make your home church work.
Okay. In love, I'd say you're projecting some. Read that article again. He said, go wherever you need to.
Yeah. I mean, Sam, you've been, I mean, your story is you can't go to some churches now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just how it is sometimes. Like, it's not.
And my home church doesn't exist.
Well, and that's a little bit, that's my struggle with going to Orthodoxy and my wife said this the other day. She had this realization. I brought this up on live streams before. She said, you'd have probably never left Protestantism if it wouldn't have been from her nudging. And I said, yeah, that's probably true. I don't quit things. I can't. Like, I can't do it. It's against my constitution. But then because of her budging, because of my kids, because I said, what am I even being faithful to? I don't even know what this is. I don't know what to tell you.
Luke, I really appreciate you sharing that. I mean, it was really beautiful. I think one of the things that, particularly if you've ever been behind in church leadership where you're actually making the sausage, like if you aren't just sitting out there, I mean, Orthodoxy has all the human messiness of everything else, and I think I just loved how I think the heart of kind of what that was. And Sam, I don't necessarily agree. We're all on our own path. Like, should you stay in Methodism, or like I actually believe you need to be willing to put any belief on the altar. And so, for example, I need to be willing to put my Trinitarian belief potentially on the altar, Sam. Right? Like if Christ and Holy Spirit leads me to some place and allows me to see something, and that's one thing that I think probably you people around here have seen that. That's actually something that I'm fairly willing to do. I'm passionate about things, clearly. I have my beliefs, but when something is revealed to me and I'm, generally utterly convinced, both through confirmation and reconfirmation. And so I think for some, you probably should stay in your tradition and fight and figure that out in your church. Because again, every church is going to have a elder council or a parish council or a different, like back in the day when we belonged to mainline denominations, you might love one pastor, then the next pastor comes in and the church doesn't like the pastor. Like the Methodist church used to switch our pastors around quite a bit. And so ultimately what happened, the cool thing about that was, it's like the church was the church. And then like the pastor didn't become the thing that the church all gathered around, right? There was kind of some wisdom behind that. But I also would say this, like one of the things, like Sam, I've been thinking about this a lot. Like a lot of people push back and say, well, you shouldn't leave like the church of your fathers or this sort of thing. Well, Christianity would not have started if people had lived with that sort of mindset. Like we are the sort of people that, when revelation comes. So I think it's definitely a both and. And I'm at a place now, like my wife has been more reticent, but she's becoming open to it and we'll be joining together. But I got stuck in this situation that I saw something that I could not unsee. And once I saw it, I could not go back. And so I was stuck in this place that, despite the familial and other difficulties that I've been exposed to, I can't do the other thing anymore. But Luke, what I love about that is like there's this, and I want everyone to hear this from me. The Orthodox Church is not perfect, and these humans are not perfect. You know what I mean? Like the messiness. Now I lean on, like, I love the liturgies and the bulwark is the services and that sort of stuff, despite all the stuff that's going around and so on and so forth. But And I'm utterly convinced of that. But I'm go ahead.
So I want to talk about this comment, and then I want to hear what David has to say. Sam can talk more, Jess can talk more. What's funny to me is, like, you know, I've said a lot of times, Chad's criticism, Sam's criticism of this Orthodox triumphalism. You could make the argument that in TLC, the person who's most adamant against Orthodox triumphalism is me. I mean, you could make that argument. And that's what I'm saying is, like, I have no idea. It baffles my mind that your response when you came in, Sam, was what it was in light of the article.
Well, I mean, I felt like I was listening to that whole article, and it seems like the thought that never crossed his mind back.
Oh, I'm sure it did. I'm sure it did.
But it didn't seem like it. It seemed like, you know, the one unquestioned assumption is that the Orthodox Church is the right side of history, and I need to be here.
But what is that going back to?
Go back to your evangelical fundamentalist Bible church. It'll be just as messy, but there's some part of you that won't have this weird dissonance. So, another, like, part will have more dissonance, but one part will have less.
The part that I want to, so, like, he said in that article at one point, you know, when he went back to the Orthodox Church, he was the cradle Orthodox then that all the new converts and catechumens were judgmental against. That spirit in any denomination is the spirit that can just fuck off to hell. That's what I think.
I don't know if you're saying that to me or someone else, Luke.
Anybody who wants to prescribe for everybody else what to do, that's the exclusivist religion of the right side of history. Fuck off and take the mote out of your own eye.
Is that to me, Luke, or someone else?
I don't know if it's to you, but it's just like it's feeling that way. Because, like, if you want to come in and judge him, I'm saying you're doing the very thing that he said he was in the place of and that people were doing to him when he goes back. Clean your room.
I'm seeing a lot of pain in this guy, and I think that part of it is this overpromise of orthodoxy that's still lingering in him.
I'm sure there's a lot of pain, but I think it's a struggle. Part of my reading this is, like, I anticipate, I know myself. I know my own, like, romanticism for all sorts of things. I know eventually I'm going to get to the place where, like, I feel it. I feel like it reminds me of, like, that line from Graham Greene. And also, I just want to immediately apologize. Like, if that was me being mean. That's my first percentile politeness and impassion coming out and getting fired up. You get glimmers into.
Well, and you've got an axe to grind, and you're still finding who to use your axe on. It's not me, Luke.
I'm not
your axe target.
I don't know what it is. I mean, it's just it's there. I don't know what it is yet. I mean, it's whatever. It is what it is. But there's something I anticipate. I mean, I grew up in a fairly trauma-filled household. And I think I've developed a lot of different coping mechanisms to, I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing even in myself. I do this in my family all the time. Is it like I anticipate trauma and I project it, and then I try to cut it off at the angle. Like, I'm always trying to do that. And so even within Orthodoxy, I think it's the biggest thing that I wanted to get at in this reading is that there's no. And this is part of American Orthodoxy, is like what I would say is, like, there's no denial. This is an affirmation of what you're getting at a little bit. What church you should go to, I don't know. But there is no denial of the ubiquity globally almost of American Protestantism. Protestantism broadly. You're not going to get away from it. Your own individuation in your faith, you're going to have to go through it. You're going to have to, no matter what.
The thing I love about TLC is, first off, I love this guy and that guy a lot. And one of the things I've been trying to figure out, Sam, is, like, I heard a guy, like, by the way, I could envision that guy talking about an Episcopal church or a Methodist. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm that guy. And I also thought about that curmudgeon guy. Sounded a lot like Chad to me. It's like, you guys just quit talking about this crap and go out and do something. You know,
it does sound like
that. Yeah, I totally, and I've heard that, right? And so, and I deal with alcoholics and addicts are outside smoking in the parking lots and stuff or whatever. So anyway, that kind of, because again, if you're where that guy's at, you could have that struggle, whether it's Orthodox or whatever. And I like that what that part was. The other thing that I'm trying to get out, I'm glad Tayo's in here too. One of the things I'm trying to figure out and struggle with, like, I'm a lawyer by nature, but I also I'm an arguer by nature, and I'm trying to figure out a way to it, because the fact of the matter is, anytime we talk about these things, like, I think that we would have to own something. Those of us who are talking about Orthodox stuff, we would have to, like, I need to be searching where I'm doing that thing, Sam, that like is like standing for it. At the same time, like, we all need to admit that we all have our sensitivities towards the other, because also we're all in something and we're there for a reason and we're persuaded for it. So the same, it's not as if there aren't pro bros who are standing for the Protestant way of life either on here, right? So how do we get to this place? And I'm really struggling with this. I've really been thinking about this a lot for the last month. I'm like, okay, Lance, how can I talk about the things that are impacting my life and do this without trying to be in this space, without trying to offend? You know what I mean? I'm really trying to struggle where I can talk about the things that are impacting me and exciting me, despite all that messiness, without also hitting certain things that are, in some ways, I can't help it how it touches on other people or whatever. But at the same time, this is the place where I even though I'm not an ecumenist, I want to be ecumenical. Does that make sense?
I think, yes, it does make sense, Lance. I think that part of what I'm thinking about this article is that a difficulty, just sort of ignoring the Orthodoxy Protestantism aspect for a bit, I think part of it is when the online becomes the really real. Like, he talked about having this culture of talking with people in forums or whatever about, hairy mountain father desert people. And like, this seems like the really real thing, right? That he is mostly experiencing either virtually or through books. And then we want that thing to be substantiated somewhere. And so we try and go and look for this thing that, virtually has felt really real. And we keep looking for it and we can't find it anywhere. And the place where it was sort of advertised to be turns out to be filled with like chain smoking Russian grumpy people. And it's like, I think that this is part of the pattern. And like, honestly, we could just strip away Eastern Orthodox as a label from it. And people could be doing this with like, I don't know, like Tibetan Buddhism for all I care, right? That they're reading about Tibetan Buddhism. They're getting really into these online forums that discuss Tibetan Buddhism. They're reading books from hairy mountain people in Tibet. And then they try and go to Tibet. And I've been to the mountains of Nepal, and those towns aren't very nice. And the people are kind of weird, and it would be extremely difficult to get along there. Right. And then you get really disenchanted because you're expecting it to be like these online forums that you've read. And it's like if I just do it harder, right? Like then this imaginational, really real thing that I love will finally be found. And I think it's sort of like, my advice is go home to the thing that you can already belong to and use your imaginational powers to try and find the enchantment in the thing that you're already part of, and make the thing that is real as much like that really real thing that you fell in love with in your imagination, as opposed to going somewhere else and keep looking for it in some other instantiation. Like stripping away the Eastern Orthodox label, I think that's the pattern that I'm sort of warning against.
I don't know how long I'm going to be able to do this. I'm going to have to go in a little bit. So I want to say one thing and then clear the air and let other people talk. But so Sam, I mean, like, my personal story and testimony. I was raised in a evangelical free church, which nobody in my small town in West South Dakota even knew what that was or what theology that meant. It was just a local, small, rural town. And then we went to a Wesleyan church for a while in high school and kind of I don't know, because of problems in that church. And then in college, I basically went to Northern Baptist-y kind of churches, maybe a Presbyterian church. I had no idea. I didn't understand church history, theology, any of that stuff, really. It was just very Bible-centric. Memorize Bible verses, do Awana, that was my upbringing. And then moved out here, started reading different books, different authors, went to many different churches, went all around Minneapolis trying to figure out what church to attend, discovered theology, ended up young, restless, and reformed, essentially, charismatic-y, and then deconstructed out of that, and then attended various different churches. And we ended up, the last evangelical church I was at was this Twin Cities church that was a non-denominational, loosely affiliated with Acts 29, just, whatever kind of church. What could I stay faithful to? What should I have done? I have no idea. I don't think there's an answer for that. I mean, to what church? To what denomination? To non-denominational Protestantism? What does that even mean? To what theology? There's so many different theologies throughout my life. I couldn't even, who knows?
But there's so many different orthodoxies too. So,
well, right. And so you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. So there is no right answer. Right. And this is like to Mandy's point. She says like she doesn't know that a lot of Orthodox leadership would say like, go wherever you need to, go in the wilderness, go away. I think they should. See, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say what I think while not prescribing it.
I actually want to speak to that. I've been to an Antiochian church and 2 different Greek churches. And my wife has been a little more reticent. You know what every single one of them said? And they said that Orthodoxy doesn't force anything. Like, if this isn't for you, you shouldn't, be here. And like, I'm on a 4-year catechism, and part of that is I want to come in with my wife, right? I think it's really important to me. I knew it from the beginning. Jesus told me, don't be a zealot and run out ahead of her. You need to come in with her if you're going to come in at all. And so I would just say, like, people talk about it, like for all of us, like, I think you all can understand this. Like, the internet, the stuff you see on the internet is not what happens when you go to your local church and you hang out with your people at church. Like, these arguments we have here, that's not church in real life, like, in a lot of ways.
Okay, and the last thing I want to say before David and whatever Tayo talk is I apologize for getting angry. I mean, that was just, I don't know. That was this is where people often, like, I talk about personality stuff a lot, but that's 93 percentile volatility, 1st percentile politeness coming out because I'm impassioned and connected with other things in my life. And it's inappropriate. It's not it's real. I mean,
well, the article got your feelings going.
Well, that combined with other not online interrelational things, but like that's not bringing about the righteousness that God wants. So forgive me, everyone. Sorry. All right, I'm done.
I find some of this a little bit strange because I don't know, how do we come to a conclusion as to a singular answer to the same question? Because I feel like I got into Messianic Judaism. I like to say Messianic Christianity because I don't interpret myself as a Messianic Jew because I'm not Jewish. I'm not pretending to be. I practice Passover. I do a whole bunch of other things. But I see myself trying to do the same thing that you guys are doing. And I see Sam trying to do the same thing, but coming to vastly different conclusions of like, I don't know how to be true to myself while not trying to incorporate these things. I tend to not like the groups. Like, I recognize that if I'm part of a Messianic group, that they have their own set of problems. It's not the promised land. All of us are out here living in exile. And so there's no homeland. And so, Sam, I think I heard you saying this, that you go to churches that don't believe what you believe. Like that's generally, I don't find myself going to a Messianic congregation that believes the theology that I believe, that practices the way I want to practice. I find myself going to churches that disagree with me, but guess what? This is the closest church to me. So I guess I'm going here, and me and my wife are celebrating Passover with a group of our friends, despite the fact that if some of the people from my church found out how we practice, they'd think that we were pretty weird. I find myself kind of
Can relate.
Yeah, I'm just like, well, I'm trying to go back, right? And with all due respect to everyone who's Orthodox, it seems too new to me. I'm just like, I can't imagine. I'm sorry, guys. It just doesn't seem to me like it's what's happening in Acts. I can't. I don't know what you guys are doing where that makes sense to you, because it really does not make sense to me. And I don't mean that as any kind of a like insult or anything like that. I can't imagine that any of the trappings were what it was. Now, I'm, of course, being ridiculous. Like, I'm incorporating these random elements of Judaism, and that seems obviously like LARPing as well. I get it. So I'm trying to figure this out. It seems utterly strange to me, some of the interpretations that are being made. I think people are trying to do it honestly, and I'm trying to figure out how the language I used before is the yeast making its way through the dough, right? Where it's slowly working its way through. And that's why I'll often talk about incorporating, that Orthodoxy has a bunch of traditions that the rest of the North American church has not yet incorporated, it hasn't really thought of. And so it does have to work these things through. But that part of why people are choosing Orthodoxy, in my opinion, is because the questions have not come for Orthodoxy yet. You guys are going to have to deal with it too. It hasn't come for you yet because it hasn't had its thoughts on you yet. Once you become a big enough group, then it will be addressed towards that. Like I've watched Christian apologists, and then I'll just shut up. I've watched some Christian apologists literally have a conversation where they're like, we need to come up with arguments against the Orthodox because they believe different things than the Catholics. We thought all of our Catholic arguments would work on them, and they're different. But I don't mean this as like, oh, you guys are better than the Catholics or something like that. What I mean to bring this up is that they're coming for you. They haven't come up with the arguments yet, but
the Boston Globe will send 10 reporters to, check and interview how many sex abuse scandals there are. They did that to the Catholics. They haven't done that to the Orthodox yet.
Orthodoxy is like the thing is, I get what Sherry is saying. I think that's interesting. I get it. But I very, very, if that were true, then I would join the Orthodox Church. I can't do it, guys. I really can't. I don't think it's Orthodox, like Messianic Judaism. I don't think so. That's not the conversation we're having right now. But that's kind of my opinion.
I wanted to say this out there. I think I'm glad Luke started this conversation because I think, like Sam, because I think you've been showing some, and rightly so, as a really important member of the TLC for a lot of reasons. But I think you've been expressing, rightly so, and then Chad came in here a couple weeks ago also and was expressing some kind of frustrations around that. Tayo, I'm glad you're here because I want to hear what you have to say because you're thinking about this. I believe this conversation is the chance for some healing. How can we talk about these things without trying to step on other people and truly, like Sam, you're not coming around, like you're happy for me in my life. Like you understand, yes. I'm on a path. You're happy for me in my life. Yes. You're excited for me. Yes. And so Sam's not like texting me going, dude, you got to become a Unitarian and you idiot for joining the Orthodox Church. Sam doesn't believe that at all about me.
No, I still remember hanging out with you at that hotel in Old Orchard when you were in town briefly. Lance and I have seen each other in person twice.
Yeah. And I actually on a live stream asked you, is this your Die on the Hill thing? And so then, and I still mean this, like if you ever wanted to start a house church, I would literally share all the learnings and experience I had over a decade of starting house churches, and I would help Sam start a Unitarian house church.
I kind of already have one, but I might need some hints, so I might follow up with you on that, Lance. But I know you would help me. I know you would help me because you're not like, yeah.
So, sorry, that the house church thing I think is a great example of, I think part of what Sam, maybe you're getting at as well, is that when you start house church stuff, you think that it seems so idyllic, and it takes very little time. Yes, it is very hard, but it also takes very little time for all of the problems of regular church to be a part of house church.
And it takes so much work. It's so much easier to just go someone else's church on Sunday and just sit down in the pew and talk and have a donut afterwards and then get back in your car and go home. That's so much easier than doing a house church.
It's hard. It's messy. And then people who leave, if there's only 5 families and 2 leave, you talk about it's just a mess. But it's a beautiful mess, right? But I do think putting this on the table is like, we want to have conversations. How do we start having these conversations without it becoming pro-bro versus ortho-bro or Unitarian versus Trinitarian, where we can share these things and not be perceived like everyone taking slights towards one another? Because I don't think that's the spirit that it's hard. It's hard to be excited about something. So anyway, I think this is a really good conversation. So Tayo and Jeff, what have you guys had to say?
I don't really have much to contribute.
Chad, I didn't notice you here.
I was just here to say hello. And actually, I don't know how much this ties to everything, but I got back from a once in a lifetime, at least it feels like, trip to Europe, because I have some family that lives over there, and I was getting to visit some new members of my family that I hadn't met yet. And we were taken on a tour. It was in Switzerland. We were taken on a tour of the city of Lucerne. And so we were being walked around, and we were going to look at some of the cathedrals. And we went and tried to open the door and go into one, and they were having a service. And so we couldn't tour it. And the reason that they were having a service was it was actually a holiday. And of course, coming from evangelical background, like Luke had described, of knowing nothing about church history and nothing about theology, at least in any meaningful sense, I'm like, what holiday is it? It's not Christmas. It's not Easter. what holiday is going on? It was Ascension Day. And it was just fascinating to me that the entire city and the particular, I forget what they're called, but they're the equivalent of like roughly analogous to states in the US, in Switzerland. For them, it was a state holiday. In a couple of different states, it was the same holiday. And I'm just like, wow. It's interesting because some of the cities outside of the US recognize Christian holidays that aren't even on the majority, or what seems like majority Protestant American, calendar, because there's no such thing as a liturgy in an evangelical Christian church, or at least the kinds that I grew up in. It's just like, oh yeah, we'll have Easter, we'll have things like this. So what fascinated me about that is I've been in South Africa as well, and there was a lot of focus. I went there on a business trip. There was a lot of focus on, Good Friday. Nobody works on Good Friday. It's the day off. And here in the U.S., it's just so strange. We get a reputation, or at least internally, it feels like we get a reputation for being, quote unquote, more Christian than maybe Europe. But in other ways, the Christian cadences and calendar particular seems more deeply embedded in just kind of I don't mean this in a pejorative way, but just like kind of going through the motions, or this is the way that things are. Oh, all of these stores are closed today because it's Ascension Day. And here in the US, that I feel like that would be the strangest thing in the world. And yet it seems like the US is considered a quote unquote more Christian or more religious type place compared to Europe. And in many ways, maybe that's true, or in some ways that's true, and in other ways it's not. But I would feel like, okay, if that were more true than not, wouldn't we be having all of these businesses closed on Ascension Day as well? Everybody's, recognizing these these quote unquote religious holidays more than they're recognizing secular holidays like, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, Labor Day, things like that. So I know that has nothing to do with what this conversation was about, but that's what.
So Jeff is a Christian nationalist. That's what I took from that.
Yeah, I grew up that way. So.
Tayo. You just listening?
He's muted.
We'll unmute.
No, well, I was just listening, but I do have some thoughts. Just wanted the smarter people to speak first. Firstly, it's very interesting the reaction, Sam's reaction, because I didn't take that from the article Luke read, but I also don't think he's pulling things out of thin air. There was a tone in the article, especially there was a part in it where it was talking about going into the church, through the church, out the church, and back into the church. And it seems to me that, like from my reading, that could be taken as you only got into the church when he went to the Orthodox church, and then his Protestant experience was basically just discarded as like a false thing. So, and also there is a tone of going back is the silly thing to do. If going back means going back to evangelical Protestantism because we're way past that. Modernity is receding, Protestantism is equivalent to modernity, blah, 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 all those reasons. So, but as far as the article Luke read today, to me, the meat of it was more about, more aligned with what Peugeot said at Chino, is talk about this disappointment and how wherever you think you're climbing, when you get there, expect to be disappointed. But more pressingly is the fact that there is a reaction from some Protestants, myself included, when Orthodox people start even just speaking about Orthodoxy, that can't continue. And I think that goes to show that maybe we're not as mature in the TLC compared to the rest of the internet as we think we are. We've all still got, our axioms that get poked. But I think Sam's point was interesting about, when he took it away from Orthodoxy, just the idea of you have this ideal community online, and then when it's embodied, when you go for the embodied experience, it doesn't quite match the online ideal that you're adding, and then it leads to like a mini crisis of maybe what do I do? But also, Sam, I don't think, like Luke said, knowing some of the people in this corner story, going back doesn't seem to be, it's not just a decision because they didn't leave, they didn't decide to leave. It was things, their story just planned out in a way that they were pushed out, yourself included. And so going back can seem a little bit like, I understand why Luke got a little bit riled up about like that. So that's how I see it playing out.
Yeah.
Jess, you have a lot. You're an interesting guy because you love your church, and your church was founded around house church, and it's a real neighborhood church. Everyone says go to church closest to you, and you're in a real neighborhood church. Yeah, that is very close. Your kids go to school together, and then yet you have certain beliefs that keeps you away from being on the elder board, and now you're even developing because it's a reformed-ish church, right? So you have certain things that theologically really don't fit for you, yet you find yourself bound to the people and loving your body and your state.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of. I mean, what's the foundation for the church I'm currently in? It's sort of, I think, well, it's not just one thing, but it's really centered around the community. So most of the people at our church just live nearby. A lot of our kids go to school together, or at least the people that originally joined the church. It was sort of like a bunch of families, kids around similar ages, similar stages in life. So that's kind of how everything started. Now we actually merged with a church that was dying, so we have a lot of older folks, and now we have new young folks sort of joining, some babies being born and all that. So it's kind of, the demographics have kind of filled out a bit. Well, I mean, to kind of put myself on the defensive a little bit, I mean, I left a church to come join this church. But the church
I'm
I
not
left,
against leaving churches.
well,
ever.
yeah, I know, but like, I can't be like, yeah, I just was at the church I was at and I just made it the best I could. The church I was at was 25 minutes away, and everyone lived 25 minutes away. And so like, there was no, like, you didn't see anyone during the week. You never. And like, so it never had that community aspect. And I'm going to be a little bit harsh on them. The theology there was not deep. It was I forget the denomination, but it was just like California Christian kind of stuff. That's pretty harsh to say, but it was just like, that was the mode. And we had some friends there, and that's why we went. But then like, once we kind of left that church, we didn't really hear from anyone ever again. We weren't making a lot of calls either, but like, that's how it is. Like, you just don't see these people. But the people at my church, like, we see each other in the grocery store and at events around town, and our kids play soccer together along with all the other families in the neighborhood that I know. And, and so anyway, it's Reformed evangelical-ish, but it's like Reformed light. Like, no one's making like a huge deal about any sort of Calvinist doctrine or whatever, although it's there and it pops up every now and then. And I get annoyed, and like, my heart starts beating faster when this thing comes up and shows its head. And I've got to talk to my kids about like, I feel like I'm like, all right, boys, this is what they said, and this is what I think. And so there's weird stuff like that, but that happens like once a year, maybe twice a year. And the rest of the time it's, I'm just trying to do my best. And so like, it's interesting because like, I've taken a lot of lessons that I've learned from the conversations we've had in this corner. So like, I was part of the crew that came into the Discord during the pandemic when we couldn't talk to people in real life. And so and then when I was on the Voxer with Luke and all my conversations with Sherry and Lance and everyone, like, it was a quality of conversation, and I've been interested in like trying to see if that translates. And I thought it was like topical. Like, I tried introducing my friends to Jordan Peterson or Peugeot or whatever, and it's not topical. Like, they do not care about any of that stuff. My wife doesn't care about that stuff. But there's a quality of conversation that I've been able to like kind of duplicate in Bible study situations. And I don't even have to be the leader of the Bible study to get this to start happening. And I don't even know what I'm doing half the time. All I know is that I've had these types of conversations before. So I just try to have that type of conversation in the midst of a Bible study on the book of Luke. And it actually, like, more times than not, it kind of breaks things open, and you can feel the dynamic in the group kind of shift from trying to give right answers or going through a piece of crap Bible study guide or whatever, to actually like, people are like, oh, that's interesting, let's talk about this. It's the type of thing where like, you mention something and then it opens up ideas for people, and then people just talk the whole time. And I don't know what that is, but it's something I learned here, and it's something I've been able to like translate to my Bible study groups. And now I have like, I'm a part of like 5 Bible studies now. It's ridiculous. I can't necessarily keep up. What's up, Jacob?
Hello, people.
So there's this weird.
Shalom.
I wish I was part of 5 Bible studies, Jess. That sounds nice. I'm currently part of Zero Bible Studies.
No, I'm sorry, Sam. You can come to my Bible study.
You can join my Bible study, Sam.
Okay, thanks.
I just want to say one more thing, that it's an interesting dynamic, because those types of conversations in those Bible studies are the types of ones that really like are fulfilling, and I feel like they're like useful for everyone, and like everyone's kind of like being able to see things that wouldn't have happened if those types of conversations didn't happen. But that's all due to the conversation I've had with you guys. Like, it's like I didn't know how to do that before. I would just be frustrated in Bible study situations and just like sort of grumbling off to the side, or just, you know, slightly just sad about just the state of things. And like I've been able to like actually be like an influence in these situations that's positive. So like, you know, for the past 6 months, I haven't been a part of the Voxer. I haven't been chatting with a ton of people. Like, this is the past month is the most I've talked with anyone here for the past 6 months. But there was like a few years where I was talking every day with at least someone from this corner. But I've been able to translate a lot of those conversations to people in my community. I don't know what that is, but it came from this corner. So like, I can't discount anything here, but it's not natural to my community. Like, it doesn't just happen within my community. Like, it has to be like kind of fostered and whatever, and people kind of catch on to it. But anyway, I've talked enough. That's kind of.
No, Jess, I think that one of the things that you really just hit on there, Jess, is I love through your personal stories. It tried to hit on. I've kind of been I've been noticing. So we're going through this meaning crisis, right? And there's also this exodus out of the churches in America. And I don't know, Jacob, are you finding this would be a question I'd have for you? So the Judaism in America, from where it was in the 50s and 60s to where it is now, I'd be curious to see if more people are secular but aren't actually going to synagogue. Like, was there more attendance for even Jews in America earlier on? But one of the things I'm trying to point to this thing, and it's not Ortho versus Protestant, is the meaning crisis for me is it's a lack of depth in being able to have those sorts of conversations, Jess, right? And so there's been a thinness in Christianity. There's the thinness in the ideologies and political ideologies. They're insufficient, and people are having these existential crises. And I think that the thing that I'm seeing is there's this weird thing is you're seeing this shift towards the traditional. Even they're noticing it in the CRC or whatever, and I use that term. People are hungry for more, and I think at the core of what I'm realizing, and that's why I keep saying a thinness to certain like mass Christianity or pop Christianity that's been popular, is it's not the depth where you can, God forbid you have a Bible study where there's not the like a complete answer isn't given. Like there's mystery to it. So even like when I think about from the Jewish perspective of the Midrash or whatever, like there's answers, but they're still questioning and thinking through. And what I hear from you and Hezi, Jacob, is there's a working through the mysteries, and there still is a mystery, although there are a lot of quote unquote answers there. But there's also, it's like suggestive, like in AA, things are suggestive only, right? So anyway, I think the depth that we're all searching, why we're in a TLC, I think that's what's happening out largely in the Church of America.
Well, and I think liturgical, part of the interest of liturgy in general is that we know we will experience other things. Being non-liturgical, Christians feel like evangelicals have to have everything in one meaning. Whereas if you're liturgical, it's just like, it's a sad day. We're just sad. We will be happy later.
Yeah.
Where in Judaism, they're very comfortable with that. And I'd say within some, like with liturgical Christianity, it's the same thing. Where it's like, we can be one thing. We don't have to be all the things all at once.
Yeah, we had a Good Friday service, and one of the complaints was that it was like
It was
the
a
leader,
downer.
leader was trying. No, the leader was
Oh.
trying to remind everyone what happens on Sunday.
It's okay. We don't need to be too sad.
You're like, yeah, no, and I mean that's something that's
Good
super
vibes
common,
only.
it's super common in evangelicalism.
Yeah,
Good vibes
evangelical
only.
Christianity is like the very beginning of Marvel comics. If you ever read Spider-Man, they always have to retell Spider-Man. It's just like, I know where he comes from. Move on, please.
Jacob went on a journey not unlike someone interested in Tibetan Buddhism up to the mountains of Nepal. You went to Jerusalem. You lived, the trad life for a while and then seemingly fell out. So I don't know. Your story has some elements of looking for the really real and then being a little bit disappointed or not being able to make it work in the way that you always imagined.
He's going to answer his own question. He came on here not to answer anything we said, but
I am boxing him into a safer direction than wherever he was planning on going.
So to answer Lance's question, Reform and conservative act much like the mainline. Orthodoxy has been growing much like it seems the evangelicals have been. To answer Sam's question, I think there's a reason why every religion calls itself some form of road. Christianity originally was called the way. And if you are following God, your path is not determined. If you think that, so I'm 46, about to turn 47. What I believe at 30, what I believed at 36, what I believed at 26, what I believed at 16 is certainly not what I believed at 6. And that brings me all the way back to why I jumped on, which is I thought Sam was making an important point that is completely wrong.
Bravo.
Chef's kiss.
Which is,
I mean, that would summarize everything you've ever commented on anything you've ever done, but please continue.
which is like, what are you doing switching churches, right? Like, where exactly do you think you're going
To the good vibes.
And I think that misses the point that if you believe in one God, right? Like when I go to a CRC church, or when I go to an Eastern Orthodox church, or I go to an LDS church, right? I am not of those churches. I will never be of those churches. And to some extent, I could say the same thing about the synagogues I go to, although when it comes down to it, there are certain synagogues that I believe are more in conformity with God as I know him than others, right? But and that's what I meant by coming on here with Judaizing Pharisee and talking about John 4:22, right? If you really believe in one God, right, and one Father for all of us, then this idea of the true church, right? It's just really bad. It's just really, really bad. I constantly, and people get tired of me talking about the child born in rural India, right? If you don't think that God has revealed himself to a 5-year-old living in rural Uttar Pradesh who has only been exposed to some weird form of Hinduism, right? If your God has not revealed himself to that child, you are not a monotheist.
Well,
So what you're saying is C.W. Weeks should go to the Hindu temple closest to his house.
I
C.W.
think
Weeks definitely should. That's C.W. Weeks. He would be closer to God in a Hindu temple than he would be in his home. That's for sure.
I think if you're looking at a pattern which I see within Judaism and I think occurs in the church as well, it's a notion of exile. And I think that's one of the biggest problems of we're all Protestants now, is that Protestantism is very, very tightly tied to manifest destiny. The idea that we could be in a place where we've arrived. We are deeply unarrived spiritually, right? Is the Hebrew scriptures, by the time you don't have this long drawn out perfect succession of kings. You have the kingdom separate pretty much as quickly as it's created, right? And I see that within Christianity as well. Is the break between East and West is rather early, and I think over, I would say, similar things as Judaism, like as the kingdom splits in the Hebrew scriptures. And so I think we need an exile theology. And exile theology is also where the home is more important than the public square.
Yeah, but I mean, the filioque was pretty important.
Oh, I agree. But
you're on the wrong side of the filioque.
That, Jacob, I completely agree. I think that the East was correct about the filioque controversy. But also that in and of itself also lines up with what occurs in Judaism. The corruption happens first because of the child of Solomon. So the people rebelling are rebelling for good reason. They're saying like, you're becoming corrupt. There's issues within that. And so that makes it more confusing, because it's like, Rome is acknowledged by the East, acknowledged by the Orthodox Church, supposed to be the first among brothers. So them falling away, it's like, yeah, we're the West. We're the, if you will, we're the tribe of Judah. And that doesn't mean that we don't ourselves fall into exile and heresy and everything else. That happens to both of them.
Okay, okay, but if you realize that if it's the Catholics who are on the wrong side of filioque, why aren't you going to an Eastern Orthodox church?
Well, because they're wrong. Look, if follow my metaphor is, yeah, but you switch over and is it any better? Like, what am I supposed to do?
This is the number one thing I have been like talking about constantly. Better is better than worse. Worse is worse than better. And like, people seem to completely miss that point.
Yeah.
Better is better than worse. So yes, it is better if you are not on the wrong side of the filioque.
Yeah.
But it's a multivariate analysis of better and worse.
Yeah, and now within Protestantism, I mean, Protestantism, you can believe whatever the hell you want while going there. So you can have your proper filioque theological perspective while you're there, and people go, what? Why?
99% of Protestants have no idea what the filioque is, and have no idea that they're even supposed to believe that the Spirit proceeds from the Son and the Father, and have no idea what they would even mean if they did know that they were supposed to believe it.
Having a conversation with my wife, when the creed comes up, we don't read that line. What? Why? Right? Like,
well, and this is where someone joked earlier, is Lance the same as Jacob, and we certainly have a lot of love for each other and disagree on certain things. But like, Jacob, your thing is like, that's where for me and Kyle left. I joke because I keep talking about practices, because it's the way of life, right? Like, get on a path, start living towards the way. And what will happen, it'll be a little bit of a meandering way if you're anything like me, But if you're honestly seeking, I trust in God will reveal himself, and it will show you where you need to be. And there's a saying in 12 steps is to thine own self be true.
Mhm.
And ultimately that integrity, like that Job shows or whatever, that if you are honestly seeking, God will reveal himself. Like those things will become obvious in your lives, particularly if, and again, I think we talked, Job or Jess brought this up yesterday, which is that's why I think it's important to have spiritual mentors, fathers, priests, rabbis, whatever it is, people that can help you discern those things is a helpful thing in my life, because I have blind spots, right? And so having those relationships. So, I absolutely agree. And that's why when Paul or Pajot or whatever was to say, go to church, like just get started, quit thinking about this stuff and just jump into it. Because God, if you get in action, God can move you. But if you're just sitting around on your behind talking about things all day and not changing or doing anything, you're just going to stay stuck.
Yeah, you can't turn a parked car.
With a rope and a powerful enough tow truck, you can turn a park.
Forklifts, baby. Forklifts.
I completely agree with go to church. I have found myself in the weird position of having various people contact me because they believe in Judaism, and some of them I'm telling go to a Catholic church. Some of them I'm telling go to this type of church. Some of them I'm telling start a church, right? And I mean, honestly, for me, I think eventually what Christianity is going to end up having to pay attention to is John 4:22. Is when it comes down to it. Oh, hey, Marcus. Marcus is actually an interesting. Do you guys know Marcus?
Yes.
He's had some really interesting comments.
Yeah, I recognize his comment name.
He used to come on. BOM. He's actually getting his PhD. I was just in Washington, D.C. I kind of wanted to talk. Marcus is from D.C. He's Eastern Orthodox. I last saw him at LoserCon. But back to what I was saying. Look, I think Christianity is eventually going to have to change its orientation. And we're at a curious moment. And yeah, I don't understand why people think 423 changes 422. You want to comment on that, Sam?
I think we're getting at something far more interesting, and I don't want to get into the arguments. Jacob, I kind of want your perspective on this, because I don't know. This feels, what you're saying is something that I'm trying to figure out for myself. And what I feel is the same intuition that the Orthodox are going towards. Is I feel that this is a moment where we are rediscovering what Judaism has taught, and then that is reinterpreting how we understand Christianity. And my hope is that rediscovery of what those Jewish traditions are could create places where Christians come together and say, hey, did you know there's baptism in Judaism and it's always adult and full immersion? Like, if I feel like something like that could create unity within the different churches, which, by the way, is one of the things I don't get about the Orthodox, is there is mikvah, there is conversion, baptism within Judaism, and it's always adult and full immersion. So if we learn that lesson, if we actually integrate these things that we are only beginning to learn now, I know, Jacob, your dream is that will mean that there won't be Christians anymore, or will become, I don't know.
Probably the easiest way to write a PhD if you're in some seminary is just figure out the way that Jews have always interpreted some verse in the Old Testament that Christians completely forgot about, and then write an entire thesis about how that's the right way to interpret the verse. And then you could get lots of traction.
There's this guy, Owen Cyclops. He's a cartoonist, but he delves into like theological stuff, and he has this great summary of what Protestantism is, especially like American Protestantism, it's always a recovery of something that was lost, and then you focus on that. So it's like you find something specific that was forgotten, that's key, that everyone like didn't carry on, and then you make that the focus of your new church, and then
I consider that a personal attack, Jess, but you might.
Yes, that's exactly what I realized one day when I was driving down Church Alley in our town. It's like one church after another.
Hey, just look at their names.
Yeah.
Baptist,
Seventh-day Adventist,
Methodist,
First Baptist, Pentecostal. I'm like, oh my God, this is,
Yeah.
they're nailing all their axioms to the front door.
Yep.
But okay, so Sam, as always, said something really interesting, which is also completely wrong. Which was that it's multi that the analysis is multivariate, and it has to be multivariate. But that doesn't mean you can't make the analysis. The complexity doesn't negate the analysis, and that's why ultimately, like, as much as I love you, David, and I gave you the keys to my channel, you can't have Judaism without the rabbis. Ultimately, you're either an apostolic church or you're a rabbinic church. And I think if you're an apostolic church, you're wrong, and if you're a rabbinic church, you're right.
I got to go at the top of the hour, but I do think that part of what's happening for all of us TLCers is that there is some kind of new way of thinking about religion and spirituality in general, that we're all kind of participating and witnessing some sort of new birth of. And I don't mean to get too like, oh, it's the age of Aquarius and a new form of consciousness or whatever.
It is
but
the age of Aquarius.
But it might, maybe it is. But there is kind of a new consciousness that's sort of coming about, and a lot of us are feeling it and participating in it. But it's still kind of new and hasn't really crept down into the normies very much yet. And a lot of us are still going to church with a bunch of normies. And that it's a little bit weird because it feels like the thing that we're most excited about and feel most deeply isn't there. And it's a challenge no matter and that spans seemingly all denominations and even outside of Christianity itself. And I think that that's something that a lot of us are just struggling with, and I don't know the answer to that either.
It feels like being the people who are into music. My sister was really into music, and she would get into a band that would become popular 5 years later. And like the song, she would be so tired of whatever song had become number one because I've been listening to that for like 5 years, right?
We're just hipsters, it turns out, I guess.
Yeah, no. I think we might be. But like to be excited about that instead of like, I'm excited for the fact that certain things are going to happen after I'm gone. That it's like, and some of these movements are things that will happen in 10 years. My family doesn't know that the Orthodox Church is growing. They're evangelical Christians. They aren't thinking about y'all, and they're going to be very surprised in 10 years.
Well, I think what's happened is it's the internet, Sam, right? Like, that's what's happening. So that when Father Damick says, we didn't do anything, well, actually you did, because there were a lot of Orthodox priests, Father Stephen Freeman, Father DeYoung, all of a sudden we're Jonathan.
Who would have guessed that the Orthodox would better capture the internet than the evangelicals who love technology and innovation, right? Like, the evangelicals were all over that radio thing. They nailed radio, and that really helped them. And they nailed a couple other technological transformations. Completely missed the internet somehow.
Yeah, well, no, the evangelical. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, but also that applies to, for example, Judaism. Because again, like if you were an evangelical boy in Nebraska in the 80s, I wasn't getting exposure to Jewish like a Zevi Slavin or a Hezi or a Jake. Like all of a sudden, things that were hidden, and sometimes rightfully so, like people are disclosing the mysteries out in public now, right?
Well, the way that I think of this moment is not a Age of Aquarius Enlightenment. I think we're living in the time of Josiah. I feel like we are cleaning out the back room and we have found something and go, oh, what is this? What? Because apparently there's a whole bunch of things that we're supposed to be doing and we're not doing them at all. And so that's the kind of language that I use, not this enlightenment, but more so we had this in the back all this time. And that's why I think Judaism and Orthodoxy both line up with this way of thinking, is that we've discovered something that was always there, but we don't remember. And there's a very, very important role that memory plays in Judaism.
Well, look, the Alpha is the Omega. Dun, dun, dun.
I want to say something real fast.
Work is calling.
Okay, see ya. I want to say something real fast about evangelicals and the internet, because I think the evangelicals have always been about marketing. It's always marketing and aesthetics, and that's what, like, the evangelical churches have the best rock concerts. They've got the best lighting. They've got the best music. They've got the best. It's all like they've got all that nailed down. The Orthodox, what they did right is they had content, because you go and listen to John Baer, and the recording is horrendous. It's so terrible, and they don't like it doesn't sound good or whatever, but what he says is infinitely more interesting than anything like Mark Driscoll says, even though Mark Driscoll videos look sharp and clear and he's got all the points lined up. And
but we also haven't finished. So if you were asking this question 12 years ago, you wouldn't say, oh, the Orthodox won the internet. You'd say that the Reformed have. You'd say that Mark Driscoll was winning.
Well, I mean, you could kind of still say that. I mean, the Orthodox internet content is still a little bit niche. It's still a little bit like underground, if we're using the music analogy. Because I mean, it's the same thing with music scenes. Like, as soon as it blows up, there's gonna be a bunch of people that are just unhappy that it got popular, and then also the music thing goes, because you could get excited about like a certain genre. You can be like, oh man, I just discovered punk rock, and then you go downtown to your local punk rock scene and it's full of assholes, and and none of them understand what punk rock really is. They're all doing their own thing. They're all kind of dumb about it. They're all just sort of bandwagoning, and they're dressing the part, but they don't really know what the ethos is. And then like you try to start a band, and the guys in the band don't have the right motivations, and like you're the only one who like actually understands, like, that's the whole thing.
So I actually was trying to think about what the definition of the TLC was. It was challenged by someone within the group, and I think we are the Gino A. Marcus, which is where the punk venue when I was in high school, where it was a community center. Not meant to be a place where, like, there was like a kid's pool down the, but like it was one of the only places that would rent to teenagers for these terrible bands. It explains why there's barely any girls here, because it was the same thing. It was all these guys pushing each other around. 5 women. Hi, Sherry. Yes. Where, like, I think Sandy is actually, and if Sandy watches this, I don't mean this as an insult. Sandy is one of the moms. Not because she's older than me, but Sandy is one of the moms because there were these random moms that got involved, not because they liked the music, but they were just like, oh, what's happening over there? Right? And it was just like their kids got involved or whatever, and not that they even cared about the things that they were talking about.
Well, even the girlfriends of the band members would take care of people.
Yeah,
like constantly. They would always be getting people water, bringing food, running errands, like doing all the stuff. Like they were taking care of children the whole time.
We're having these conversations we think are so important, and every now and then someone's wife just comes in the background,
I know, right?
gives him a cup of water, kisses him on the head, and walks out, right?
Yeah. And then
we cannot get our wives into this, just like they can't be into hardcore. I'm sorry, but there's nothing the ladies are going to like.
Meanwhile, we're breaking down barriers and doing things people have never done before.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's hilarious.
Sherry, you've been listening.
Yeah, I'm listening. I don't know what to think. I just, I'm the kind of person, it's like an experienced bird watcher when they go out in the woods with their binoculars and they go, oh, look, there's a this and there's a that. And you're like, where? But they see everything. That's how I feel when I'm listening to this conversation. All these little birds are popping up. I'm right and you're wrong.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Anthony Oliver, was he a flash in the pan?
Who's
Yeah. That guy that sang with the red beard that sang the what Richmond from Richmond?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, we're the music scene, and there are flash in the pans, and then there are people like a friend of mine just introduced me to Kraftwerk, which apparently was before Devo.
It was the first electronica band.
And obviously Devo has been greatly influential, even though none of the kids listening to music that would never exist without Devo or apparently Kraftwerk will ever know who these people were. So are we going to be it's flash in the pan? Are we going to be Devo?
Well, like Les Paul. No one knows about Les Paul, but
we will be a flash in the pan.
Yeah,
we're all flashes in the pan.
I think I get what you mean though, Jacob, because every now and then there's a band and you're like, this is going to be the best band ever. One song, right? Or two songs or whatever. And I actually think music is a good way of understanding how some of this stuff works, because you have these like similar bands, but just because you listen to John Vervaeke doesn't mean you're going to like all the other music that's playing on this channel. And we're
right, but some bands, despite the fact nobody's ever heard of them, have.
Okay, so Judaism is the only thing that's not a flash in the pan, in my opinion. I know what you're talking about, Jacob. I know what you're going with.
Yeah. Look, Christianity is a Jewish cover band. That's what
Christianity is a Jewish cover.
We're doing ska covers. It's very different. We're our own thing.
We're not doing covers. We have our own stuff. We got the New Testament.
Christianity is a Jewish cover band. I like it.
Yeah. Well, honestly, it is. Like that's why. Like so is Islam, for that matter. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like moving from blues to rock and roll.
Guys, have you heard Jesus's cover of Deuteronomy? It's really good.
Yeah, I mean, there's a relationship between blues and rock and roll, but like as soon as you get into hardcore and metal, like you can hardly tell it came from the blues.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's an analogy to.
Well, okay, so I've been trying to think about this. Now I'm just giving you guys my metaphor, which I thought about for too long. Who is Avril Lavigne? It might be someone like Dave Rubin. Avril Lavigne is an interesting character because Avril Lavigne for punks was this character that real punks absolutely hated, but brought a ton of people into the movement. Mm-hmm. Like Complicated is not a punk rock song, but without it, you don't get this flood of people who all of a sudden became interested in the movement itself. And the term a poser is very, very important for people to understand, because you have people within movements taking advantage of them while not actually being a part of them.
Yeah, there's going to be a poser that makes everything popular.
Right. And that they're important. They're like a missionary.
Right.
The more we talk about music like this, the more I regret the fact that my post-Platonic format died. I was on Spotify, people like talking philosophy, but the music was actually embedded into the podcast. And I want us, while we're having this discussion, to be able to drop in the actual songs and listen to them.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
And YouTube will absolutely murder us if we try that.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
Well, I mean, punk is interesting because there was like a whole ethos with punk that was like sort of anti the corporate music world. Like it was like, we're going to put on a show, we're going to do it ourselves, we're going to play how we want, we're not going to care even if we can play instruments, we're just going to smash things. And then you know, some of that, there's some guys that are legit musicians, but it was all sort of DIY. It was done without permission, that kind of stuff. And then, you know, as soon as hair metal kind of burned out, the corporate execs were like, hey, what if we put punk rock style on the stage that these hair metal bands left vacant? And so they just put it up on the same stage. So they lost the ethos, but then the aesthetic changes. So I don't know if any of that made sense.
No. It's very.
I want to say first, go ahead, Dave. First, for everyone, go check out the Post-Platonic on Spotify. Jacob has some really genius ideas. We're doing this just chatting that we're doing right now. Jacob he started this first. His idea around this Post-Platonic, I thought it was genius. I loved it. So sometimes people are a little too far ahead of their time, Jacob. And I don't know that we need to lose that. If you people would check this out, because there's a lot of talented people, because he invited people to participate in it. He wants you to go maybe create your own episode with what you're thinking in music. I think it'd be a really cool thing for this little corner. So I don't want to lose that bit. Maybe it was just a little too early. And then also at the end, if you guys haven't noticed, I've been playing some Jess's Psalm 104 on the way out of these live streams. And if you stick around at the end, Jess just dropped a new Job music video that we'll play at the end of this stream. And go check him out at Jess Purviance and Bible Wave. Music is going to save the world there, Jess.
Jess,
Thanks, man.
That was really good, Lance.
Jess, did
Must be a
you?
lawyer or something like that.
I was pretty sure I asked you if you would do an episode. Lance, you did an episode of Post-Platonic, didn't you?
I was going to.
I never heard of it till now.
My creative vibes weren't flowing. Like I totally was into it. I started to create a playlist. I will tell you, I take some medicine for bipolar, and it kicks my creativity down, to be brutally honest. And I wasn't really feeling the flow, but I've actually started to write a bit again. I like to write. So maybe those juices are coming, and because I knew it, there's a certain stage and place that I go to. Like I think in terms of playlists. Like I make playlists for very specific. Like I've always thought that way. I was the mixtape guy, so I love that idea. And again, if you guys will just go check it out, Post-Platonic on Spotify, you'll see what Jacob was doing. He would talk a little, then he'd introduce a song, and then he'd say something else, and there'd be another song. It was really cool.
Has Chad done stuff?
Chad did one Post-Platonic. I think he wanted to do another one, but he thought
Sleep Token.
Too many of them. He didn't want to do another one before more people did. And I did a few of them. But I wasn't going to keep on doing them over and over again myself. So it's still there on Spotify. Ryan Lewis did one. Michael Sartori did one. Gavin did one. And some of them, I mean, Felix, that episode is still one of my most proud works I've ever done, I think. Yeah.
And McMo is dropping dope beats too, y'all. So McMo, if you want to drop in your link or whatever here, feel great. But I love to promote all that creative stuff.
All right, I got to get some coffee. I'll be listening, but I got to take off.
I got to go too. Jacob, I'm not doing Bible study today. Oh, no.
How dare you not do Bible study today? Maybe I'll do it instead.
Well, I got to do this. Look, you can do whatever you want.
Yes, I can. It's actually my channel, believe it or not. Even though I don't listen to most of the stuff on my own channel, and like it goes all.
It's too much. It's too much, Jacob.
Yeah, it's too much for any one person to listen to.
It is like a radio station. Again, like in my thinking about radio stations, where it's just like this is the radio station that plays the songs we like. But look, The radio usually plays way too much. I can't follow it all, and a lot of it I don't like. Wait, I didn't mean that as a criticism of your channel. I really like what's happening over there, obviously.
I was really happy that other channels took it up, because frankly, I mean, it's Vervaeke who says it, but I completely agree with him. What matters is what will be there when you're not there.
Yeah. Well, and there's an idea of like some of the greatest bands are ones that people have not heard of, but everyone who listened to that album made their own band. Like there's a couple of bands where people talk, like there's a few albums where they say, look, that album never made it big, but everyone who bought that record started a band. So there's that. Okay, I'm out too. Bye.
All right. I'm glad you popped on, Jacob.
So this is, I've been doing internships, and that's been taking up a lot of my time. So my internships are over, and for the next 6 months, I just have a lot of classwork. So I'm gonna be back to live streaming more than I used to be. I don't know how much. And then after that, I have one more internship, and then I am actually graduating, believe it or not.
And are you going to hang out your own shingle? What are you going to do with that?
I do hope that Fountain of Comfort takes off. If Fountain of Comfort takes off, I mean, I told myself if I get less than $1,000 in donations, I'm just basically gonna forget it. And I got $1,000 in donations. I was hoping for closer to $10,000 to $20,000 in donations. Frankly, I think if the Slow Corner actually got behind, or the Jordan Peterson Sphere actually got behind Fountain of Comfort, we could actually fund it as to something real. But look, I set my metrics. I said less than $1,000, I'm just going to shut it down. I got $1,000. If we'll see what happens to it. I think Fountain of Comfort is real and important. Enough people think that it's real and important that it's continuing to function. But like, I did not get buy-in from a lot of people I was hoping to get buy-in from, including Paul Vanderklay. So it is what it is.
So Anthony's asking for the GoFundMe or some other link. Let's do a shameless plug.
Fountainofcomfort.org. There's a donate link right there. So here, I'll be absolutely shameless. Let me pull it up. So go ahead and put this up for me, please. Fountain of Comfort, a public resource for mental health. And these are the three things we are talking about. Donate button is nice and prominent, and you can donate. There's a not very active Twitter channel. The content on my channel that is specifically for Fountain of Comfort, there's a Fountain of Comfort YouTube channel. And the board of directors, Chairman is Yosef Yatrazin. The EO people hopefully know Tim Burkhart, who's the treasurer. Trey, my right-hand man. Jules is Father Stephen DeYoung's official representative on Fountain of Comfort's board. And Gage is one of the other counseling students who's involved. And so we are trying, if you are in the mental health field at all, please, I would love for you to join the forum. I would love for you to get involved. I know precisely why I didn't get the endorsement I asked for, Chad. Like, I know why. But yeah, if people are interested, they're interested. If they're not interested, they're not interested. What can I tell you? I think this is important. If people don't think it's important, then they won't join. That's all I can say.
All right, that's awesome. And pretty much know most of the folks you're talking about there. It's all people that I've gotten to know and trust. So,
who don't you know?
The Father DeYoung's representative.
Coles. Yeah, he's mostly a lurker. Nice young man. He obviously goes to Father DeYoung's church.
Yeah. And Trey, I've seen on your channel talking quite a bit. I haven't had a lot of communication back and forth with Trey. Oop. Jacob knocked himself out. He'll come on and finish that.
Hello, Lance.
Hello. Here he is.
That I clicked the wrong thing really quickly. So Trey is kind of my right-hand man. So yeah. Music therapist near Jacob, really. On Sunday, I'm having a bunch of people over to my place. Anybody in the Los Angeles area is welcome to drop by. I mean, thank God we've started having real life people meeting together here in Los Angeles. A few, was it 2 weeks ago? Max, who is a clinical social worker who moved to Los Angeles. Oh, wow, Marcus, really? You're coming down to Orange County? That would be awesome to see you. John is coming on Sunday. Yay. So, I mean, if you're in the Los Angeles area, if you're anywhere near the Los Angeles area, it's Memorial Day weekend from 2 to 7 p.m. I'm having a little thing by the pool. I am hopefully going to have enough soda for everyone, but that's about it. Like if you want if you want to bring your own food, please do. But like, it's public and anybody who wants to come. But yeah, well, Lance knows me and Sherry knows me. I drove many miles to actually come and meet you guys. So
yeah, I met Jacob down in Arkansas at the same time I met Sam and Jess P and others.
Yeah.
And Charlie. What happened to Charlie?
Jacob just didn't visit me. He actually went and visited my sister too.
I did. Yeah. Yeah, it was really nice.
Yeah, that to me has always been immediately when I saw that, and and I know you have a certain irascibility about you, which I actually like, because I have an ornery streak that I appreciate in you, Jacob. That I know can rub others the wrong way, but no. So yeah, Jacob's gone out and visited people all over the country to try and meet them in person, and then he also mentioned Max. If you guys haven't met Max, if you are in the LA area, Max is one of my favorite people I've met here in this little corner. Just a fantastic. Yeah, he was on the BOM all the time.
Oh, yeah.
He and I had a lot of private conversations and stuff. Yeah, I love him. He's amazing.
Yeah. He's a clinical social worker. So my latest tweet: unpleasant, arrogant, and condescending is what they call people who actually know things. Be unpleasant, arrogant, and condescending.
You know exactly what you're in. So this is, and Sherry had mentioned this about you. When you're being that way, you're actually doing it out of love.
So what I have always said is I would never tell someone they're saying something dumb if they're too dumb to understand that they're saying something dumb.
I hear you. All right. Well, McMo wants to jump on here.
That just sounded arrogant and condescending.
And unpleasant.
All right. Well, I'm glad, again, Jake, I'm glad you jumped on over here, and I'm glad we could cross promote a little bit and jump into the conversation. And I do think, like, when Sam came on, like, there's been this spirit of some of these, particularly these online just chattings, where I'm trying to transcend. Not that I'm actually not an ecumenist, but I am very open to other people's God of their own understanding, right? I think you can hold those two. I think you're that way, Jacob. I think you have very strongly held beliefs, but at the same time, I just have enough faith in the God of my own understanding that no matter what path you're on, he's got it, you know, if you're an honest seeker. So that's why, you know, I have strongly held beliefs, but I also just realized, just leave it up.
Are you still working at that Christian school?
Yep.
How's it going?
It's going well. Lots of challenges, lots of things. We're trying to bring a lot of transformation, just in terms of we had kind of operated in the 1990s way and trying to get us into 21st century platforms and so on and so forth. But a lot of leadership opportunities, and we had to make some very big decisions, which were difficult, but I think it'll be, you know, for the good, and some amazing people, just really, really, really good people. So big change, moving away from family, but God was in this. I said no at first, and just was like, yeah, I'm not moving to Texas, but all my talents were needed in the organization. So
have you been talking with Kale?
No. So
this is actually, I am in no way competent to get involved in it, but like the education piece, I think, is the most important part that the Jordan Peterson sphere / TLC is not adequately talking about. Educating our children is the most important thing we can do. And I don't think we talk enough about where education is going and how we should educate our kids, and what's going to happen with the next generation.
Yeah, it's been interesting. So one of the things I used to rant about all the time before this opportunity came up was, let's leave the kids out of our craziness, right? And let's try and, so again, that whole idea around the educational piece or whatever. So, this is an opportunity, and it's a tradition. Let's just say it's a traditional stance, and they will remain traditional in that aspect. But we're also trying to be innovative and think about what kids need, because how we've educated kids for the past 200 years is different than what we need to be thinking about moving forward. So, and there's a birth collapse, so there's going to be fewer kids coming through schools. It's going to be a very challenging time. It really is, particularly if you're a private school, right? But so for example, even in Texas, a lot of that stuff, ideological stuff, is even finding its way into Texas schools, shockingly. And so, we have a lot of secular parents who, basically still just want to come here to get them. They understand, I don't want my kids around that. So providing a safe place for parents to take their kids where at the very least they can just be kids, and, those sorts of things. So yeah, I think it's rewarding. I think at the end of the day, what you talked about there, Jacob, is it's rewarding to help an association that's been around since the 1940s. It's rewarding to try and think about how do you take it into the next phase, what that looks like. That's kind of fun. Those sorts of things. And the executive director I work for is a pretty visionary guy. I really appreciate that. while also providing parents who don't want to homeschool. Or also we're also doing some other things, like we're allowing blended stuff. We're trying to rethink, like, how can you allow people to do some homeschooling while also, are you going to teach? Can a mom teach physics to her daughter or son and wants to have physics class? Well, we'll take care of the hard stuff while you can do the other stuff. So I am excited to be a part of it.
So that's actually a huge part of that last point, is because I think we do need to re-envision how we do schooling totally. And I've been following K.L. Zeldin's, like, his channel and his Twitter, and he obviously he's an educator. He's been talking a lot about this, and I just think it's just so important. Unfortunately, I have very little to add to the discussion, but I do think, like, that's something that's incredibly important. Like, and I'm surprised a little bit that you're saying with you're obviously there is the few births, but I would have thought, and I was actually kind of hoping, that a school system like yours would be would actually be in high demand and in growth mode.
Yeah, no, there are challenges across the board. I think the opportunity for Christian schools in general is there is an amazing opportunity, because the demand is there because of what we've seen, particularly COVID, right? COVID really shook a lot of things loose in a lot of areas and exposed a lot of things in kind of the education. So I think there is a great opportunity for schools that provide that place that parents can trust. So I think, even though you have challenges, plus we're in a very difficult economy, private school is not cheap, right? And we can't do it for free because we're a not-for-profit. So we actually have to have people pay tuition. And so, that becomes a challenge when you are in hyperinflation and people aren't paying attention to the economy at the federal level and all sorts of other things, so we'll see what happens there. But there's a great opportunity too. So,
is there any possibility of vouchers getting passed in Texas?
Yes, there are. It always takes a little time. It always takes a little time to work through it. The other thing you have to be very particular about vouchers, it creates a great opportunity, but also creates some difficulties. Sometimes vouchers comes with strings attached. Those strings might make you have it. I'm throwing a very blunt term out there, but it might come with DEI strings attached to it, for example. Well, then we're not going to take that. Right. So you have to understand what the strings are attached to it. The other thing that becomes very difficult, if most of your student body is there because of vouchers and whatever, what happens in the stroke of a pen in one late legislative session, you could lose vouchers, and you could lose your entire, like, if that would happen overnight, like, and you weren't prepared for that, there's a lot of risk will do that. But I think obviously Texas, Governor Abbott had some Republicans that weren't for the school vouchers. He actually campaigned against certain Republicans in the Texas House and got them, basically got folks who were there. So I think vouchers are coming in Texas, and it'll just be interesting to see how we'll just have to see how it works out. You got to see what it is, what are the strings, what actually it is, and you just need to be smart. And if it's something you can take advantage of, take advantage of it. So we'll just have to see.
Hello, Alex, Steve, and McMo.
Hey, Jerry. Hey, everyone.
I wanted to come on and talk about Rick Beato and his conversation with Ted Gioia.
I could even try my hand at a smooth transition from what you were talking about, Lance, because it honestly, you kind of taking a big sigh and kind of explaining all of the trials and tribulations of running a Christian school that's trying to do everything the right way. It reminded me a lot of the piece that Luke read at the beginning of the stream, And it also reminded me of a lot of the way I felt as I'm not a starving artist. I'm a LARPing artist where I basically pretend to be a committed salesperson for 40 hours a week or so, sometimes more, while I try to make art whenever I can, and also have time to talk to my wife and not be a-hole husband. So there seems to be this tendency of, from the outside looking in, it's like one man's toil is another man's heaven kind of a thing, where it's like, if only I could get my kids into a Christian school. And then you get your kids into Christian school and you realize that the like the principal is like in shambles and has all these family scandals and yada yada yada. And the same thing with the church, and honestly the same thing with music. I think that the one difference, at least in this little Peterson sphere corner of the internet, I do see I guess one way to put it is like, we're just so much more comfortable siloing ourselves in terms of aesthetics. And I see this on the right and the left in all forms of aesthetics, basically from architecture to painting to music. And it's like this tension between, I guess you could put it on the like conservative liberal dichotomy or whatever, where there's the people who are open to experience and they want the newest, weirdest, craziest thing that's never been heard before or never been seen before. And then you have the people who are like, no, at some point in history, they got it right. And if we just went back to when they got it right, then we'll get it right. And I don't think that should be confused necessarily with like what Jacob was talking about earlier with like, I'm not trying to throw out better and worse, because I do think that still applies, especially when you're in the craft or learning an artistic craft. But that conversation with Rick Beato and the other guy, whose name I can't remember now, it kind of just really put into words the amount of despair and ennui that I've felt, not necessarily for myself, because I kind of made a deal with God a while ago that I was never going to be famous, but I was going to be able to keep making my music and, serve the Lord or whatever. But for all of my other artistic friends, and even some just acquaintances who would really just, they don't want to be a barista for the rest of their life, but they don't have time to, climb the corporate ladder and do what they think God has called them to do. And there seems to be little to no actual infrastructure or demand for the micro scale patrons that kind of, which on the other hand, everybody in TLC is kind of an example of how I always thought that it could go. Whereas there's a all tides rising, tide rising all ships aspect of kind of this micro community that can be. And so, yeah, that just connects with a whole lot of Jordan Hall things. But I know that me and Sherry had talked about maybe talking about it with you, Lance. And now that I'm thinking about it, I can't remember all of the thoughts I had while watching it. But that was my attempt at a transition, I suppose.
Yeah. So
play a clip. Are you going to play a clip?
Well, I just wanted to show it potentially, but for people, Rick Beato has a great music channel. It's wonderful. And he's had a couple conversations, and somebody also mentioned Ted Gioia has a Substack, and it's really good. It's really good. And Ted's really tuned into, he's, covered music, but he also is business and stuff and tracks cultural trends and stuff. And he's a very winsome, witty guy, very smart. And one of the things they were talking about AI and creativity, it was really good. But he zoomed out. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting that he was talking about in there was that ultimately we see these cycles, whether it's music or movie or culture, is that sometimes it takes until the end where things need to get to be so absurd that finally people realize this and then they crave something different. And I think that applies to what's happening in our culture. Like, institutions and everything has gotten so absurd that ultimately everyone's waking up to it and realizing. So it gives me hope that there can actually be a cultural shift, that because it doesn't matter, like there are still those who are indoctrinated in the mass formation that Matthias and Dismet talks about, but those people are few. The people who are left in that cult are fewer and fewer. Now, it doesn't mean you're Republican or Democrat or whatever, but a lot of people are waking up to the absurdity of where we're at. The other thing he mentioned, which I thought was really interesting, which applies to us in the TLC, is because our institutions have gotten so absurd and mainstream media has gotten so absurd and the music industry has gotten so absurd, that all this stuff is there, that we're seeing the rise of the micro communities, because the macros have all lost all their trust. They're doing nothing innovative. It's there. And he saw 2024, whether it be Substack writers or YouTube channels or whatever, actually the power, the creativity, the momentum, that everything is rising up from the bottom in these micro communities. And I think we're a part of one. And we're like, as soon as he said that, I'm like, yeah, that's the TLC. That's Jacob's channel. That's the fountain of comfort. Like, that's all this other stuff that we're seeing. And that's where true authority is coming from, is coming back up from the ground up.
Yeah.
So I do want to, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I do want to mention something. You did mention absurdity. McMo mentioned music, and you guys were talking about, I think first started with reform and different orthodoxy and all that good stuff. And like a pendulum swinging back and forth. The minute it goes too far, it starts to swing the other way. And I think Jacob was mentioning about this this organization, Foundation for Comfort, and the mental health aspect. I do happen to be working in mental health, and Lance, you mentioned absurdity, and so I guess I should be more specific. This July will be 6 years working in a psychiatric unit. It's a lockdown. So, for 6 years, I've been introduced into this world which is quite different than the normal, I suppose. And I would have never dreamed that I would find myself in such a place. But ever heard that term, be careful what you ask for? And a while back ago, when I was asking God to help me change, to help me see what I needed to see, because I was so stubborn, and lo and behold, he did it his way, not the way I was thinking, and not because I wanted to end up in a place like that, but I have been in that place, and it has become my new home. It has grown on me, and I fell in love with that place. It's a different type of environment. There's such a shortage of mental health care workers, because not enough people can handle that kind of. It's a different kind of stress. It's a different kind of emotional turmoil. But I think for me, it's because of where God found me, right? It's like the prodigal son. He found me in the mire. He found me in the worst. And that's where he dragged me out. And when I asked for change, and when I asked him to show me what I needed to see, well, lo and behold, fast forward years, and that's where I ended up. And I did end up seeing a lot of stuff that I needed to see, because all the stuff that I was ignoring about myself, I got to see it in its boldest form, and it transformed me from the inside. And I'm still changing. I'm still trying to improve every day. My goal is to be a little bit better than I was before. But I am grateful for the community, the Christian community, the people that hold the truth, the people that hold up truth, the people that guide people back into the light, back into the way. Lance, I think you mentioned, or somebody mentioned about the way, right? Back 2,000 years ago, it was just called the way, right? When those people, they're few, right? The brethren, the like someone mentioned Isaiah, and there's only a few, right? But because of the few, the word, the truth is still here. The light is still shining. And McMo, you're in music, and keep doing what you're doing, because you will affect. It doesn't matter if it's 1 people, 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people. You change the world, not just in the now, but in all eternity. And trust me, just when you think it's not possible, God makes it possible, and only in ways that he knows how to do, and he will shock you if you're honest enough. And if you ask him, please show me, he will. He's got a way of showing people what they need to see.
Yeah, those 2 words definitely triggered me too. The idea of absurdity, and that was kind of one of the words in the interview with Rick Beato that kind of triggered me too, because I've kind of always dismissed Rick Beato because of his just kind of boomer takes on music. And like, and you know, Lance, I know he knows I love him, and that I don't mean to make fun of Lance or anything like that, or anyone who likes Rick Beato, or you, Sherry, or you. I just mean to say that, you know, there, I guess this is almost like the Protestant thing too, of just like always trying to find what was missing or whatever. But I do tend to sometimes think that Rick has a bit of a get off my lawn type of approach to anything, to basically like what yeah.
You get to a certain age and you're like,
right. Well, you know, and there's a time, you know, there's a time and a season for everything under the sun, and I'm sure at some point I'll be tired of the newest music and innovation in music and want to get back to the standards. But I also think that, oh gosh, did I lose the idea? Oh no, I didn't. I thought that the absurdity was the key word, because it's almost like a shibboleth, or not even a shibboleth. It's just like two different types of people tend to use the word absurd in two completely different ways, you know. And when I think of absurdity, I think of Kierkegaard, and and maybe a better word would be like mystery or paradox, or the leap of faith, or the way in which God's ways are higher than our ways, the ways that he's always kind of confounding what we think ought to happen and what we think will happen. And you know, and in some sense, I've kind of come to believe that we actually only can interact with God when our kind of epistemic frameworks have been jostled a bit, when our axioms have been wiggled or wriggled, and we're uncomfortable. And that kind of, you can call that kind of experience an experience of the absurd, because things aren't making sense. But I don't think that that's necessarily what Lance meant by the absurdity. And I think when we look at our institutions and we look at the crumbling hierarchies and infrastructure all around, or maybe the topsy-turviness of how we thought these hierarchies should go. I mean, what's coming to mind is the recent kerfuffle in the, was it the House of Representatives or Congress? I can't remember. But where, you know, the leaders of the free world are fighting like what sounds like a middle school locker room. You know, it's just kind of, this is where we're at in society. And so I've been torn these past like 10 years or so, because I always wanted to lean towards absurdity and absurdism, and a lot of my music is unpalatable to people because it's so weird and absurd. But then there's now this confluence of the fact that when we look around us at the powers that be, there's just this crumbling and this like this comedy of errors, this like black comedy, horrific lack of competency all around. And I'm kind of like trying to still integrate this word absurd, but when I hear people like Lance use it in that way, I'm like, no, that's not what I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be the weird person on the outskirts of a very thriving and healthy, orderly city.
Weird isn't absurd. Creative in cutting edge, and that, like, that's not absurd. Like, absurdity is having the 17th Marvel's movie that we have to remake with a purely DEI cast or something. It's like, come on, like, give us. We want something creative and new.
We're cursed by God.
I have to go now, but I just want to contribute a thought to absurdity. Are you going, Steve?
No, I'm saying goodbye to you.
Oh, okay. I'm going in a minute. I just got to unload some thoughts. So about that absurd thing, what Ted Gioia was talking about was how, or I can't remember who talked about it first. Maybe it was Rick. Things have to play themselves out till they become absurd, right? So there's this movement towards absurdity that everybody just seems to be okay with, and when it's actually absurd, okay? And what came to my mind was reading Matthias Desmet's book, and he talked about totalitarian governments. They also move towards the absurd. So you can look at Stalin, for example, right? Where things start out kind of somewhat logical, and then they move into this absurdity. But what's really fascinating about that on a psychological level is that the absurdity actually becomes ritualistic. So it fills in a void for ritual behavior in human beings. And the more absurd, the more they participate in it. Which, like it's just, he gave the example, I'm not sure, maybe it was in Iran. He spoke to a woman who was there and watched it happen, of how a mother hung a noose around her son's neck and watched him hang because she thought she was doing something good for the government, like for the party or for the ideology or whatever it was, right? Like for Matthias, that was like the most absurd act that a human being could commit, right? Was to kill their own child. And which, you know, we could all run down that whole trail of child sacrifice and all that stuff. But let's just keep it here. His point was when these totalizing systems, and it doesn't have to be just propaganda type government, tyrannical government, it can be a totalizing philosophical system. It's an ideology, right? When they grab hold of people, they actually move people into a ritualistic behavior that the more absurd it is, the more it binds them together.
Yeah.
Like if anybody has not read Matthias Desmet's book, The Psychology of Totalitarianism, just put it on your list because it is amazing. And yeah, so, and of course we can look at Nazi Germany. That's the perfect example, right? Like,
or just Spotify.
It's terrifyingly perfect.
Yeah, Desmond or Matthias was in a Tucker Carlson interview.
Yeah, I watched that. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you don't like to read.
Yeah, but he's got actually way better interviews all over the internet.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's an audiobook too, Audible.
But his face will be easy to find and then recognize other places. And
yeah. His book is on Audible for those people that like to hear. It's on Audible,
and it's well read. And so what's interesting about Matthias is is that he his antidote to this kind of mass formation is what he calls it. He does not call it mass psychosis because he thinks that does a disservice to people who actually suffer with psychosis.
Insulting to us, yes.
But his antidote is truthful, honest, integer speech in love. It has to be in that order. Truthful, honest, integer. So you speak from your heart in love to one another.
It's like a step further than Solzhenitsyn.
And I want to say something. And sorry, Sherry, I don't mean to cut you off because I know you're going to be taking off. But I do want to say something before I lose the thought. These power structures, the most famous one in Jesus' time was the Roman Empire, right? They were powerful, right? A regular person cannot take on the Roman Empire, right? And Jesus did not go head to head with the Roman Empire. Remember when he wasn't even going to, remember, he's like, give to Caesar what is Caesar's and give to God what is God. He did not take on the Roman Empire.
No, I think Christ is the model for Matthias' antidote.
And this is where I'm going with this. You don't have to buy. So yes, we're in a warfare, but you don't have to think like you're going to take on the government or the beast system of the world. Jesus didn't do that, but still, the Roman Empire crumbled and Christianity is still here. And it was the battle was fought in two different ways. One was with love and truth, and one was with power and corruption and whatever it is, with might, right? All that stuff. So two powers fought in two different ways. One crumbled, one is still here. So what I'm saying is, this is where I'm going before I lose my frame of thought, is we can, yes, honesty, truthfulness, remember who gives us the power and the truth is Christ. As long as we keep our identity in Christ and we don't lose sight of that, right? We keep our eye on the prize and we continue to be honest. So when people run into absurdity and they see someone with truth, they know where to go. And I think this is why TLC is, and Jordan Peterson and PVK, I think that's why they're beginning to shine more and more each and every day.
Yeah.
Is because in the midst of all this absurdity, they see a beacon of light, right? And they see
Yeah.
it. Everything else is dark, and they see that. And like I said, the pendulum is swinging the other way.
I just
Sorry, I
wanna
didn't mean
make-
to cut you off. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make the point, and then I really have to go because I got to go do all my animals are, they're all like, I can feel it. What I want to say is when Matthias says that you need to speak the truth honestly and from a place of integrity, that to me all indicates humility. You don't have the truth.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not something that you wield. You love one another, right? And then you're vertically oriented to God. And so
Yeah.
integrity for me predisposes one to being as whole as they can be, right? Which requires humility, because you gotta take the good with the bad, and you gotta be honest with yourself, right?
Yeah. Can I interject? It's the truth, not my truth.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that's what
even
we talk
that's
about
problematic, even because the truth for me is not the truth for Jacob, is not the truth for anybody else with a different frame, right? But there is a still
But it's
small
Jesus,
voice.
Lord, no matter what. For
We have
example,
a still small voice, and that and that's the thing that speaks truth. We know that we're not supposed to murder our brother and steal our neighbor's wife. We know this, okay? And it's universal. So anyway, I
that's
just
what I
want
mean by that's true.
I just want to make that point, because I don't want people in the chat to go run off with their truth flag, in the name of Matthias Desmet. God have, forbid.
And Alex, see you, Sherry, and Alex, you use the word beacon of light. That's actually the same thing that Matthias talks about. So people ask people, okay, so here's the question. We all see this mass psychosis that's going on around us. And it's like, he's like, what do we do? Because, and he's a really hard question, because he's like, it's not really a good answer for this. Like, if you would talk to totalitarian regimes that we saw through the 21st and the 20th century, it's like, what you do is you basically, you speak truth, but you just set out beacons of light, and people will find their way to the beacons of light, right? And
I think that solution, that's a method that's talked about by all sorts of people, including Jesus, including Jordan Peterson, not like making an equivalent there, just the message. It's, so Peterson's like, clean your room. Jesus says that they will know us by our love for each other, or that they will know us by our fruits. There's a fellowship with a blue and yellow book, and they talk about how you carry the message because you're living this certain way. I don't know if that's too vague, but basically it's like you transform your life and make it clear to people, like, this is who I am, this is how I am today, and that's what will change people. It will attract people. And like we don't have F-16s, so we can't like change the absurdity in my country that I live in, is one of the things that people joke about. But I don't need an F-16. I need to repent. If I repent, that's
Who
like
needs a
the most
F-16?
I can possibly do.
Well, when you repent, you're already changing the world, because the
Yes,
world
exactly.
is better, and people, and you might be the only person that somebody else that is in need that is going to run into. And if he finds you, then you not only change your world, you change his world for Christ, and on it goes. And like I said, different battles, different tactics, but we don't have to take on the Roman Empire, because that Christ never did that.
Yeah,
he did it in a different way.
Yeah.
Can I say something about absurdity again? Hopefully not going too far back, but I've been thinking about this. I kind of want you guys to chime in on it because I don't know if you ever heard Peugeot talk about the upside down world. Like, so you see this happen in different stories in the Bible. Even the one that comes to mind quickest is the story of David. He's anointed king, but he's in exile, and Saul's king. So there's this like upside down world where the anointed king is like living in the land of the Philistines and raiding, the neighbors there. Anyway, what's the purpose of that? Like, why does God do that? This happens in Job too. Job goes into an upside down world, and so the idea I have is it's for the purpose of revelation. It's for the purpose of unveiling something that's hidden. So here's an example. There's that movie A Knight's Tale. I think that's what it's called. It's got Heath Ledger and I can't remember her name. Anyway, the story is that he pretends to be a knight because he's not allowed to be. Like, you have to be born noble, but he makes his way into all these tournaments. And he's kind of trying to like prove himself. So he meets this princess, and he's like fallen in love with her. All of a sudden, she's become more important than proving himself as a knight. And so he says to her, he says, "What can I do to prove my love to you?" And she's like, "There's nothing you can do." And he's like, "I will win this next tournament for you." And so she turns around. She's like, "Win it for me? You'll just win it for yourself. If you truly do love me, lose." And so Heath Ledger has to engage in this absurdity where he just stands there. He doesn't even tilt. He just holds his lance and then just gets blasted into oblivion round after round. And like after 2 or 3 rounds, she goes, "He loves me." And then she sends her messenger down. And then the messenger girl says, "My lady now knows that you love her. Now win." And he's like, "What?" But what happened in the absurdity was there's this disclosure of his true love. That she was skeptical of, that she doesn't have access to. We don't have access to what our internals are. And so in order to disclose that, you have to engage in some sort of absurdity, I think. And this ties into like what you're talking about totalitarianism. Like, in order to prove your internal devotion with more than words, you would engage in an absurdity in order to disclose a allegiance to the totalitarianism. And so that's what absurdity is supposed to do. The Christian absurdity is forgiveness, something like that, or the love your enemy.
Blasted by lances.
Yeah, but and this happens in Job too, because like you think like why did Job suffer? Because God knows everything. Like God knows who Job is, and you would think that everyone would assume that Job is a good man because God blessed him. Because like, who would be blessed as much as Job if he wasn't just like a really good man? But Satan comes and levels the accusation. He's like the whole thing's corrupt. And so what's unveiled in Job is it's not hidden from God. God knows who Job is, but everyone else is skeptical. They don't know who Job really is. And it's only through his suffering that we end up seeing the man that God saw all along, the blessed Job. And if Job never suffered, there's no book of Job. And we all benefit from his suffering. And we see him as he really is. And it's something about that. So there was one church father that said Job was beaten with a rod in order that his fragrance may be spread more widely.
Well, we're still talking about him. And how many thousands of years has it been? I do want to mention what you said, because it is important, and the book of Job is important for a reason, because it's something that was disclosed that wouldn't normally be disclosed. But so I guess how to explain this from what I learned in the mental health portion to Christianity and how the world system is and the enemy tactics is. So I'm going to try to see if I can mash all those to one concept. So here we go. Okay, so there's been an experiment in psychology where it's called, I guess it can explain what mass psychosis is and how it becomes what it is, right? The absurdity, where the experiment is to get a bunch of paid actors and they have one person that's not an actor, right? So they don't know what's going on. And these actors are going to all agree on the absurd, on the lie, right? They say, oh, which is the shortest line, which is the tallest line or whatever. And they all the actors choose the lie. And the person that can see the absurdity doesn't want to look foolish because everybody else is like saying, what gives, right? And so they submit because they want to save face in a way. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know. I can't say I know what they're thinking, but I could only assume that they conform to the masses, to these paid actors, right? That's the psychology. Who's gonna stay true even when everybody says the wrong thing, right? Or when everybody says the wrong thing. But the experiment proves that many of us fold. Many of us fold to the absurdity, and we go along. Oh, yep, I go with whatever they say, right? So how does that play out in the world right now? Where most people that don't know the truth, they yield to the mass psychosis because they don't want to be left out. They want to, right. Everybody says that's true. I guess that's true. And before you know it, this is where we end up. And it goes back to the importance of truth.
So what you're talking about is the Asch conformity experiments, I believe ASCH. And the crazy thing about that was that after the experiment, they told the people what they did.
Right.
And the people, a large percentage of the people who went along were like, oh, no. I wasn't going against, right. That's what I actually saw, right? And the capacity of the human being to delude themselves is just so huge. People think that people are obviously lying when they're gaslighting them. And sometimes, no, we lie to ourselves more than we lie to other people.
Mm-hmm. That's why it's so easy to lie.
Right. And sometimes it's difficult to see the truth of ourselves, right? Just how bad am I, right? Just how, but that proves just how much we need a savior, right? Because without him, I know where I'm at without him. I've been there and I don't like it. I'm a mess without him. And there's another experiment, and Jacob, you might have heard about this experiment where they do the electroshock test, where again everybody's in on it, but the subject, I guess, and they're supposed to be shocking, and the actor is not being shocked; they're just pretending to be shocked. And even when they're applying the lethal dose, they still go along with it because, well, he says keep going, so they kept going. What does that prove about who we are without Christ? How far do we just play along, go along without Christ? And that's why the truth, I keep saying the same thing over and over, and I apologize, but that's why it's so important that the truth is that we don't lose sight of that, right? That we keep the eye on the prize. Because man, this world is absurd, and it's going, and it's heading there. Even so, I mentioned about these new technologies, just like the iPhone that we use nowadays. Where 20 years ago we'd never used it because it wasn't even invented. With this Neuralink, that some of us, the world is going to be connecting their brain to the computer, and the computer is going to be connected to the mainframe, and information is going to go back and forth, and before you know it, how do you know that if your thoughts are your thoughts? And because people are
that's already happened,
right? But where is this going to be at in 20 years? How is society, mainstream society, the absurd, the absurdity, where is it going to be at in 20 years with these new technologies? I mean, that's just a scary thought.
Those scattered like Babel or crushed by the closing of the Red Sea or something like that, you know.
Well, here's what I would say. I don't know if you guys can hear me because these stupid headphones.
Maybe to be 50 years.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Michael, we can hear you.
So David and I, we talked about that hideous strength the other day, and that's the C.S. Lewis book. And there's this thing where there's this objective room where they're trying to initiate this guy into like basically a secret society or whatever. And you go into the room and everything's like a little bit crooked and weird and it's all warped and twisted.
Huh.
And it's supposed to like shape your brain to make you malleable and open to all sorts of stuff. But the interesting thing is that like the absurd or the untruth or whatever, I like to think of it as the subversive, because that's what everything is now. Everything is subverting. They're always taking a story and then they're twisting it, but it doesn't work without like that thing, that core element, which is the truth. Because even like, so it's interesting, because I'm glad McMo's back, because when you think about the music and stuff, we had a time when there was a higher level of absurdity. Like if you listen to John Cage, he's just noise. It's not music at all. And that went too far.
Careful.
well, here's the thing. I mean, the whole point of it is, if this is music, you can believe whatever you want. That's the point of that music. And there was there was analogs with cinema and art, painting and all fields of art. So like 60s and 50s, 60s, 70s, like at the cutting edge, the people were really they pushed the boundaries to the logical conclusions. Yeah. And then we kind of had a peeling back of that, where people realized like, oh, that's not going to work. The public won't accept that, or they're not ready for it at that time anyway. So then they realized, well, okay, so if we bring back the 4/4 beat and the familiar chord progression, well, then we can just mess around with other elements of it and slowly increase like that level, like the frog boiling in the pot of water.
Change the lyrics,
Yeah. I mean, I think there is a point you get to still where it's like you cross a line, and then it's scary how many people, how much farther away that line is for some people. But I think it's like,
well, scary in which direction?
Well,
I have to say the boiling frog thing drives me crazy, because they've done the experiment, and every single time, no matter how slowly you bring up the heat, the frog jumps at the exact same temperature.
Okay. You can do Turns out frogs just don't like being in pots.
Well, that's the point. That's perfectly illustrates the point I'm trying to make, is that you cannot use absurdity all the way to like lies, unless you wanted to believe the lies.
This is why I'll never forgive the French for what they did to my boy Kierkegaard and his concept of the absurd. Because when people use the word absurd, they immediately just mean chaos instead of order, or things that don't make sense as opposed to things that do make sense. But I want to agree with, and this is what I was about to say when the demons caused my other phone's batteries to die, when Jess was talking, because like the more and more that I've thought about this and sat with it, the more I really, really vibe with what he was saying in terms of, I'm like, and maybe Jacob will like the first part of this sentence and hate the second part, but like Christianity to me is the most absurd religion that has ever existed or probably will exist. And that's the reason it's completely true. And like, so that being kind of one of my, I wouldn't put it at the level of core axiom. It's just more so when I look at scripture, when I look at the lives of the saints, when I look at the lives of believers, you see this constant motion, like Jess is talking about, with Job being the most holy man getting it the worst, with Christ saying, take up your cross, but your burden is light. With Abraham being called to sacrifice like in the story, the Knight's Tale with Heath and all of the 90s music or early 2000s music, like that again is awesome, but it also, like, that's just Abraham, right? Like, you have to sacrifice your son, and he's silent all the way up Mount Moriah, and it's not till the very last moment that a goat is provided. And so, like, all of these things to me point to us needing either, like, in it, I'm not one to kind of police language. So if you'd prefer me to use the word paradox or mystery, like, I'm more than happy to do that, or miraculous even. But I just don't even know, like, it seems to me that a completely incomprehensible divine creator would not necessarily may act, maybe this is the better way to put it. He may actually take great joy and delight from confusing us and tricking us and hiding behind his hands and saying peekaboo, like playing peekaboo and all of that stuff, which Sherry talks about with the wooing. I like, and how many people have been like, I'm never going to be a Christian, like, that's absurd, like, but now we live in the upside down world. But that's why I don't want to call it absurdity, because it's absurd that new atheists now want to be known as Christian nationalists. Like, that's absurd, and it's fundamentally probably a good thing, so, like, that's why I kind of am, if I have one point, it's that, like, absurd does not equal bad, and, like, legible does not equal good, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I don't think it is bad, but I think, well, in saying, like, so, because when Sherry was talking about the whole thing about, like, being with the humility and like, when you're sharing truth, like, all that's great, but, like, it's like when you get to the point where the world is so where the absurdity is like this disconnect, this thing where it's like there's a pattern that doesn't fit. So either, like, if somebody comes in to a normal place of business and starts spazzing out, that's an absurd thing to do. But in our current world, the absurd thing to do is to be what was traditionally considered normal, like, it's like the red pill guys, like, they get to the point where they're like, like pearly things. It's like, it's absurd for men to get married. Like, why would any man ever get married? It's like, well, you kind of, yes, there is real risk. Yes, the woman can take all of your assets and all that stuff, but you still got to do it because it's not going to get better from people not doing it. And so, like, the absurd is the thing where there's, like, I don't know about all of what's true, but I know one thing is true, and it's not what you're saying. That's where
So
that's why it's like a tipping point.
I think what's absurd is all the stuff that we invent to try to, like, I'm speaking from my personal experience. I invent these ideas, or I invent these, like, new rules, or I throw out the word "my truth," that kind of stuff. I invent that. I find people who, like, in that experience, this is how long the lines are, and even if we all know it isn't true, I'll go along with it. That's the absurd stuff, and then eventually we hit the real limit of it, because it's like, I can say, oh yeah, it's okay to do this. I don't want to get political, but so it's like, it's okay to do these ridiculous things that we all would have been probably executed for in the past if we did them, or at least completely shunned by society. But it's cool to do that stuff, but eventually, when we can only fall for that stuff and lie to ourselves and delude ourselves to be able to do stuff like that, or to speak and argue with people on those points, if we ignore some of the story, or we ignore some of the parts of things that are also true. So it's just like we're papering over the actual truth with this delusion, but at some point there's going to be a reality. Like, for example, we're going to be skipping a generation because of what we do. Like, they're like, we're going to end because of what we're doing, or we're all going to starve to death, or we're going to turn out like we'll be self-satisfied in our pride, but completely unhappy and alone. So like the reality is going to actually hit us regardless of what we tell ourselves. And so I think the thing that seems absurd, like what it says in the Bible, which, I have a hard time with that still, but that's the stuff that seems ridiculous. Or like, oh, I want to overthrow the Roman Empire, so I'll clean up my room. That seems totally dumb. But in fact, it turns out, if we look at history, that's the stuff that's always been right. And all my other stuff, the things that I think I should do, are totally wrong. That's what's absurd. And it's been very frustrating to like find that out again, because I already found this out 20 something years ago. Like, oh, I'm the one who's in denial. I'm the one running from the truth. But I keep finding myself in that same position. And that's why I'm on this call, because it's like, I've been totally wrong again.
I want to say something real quick, if I may, Steve.
Yeah.
So we are in this absurd point in time where nothing makes sense. And I'm talking about the, mainstream, right?
The world, yeah.
And it's frustrating, obviously. And I remember, I think Luke Thompson had a little short, said something like, how do we deal with difficult people? And I think David also mentioned his frustration about dealing with difficult people. And the more the world gets absurd, the more frustrating it is to try to have meaningful interactions with people, because it is frustrating, right? How do you deal with difficult people? And maybe it's going to sound absurd, pun intended, to say this, that it is most important that we figure out a way to communicate in a very respectful way, in a very loving way, in a very patient way with difficult people. But we must also understand, just like Jesus says, that we have to be cunning, but peaceful, right? But gentle as doves, right? And to not cast our pearls, right? So we don't get trampled on and all that stuff, because we do have to be careful. Now, there's something that I'm going to mention here, and I apologize because I always hate bringing this. I always hate talking about this because it is difficult. Okay, here we go. There is a terminology that went away. It is no longer in the DSM-5 when it comes to mental health, okay? And people are still talk about it, but not in the profession. It's not spoken about. You won't see a diagnosis, but we will still encounter people, difficult people, extremely difficult people. But sometimes what's funny, it's sometimes we encounter the opposite of difficult people, very charming, very witty, very intelligent people, and then they're the con man.
Yeah.
And you end up had. So here we have two aspects, and I'm sorry, because this is, I always try not to go here, but here I am. I want to mention two different type of people that we should be aware of.
Yeah.
They're rare, but nonetheless, the con man is real, okay? And he's very intelligent, because if you knew he was a con man, you wouldn't be had, right? And then you have the other person that is extremely dangerous because he is a psychopath. And that term is no longer used in the literature, in the DSM-5, you won't find that, right? But they're still out there. And so how do we know what's a regular person being difficult to the extreme rarity of a psychopath? And then on the other hand, you have the other extreme of pleasant, charming, witty, and he's a con man, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like, if God is going to prompt you, if you have the Holy Spirit guiding you, and you receive a prompt, please be prepared. So whatever Jesus meant by fasting and prayer, and that has to be done ahead of time, I'm assuming, but when the Holy Spirit gives you a prompt and you have that intuition, like, hey, do yourself a favor, walk away from this person. I think it's best to follow that prompt and be like, okay, it looks like I gotta go, because I'm telling you, You don't know if this person is a con man until you're had, and then you don't know if someone's a psycho until you end up injured or dead, right? I mean, right? I mean, they're rare.
Very
close
They are
to people like
rare. They are rare, though. They are rare.
I think that the answer to both very crafty narcissists and less crafty psychopaths is simple, but it's absurd.
No,
but it's absurd, it's love your enemy, love your neighbor, and love your enemy. And sometimes
no.
There's a distinction. There's a distinction.
not the answer, but like, isn't that not? Are they not worthy of the title enemy?
Trying to love a psychopath is not going to do you any good.
How
I
does God
just
do
have
it?
to look this up because I do have my DSM-5 here.
I was about to make a joke that you pulled out the DSM-5 and started looking for what was taken out. That's so funny.
Well, I mean, they just renamed it antisocial personality disorder, and that's what they do. They rename things.
Yeah.
But things that are true, are eternal, are there, right? And you have to love your enemy. Surprise, surprise, Jesus was not inventing anything when he said that. It actually, if you actually open up that part of the Bible that the Christians threw away, called the Old Testament, like all the stuff he said is actually there already.
Christianity actually, as far as I understand, looks at the Old Testament and says, like, so what Jesus is saying, that they've been saying this all along, and he's just like fulfilling
Depends
it.
which Christian you ask.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay.
Sure. But all of that aside,
sorry.
In order to love someone as your enemy, you have to realize he's your enemy.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
And I also, like, what does it mean to love somebody? So when, is it loving a child to like grab them and pull them and like pin them to the ground? Is that love? Well, if they're trying to run into a highway, yes, it is.
I'm going to say something. I'm going to say something because I don't want to diminish anything Jacob said or anything any of you guys said. So please bear with me for just a second. And I'm going to, before I say this, I'm going to say this. I do believe that the Holy Spirit will prompt us saying, hey, this is where you walk away, right? Don't cast your pearls. This is where you're like, ooh, disengage. And that's okay. He says it's okay to do that, right? It's okay to do that, to disengage. But okay, so yes, Jacob, we are supposed to love our enemy. Yes. But here's the and these extremely difficult people where it seems like they're going to reject God no matter what we do, right? And we don't decide who decides. We don't play that role, right? Who is going to be born again? We don't have that. We don't get to decide. But if someone is committing a crime, so we've heard these stories where this person grabs a backpack and they put all these guns and they just go into a school, right? Okay, if that person is an enemy of humanity, not just of Christianity, of humanity, I mean, what do we do then? Do we say, hold on, let me say nice things to you while you gun down everybody here, right?
We treat them like Christ, and we execute them.
At that point, what would be the most loving thing to do? Who do we protect? Do we protect the innocent people that are getting gunned down, or do we protect the psychopath killing everybody? It's a hard question, and I don't have the answer. I just have guesses. But they're rare.
Protecting doesn't. Love and protection are not the same thing. I mean, like there was that school shooting not too far from where I live in Uvalde, where the stupid cops were too scared to go in there for their own safety, and they should have died, and them dying would have stopped kids from dying. Right. And that's sometimes a way that you love your enemy, by becoming if you're in the position to be the victim and it prevents somebody else from doing it, that's a good thing to do.
But I think the real question is, should those Uvalde cops run into the gunfire firing their own guns and killing that guy?
Yeah, they should. That's not a hard question.
It depends on who you ask. Like Jacob was saying, it's depending on which person you're asking.
Yeah, Jacob agrees with me, right?
Well,
Oh
I
yeah,
think
I mean,
would, but it's like,
so
but depending on which Christian you ask, you
well,
know, or at least
okay,
post
but
facto, it's like, oh, should we, you know, paint murals of this school shooter because poor school shooter was oppressed, you
Yeah,
know?
well, I think that a lot of people who think that it would be absolutely wrong to be the person in that position, God providentially keeps them far away from those positions,
Hope so.
because
I gotta.
Yep.
their conscience would be far more plagued if they could have done it and didn't than to never be in that position. So
Right.
Michael getting back to work is triggering me. I have to also get back to work. Enjoyed the
yeah,
conversation. See you guys
go ahead,
later.
Matt.
Before you
Drive,
go, I just want to say, let's ask God to put a hedge of protection around us, our family, our community, and all that good stuff, because He can do a whole lot more than what we can do ourselves. Thanks, Mo.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Amen. All right.
who's actually running this stream? Steve, is that you?
I don't know.
Lance is still around. Okay, I'm like wondering, like, is somebody still on stream here? Alex, Mike left. I wanted to ask him about the Tecton School, but Alex, you said you're working on you're working in a locked facility, detox or psych?
No, it's a behavioral health. So we get a little bit of everything.
Okay.
Yeah. So
is it a crisis unit?
It's I guess it's psychiatry. We have we have psychiatrists, we have social workers, we have
long-term care.
No, short term.
Yeah.
Now there's people that come in there because they get put on a mental hold.
Okay,
They don't want to be there, and yeah, so it's a little bit of everything, and it's like I said, it's a different world, and you get to see, and anyways, that's why I ended up devouring all these books that had to do with psychology and all kinds of. I mean, the stuff that I just distinguishing between personality disorders versus bipolar. What does it look like when someone is manic? What does it look like someone that has borderline personality disorder versus antisocial personality disorder? And it's all, like I said, I didn't know any of this before I started working there, but knowing about that forced me to know about myself. And then looking at the big factor 5 and the ocean and I remember hearing about when you have a discussion and then you start getting upset over what somebody said, the problem is not with the person that said that. The problem has to do with why am I so sensitive to this topic, right? Right. What is it that I'm trying to hide deep down inside? And it sends you on this quest to find out what the heck, who am I? What am I? What do I not want to see? Right. And every one of those openness, conscientiousness, neuroticism, all that stuff is like, we're somewhere where it's a little bit of, am I too sensitive, not sensitive enough? And God will mold you. God will, I want to be less like me and more like Him. And He shows you what He needs to show you in His own way, and everybody's different. But man, what a journey it's been. What a journey.
Awesome. So feel free to not answer either one of these questions, but I was wondering, A, what region you're in, and B, you're a psych tech, I'm guessing?
No, I'm a registered nurse.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And I'm in Idaho. So it's a small community. So this town, it's
like in the skinny part or the fat part?
It's well, I don't want to.
Okay.
So here I'm going to do.
So you have no idea where this guy is.
So I'm going to do generalities, right? So my town's about 50. That's 50,000 ish. But because remember, there's not enough facilities. There's not enough mental health professionals. That everybody's always not enough beds. They got to send them somewhere else. So we get people from anywhere within the 3-hour radius. So there's metro areas where, there's a million or I don't know, close to 1 million population. So we get people from everywhere. So we get to see all of, a little bit of everything.
Yeah. So I worked in youth at risk for a while, and it was basically just looking in a mirror. Especially when I started reading like stuff that would help me do a better job. And I could relate to what you're saying. And there's people that I worked with who worked in facilities like you're talking about. And you when you first started talking about it today, you mentioned how not a lot of people can handle it.
Right.
And to me, the thing that popped in my mind was you have to have good psychological boundaries. And that was one of the struggles I had with the youth at risk. And that was one of my early lessons, was like, I needed to notice there's a difference between them and me, and that I'm not them. And so I started pretty low on the rung, low on the ladder. But yeah, that's I'm impressed by. Yesterday I was with a friend who he had a stroke, so he's just barely kind of coming out of it. And the physical therapist came in, and just the way how patient she was and how cheerful she was, yet how unyielding in any way of like, you need to touch your elbow, and like how strong she was. But man, not a bossy person at all. There's no way she'd bulldoze her way to the front of line at Starbucks to get her order fixed on her own terms. If she was, if the barista transgressed her by like not putting enough cinnamon on it or something, not that kind of strong person, the opposite of that. And, it's like a lot of things.
Boundaries.
It's like, I could be like that and I'm not.
Right. And you know what? I have learned a lot from my peers. We have occupational therapy, and they do their own thing. Everybody has their own specialty,
Right.
and man, it's learning from other people. I have learned that there's a lot more intelligent people than myself, and I can learn from them, right? And if I listen, right, I get to learn, but I can't learn anything if I'm talking. So when these people that are more intelligent than me, that have more experience than me, and I just send it my way, send that information my way.
That's awesome.
So you're an RN. Have you considered becoming a nurse practitioner?
Well, I was on my way, and to say this, I did change my major even before nursing. So I guess I'll backtrack before I answer your question, Jacob. So I thought I was going to be doing business, and before that, I thought I was going to be doing hospitality management, because before I moved to this area, I was in Nevada, casinos, right?
Yeah.
And right, so hospitality management was like, ooh, I wouldn't do that, and but God had other plans. So when I was in California, because I was in California as well. When I was in Nevada, the one thing about Nevada is that alcohol is always there. They don't close anything down.
Right.
Right. You can go at any gas station and you'll find not beer. I mean, you will find beer, but not just beer. You can have hard liquor 24/7, 7 days a week. It's always there. You go to the casinos and they give it to you for free. And it's a different world too, right? Yeah. So I remember my friends, because, they'd be bummed out. It's like, what happened? It's like, well, I got drunk last night. I ended up going to the tables, and I know I just got paid yesterday, but my paycheck's gone, because they were drunk, and they, and so I was young then, and dumb, and not listening to God, trying to run away from God. As a matter of fact, just the opposite. I was trying to run away like the prodigal son. And there came to a point where I was just tired of the beatings, tired of just being in the, the prodigal son, where he's with the pigs, the pigsty. And I was trying to change. And then I would sober up, and I would be hanging out with my friends. And before you know it, my friends would change me, right? And I was like, dang it. And I would have to start all over again. So finally I went to the priest, So, full disclosure, I did the whole thing with Catholicism, right? Even what's the last step? I forgot. It's been a while. But anyways, I did the whole thing because me and my wife, we had to get, no, we didn't have to. We wanted to get married through the church, so we had to do confirmation. There you go. So I used to be, and I don't say this to offend Catholics because my family, I'm not saying no disrespect. I'm just telling my what I experienced. So please bear with me. So I'm going to go back to my original story. So I went to the Catholic priest, and I'm like, you got to help me. I've been trying, and I just can't. I can't. I'm trying to do the right thing, and I can't. I just keep doing the wrong thing each and every time. And the priest tells me, you know what, Alex? You're young. You don't have kids. You're not married. You know what? You need to do just a radical, you need to move away from this town, away from Nevada, away from alcohol. And do you have family somewhere else, right? They're like, start over, start fresh, get new set of friends, get friends that don't drink, right? All that stuff. And at first I said, sounds difficult. Sounds too hard. But remember, the beatings and the beatings and the beatings and like, so yes, finally I ended up moving, just gone. I moved, and it did work for some time. For some time, I was like, boom, I'm sober, I'm clean, all right. But here's, I don't say, I'm not going to say this to offend people, but I would be going to church and they would feed me this one verse and all that good stuff. But for me, for how messed up I was, so I'm just saying for me, that was not enough. That was not enough. I was still residing with the pigs, right?
Yeah.
And so I was invited to a non-denominational church. And so did my wife. Before we were married, same church, different times. Fast forward, because I want to go back to my original story. Holy cow. I was going to go back to the original story and
You were talking about being a registered nurse.
Yes.
Is it the original story or?
Oh, yes. Thank you. So I changed my major. So, okay. So I was in the hospital. I like the hospitality thing. I was thinking maybe I was going to major in hospitality management. Then I started working. I got my Associates of Applied Science and Hospitality Management. The company I was working for was going to pay for my bachelor's in business, right? God had other plans. 2008 happened, and I was transitioning, and then I saw what management was doing with the layoffs. They were what they had to do, and they were like, man, they felt guilty about doing what they had to do, but hey, they got to do what they got to do. And I was thinking, okay, why am I, okay, so I want to do the right thing for the right reasons. And then when I went to my company and I said, I think I changed my mind. I think I'm going to go into nursing. They said, okay, you can, but we can't justify paying for your bachelor's in nursing for what we do. So you can do that, but you got to pay it. So I had to do that on my own. So that's how I ended up changing my major. And you said, do I have aspirations to be a nurse practitioner? So that's what my original story. And I had plans. God had other plans. And so I am, I'm doing the thing. I do become a registered nurse. I start getting experience. I've been a registered nurse for a little bit over 11 years. And my plan was to continue on. And I was planning on getting my nurse practitioner. But by then, I was already in mental health, and I was thinking I was going to do NP and psychiatric. And I had everything lined up. I had researched the master's program that I was going to go into. I was this close, and then COVID happened, and the world, not just my town, the world, everything went like, what? Everybody's scared, and now here's the thing, because again, I say this because this is my experience, because when it comes to the virus thing, I don't even want to mention it. Whenever that happened,
that banner,
right? Okay, whether they say it's this or that, but I do know this. I had people that I went to high school with that were the same age as me, that were healthy, and then they are no more, right? And then I know other people that were not really healthy, and they're still here. So nobody knows. It's like, it's a big mystery, right? Why some people passed away and some did not, right? Healthy people in their 40s gone. What? Somebody in their 30s died. What? Right? So yes, I was thinking about doing nurse practitioner school, and then everything locked down, and I didn't even know if I was going to be able to keep my job. Things were moving so fast. We had different.
You mean you kind of lost faith in this thing that you were doing?
I think he's saying that he refused to take the job.
Well,
yeah, but I mean,
not just.
But is that kind of a hidden point that I just like make explicit? Like, are you saying, like, so you were kind of in the world of NP and all that, and then you saw a side of it, or you saw like. And so now you're kind of thinking maybe something else.
Well, here's yes, and not so. This is okay. So my wife. I don't want to give too many. I don't. Sorry.
Tell me your social security.
My wife. Yeah, there you go. My wife. She works for herself, so she owns her own business, right? And for the first time ever, they're like, well, even if you work for yourself, we're shutting down every business, right? And who cares if your business survives? They don't care, right? Everything was shut down. Nobody knew what was going to happen, right? And then in where I was working at, even before it happened, we were having a restructure. There was change in management. There was a lot of moving parts. So me personally, didn't know what was happening. It was like, what the heck? And I'm like, this is God telling me this is not the right time to get into more debt. Because those master programs are not cheap. And then, so what ended up happening is, I don't have to take any classes. I don't have to do no. So instead of reading textbooks that I was forced to read and forced to know inside and out and all that kind of stuff, and everything's peer review, I'm now reading things that I want to do. Right, and I'm just reading all these books, audio books, watching all these videos, mental health, all that stuff, right? All these fiction, non-fiction, and then when the dust settled, and I was thinking, okay, it's time to get in there and get into debt, and now it's like God saying, no, you're going to do something different.
You don't know what it is yet?
You do. Here's the thing. I don't know how God works, but I do know that if you're honest enough, and if you wait, you're going to get the answer, and it may not be the answer you were expecting, but oh boy, does he answers. And I'm waiting on him, and I've been, in the meantime, I'm still trying to be productive, but I want to keep my eye on the prize.
Because that's how it is for me. Like I know the path, all of my plans and schemes. I've been shown that I'm wrong, but I'm not shown that I'm wrong by, no, this is the new target. It's more like, no, this is not right. So, I mean, sometimes I experience it. It's sort of like, hey, you dummy, get that pride out of there. I mean, I only realized 2 years ago how prideful I still am. I didn't even know, like, it's like a whole dimension of pride that I wasn't even aware of. And to the point where I'm like walking through the snow with the sun setting, and it's like there's so much bright light in my eyes, I have to like bow my head and squint while I'm realizing I've been like this super defiant, angry, self-centered, justified person. The moment I'm learning that, it's like I'm even like, you can't even raise your head up, Steve. Just like keep stumbling through the snow while I'm communicating this to you in no uncertain terms. But I had no idea what that meant, And then anyway, yeah, and maybe it didn't mean anything. Maybe it's just my own metaphor for it. But all I know is, from my personal experience, I'm shown that I'm on the wrong path, and it takes a while to find the right one. And the fact that I keep having that happen makes me realize it's definitely not me, the one who's like, oh, well, now I figured it all out. And, like I'll build up like this castle or house of cards or something like that, thinking like, oh, things are working out for me. And like I mentioned earlier, it's like, I'm deluded. So there's facts. There's things that are true that I'm sort of ignoring. It's like, you have a data set and you get these outliers. You snip those off your data set so your curve looks right. I'm doing that. And then suddenly it's like, no, I wasn't right, because I was blind to these things. I was ignoring these things. And and so I've learned that I have to be patient. I'm not patient. I'm not tolerant. I'm not open-minded, but I've learned like that's what it's going to be. And so we'll find out. I'll find out where the direction goes.
I know Lance has to leave soon, so we're going to have to wrap this up.
All right.
But I have to say, there are 26 people watching, and my YouTube only shows 11 likes, which tells me that everyone who's watching who hasn't pressed the like button is a horrible person.
The final judgment.
Well,
Did
one
you
of the
like
things
me or not? I never knew.
One of the things that irks people's ire around here, but one of the things Jacob wants to do is going back to getting the signal out, like Matthias Desmet talks about having the beacons of light go out,
Right.
is he wants to strengthen the signal so more people can find their way into this little corner and find these conversations and find these people. So
I found it.
There you go.
Because YouTube served it to me because of like buttons.
Yeah. So I guess what they're all trying to say is hit the like button, share and subscribe.
Share with your friends. Smash that like button.
Yeah.
I can't see it with my phone turned this way.
So anyway, sorry I have to cut you guys off here. I've got to head over to a meeting. Hey, Alex, wonderful. Steve, I don't think we've ever chatted before. Alex, I know you're new to the corner, and you were a lurker, and now you're jumping in the fray. And Jacob, I'm glad you came on, and we could promote Fountains of Comfort and that stuff.
Yeah.
So
that's very interesting to me.
Absolutely.
Fountains of Comfort, yeah. So
And
anyway.
continue to be beacons of light.
Yeah.
There you go. Hey, y'all, we'll close this out. Joe or Jess has a new Joe music video.
Sherry is saying she can jump in if she wants to continue. That's I should go, and I've been on for a while. But if Sherry wants to jump in and keep this going, we did at one point have this idea of a 24-hour just chatting stream. In fact, when I pitched it to PBK, I said we need 3 24-hour just chatting streams, but that never quite happened. Yeah.
I think DoorDash is not available everywhere yet. So,
all right, thanks, Sherry.
We need the infrastructure.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be here, guys. If you want to continue, because yeah.
All right. Well, it is my day off, and I got a few more minutes, a few whatever
Feel
works.
free.
Can
I'm
you
just
at least
making my
answer
start.
what? Bye, Jacob.
Bye,
Can you
Jacob.
answer what were you doing
Bye.
with those roly things?
Oh, carting. I'm
What?
spinning wool, so I have to cart it into these bats, and then
Okay.
and now I'm spinning it.
Sherry, I did catch that one video where it was you and the other guy from Grill Country and Jordan Hall. You were talking about the knitting.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's how when you first learn that skill, you have to you rely on the pattern, right? And you do the pattern. Once you learn the pattern, you move up to the next step, and before you know it, you master that, and before you know it, you're creating new and different.
Yeah, and I mean, like, Desmond also uses this example of the samurai who, in his training, he has to learn everything like meticulously, but then when he goes on the battlefield, he's told to forget everything he ever learned. Mm-hmm. So, and I just keep coming back to this mind-body connection as a form of alignment with God, because it seems like that right about here is where we get disconnected.
You're pointing at your throat?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
From here down, or however you want to look at it, from here up. And so it's like, this is what Paul's talking about when he says, the things I want to do, I don't do, and the things I don't want to do, I do. Right? So anyway, I just, when you are doing something like this or becoming a samurai, you're basically training yourself for muscle memory, right? But then when you're following a pattern, it's a little different. So when you're learning let's say you're learning how to knit, or you're learning how to wield a sword, that's muscle memory. But then you have to understand the patterns. And I think understanding in this sense I think of it as embedding the pattern. The pattern itself has to be embedded into your mind and body equally. And so then once you've got that down, you can forget everything because you've got the muscle memory and the pattern is embedded, and then you can start to co-create, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think that that's actually perfectly applicable to your spiritual life too.
Yeah. I just read.
But what's interesting too is, I think I said in that conversation with Jordan that when you're knitting, because we were talking about faith is the substance of things hoped for, and so the sweater, as it starts to become and unfold itself to you, especially in the beginning when you're just frantically just following the pattern, you don't know what's happening. It is the substance of things hoped for. The sweater becomes the substance of things hoped for, right? And the faith is, because we talk about faith as being blind, right? So like when you don't know what the pattern is doing, and you're just trying to learn the muscle memory and get it into your body, you're completely blind as to, you're like, what? I have to take stitches off here? Why? Right? Like you just can't figure it out. And then all of a sudden it starts to go and you're like, oh my God, I see what's happening. Right? So you have this like blind faith as you're knitting. And then the sweater itself becomes the substance of the thing hoped for. So I just thought it was a great analogy.
The blindness of the blind faith is not willfully blind or ignoring things. It's an incapability of seeing the things, So like this, there is no sweater when you're doing whatever the beginning is. Mm-hmm. There will be one, but you can't see it. And like Daniel-san and the Karate Kid, he's like waxing the cars and all that stuff, he had no idea he was learning how to block punches. He had faith, and of course, just like John the Baptist, he was like, "Are you sure you're really teaching me how to beat people up, or am I just waxing your cars for free?" And but yeah, anyway, this is something I'm realizing I was wrong about blind faith. I thought blind faith meant like, okay, there's no weeds, and trying to like delude yourself. It's like, no, it's you're unable to see. I'm also old enough to know like there's all sorts of stuff I had no idea about. I did not see, and all these people around me, all the movies, all the books, my dad, everybody's trying to tell me this stuff. And I did not get it at all. So now I realize, like, yeah, I was blind, and at this point, I'm also realizing I am still blind, and that will probably never go away. I'll be blind to something at least.
Yeah.
But so Sherry and Steve, so that concept about you go through the motions, you first have to learn the pattern, right? And you have to do it a few times before you understand what it is. And then after that, you can move on to the next phase where because you understand now how things work, you can create something different. Sherry mentioned that, you start with the sweater, but then before you know, you're making mittens or you're making something different, right? Because you already know how things work. And so the word, right? Because we're supposed to be tools, right? When we first start out, we fall on our face time and time again. We don't know what we're doing because we're barely learning the basics, right? We're building a foundation, and we start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where we don't even know how it's going to work out. We don't know where this is going to lead because we keep falling on our face, and before you know it, you go from making sweaters from this algorithm that right? And then before you know it, you're just guided by the Spirit and just, right? The laws in your heart, that kind of thing where you're doing things where God's going to show you and direct you and you don't even know how it's going to work out. So is that hope? Is that faith? I don't know. But if we stick to it, right? If we don't give up because we keep falling in our face, will we get to the point where we go on to the next step and to the next level in our spirituality, in our walk with Christ?
Well, I think so. I think for some people it takes longer.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's on their deathbed. Sometimes, in my opinion, sometimes it's after their deathbed. So
I can't hear.
I just said, for some people it just takes longer. For some it might be on their deathbed, and for some it might be after their deathbed. Maybe that's the part you couldn't hear because it was shocking. But anyway, that's what I think.
I wonder if he lost the connection or the Wi-Fi.
Who, me?
It's
no, Steve.
Low power mode.
Okay.
Anyways, so I want to pivot on the stuff that we said because we were talking about the absurd and where things are going, and this morning when I was getting a little devotion before life gets in the way, right? Before I start doing my own things, I was reading from 2 Timothy chapter 3 about the last days and the perilous times. And the one thing that I have, that I've noticed is that Christians have been reading that book, that chapter, every century, right? And they have to interpret that in their own, right? They have to apply it, whether it was the end, whether that was the last days or not, right? They had to read this and they have to apply it and they have to understand it. What does it mean? What does it mean? And right? And we're doing the same thing because I know that, and I don't say this to cause division, but some people say, no. Everything has been fulfilled. None of that stuff applies. But every century, people have been reading the same scriptures that we've been reading, right?
Right.
It applied to them. It applied to every one of them. So it must apply to us as well, whether it's for the future or whether it's for now. And like I said, hope and faith and making something after you learn the pattern, and then you can create something different because you understand the pattern, right? It's like, how can we know what God wants if we don't know His word? I guess what I'm trying to say is,
yeah, and there, well, okay, so here's the thing about co-creation and knitting and patterns and all that that just jumps into my mind right now is we don't want to imitate. I mean, if we're truly creative, and I think that we're all made to be creative.
Yeah.
in His image.
We actually want to make something that comes from us, right? Yeah. And so if you live in a system that's so tight that doesn't allow for that kind of creation, that calls that heresy, for example, then you're basically shutting off the tap for fertility.
You're not going to be as an effective tool as you were meant to be, because I think
but what's fertility though? Fertility is the ability for something to grow, like, and
so that will lead to fruit that wasn't there before. So it is creation. You're bringing about something that's not there. You have to produce fruit. If you're a tree and you're not producing fruit, caution there. Because I think,
but you can't do it without the sun and the soil and the water. Like you can't. If you take one of your the knitting needles, if you swap it out for a ball, you're not knitting anymore.
Right. Right. Yeah. That's why you have to keep in mind the source. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah.
With the with the word, we're supposed to be like Sherry says, we can create. We can produce fruit, something that wasn't there before, right?
Yeah.
What kind of fruit?
We're unique, hopefully, so our fruit will be different.
Right. Everybody, eye, ear, the whole body, but not everybody's an eye, not everybody's an ear. And
but let me just say this, Alex, because I feel like there's that, and I can be totally wrong, but I just want to be honest. I feel like what you're saying could be misinterpreted as a kind of sola scriptura, everything is text-based. The word is a person.
Yes, Jesus is the word.
Right. So maybe that's not what you're saying, but perhaps maybe you could rephrase what
I
you're
will clarify.
In light of a person.
Yes, thank you for that. I will clarify. And I'm not. So let me start with this. I do not want to cause division. I do not want to say I don't believe in tradition. I think tradition is important. I'm not going to dish on icons or any of that stuff. Nope, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not here to tear down. I'm not here to cause fights or divisions or to imply something that I'm not saying any of that. But I am going to clarify what I mean. So if we're His sheep, we're supposed to be able to distinguish His voice from the enemy's voice, right?
Yeah.
Where even if the world is absurd, right, and everybody says this is the right thing, I will still be able to know. Yeah, thank you, but no, thank you, right? So when I mean the word, yes, you're right, Sherry. Jesus is the word. I'm not here to say, oh, it's scripture only. That's not what I'm saying either. But this is what I'm saying. If there's even one person that's still afraid to learn the Bible inside and out, and I haven't done it myself, so I'm not saying that I've done that, right? But I'm saying if there's someone that says, I'm going to wait until somebody teaches that to me little by little, and it might take 50 years, right? But I'm not going to do this on my own. I'm not going to know the scriptures. I'm not going to know it. That's where I'm going with this. I understand that Jesus is the Word, that He is divine, and outside divine we wither and die, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I am saying this: if we are going to be co-creators, if we're going to be beacons of light, how much light will we have? If we only know one verse when we're out there in the world, and this world is becoming more ridiculous by the day.
Well, okay, well, I'm going to totally disagree with you here.
Okay, no, that's okay. That's all right. That's all right.
Because I met pastors in India who lived in very remote places, and they couldn't even read.
Okay.
All right. Like they had no, and many of them had conversion experiences that were what you might call supernatural,
right,
out of the ordinary, and they were just like fired up, and so they were preaching the gospel. And I was part of a group that was going to give these mini Bible schools to these kinds of pastors because they had absolutely no knowledge of Christian doctrine or scripture.
Okay.
And,
yeah.
And when I look back on that now, I have to ask myself if that was actually, I mean, I'm sure, if the way that I would approach something like that or someone like that is if they asked me a question, I would give them an answer, but I would not sit them down with homework and a test to make sure that they were imitating everything that I believed, right?
Okay.
Because I don't think that's life-giving, actually.
So that reminds me of a saying I heard: preach the gospel, and when necessary, use words.
Yeah.
And Romans did talk. I'm sorry, Paul in Romans, not in Romans, somewhere Paul spoke about the people that have never heard the gospel and that they're going to be judged differently than someone that does know the scripture, because they are still being guided by consciousness, and I think the Spirit can still guide them. So I'm not dismissing anything you said, Sherry, but and I'm not saying that I'm gonna. This is what I'm saying. Everybody has different jobs. Everybody has different gifts.
Sure.
And this is what I'm saying. I know how to read, right? I have no excuse because I know how to read, right? And I have waited.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if you're trying to be co-creative, then you have to forget the pattern. And I'm not saying you shouldn't read the Bible, but if you want to be a good samurai in the battlefield, you have to forget everything you've ever learned, which is the place that I actually came to in my life, right? So I remember writing because I wrote a little blog just to keep track of my thoughts, and I remember writing, okay, it's time now to take distance from everything that I've ever heard and ever learned in Christianity, because
Sherry?
I'm now.
Oh, I thought it was just me.
What am I?
Yeah, I think it's like cutting out.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, Sherry.
Well, it's been kind of. I don't know if it's my connection or your connection.
I think it might be your connection.
Yeah,
I keep turning the camera off to try to reduce bandwidth, but I'm still here.
All right.
Yeah. Anyway, I just that's in order to I don't know if Kezi or Joseph or Jake. I wish Jacob was still here because I could ask him directly, but I heard once, and I don't know if it's a rabbinic text or if someone was just talking about it, that the idea of taking your shoes off at the burning bush was also getting rid of all your presuppositions, right? Like it was symbolic of coming barefoot. Yeah, that's what it was. It was something about coming barefoot to God, where
what you're standing on, you let it go. I think I actually remember.
I just want to. I would just like to address Junior Midas. I'm kind of done with your comments. Like, I'm sorry. Like I'm as patient as can be, not as patient as Job, but I'm as patient as can be. And I don't mind if you have criticisms about some of the propositional language that you're hearing, but I would be really glad if you would stop being cruel to other people and their belief systems. Okay, done now.
Sherry, could I ask you 2 questions?
I haven't been reading.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna first question, and then I'm gonna ask another question. So before you answer the first question, I'm gonna ask you the first question, and then just hold that thought, and then I'm gonna ask you another question, because the first one is more like a yes or no question. Okay.
Okay.
Do you remember or hearing about the Berubians in the New Testament? I might be mispronouncing them. Berudians. Paul is going to a place and he's teaching the Berubians. I don't know if someone in the chat can. I'm not pronouncing it right. Okay, and it's where they when okay.
Bereans.
So yeah, there you
Bereans.
go. Yeah. Yes. Have you heard of them? That interaction with Paul and them?
I know that verse. They searched the scriptures.
Yes. Paul was telling them about Christ, and they're like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to check your whatever you're telling me. I'm gonna go check the scriptures to make sure you're not deceiving me. So that was the first question. Have you heard of the Berubians? The second question is, yes, those 10 people.
Those people?
With interaction. Yeah. Sorry for the lack of a better term, because I can't pronounce this word. These people, I apologize, people. So Sherry, that interaction with when Paul was trying to teach them. So Sherry, the stuff that you told me about what you just said, can you give me a verse where the scripture teaches that?
Teaches what? Like
well, she was saying to forget everything you learned and go out. Yes, can you tell me that so I can check it out? Can you give me the script verse?
Not off the top of my head, but if there is one, Anselman will know it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Because I would like, yes, because I do. I mean, if it's biblical, here we go with the word, with scriptures, and like I said, I'm not. I am open-minded. I'm not. I'm no one special.
To forget what you've learned, does not mean to disrespect what you've learned. You do not lose what you have learned when you go beyond it.
But you first have to learn it. Before you forget it.
That's why I said I had to take distance from it.
Right. Well, yeah. Okay. I misunderstood you. Sorry, Sherry.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you first have to learn it, and I'm telling you, there was a lot of time that I was trying to. When God was calling me, first I ran away. And then I was trying to go near him, but I was still refusing to learn his word. And I'm no longer trying to do that. Now I'm trying to devour his word, trying to know it. Right?
Yeah, and I mean, that's good. That's great. And, and like you said, oh, it's raining. I didn't know what that noise was. That's where you are right now, and that and that's what you should be doing. So I think that we should always do what we love, right? What is it that we love? That is what we should be doing, because God gives us the desires of our heart.
Right. Yes.
He gives
has different.
He gives us the love for those things. And no. Okay. Do you want to jump on, Junior? How about you jump on? Philippians 3:8. Do you want to look that up, Alex?
Sure. And I do, Sherry, while I'm looking it up, I do know that everybody has a different calling, and everybody does everybody ministers in a different way.
Well, I think
And
it's not necessarily like, I mean, yes to that, but also people are at different
Journey.
places in their journey, right?
Yes, you're right. Yes, and I like I said, I'm here to learn, and I'm open to hearing different people's opinions. And the last thing I want to do is disrespect anybody's opinion or how they see things. And anyways, I think I found the verse. So yet indeed I also count all things loss for the excellence of the knowledge of Christ Jesus my Lord. So
nice,
okay,
Michael. That's awesome, Michael. Thank you.
Yes, but okay, so check this out. Before we have to understand the context of this verse, right? So we have to go 20. So if I have to understand what he's talking about, I'm going to go 20 lines before and 20 lines after to see what exactly he's thinking about losing that. Because I think I remember where he was the Pharisees of Pharisees, and he was all in about doing this, doing all this Pharisee thing. And while he was the Pharisee of Pharisee, he was trying to squash Christianity. And and then he comes to the realization that all the stuff that he thought was important is actually nonsense.
Okay, so here's a really good point. Here's a really good point that Father John Bear makes. If the text is everything, then why didn't Paul know what he was doing?
Well, Paul had to have an
why didn't he see what was happening?
I think Jesus gave a parable where he mentions things in parable, and some people see and some people understand and some do not. And at times he will change that, because remember, Paul was Saul, and Saul did not see until Christ intervened, and then he saw.
Okay, but now we're getting caught up in the words. But anyway, Sam, if you want to join, that would be awesome. And Gray Danis, help me out. Because I fail like blunderingly at these conversations because I don't have.
I think just maybe it's the word forget is one of the issues too. I unfortunately I haven't been able to hear everything you've been saying, Sherry, because I think it's the connection I've got. But it's more like letting go, as far as I see it, is let go of things as opposed to forget. So forget.
Why are we afraid? Okay, so now I'm going to ask the psychological questions. Why are we afraid? Why are we afraid to forget?
So this would be an illustration. So I used to teach people map and compass. So that's like how you like walk through a forest without being able to see anything except trees, with a map and a compass. And almost always, not almost always, but there was almost always a type of person on this course. We would teach them how to use the compass, and then they would walk around with the compass in their hand, looking down at the compass everywhere they went. Because it's like, this is the answer. This is the thing that tells you where to go, was like the way they saw it. But it definitely does not at all. You have to like look around and make decisions so you don't like walk up to a cliff or, anyway. Also, the compass, it's like if you zoom out from where you're standing, the compass will tell you the general direction, maybe even specifically. But when you zoom back into the ground you're standing on, you can't walk through that tree, or you can't walk off that cliff. You still have to like go somewhere. And I feel like this urge to not let go, not to forget what you were taught by your teacher, and to start to improvise and then like become the instrument yourself. It's a fear of security. So you have this delusion, in the way I see it. It's a delusion of security. You actually don't have that. You have to have faith. But like not wanting to let go is fear. And at least this is the conclusion I've come to after looking at this kind of stuff for a while, in my own life, and then the experiences I've had observing other people, I think that's it. And I think I got turned off to a lot of apologetics, which is how I ended up here, is watching apologetics videos. And it just seems like all these debates over like who's right and who's wrong, all of that, to me, I see it as a lack of faith. It's like, I want certainty.
Yep.
That's what I want. And that will keep me safe, because faith, I mean, I'll admit, I don't want faith. I don't want to have faith. And I still resist it all the time, because that's totally terrifying.
Right.
I want to know everything's okay. And so, and to me, it's I'm speaking to myself, and so the words I'm using and the examples I'm using may totally turn people off. And I'm not looking at the chats because I don't have the bandwidth. But I mean, maybe everybody's saying, Steve, you're totally stupid, or you're wrong, or this or that.
No,
this is right. I don't know, but what I'm recognizing in myself.
Yeah.
The reason I called myself an atheist for so many years is I wanted the certainty. That was what was going to keep me safe, and then I knew what was right. And now I realize all I was a coward, and I just need to, if I'm supposed to carry my son up this hill and stab him, I guess that's what I'm going to have to do.
Yeah.
So I need faith.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I ask
Steve? So, there's a nice comment for you, and
oh, thank you. Yeah.
Totally.
I wish I had better than Elon Musk to help me with my internet. Cut down all the trees.
So can I ask a question, and just to make it interesting?
I just wanted to make one point, because we were talking about losing and forgetting.
Yeah.
And Jesus said, if you save your life, you will lose it.
Lose it. Yes.
Right. And if you lose your life for my sake, right. So, but what is your life, and what is losing it? Because I think in different circumstances, a lot of people say, well, we have to sacrifice ourselves, right? Like Jesus did on the cross.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's the big picture. But what else did he do? He laid down his arms, right? Not his physical arms, but any kind of weaponry that he had at his disposal. Right. That got laid down. His idea of who he was, that got laid down. His self-defense in front of Pilate, that got laid down. Like all the words, like when he was questioned, he gave no answer. When he was arrested, he healed the servant that Peter had cut the ear from, and he went quietly, right? And every single one of the disciples had a different version of how this was going to go down.
Right.
They all figured they knew exactly what was going to happen, and he just like when he said, "I'm okay, Peter. Who do you say that I am?" He's, "Oh, you're the Christ." He made him say it 3 times, and then he said, "Okay, I'm going to Jerusalem." And he said, "No, don't. No, you can't do that." and then he called him Satan. Yeah. Right after that, right? Because he was blocking the path of reality, and the path of reality is the way that Jesus walked in the world. That's why he's the way, to me, anyway. So those
Sherry,
are my thoughts.
You did ask as far as
and there was no scripture for Christians at that time.
Well, Jesus was remember, scripture became what Jesus was telling them. Right. The New Testament is what Jesus was telling them.
Right.
So, so you said that unless we give up our life, right? Those who want to save their life, right? And I think I mentioned earlier that when I was young, when God was trying to call me, I did not want to give up my life. I was too busy doing my thing. I was rejecting him because I wanted to live for myself. I was all neck deep into all the fleshly things that fleshy people do, right? Denying the Spirit, denying the Word, denying his calling. I had to put that aside. I had to, right?
Yeah, but you had to get there. Like, honestly, Alex, you had to get there. You had to go through all of that in order to get there, because until you had tried everything, that
Right.
didn't make any sense to
Right.
you. Okay.
Right.
And like, okay, so look, you're a psychiatric nurse.
Yes.
You know that you can't tell a patient how they should behave in order to get well. They
Right.
have to come to the realization
their own terms, but
not on their own terms, in their own journey. Okay, I
Yes.
gotta tell you, tell you a
Yes.
story. This is an awesome story. My psychiatrist told me this story.
And I don't disagree with you, Sherry.
Okay, my psychiatrist told me this great story. It was you go to meeting, you clear this right up. Oh, okay, that'd be great. Okay, so there was a patient who okay, I'll just tell. It's slowly coming back to me. I'm going to tell it from the ground up. So what happened to him was he was masturbating in his house on the couch, and the mailman came and delivered a package and looked in the window and saw him. And at that moment, he just felt like the worst piece of shit on the face of the earth. All right. Now he obviously had some issues, but and then he was dealing with the guilt of this thing that happened. And his cat came in the room and looked at him and said, "You're a fucking piece of shit." Okay. And he was like, "What?" And from that moment on, his cat talked to him, and it completely debilitated his life. And it was telling him all the time how much of a terrible person he was. Okay. So now he was in an institution for many, many years, completely delusional. And then he went into a group home, I guess, when they broke up the institutions. And he was under the care of a psychiatrist. And every week they were trying to tell him that cats don't talk. Okay. And he was like, "Are you kidding? My cat talks. And I know it does." Okay. And I'm really, really compressing this story because I can't remember all the details. It's such a great story. So then my psychiatrist gets him as a client, and she's going through the same thing everybody before her has gone through with this guy. And he just can't get over this. And it's basically all guilt, being guilt ridden, right? For whatever reasons. And one day he sits down in front of my psychiatrist and he says to her, "Okay, so this morning my cat came in my bedroom and it jumped up on my bed and it said, 'What a fucking loser you are.'" And he looked at it and he said, "But cats don't talk." And he looked at her and he goes, "Right? Cats don't talk, do they?" And this man had been institutionalized and in a group home for probably 25 years. Okay. And for some reason, it dawned on him that day, the cats don't talk. And that was the beginning of his healing.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know why I started telling that story, but there's something about this journey that we're on. And like I heard Alex say earlier, I don't know what God's doing. Right? We don't know what God's doing. Like, why did the Israelites have to wander around in the desert for 40 years? Why did Moses have to wander around the desert for, I think it was also 40 years before he went back to Egypt. Right? So like, it's like, there's a lot of journeying going on in these stories. That's right.
And one thing, like, including with Abraham and Isaac, I think sometimes it's not our lesson. Like Job, I'm not convinced that the story of Job was for Job. I think it's for me.
Well, it was for everybody.
I'm going to be like my friend I saw yesterday. I'll be lying in the bed like that. Maybe able to smile when a visitor comes in, but unable to speak to him. And to conclude from the end of my life, like how horrible that's going to be, that it's all just bullshit, is reasonable. But that's like, Job is like a lesson that's been put in my mind to prepare me for that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have a past where I was definitely going the wrong way, and I was totally confused about it. And then somehow I was brought to some truth, not the whole truth, but some truth. And I went with it. I tried it, and it really, really worked. And it's kind of strange that it's continued to work, even if I've forgotten the truth for many years. And I remembered again. But I can tell people that I encounter who had a similar path to me, it's like, hey, look at me. As much of a jerk as you think that I am, I'm like about as lame as I come in there, I'll tell the truth, and people could see this guy sucks. He's kind of lame. But even me, this stuff has worked, And
well,
so
you know
it's
what Jesus said to the lame man?
Well,
take up your bed and walk, right?
yeah, but
exactly. We're all a little lame, right? We're all a little lame, Steve.
Yeah, so the reason I had the totally incomprehensible demoralization, the purpose of that was not only just to teach me a lesson, but it's because I'm an example for others.
Well,
and so,
this is the thing, like that story about that guy, that psychiatric client, his recovery was an absolute mystery.
Yeah.
It was a mystery. But see, this is the thing. Persons are mysteries.
Yeah.
We are mysteries.
And we don't see everything about them too, because that person does. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. That person experienced everything that person experienced, but isn't even aware of everything that he experienced. But let alone everyone who's not that person is missing so much of the picture. So for him to be sitting there and just say, hey, but cats don't talk, right? It's like there's a lot that happened first. A whole lot. And,
happened.
Who knows? Maybe the janitor gave him a look one day when they're hauling him to the electric shock unit or something like that. And that's what it was. Maybe that was it.
Who knows?
Nobody knows.
Yeah. I mean, I was in a psychiatric hospital, and I remember it was the most banal questions that the light just clicked.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? Just really, if I was to tell the story, it would sound like stupid. But for me, I didn't know that thing. I mean, I did know it actually, because this is interesting. I recognized there was a recognition of the truth in it, right?
Right.
And I was like, well, there it is. And then I was like, well, and I remember saying several times to some of my therapists, how come I never thought of that?
Yeah.
Well, Sherry, we all have our own journey, and we're all different in a different place. And I've had my own journey, and like I said, all that to say this, because might as well be the bad guy since
you're not a bad guy.
So I'm going to say this: in my journey, I've had a lot of ups and downs, and I've got to see a lot, and I've also been responsible for other people's pain and suffering, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I do know this, the stuff that, because I've also been, how can I say this? I've also been influenced by people, right? I've been set on the wrong. So I'm in a journey, and before you know it, I'm deviating.
Yes.
And I'm missing the mark. I was missing the mark, and now I'm way off, even more, right? Way off. And so all that to say is this: in my personal opinion, in my own journey, I know that there is such thing as sound doctrine.
Yeah.
Because I am going to be persuaded to accept something different. And we were talking about absurdity earlier, and some people are no longer and sound doctrine.
I totally agree, Alex. Yeah.
So I guess that's what I was trying to say. That for me, it's important for me, and I guess maybe that's what I should have said. Is for me.
But I'll state it this way, and I don't know how many people are commenting, but sola scriptura, has a ton of wisdom in it, And I'm part of things where I say, look at the book, or look at the fundamentals, or like, here's how you knit. You got to learn this skill. And people will set you astray, and it's not even them. It's like, you won't even understand what they're saying. So you lead yourself astray. So you got to be very careful about that. And I don't think that that's necessarily wrong. But I don't want to get into theology or whatever, but like, so it's just it reminds me, there's this movie, it's called not The Pearl, but it's about the end times or whatever, the rapture. And so whatever, there's a scene where so this lady's like finding God and like trying to pursue it, and she's getting all these mixed messages in all these places. She's looking for answers. Anyway, I think it's Jehovah's Witness, or the kind of people who come to your door and knock on it and tell you about Jesus. Those guys were there, and she asked them some questions, like, there's like this pearl, what's this pearl? And the two boys look at each other and they just said, trust in God. And it's like, I keep finding the answer, like another YouTube channel, this little corner, somebody's talking, Jordan Peterson, book about Taoism, the management theory. I used to like go out and proselytize. I keep finding the answer, and the answer is always incomplete.
Yeah.
And I'm the one who's incomplete.
Steve, I have a question. Steve, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Because there's something that you said, and I'm curious now. So now you got me curious. Because when I mentioned about my experience, and that I found out that sound scripture is necessary for me, but the minute I mentioned sound scripture, because I got it off 2 Timothy, so I was just saying I don't remember the verse and stuff like that, because my mind doesn't work that way. But I remember I read it somewhere about sound doctrine. But when I say that phrase, you mentioned sola scriptura.
Yeah.
As if now I'm going to ask you a question. How do you know I'm not Orthodox? Because that sola scriptura is from like a Protestant phrase, or like a Protestant movement or something like that, right? But I'm saying is all I mentioned was something that's in Scripture, right? And that's about sound doctrine. And 2 Timothy, in the last days, people will not listen to sound doctrine or something like that, right? Okay. That's in 2 Timothy chapter 2, I believe. But why is it when I say that you assume that I'm like making a reference, or as if I'm trying to push or promote Protestantism? And I didn't think that's what Steve was saying. Steve said sola scriptura, right? And where does that come from? Sola scriptura, because you said that,
I think, if anything, Alex, it comes from the last several months in my life of what I've been exposing myself to. So, it's a very good chance it really had nothing to do with what your point was. Okay. It was like something triggered in my mind of like, oh yeah, this is a topic that I guess you could say I'm wrestling with it. But so it's on my mind,
Okay.
But actually, I have to say, I don't know. I don't know what anybody's faith is unless they tell me, or they're wearing like a badge or of some
right. But
like maybe
this is
got like a Star of David in the background,
Steve,
or
this is my Steve. But you're making my point, because I mentioned a phrase, and then you mentioned a phrase, and I'm saying, wait a minute, you mentioned sola scriptura. What? Right? Because that's usually when somebody's that phrase. I guarantee you that a lot of people.
It's a loaded phrase, yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like,
here
we are. We're going back and forth, and
I'll take that feedback. Yeah.
Right. How do you?
I don't understand.
What if I'm Catholic? What if I'm Catholic? What if I'm Baptist? What if I'm Reformed?
There are sola scriptura Catholic.
What if I'm right?
It was a heavier hammer than I thought it would be to use that phrase, and yeah, what I mean.
I mean, it obviously Steve's still a little wet behind the ears, Alex.
Okay, so yeah, because
misjudge the weight of the words I use.
Okay, and so in my experience, I used to. So this is remember, this is my my experience, because I have my own flaws, and I got my own things that I'm working through, right? And where before I went some time ignoring the Lord, right, when He was calling me, right,
Right.
and there was a time where I was being prompted to read the Bible, right, but that's just my experience. That's just, like I said, that's, everybody has different gifts, everybody has different jobs to fulfill, or whatever, right? But I don't know. It's hard for me to not say something as if I'm supposed to be afraid to say, hey, it's okay it's okay to read the Bible. As if that's a negative thing, like, ooh, negative connotation. Oh, you
I
must
don't
be a
think anybody's
Protestant
saying
because you're
that.
reading the Bible or something.
Right.
No, no.
What?
I don't think anybody's. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't read the Bible.
I think every denomination says you should read the Bible.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I have to say I'm a part of this other. So I had a path to come here, to get here, and it's this other group of people. And anyway, the other night I was in a meeting and somebody was talking about how, like, they don't want to read the book, and like, why, people who read in the book, they shouldn't be reading it, and blah blah blah. And they're telling me the way you're supposed to do things, and I'm like, everything you just said is in the book, and so not everybody can read, Anyway,
True.
I mean, that's all kind of besides the point. But I like, Alex keeps saying that you're open, and I think that's it. It's just like, I like the example of the students with the compass. It's like, I spent the time teaching them the compass for a reason. It's like, you need it. It's just, it's not it. That's not the only thing. So it's like, there's a ladder. You can't stay on the rung you're on. You got to keep going, and it's again, maybe you keep reading. Like, I've read some other books multiple times, and every time I read it, I learn more. If I'm open. So we're diverse, very complicated people, and we have all these things, all these tools at our disposal, and like with the martial arts, the samurai story, and maybe it's the same thing with the knitting thing too. Keep knitting, and you'll become enlightened.
Right.
Just
And
keep
before you
going.
know it,
don't give it up.
And before you know it, not only will you be able to make sweaters, you'll be able to make mittens and
Yes,
all the other
and you'll
stuff.
understand who God is, because you
Right.
never stop knitting. That's at least that's what the martial artist will say.
Right.
Okay. So here's an interesting thing from Anselm. So Scripture means that Scripture has ultimate authority, as it is directly inspired by God. It is the basis for some rejecting doctrines which are not explicit in Scripture. And that's a very nice way of putting
And
it.
that's why I should not have used the word.
But no, I think I think that's really a good. I think that's
because
great.
it was suggestive because of the extra meanings around it, and those were not meanings I wanted to invoke.
But let me just. I just want to totally point out something here. So I know a guy from Greece who is grew up Greek Orthodox, and he just can't wrap his head around Orthodoxy, even though he's culturally Orthodox.
Yeah.
He doesn't like it because to him it looks like superstition.
Yeah.
Okay. Because he's got all the old grandmas, making sure that, they're crossing themselves every time they pass an icon, and, all this stuff is happening, right?
Yeah.
So,
so somehow he knows that cats don't talk, something happened where he's
I think when you become steeped in certain religious and cultural traditions, they do become superstitious. This is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because just wait, Alex, let me just finish.
Okay.
And so this is what happens in America with a very loose definition of sola scriptura, which is not what Anselm put here. Anselm put a very tight and very succinct definition of sola scriptura, which I think every Christian can nod and say yes to, right?
Mhm.
But a lot of Christians have become superstitious about it.
Right.
And I think that is a human tendency to, over time, because and this is, I got this out of reading the book of Job with Jess. Over time, people tend to see the most prominent pattern that's available to them, and that is cause and effect. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So they start to see that if they do this thing, then this happens. If they do that thing, then that happens. Or they start to equate those things with each other. Yeah. Right? And that's what drives, in my opinion, that's what drives superstitious thought, is that you want to refrain from walking under ladders because you don't want something bad to happen.
People keep dripping paint.
Right? Yeah. So you make these very simple connections to a very obvious pattern that you see in the world. But the book of Job actually flips that all up on its head. And because the pattern that his friends saw was that the wicked suffer and the righteous prosper.
Right.
Because that is karma, right? You do something bad happens to you. You do something good happens to you.
It's in the Bible.
But what Job, as an embodied representation of what God is trying to say, what Job's life is that the righteous suffer, and the wicked prosper. It's the other way around, and
it's that data point we want to.
And so what God is doing is saying, don't get stuck in the pattern in the very superficial, obvious cause and effect karma pattern, because I'm doing something deeper down here underneath all of it, right?
Right.
And that's really hard for people to take, because then it looks like chaos, and nobody wants to look at chaos, right? Because they're like, no, I need to know where I stand, how this is going to work out, if I'm doing the right thing, if they are doing the wrong thing. But then if you ask the deeper question, why do you need to be right? Or why do you need to know if they're wrong? And this is the question I have for John Vervaeke. Why do we need to worry about bullshit? Because here's the thing. The Bible starts out with a deception. The whole story unravels at that moment for humanity.
Because there was a snake in the garden, right?
Right. And so it's the thing that makes, I don't know how, I don't want to say it out loud because there's too many ears that can't hear it. But but just think about that. That's how it starts. And to me, that's the beginning of redemption. So that's all I have to say.
All right. So Sherry, I have kids, and I think I said this a little bit ago, maybe on a different stream, but there came a point where me and my wife wanted to teach our kids about God, and lo and behold, we didn't really know that much. So and I made the metaphors like, okay, if I'm trying to teach my kid algebra, and I myself don't know algebra, how the heck am I going to teach my kid algebra, right?
Absolutely.
Right. Now, if I know,
I would never dispute that.
Right.
Okay.
And if I know algebra inside and out, and then my kid gets stopped and he asks for my help.
That's not what I'm saying, though, Alex. Like, okay, so here's the thing. I grew up with sound doctrine. I'm 61 years old. I'm going to be 62 in September. My parents became Christians when I was 14. I was taught sound doctrine, quote unquote sound doctrine, until I found out that the sound doctrine came from a guy named John Nelson Darby in 1879. I'm like, well, what about all the stuff before that? Right? Okay, wait. So now we're in Jordan Peterson's territory when someone says, "Do you believe in God?" And he says, "Well, what do you mean by believe, and what do you mean by God?" I'm going to say, and I'm always going to challenge people on this. What do you mean by sound doctrine? What is your sound doctrine? Because when Paul said that to Timothy, he was referring to the Hebrew scriptures, because there was no New Testament. So now what?
So here's my opinion on that.
Okay.
What Paul wrote was no longer the Old Testament. It became something new. It was new wine and new wineskin. Okay? It was the letter of Peter was from a Christian to Christians. The letter of Paul was from a Christian to a Christian. As a matter of fact, he had to leave the Pharisee stuff behind.
So this is what I'm going to say. When Jesus appeared on the road,
new wineskin.
When Jesus appeared on the road to Emmaus and walked with those guys who didn't recognize him, actually, what were they doing?
They were discussing what the event that had happened, and he taught them the scriptures, and they are what testify of him. And now that he was in their presence, he gave us the parables. He gave us the teaching. He says, before you used to go worship there, but there's going to come a day where people worship in spirit. The things that Jesus says, am I supposed to disregard them? Or am I supposed to learn them?
I'm not saying that.
So that is
not
the stuff that he taught. Am I supposed to learn it and know it? Or am I supposed to?
I'm not saying any of that. I'm not saying any of that. But what I'm trying to point at is that the scriptures that Jesus showed them were the Hebrew scriptures.
And I'm saying that the stuff that the apostles wrote were specifically and have been by Christians, for Christians, because the minute they decided that he was the Messiah, remember they began to get called little Christs, right? Because they were the only ones that thought that he was the Messiah.
Right.
And that's the whole point about that. He's the Messiah, now what? He's the Messiah, now what? He's the Messiah, he's teaching. Okay, what does he have to teach? And I'm supposed to disregard that?
That's not what I said.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's good. Because like I said, I'm still trying to learn it.
By the way, there's a cat in the background. I hope he doesn't talk to you. Yeah, the forget, I think maybe that's what is sort of the root of this discussion right now.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
And it's not, I haven't looked it up in the dictionary, but it's probably one of those words that has up like number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different definitions for it. And I think it's maybe it's
well, let's say it like
it's
this.
like you have a foundation stone, and you don't forget your foundation stone, but you put stuff on top of it.
You build on top of it, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like you learn the waza, like I didn't want martial arts anyway. So you learn the technique, and then if you have a good teacher, he'll prove to you that it doesn't work. Because he'll do something that all the other people who you always have to practice with another person, or you have really no idea what you're doing. You're just dancing and you're not even really doing that. So you really need to practice with another person, because that's what the martial art is for. Anyway, at some point, the teacher will prove you it doesn't work. And then maybe leave you in the wilderness for a while. But eventually the purpose is to teach you like the next waza. The one that's contradicting. It's contradictory in some way. But anyway, so it's like you don't forget what you've learned. In fact, they made you spend like 10,000 hours or more doing the same thing over and over and over again for a really good reason. because it's the foundation. Everything is built on that. And so it's like, yeah, I teach you how to use a compass, but it's not because you just like twist that dial and then follow that arrow for the rest of your life. It's like, no. It's a thing to know, but then you build on top of that with, like eventually you want people to develop a sense of just like looking at trees, and they may not even be able to explain this to you, but like trees grow in relation to hillsides and stuff like that. And they just know, like, you may feel like you're walking in a straight line and you are walking downhill, and just kind of get a sense of that at some point. But that's like, you can't write that in a book. Like, here's how you like walk. Here's how you find your way in the wilderness, like you just teach like, well, here's how you use a compass. Here's what the topo lines mean on a map and all that. And you build on that. And so forget, actually, I think that's one of the definitions of, forget this, forget what you know. But it's again, it's like most of the words that I tend to use, they're loaded and they mean too many extra things, and so I confuse people because of the way I'm talking, because I'm like ignorant to like, forget usually often can mean like,
well, I think
erase it from memory.
Don't we talk about it in terms of map and territory around here all the time? I personally never really got that metaphor, but I think that's applicable.
So the metaphor, if I can explain it, is actually Paul PBK talks about this, the abstraction. A map is an abstraction. So that's why that the territory is what's embodied.
Yeah. Well, like the disciple must learn, right? The disciple must learn. The master forgets. This is
maybe the master forgets, because I've been a teacher. The master forgets through trying to teach the disciple. I'm trying to explain it to this person, and then their questions make me realize what I didn't even understand.
Oh, sorry, Mark.
Oh, hey.
I was going to ask you guys if you saw someone in there. Let me know, because I'm doing this. Hi, Mark.
No worries.
How do you do that?
No worries. I just wanted to. I'm going to just say a couple things.
Yes.
One, you're going to be so missed for your well-deserved time with your family. It's going to be a big.
I'm right now.
Void in the TLC.
While I'm here, the reason I'm doing this right now here is because I want to bring this wool with me, because I'm knitting a sweater for my son's birthday. And I haven't had time to do it here, so I have to take it with me, which means I have to spend all the wool before I leave on Sunday. So I'm like, since I'm sitting here, I'll just sit in the live stream.
Sure.
And
no, it's great. But I wanted to make sure you knew that you're going to be so missed. And then, two, I wanted to say how much I respect the fact that you don't let yourself get talked over by men. It's a big problem that we have everywhere, but in TLC included. The boys tend to talk over the girls, and it's inappropriate. Not just you guys, present company, but it's ubiquitous.
We like Sherry.
I know you like her, but we have good manners, and gentlemanly, be a little more chivalrous in our conduct. Third, here's one for you along the lines you were talking about, Sherry. Have you ever wondered why we need a new heaven?
Right.
When you go, people, let it go. Run with it. We need a new earth. That makes sense. But why do we need a new heaven? And it's like, we worship a God who broke heaven, or whose heaven is broken, or whose heaven needs to be renewed. I mean, go and you can keep running with all that, and it's a real mind.
Well,
twister.
there's also, like, in the denomination I grew up in, it's very Gnostic in the sense that the earth is cursed and fallen, and everything is bad, and we have to get out of here, and I'll fly away, and all this stuff. And I'm like, but wait. Isn't God making a new one? Like isn't this? I think it's special. So anyway, yeah.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to take a few minutes to. I'll throw that out there. I've got to take my mom to a doctor's appointment soon, so gotta get ready for that. But I did since I was shocked to see the stream still going, and a chance to see you here, and it sounded like you guys were doing a good job. So I just wanted to dip in, and I didn't know when it would be the last chance to say goodbye for a month and a half.
Oh, wow.
But for Jerry, because you're gonna be 6 weeks. Right?
Yeah, 6 weeks. I mean, I might pop in, if I find myself all alone and the timing is perfect. But I'm gonna be in Europe, so the time changes are different. 9 hours apart. So from here.
Yeah.
But actually the East Coast is closer. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not completely, I'm not I don't do unplugging. I think it's dumb because because people just set themselves up for failure because sooner or later they plug back in,
Yeah.
Just be honest.
Well, and I didn't know what your bandwidth is going to be like in Switzerland, right?
Probably. It's probably okay. I just don't. All I have is this little guy, and he's old, and so I don't have a laptop, so that makes it more difficult. But yeah.
Okie doke. Well, thank you guys for letting me in. I'll talk to you later. Good luck. Thank you for your time and respect. All right. God bless.
Thanks.
So first, Sherry, I thought when you turned on the machine, I saw what looked like a painted door, and then you had those rolly things. And I thought,
I have a painted
in like a theater set design, and you were making like a fur thing.
Yeah, my house does look a little bit theatrical.
Yeah, I mean, I just it's just like, oh, you're at work at like behind stage,
I'm at my home. I'm in my home. This side of the room is like terrifying because
it's more obvious what's going on, especially because you said that you're like the knitting and you're carding.
Yeah, I have a flock
carding was like a comb, like the card was a physical card shape.
I have those. I have hand cards too.
Oh, okay.
But it just takes way longer. But I have a flock. I have 16 Gotland sheep.
Nice.
And they get shorn here, and then I sell fleeces to local spinners and greedily keep all the nicest ones for myself. Most people who sell fleeces sell the crappy, keep the crappy ones and sell the good ones so they can make more money. But I don't know.
But you use them.
I use them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do the whole thing from, ground zero kind of thing.
Cool.
And then I knit stuff with it. Yeah.
Cool. Huh?
All right.
What are you going to do in Europe?
My kids are all there.
Oh, okay.
I have 3 kids. And they have kids. So I have a son in Berlin and a daughter in Germany, another part of Germany, and another daughter in Switzerland. So my husband is Swiss, and 2 of my kids were born over there.
Okay.
And we moved back to Canada I moved back. He had never lived here permanently, but we came back in 97.
Okay.
Yeah. And homesteaded. Lived in the wilderness. Way out, like way out.
Somewhat. Okay, but not now. It's not so homesteady.
Oh, yeah. We have 160 acres, and we live about 50 kilometers from...
Yeah, you got like sheep, and you're 5 hours from church, so I figured you guys...
5 hours from an Orthodox church. There's lots of churches in town.
Oh, okay.
But, the way I look at that is, do I go to church because it's called a church, or do I go to church because I really want to be there?
Whereas, now
it's kind of like,
you want to go to
should I go to McDonald's or Brown Social House?
Yeah,
I know where I'm going.
I've turned my fellowship as into a social outlet, and that I find that to be lacking. You know, when my purpose for going to the place that reminds me to be spiritual, when I turn that into a social thing,
Yeah,
that doesn't work for me.
well, you know, like I because I've lived in fairly remote places since being back in Canada. We went to church in Switzerland. Excuse me. Um, and every Sunday we'd come home kind of like dazed and confused because we're like, well, what are we doing there anyways? What's it? What is this for? Like we were always asking that question, what is this for? Because you know, the kids would come back from Sunday school crying because Bobby poked them in the eye or somebody did something terrible, or they wanted to sit with us in church but they weren't allowed. And then you know, we'd after the service we'd shake hands and say hello to people and they'd say, what's your name again? And we were there for 9 years. You know, and it wasn't a big church. It wasn't they don't have mega churches in Switzerland. Like it was like a very small congregation, probably a core group of 50 people, you know? And then there was infighting and backstabbing and, you know, there was always a sermon, but it felt hand slappy. A little bit on the hand slappy side, you know, like
women hand slappy, like
be
you're
careful.
bad.
Well, just, you know, listen
Oh
up.
yeah,
people.
like a punish, like that.
It was,
type of,
you know, it was
with a ruler.
like finger wagging, you know, thingy. And I don't know, we just never came away from that experience feeling, I mean, sometimes it was really great, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I was on the worship team, and
I recently learned that worship is used often what they mean is singing songs and music.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Well, yeah. So
I never knew that until like a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, okay. So there was a worship team at this church and I was part of it.
Yeah.
And we started reading a book by a guy who was associated with the Vineyard Church in California at the time, because this is a long time ago. So it's when the Vineyard was just kind of making it. That is. Yeah, it was a charismatic movement in coming out of California, out of Fuller Seminary. But this guy was in the UK and he was a worship leader of a really big church in the UK. And he wrote a book on worship. And one of the elders, who was also from the UK, he held a Bible study at his house for the worship team. And he wanted the worship team to read this book together. And he was just curious. It said worship. And he was like, let's read it. Right. And so we were reading it, and somehow the news trickled down that we were reading a charismatic book, because this was a Mennonite Brethren chapel, very much like Plymouth Brethren, with no pastor, just elders, you know, very conservative. And so I went to the Bible study one night, and there was another elder sitting in a chair with a notepad. And I'm like, oh, nice to see you here. And he just kind of nodded. It was like meeting the inspector at some kind of, you know, like facility, like a construction site or something. And I'm like, okay, this is weird. And then Mike, the guy that was running the whole thing, he was, I could just see he was really super nervous. And so this went on for some time. And then it turned out that they were auditing his Bible studies because they didn't feel that he was teaching sound doctrine. Okay. So there's your word again, Alex. And I can say that Bible study was the most intimate, personal, invigorating, fertile ground that I had experienced ever in that church in 9 years. Like, everybody was growing. People were loving each other. We were having estuary-like conversations because there
So
was
you
lots
were
of
all telling the truth, like about
varying
this
opinions
stuff.
about this stuff, you know. Anyway, and it got shut down. Like the hammer came down, the whole worship team was smashed to pieces. The elder from the UK who started the whole thing moved back to England because of it with his family. You know, and so it was like, and I remember sitting with, we don't have pastors in those churches, they call them teachers. So I'm sitting with the teacher. And I'm talking to him about this, thinking he had nothing to do with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really like emotional because these people were so dear to me, and they were so hammered, and they were so hurt, and there was like, I just couldn't see anything wrong with what we were doing, and we were getting like the most incredible feedback from the congregation about the way worship was led in the church to begin with. Right? People were really benefiting from it. Like, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I just feel so much different when I come to church now. Things like that, right? Some people will call that the Holy Spirit. The people that were auditing the thing were calling it manipulation. Okay.
Okay.
So, and
so that was the chief complaint.
Well, it wasn't sound doctrine, so it was evil. Period. Right.
Okay.
So anyway, and I'm sitting there with this man, and I remember just really pouring out my heart, and then I started to cry, and I was going, where is the love? And then suddenly I could see myself in this, like, you know, the old English term, I pray thee, right? I was begging this man to show me where the love was, you know, because nothing that was happening felt like love. And he looked at me, and I felt like I was staring into the eyes of the big bad wolf. And I remember going, oh my God. Because I was so naive. I really didn't think he had anything to do with it. And I realized it came from him, right? This all came from him. And I just kind of shuddered and walked out of there, and I thought, okay, this is just, you know, and this is not my first go around with this kind of thing, you know, in these places. So I don't know why I started telling that story. I often do that. Just start telling a story that something seems connected to me.
I think my battery died on my camera.
Oh no.
Some of this topic, it seems, I mean, it's not the topic, but one of the things that a thing we've bumped against is I guess maybe denominational conclusions. And so I think that's kind of what your story now makes me think of. It's like, who's right? What's the truth? And
yeah, that's why I said that thing way earlier on in the live stream.
It's like we could really hurt people by trying to assert the truth.
Yep.
Right. And I'm also I'm gonna play the bad guy. So
yeah.
I apologize in advance. Here's me again. But
there's Eugene.
So I have to.
Hello.
So here goes. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna swap out the battery on my camera. Give me just 1 second. But I do wanna mention this. I'm gonna give you a hypothetical, and then you guys tell me what you think. And this might come off as, how dare I ask this question? But well, here goes. Okay. Give me 1 second. So here's the question, and please don't take this the wrong way, but I guess it's gonna be I don't know. Hopefully, it's not seen the wrong way. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's. Okay, here we go. All right, hold on to your horses. Yeah, I think I'm gonna see if my camera works now.
Yeah, so we can
Hold on.
look you in the eye when you're
Right,
insulting.
well, I say this. Okay, hold on. Hopefully it turns on here in a second. Oh, there we go. All right. Maybe it's not in focus. Hello, camera. Am I here? It's not in focus.
It's good enough.
Maybe if I can get in front of it, it'll focus. No. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so maybe I can't get it to stay in focus, but so here goes my mean hypothetical. Let's pretend that I go to a church that I really like, and let's say let's not make it denomination, because it's not about a denomination, whether it's Orthodox, Catholic, Protestant, you name it, it doesn't matter. It's just a church that I really like, and then we let's say we begin our own Bible study, and we switch out the leader, and then this new guy says, well, here we go, I'm going to do this new thing. And let's say that this new teacher is really fond of Buddhism because he thinks that there's a lot of wisdom.
Yeah,
there.
Okay, first of all, let me just, I knew you were going to go down this path.
I have to be the bad guy.
Here's the thing. I didn't tell a hypothetical story. I told a real story of a real thing. And if you want to talk about hypotheticals, we'll just go around here in circles forever. Like, that's my opinion.
Okay.
Because yeah, that's the way hypotheticals work. But Eugene has joined us, and I just wondered, did you want to say something, Eugene?
Well, I just decided to jump in. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I had some time. I'm on my mic, so I'll just listen and see if I can say something.
Yeah. Well, did you have something on your mind?
Not really. I'm just trying to catch the thread, what you guys are talking about. So. I understand church and Buddhism, something like this.
We were talking about sola scriptura, sound doctrine, and things like that. We were talking about, actually, the whole discussion arose out of us talking about the embodying nature. So, okay, I'm going way back now, Eugene. We're talking about faith is the substance of things hoped for.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
And so I mentioned in a conversation with Jordan Hall that when I'm knitting a sweater, I don't, and I'm doing a pattern for the first time, I don't know what is going to come out of it, right? And so when I'm finished the sweater and I hold it up, I say, this is the substance of things hoped for. Product is the substance of things hoped for, right? And then from there, what's that?
The forget what you know stuff.
Oh, right. From there, we went into how when you master something in a creative level, you have to forget everything you've learned, right? So essentially, it just gets embedded into your body. And I use the example of the samurai. And that has been troubling for Alex because he's at a stage in his life where he's learning scripture because he needs to know what God wants from him, what Jesus taught, and he
not what
he
a
needs to
manipulating
know.
person might be trying to.
Yeah, and he needs to know. He needs to know that he's in the realm of sound doctrine, which I also agree with. And but it's getting derailed with a sense of I don't think we need to read the Bible, which is not what I said.
I think it's
and
a big part of the discussion is like the colloquialism of like forget what you know. It's words and what do those words? What do we mean by forget? And but that's partly where we're at, and then we're just like the last a story about
a situation where people seem to be healing and finding more truth, or they're becoming more spiritually connected in some way, and it got shut down because maybe what the direction they were going was the wrong one. And so I didn't get the details I would need to be able to know which was the right thing. I don't know, but
I like it actually.
I think that's our problem, and that's why we need faith and blah blah blah. And it's like not.
And then if I can get this right, so Steve, I believe you came from atheism into Christianity recently. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And Alex, did you grow up in a Christian home and reject it and come back?
I grew up Catholic, but my parents were not practicing Catholic. But once I started to get closer to God, well, when God was calling me, I don't want to give the impression that it was me. When God was calling me, I started. I went back into Catholicism and I started learning about it, and I was all in it eventually. And well, just my experience, whenever I ended up learning about the Reformation and what that meant, and when I started learning history, because kind of have to, I guess, when you get introduced to the Reformation and what the popes were doing, right? Because Martin Luther was trying to make a statement, right, with his thesis. So anyways, that's when I started learning about all that kind of stuff and about every century and about what the popes were doing. And I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound too Christian. So that's where I was wondering, should I continue to go to Catholic Mass? Especially when I was introduced to a non-denominational Christian church. But Sherry, also the one thing that the TLC was discussing earlier, even before I jumped in here, was well, there was many things that were mentioned, but one of the things that was mentioned was absurdism and things are now like a little absurd. Yes, and that's why I started making and that's why I'm being mean by trying to emphasize that we must not forget what has always been there, right? Yeah. And that is the truth, right? The Christ, right? The Word, the path, the way, and that's why I can't like just dismiss that.
And I just want to get all Zen cone on you, Alex, because I'm like, so how do we learn?
Everybody learns a different way. You're right, Sherry.
We learn by making mistakes.
Yes, and I made a ton.
And we also learn, and we make mistakes because we forget. We forget something. That's usually the reason. I mean, there are some just stupid mistakes that we haven't forgotten anything, but we still make them. But, we deliberately go out and do something stupid. But
being short-sighted or ignorant or But I want to point out that it's not just making the mistakes; it's being honest about it and reflecting on it. Because I make tons of mistakes and never learn, But the lessons are when I have to admit it. I think that's why there's confession. I have to admit.
I don't know, okay, so
and then I can look at them and in the context, then I can learn from it. Otherwise, it's like I don't know I'm doing something wrong.
Okay, so let me ask this though. But you said I make tons of mistakes and I never learn. How could you call them a mistake if you haven't learned anything from them?
Oh, that's kind of a definitional thing, I guess. But what I mean is, like, I could be driving the wrong direction and I have no clue. But what the big mistake is, let's say my passenger's like, Steve, you're going the wrong way. And if I don't admit it, I'm going to continue going the wrong way.
Sure. Totally agree. But I don't think that that makes the fact that we learn.
I had my ego deflated. I let go of pride. I tried to be humble for decades.
couple years ago, I had this experience where I realized I was so prideful in a dimension that I was not even aware of. I was making a mistake that entire time, the way I see it. And I was blind to it. Now I'm not blind to it.
Right.
I try to forget it as much as possible.
I have a fancy
those are my,
Steve, so you mentioned that I have a fancy graphic thingy. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's supposed to be a bullseye.
Can't see it yet.
It's supposed to be a bullseye, and all these are not hitting the mark, right?
Yeah.
And
I agree. That's what, to me, that's a mistake. That's sin. I understand.
In my life, right, I have to work on, and remember, if we're learning archery or whatever, and you're not hitting the mark, what you need is more practice, right? You don't give up, right? You don't give up because you're not missing, because you're not hitting the bullseye. That just means you need more practice. You need maybe a proper form. I don't know, whatever it is, right? We're all here to try to figure it out,
right?
How to not miss the mark.
Target, and you don't see where your arrow is.
Right.
Yeah.
So we don't continue to miss the mark, right? Because we want to hit the bullseye.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just hear what Eugene is thinking about now.
Yes.
Hello, guys. I just want to say hello again.
Hi.
I kind of came uninvited.
No problem.
Yeah, that's interesting. When you guys were talking about learning, I just a quote popped up in my mind that I just read yesterday, probably. It was a quote from Rumi, who said, I'm trying to remember, sell cleverness and go by bewilderment.
Ooh.
And then you will know. And that kind of struck me. I actually heard it in a YouTube stream somewhere else. And
I love
because,
the sell and buy. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, first of all,
pretty awesome.
Yeah.
It's not like let go and pick up. It's sell and buy. Like, that's interesting.
Go and buy. Yeah, the idea of buying is really amazing because you actually have to trade something for it.
Yeah.
First you sell something because you don't need it. You don't need cleverness.
But there's value. Or
there's value.
No sale.
Well, some people, yes.
I think that's deeper than I don't even think I get it.
And you also, whenever you're making that exchange, you're saying that this thing is no longer valuable to me, and this thing is more valuable. That's why I'm trading this for that.
Yeah.
And that also brings another idea to mind. But go ahead and continue, Eugene, because I don't know.
Well, I'll just finish quickly because, as I thought about it, bewilderment, what makes it more valuable? Because bewilderment makes you, kind of awakens you to the idea that you don't yet know.
Yeah.
Because when you're bewildered, you really your world is upside down. You're like tipped over. And that moment, something opens up in you and you're like, oh my goodness, I've been missing out on all these things. And now I see them. And whenever that person was sharing yesterday, it was on the YouTube when I heard this quote, they referred to that line from Revelation where it says, and there was silence in heaven. After the opening of the seventh seal, there's silence in heaven as if for half an hour. And it kind of resonated with me at the moment because I realized, well, yes, after everything is said and done, we are going to be bewildered to such a degree that all we could do is basically, be in silence for half an hour and just absorb it all and realize how little we knew, that type of thing.
Yeah. That reminds me of something, Eugene, as far as the thing that we have to, when it comes to purchasing something and giving up something of value for something of what we think that's more valuable. And my personal experience, I'm trying to buy olive oil to put into my lamp while I still got a chance, right? I'm working while there's still daylight, when I'm trying to make sure I have plenty of olive oil in my lamp while I still get a chance. And because in the past, I myself have lost that opportunity and I squandered it and I was in the mire and I was doing all kinds of stuff that I shouldn't have been doing. And now I'm just, like I said, I'm trading this for that. And I'm trying to buy as much olive oil, metaphorically speaking, so I can put into my lamp so that whenever the lights go out, metaphorically speaking, and all the technology goes away, as a metaphor, when all that stuff is gone, that I'm still able to have that olive oil to keep, so that I might be able to get to the next step whenever it is called to. And I may never, and that's just where I'm at, just my personal, where I'm at in my journey.
Eugene, when you quoted that thing, it reminded me of this. That's what I was looking for the whole time. A friend sent me this. To cease to wonder is to fall plumb down from the childlike to the commonplace, the most undivine of all moods intellectual. Our nature can never be at home among things that are not wonderful to us. George MacDonald.
Oh, yeah. That sounded like him very much. That sounded like him.
Yeah. So when you're talking about bewilderment, I'm getting the sense of enchantment, right?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I see that this stream has been going on for 5 hours. That's bewilderment to me. Well, there must be something of value. That's why I jumped in.
Yeah. Well, it's actually, I'm just busy sitting here, so I'm just keeping it going. But Luke started it.
I come up to a video it's already finished. It's not, doesn't say live, and it's like 4 hours or whatever. I'm like, I don't have enough time to watch that, but yeah.
Conversation has a way of,
right?
Diminishing time.
Well, I feel like, Alex talked about, we sort of talked about how, we've taken a path and we're on the path, and then it becomes more revealed. This is not it. And it might take a while to find out what the right one is. So it's not, I don't find out what the wrong path is by finding the right path. Usually that's a wild goose chase. But like when I'm like kind of lost and get used to that, then it's like it's letting go of my assumptions or whatever. Then something becomes revealed. Anyway, I feel like I'm in the point. It feels like it's being revealed. And that's one reason I'm here right now on this discussion, because it's like, this seems
Eugene is
like in Close Encounters of the Third Time. This means something, I don't know if you've seen that movie, but
yeah,
I don't get it, but I know it.
Eugene is very involved in the work of the Inklings, and the Inklings, Lewis, and I don't know who exactly. Eugene, are you working mostly with
there are
Tolkien?
Yeah, Lewis, Tolkien, and Barfield. These three, I know the most. So,
right.
I mean, there were more, of course,
but I know who they are.
And so, what I wanted to say is that the interesting thing that we can learn about ourselves and the journey that we're on through story and myth, which I think is the best way to do it, is that all the transformation happens in the path that leads you into trouble. Like there's always this like perfect Edenic, start to the story, and then everything goes awry, and at some point the hero has to go into the deep dark woods and meet all the monsters, right? And he's transformed by that, and then comes out as the hero of the story or whatever.
So if you'll indulge me, since it's already 5 hours down the drain, might as well go through this. But it's something that hit me. So there's a movie Excalibur from the 80s. I watched it when I was a kid. Very inappropriate for my age to watch. But anyway, watched it again. Watched it a couple times, and then the clips online. Anyway, Excalibur, it's King Arthur. King Arthur, like, goes bad and he's sick and the whole land is dying. And he sends his knights out to find the Holy Grail, which I learned later. It's like this chalice that captured Jesus's blood after the spear. I think that's what the Holy Grail was. But anyway, so they're looking for it. They're not finding it. And there's these evil people out there who are trying to thwart them and manipulating them, tricking them into dead ends, and then tempting them, that kind of stuff. Anyway, the super young, the youngest, dumbest guy who was not even, he was like a hillbilly, wild man. He became a knight only because he had so much hubris. He thought, I'm going to fight to defend the queen's honor. And he had a chance. But they had to make him a knight so he could do it. And then it turns out he didn't even have to face that fight. So anyway, he shouldn't even be a knight, And he's like innocent. Anyway, he resisted this temptation. He goes into like hell, like he's basically dying, and he sees the Grail, and the questions are asked of him, and he's just like, holy crap, and he runs away in fear. And then he admits it immediately, like, hey, it was in my grasp, and I chickened out and ran away. And then the movie continues to go on for a while. Anyway, he's going to be faced with it again. And it starts with, he finds his idol, which is Lancelot. This is after Lancelot's adultery and then abandoning the kingdom. He spots him. He's like, Lancelot, we need you. We need you. You're going to redeem us. And Lancelot's like, get out of here, you like lying knight. You guys are all scum. You've led us all astray. You lied to us. And Percival is this young knight. He's like, no, we need you. And anyway, he pushes him into a river. And so Percival is a knight wearing armor. He's sinking into the lake or in the river. He's going to die. So he starts taking off his armor. And of course, it's Wagner music. It's just like, makes me cry, Anyway, he's like pulling off his armor. And he's essentially naked for 1982. Women can be naked, but men can't be naked yet. Anyway, so he's basically naked. And he comes up out of the river and takes a big gasp and swims to a shore. And first thing he says is, I can't give up hope. That's all I have. And then he climbs up out, and then the door opens again, and there's the Grail. And he walks straight into it and answers all the questions, totally confident. He has the Grail, and he gives it to Arthur, and he's redeemed. And the flowers bloom, and they defeat the enemy and all that. And it's like, I feel like that's like a great metaphor for me when I'm totally lost or my life is falling apart. It's, there's Lancelot, and if I could just find him again and convince him to help me. Or, it's like, well, I'm not finding, I'll just keep looking. I'll keep looking. And then it can be right in my face, and it's too scary. And I run away from it. And then there's way more hell, including everybody else is getting their eyes plucked out by ravens because they're dead. I don't know if you've seen the movie, but it's very visual, very graphic. But, because I'm running away, everything's falling apart. And these moments where I take off all my armor, all this delusion, all the lies and all the bullshit. I've been talking about delusion a bunch in my life recently, but on this chat.
Yeah.
When I can let go of that, not only do I see the answer, I know the answer, and I can interact with it properly. And then get the whatever would be promised from that. Everything becomes restored. And it's such an uncomfortable experience. But at the same time, the moment I cross that threshold, it's like heaven. It's a miraculous experience. That goes so it's beyond me. Like an entire kingdom can be restored. Not even my kingdom.
Yeah.
It's looking at it that way helps me make sense of the continuous devastation I've experienced in my life, but also it helps me recognize
The journey.
What might make me sink in that river? You know,
Yeah.
why I might fail.
That's interesting that the armor would protect you in a certain sense, but in
Yes.
another sense, there's also, if you're in water, you're going to be sinking fast.
It's like the compass.
Yeah.
The compass in the dark, you only have the compass. There's nothing else. But when you can see, you can just hang it around your neck or put it in your pocket. You don't need it that much.
Yeah.
You know. And that's a good point about that. Like the armor is not a mistake. The armor is proper in the right time.
In the right time, yeah. There's another story that it kind of did impact me a lot, and when I ask people if they've seen this movie, story movie, they're like, no. And I'm like, oh, come on. And I ask other people, hey, have you seen this story? Because I want to quote something from this movie. No. Oh man, it's like one of my favorite movies. And
what
I
movie?
remember
What movie?
The Matrix.
Oh yeah.
The Matrix, because the whole metaphor of what reality is, right, versus all that kind of stuff, and earlier we were talking about absurdities and about those experiments about how when the paid actors they're all in on it and they're going to say, no, this is true, this is reality, and most people go along with it because they don't want to look ridiculous, and okay, I'll go along with it, and then we end up with everybody thinking this is truth when it's actually redunculous, right? Everything's like nonsense and chaos and disorder, and we're trying to find truth. But anyways, stories that impact me a lot when I was growing up was The Matrix, and it's still one of my favorite movies. And I had to see the part 4. Not as good as the first one, but I would still rewatch it.
The first one is what I understand. Apparently, they're trying to deconstruct the first movie with the fourth movie.
I hear that they're going to try to make a 5th one. But but the original one I did like. I really did like. But there's still a lot of people that have never seen that movie, The Matrix. And even when I'm at work and I ask people, have you seen The Matrix? Nope. Okay. On my birthday, my wife was telling my kids, okay, today it's your dad's birthday, so we're actually going to let him pick what movie we're going to watch. And lo and behold, to my kids, they were all bummed out when they heard, oh no, not The Matrix. But anyways, that was a movie or a story or the philosophy behind all that really did have an impact in my life, as far as that concept of. And now we are dealing with artificial intelligence and Neuralink and ChatGPT-4, and just like, phones, what they are versus what they were in the past with the flip phone. And now we have these smartphones with the internet and all these apps. And now to me, I'm like, oh man, The Matrix still makes sense to me. The story still means something to me, even though it's an outdated movie now. Still, to me, it's still a powerful story.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, totally is. So that analogy that Steve was making about the armor coming off reminded me of the character in I can't remember. I never remember the book. It's out of the Narnia Chronicles, Eugene, but it's when Eustace's dragon skin gets peeled off when he starts.
Oh yeah, Voyage of the Dawn Treader.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Yeah, it's the same idea.
Yeah, the same idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my kids were bummed out when the lion died.
Oh, I watched the cartoon when it came on TV, in the 70s, I guess. And man, I thought, what is going on here? This is so terrible. And I had no idea what that was all about. I went to a Catholic elementary school for a few years, and I remember they had the Narnia series up on the bookshelf, like alone by itself in the classroom, not in the library, but it was there. And I did think it was strange, like, wonder why they have that there. And didn't know anything about Lewis or anything like that until like a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
You know who was quoting Lewis the other day? And I watched a great conversation with Russell Brand and Brett Weinstein.
Oh.
And they talked about, it was called Wrestling with God.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't see that. Yeah.
And so Russell was explaining to Brett why he became a Christian, and Brett was explaining to Russell why he isn't a Christian, or doesn't believe in God, or is an atheist, actually.
Yeah.
Because I think Brett is Jewish.
But secular.
And Russell Brand was constantly referring to C.S. Lewis. He's been reading a lot of C.S. Lewis, and it's interesting because Russell Brand, like C.S. Lewis, is a very logical thinker. He's actually far more logical than, I think that was one of his biggest difficulties in acquiring faith in God, was his,
which is this is why he was recommended to me.
Intellectualism.
Yeah.
And rationality.
I'm so smart. I
and
can't God.
But here's the thing. This is something that I've been thinking about, because Russell Brand people think he's all woo-woo. But that guy can rip for a long time. And his mind is just filled with like really great connections. He's really
very intelligent,
smart. And it's interesting to me that he would be attracted to Lewis's arguments, because those are very logical and rational arguments that it's not mystical, and everyone thinks of Russell as mystical. But here's the thing. McGilchrist said one time that schizophrenia, for example, I don't know about bipolar disorder, but schizophrenia is actually a left brain illness. It's a logical thinking taken to its extreme.
Yeah.
Right?
Doesn't Chesterton talk about it?
The ones who can argue to the point where you cannot refute them that the earth is flat.
I think Chesterton talks about it as well. That, he has an essay called Orthodoxy, and he basically says that a madman is just the one who elevated the reason, like blew the reason out of proportion. Something like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that was really interesting.
Yeah. And but they appear on the surface, they appear all wooey, right? Because they're having hallucinations and they're talking to animals, and I have a brother who has schizoaffective disorder, and but it's actually like an overabundance of rationality.
I mean, that makes perfect sense to me, at least.
Yeah.
One of the most influential arguments of Lewis that still affects me very much, even though I read it years and years ago, was the argument about desire. I don't remember exactly how he puts it, but basically he's saying that we all have a desire of something that we cannot find in this world.
Mm-hmm.
That's
regardless of how much we search. That's mere Christianity. I think I also read it in Weight of Glory.
It could be in I've only read Mere Christianity, but it is in there.
Yeah.
So he basically says, I hear this bird or I see this flower, and they fill me up with a yearning that I cannot fulfill in anything that I can find, that my hand can touch, or my eye can see in this world, which is very logical. I mean, it leads to a very logical conclusion that I am meant for a different world.
Yeah.
And it's interesting how in this particular argument, Lewis, the logician, met with Lewis, the mystic.
Yeah. Right.
In this one argument, he brings the whole thing together, because on the one hand, it is very logical that since we all have a desire of something that we cannot find here, there must be something else.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it is totally mystical, because you have to see that something else already present in some way.
So, Eugene, that what you say about what we have to find and meaning and then all that kind of stuff. So now, if we were to understand perspective from different people's perspective, or better yet, even beyond people. So let's say the perspective of the bird will tell you that air is the most important thing out there, and it'll go on and on about air and the awesomeness of air. But then we listen to the fish, and the fish will go on and on and on about water and this and that and this and that, right? And they both have a point, right? They both have a point. The bird has a point, the fish has a point, but I also have to accept the fact that I'm neither bird nor fish, right? There's such thing as, so I have to frame all these different realities, all these different perspectives, and I'm the one that has to sort through, right, what's important to the bird, what's important to the fish, and what's important to me, and because remember, my flesh, I'm also battling my flesh and my mind, and they're like trying to battle each other out, right? And then I have to say, okay, wait a minute, let me step back. If I'm going to look at the mirror, see the big picture, I can't just focus in on this little bit, because I will only see that. I have to see the big picture, right? Okay, forget about the bird, forget about the fish, forget about myself. What the heck is the big picture? And there in my opinion, there I find the Logos, the Agape, and the Holy Spirit, in my opinion, right? And that's just my opinion. And everybody else will see something different, and everybody, right, just like the bird sees the bird stuff and the fish sees the fish stuff, and on it goes. And those are just my ideas and my perspective, and I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
Kind of what you're saying. I've heard some people, what I would say, they're describing what you're saying as like the bird, maybe the bird sees the Trinity, and the way it understands it, it's the air. And the fish sees the Trinity, and the way the fish understands it, it's the water. And the fish and the bird may argue, but they're talking about the same thing as they understand it.
That's the story of the castle by George MacDonald.
Yeah, you read that a week or so ago.
When he says, and they're all working on their own thing, and suddenly they realize that they're all working on different aspects of the same thing.
Yeah,
like the
elephants and the ear and the
and they look at each other and they say, "You are my brother, and you are my sister."
Yeah.
Right.
It's really interesting. I mean, as I watch Sherry weave this thing, whatever it is,
spinning.
I'm also aware at the same spinning, and I'm also aware that there is the conversation that we're having, or you've been having for 5 hours, is also spun, because I mean, I can clearly see a thread, even though I've been here for about an hour. I see a thread. And we're all doing the same thing. We're all spinning now. It's not just Sherry who's doing that. And and all kinds of myths come up in my mind about the yarn, because yarn is a very, very mystical thing and very mythical thing. You know, Ariadne, and then those two, I forgot the names of the two sisters in the Greek lore that spun the yarn of one's fate, of destiny,
and almost all of George MacDonald's stories, there's an old woman in a little cabin somewhere in the woods spinning on his
oh yes
that's
spinning, exactly. But I can feel that she's spinning wisdom, so that's amazing.
I think about that a lot, actually, when I'm spinning, like, because it's such a mystical, I mean, to me, it's a very mystical process, because this is actually grown by an animal for its own protection, right? And I can take it from the animal, and I don't have to kill it.
Right.
And I can take this, and I can transform it into a sweater, and it will perform the same task on the human being as it does on the animal. Like, there is so much going on with this whole thing, then of course the whole metaphor of faith is the substance of things hoped for, as I'm knitting my sweater and embedding a pattern so that I can be co-creative on my own. And when I hold up the sweater, it is the substance of things hoped for. Like
it becomes the reality, right?
You know, like there's so much going on here. And part of the reason that I ended up going all the way back, like I could have just bought wool from a retailer to spin, but I wanted my own sheep so I could do it from the ground up, because that's just how I am.
You got your own grass to feed the sheep?
My own farm, yeah. And anyway, one of the reasons I did that was because when I was looking into to spinning, I realized that this is a very ancient art. It's been around forever. Sheep are one of the first domesticated animals, sheep and goats, and it's it doesn't take like super high technology. People spun for many years just with a spindle, a drop spindle. And if you look at the Mongolian culture, for example, their yurts are made of wool. Okay, so not only are they housed by the sheep, they're wearing the sheep, they're eating the sheep, they're drinking the sheep's milk, and they ferment the milk into an alcohol for good times, you know? Like
but
the whole life is wrapped around this sheep. Yeah. And there was just one other thing, Alex, that I was thinking about. Anyway, and we talk about, especially in myth and fairy tale, weaving and spinning is very much indicative of our lives, like the human journey, right? Things are woven into each other, and you know, and even stories are called yarns.
Yeah.
In English. Oops.
And I wanted to say this, Sherry, that you know you mentioned about the sheep and have they been around for the longest time, and you utilize what they give you, but at the same time, they become important themselves because of their utility, and you don't have to kill the sheep to attain all this. So they're, even though they're just sheep, they are very, very valuable, and they've been around for the longest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That even by telling that story, I couldn't help but think, wow, those sheep are really important too, right? Because look,
they are.
Right?
Yeah.
And it also reminded me of another story. It was a short story which had to do with technology and not technology, which I found it fascinating. You know, I'll make the long story short. In the future, humanity was very high tech, and everything was smart technology. Everything was very, very high tech, and they had developed even travel was like to the like intergalactical. So they were very, very sophisticated, and these astronauts were getting ready to go on a very long journey, so they had to be cryo sleep or whatever. And right before they left, there was a major catastrophe where all the technology, kind of like the solar flare, where everything, all the technology went kaput and then disappeared. And almost all of humanity passed away because they were so dependent on technology and they couldn't survive because they didn't know how to live off the land, that kind of thing. And the astronauts survived in cryosleep. And when they woke up hundreds of years later, they thought they woke up in this galaxy where they thought they were going to go. And when they encountered people, they thought it was they were aliens, but they were themselves. And when they started learning that these people that were there, they were humans, they're like, well, wait a minute, what happened to everybody else? And these people are saying, well, everybody else died. Why? You know, so they're explaining everybody died because technology got so advanced and nobody could survive without technology. And the only ones that survived were the people that didn't need technology to survive, and they were the Mennonites. I know we mentioned the Mennonites earlier, so that the whole story about being able to survive without
The Amish and the
technology.
Mennonites.
Yeah, they were in this story that was very high tech. The only people that survived were the people that didn't need tech, and I thought it was a
Moral of the
fascinating
story: if you're looking for a church,
It
Hi,
was a science
Aaron.
fiction
I
story.
just wanted to welcome you. I don't think we've ever had the chance to talk.
No, hi. I've seen you in videos before.
Yeah.
You people don't know me at all. I'm just some stranger. But yeah, no. I jumped back in. I was in here about several hours ago. I wasn't in here, but I was watching. I wasn't right in. But I was
Aaron,
watching.
today's Saturday, Aaron.
Is that right?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I'm
we've
messing
been at
with
it.
you.
We've been at it.
We've been there.
I was-
It looks like it's been going on a bit, but welcome, Aaron.
We were all clean shaven at the beginning of this.
like Rumpelstiltskin chat.
But the reason I jumped in was that I had a thought process that started based on this weaving and taking what an animal uses for warmth and using it for ourselves, and it reminded me of a story that is not weaving, but it reminded me of Adam and Eve being clothed by God when they realized they were naked, and so I only jumped in because I don't know if I'm going to be bright enough to connect these dots, but it seemed kind of revelatory about actually kind of what sin does and what church actually is, because, or what our worship actually is, because after, like, when we were ejected from the garden, we were clothed by God, and basically the point was, like, you're going to need external, to live and be warm, you're going to need this external stuff, and the weaving is the human being taking on the responsibility to try and do that, to keep ourselves alive with beauty and with, using non-destructively using what is there, like what is real, and kind of trying to make it beautiful in its own way, even though it will never be as perfect as just being warm without the need for clothing, which is kind of struck me as kind of what worship and corporate worship is. It's this thing we need because of a certain kind of weakness and vulnerability, and it's best if we can try and weave something, but it gives us the chance to participate.
Well, here's something that I think you'll really like, Aaron. I'm just going to show you this close up.
Sure.
Okay, so this is wool that's carded and it's ready to spin, right? It's like a cloud. And every one of the let me just show you this. So this is a lock from the police that I'm working with. Whoops, here it is. Okay, so it has this length right here. So when I'm drafting my wool out to spin, I can only draft this length, and when I get there, it breaks. See, it'll always break at the length of the lock. Whoa. All right, so that's how strong this is. If I pull on it, it breaks, right? It just breaks. There's no strength. So what I have to do in order to strengthen my fiber, which is thousands of pieces of individual fiber, okay, is I have to add twist. I have to add twist. And so when I add twist, wait, we'll go this way. This is when I add twist, oops, then I get this happening. So the twist gets introduced into this, and it pulls it all together, and it makes it. Oops, I broke that one.
I've got to go tend to a crying child. I'll be right back. This is fascinating, but talk amongst yourself.
It makes it super strong. Okay, like super strong. So this thing.
So there should be a twist to our yarn, and then it's going to be strong. Is that what you're driving at?
Well, we have been going back and forth. We have been going back and forth, trying to explain ourselves so we don't get misinterpreted. And I apologize, Sherry, if I misunderstood you at times.
This is what I'm also pointing at here is that here we have many individuals that are not necessarily depending on each other. Okay. Now we have them all depending on each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're in a codependent situation. Why, baby? But what have they created? A unity. They've created a unity out of a multiplicity. This is the multiplicity, and this is the unity. But then I'm going to take these individual strands of fiber, and I'm going to put them onto a loom, and again they will become a multiplicity. And then I will weave more individual fibers into them, and then it will also, when the product is finished, it will become a unity. It'll become a tablecloth or a carpet or whatever. So you have this. See, this is the thing about spinning and weaving, and I think it's why it's in myth. It's because you have this continual movement out of multiplicity and into unity, and out of unity into multiplicity. It's over and over, right? And so these are the things I think about when I'm spinning.
Wow.
And
Thank you so much.
One of the other things I wanted to say was, I don't know if I said this earlier. I think I forgot to, but one of the things that I loved about the whole process was that it put me into a very primitive mindset, which I actually wanted to acquire. So I'm like, okay, so let's just imagine now I'm a woman who has nothing. I live in a hut, and winter's coming, and I've shorn my sheep, and now I have to quickly, right? So how does this impact my life? And I found myself filled with like this incredible gratitude, because I could then take from the animal that I've actually sacrificed for, because I have to raise it, right? So that's all my time and energy goes into that animal so that it can provide me with the fiber, so I can do this, so that I can keep my children alive. Like the whole thing just became so deeply like, you know how we think of cloaking someone with love. Like, I don't know if you do that or not. I think of it a lot because when I'm knitting, I'm often knitting for my grandchildren. And I'm thinking that when they wear this hat or they wear this sweater, that is me in the most like from the ground up. That is me with my arms around them.
Yeah,
right?
I love warmth,
So, right. And yeah, all that kind of thing. Anyway, I'm just getting into my own head here, but yeah.
That's beautiful. This is so rich. And yeah, I obviously missed some of it. I thought I had more time to jump on the stream than I did, but
that's okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Thanks for joining, Aaron.
Yeah, no problem.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Aaron.
Nice to meet you too.
Wow.
I forget there's a chat sometimes.
Yeah, apparently I'm teaching the benefits of fascism.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a troll in the midst, I think.
Yeah.
But
Junior.
Yeah.
For some reason, he likes to push people's buttons, I guess.
Just about the fascism, the yarns. One of the things I just recently read about Trinity is that each person of the Trinity, I may be completely getting this wrong or stomping all over somebody else's theology, but what I just read was like the Trinity, each person of the Trinity is fully loving and giving to the others, and all three of them are doing that, and that's we're supposed to be doing that too, like fully giving and loving to the
Well,
others.
you know, I would
We
actually
are
argue
not
that,
like exhausted that way.
well, see, I would argue that that's actually what we are doing. Like
Yeah,
the Trinity is it's an image of what it means to be a person,
yeah,
right? Like,
that's
so
partly what I was reading.
that's a big topic.
But yeah, and so
Yeah.
the yarns are like, because I was going to use the word interdependent because that's like a better word than codependent. But each yarn, it's like it's giving all of itself to, not the each whatever you with a single strand, your thread, I guess. Each one of those is giving itself to the rest, but they're all doing that, and you know, it's more than the sum of its parts, you know, all that kind of stuff. As opposed to making sure that it's okay, which then maybe they all start, the whole thing will fall apart. I don't know if the thing I'm thinking is going to be logical all the way through to the end. But
Well, you know, the other thing, I'm sorry if I'm not coherent because I'm just still thinking about what I was talking about before. But the other thing about spinning, because I'm thinking about the old woman who's always spinning in like she's usually God, right? She's usually representing God.
Oh.
And he has this motif in his stories where, like, even in the Golden Key, that there's God is a baby at the center of the earth, and he's moving balls around. Like, so he's always doing something. Like he doesn't just sit there and be God, right? Like he's spinning as a woman in a cabin in the woods, within creation, right? Hidden in creation, spinning, making something, weaving. It's all journey language. And now I just completely lost what I was going to say. So anyway, sorry.
Well, can I jump in with it? Maybe you're going to remember.
Okay.
Just the whole idea was kind of brooding in my mind that about the yarn in general, because it kind of strikes me that yarn consists of many strands, as you said, and I really have to be sensitive and attentive to the kind of things that happen around me, because these are strands
Yeah.
that are being woven into my strand.
Right.
And oftentimes I'd be sitting, like we have friends over, visiting now. And I kind of notice myself when we're in a conversation. Sometimes I notice, okay, maybe I'm bored here. Maybe this is not the kind of thing I want to listen to right now. But then this awareness pops up. Maybe there's something in this strand that I need to weave into my sweater. And then it's going to be richer all the more and I'm going to be warmed by it, because I have my own idea of what my sweater needs to be like, or what my strand, it's my strand. But I find it so fascinating that now I'm sitting, there's 4 of us, there's 5 of us before, and each strand, if I'm careful enough and attentive enough to the yarn being spun by God right now, I'm gonna be fast. I'll be bewildered. I'll actually sell my cleverness, and I will buy my bewilderment.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's nice, Eugene. That's awesome.
I feel like
you just wove that together beautifully.
Well, it just popped up, so God must have been doing something.
Well, Eugene, you interact with people, you interact with the world, and you have to find a way how to interact and still keep your you, and you also have to understand that not everything needs to be woven into your sweater, right? Because remember,
but it is though. This is the thing.
We're living
really
in interesting times where people I think we first started talking about absurdities, and I have to bring that to the forefront because God is weaving. He's making something, right? And he's using us as to be part of that. But we also have to keep in mind that the enemy is not sitting there just yawning, not
Oh,
doing
that's true.
anything.
That's true.
And
Yeah.
and we have to be sensitive to make sure that we don't start incorporating things that shouldn't be. And before you know it, we end up in a
I think it's
different
all
spot.
about discernment. Yeah,
Right.
I agree with you. It's about discernment. What strand belongs and what strand doesn't.
Oh,
There
yeah,
should
there
be
you go.
some, yeah. But at the same time, if I'm not careful and attentive to what's going on, I will not discern.
Right.
Right, no,
yeah.
it's really about attention.
Right.
It definitely
Because
is.
we have to be in the world, right? But not be of the world.
Right.
And we have to. That's the discernment. Is we're going to be interacting with people, and everybody's different, and everybody has the ideas, and everybody has different beliefs, and everybody's doing whatever it is that they're doing, right? And how do we?
There's a really interesting ending to the Golden Key. You read it, eh, Eugene?
No, I have not.
Oh, okay.
I read a
I have to read it
different
now.
Golden Key.
You have to read it. It's. I mean, it's been lauded as an actual fairy tale, which people have been, modernity has found very difficult to do. Let's write an actual fairy tale. But oh gosh, now I don't know if I should tell you. It's right at the end. And then,
Well,
you don't want to
if it's a spoiler, don't tell me. I'll listen.
I won't say it.
Right on.
Yeah.
I read
Okay.
a different Golden Key by the 1920s guy from England, Sermon on the Mount guy, whatever his name is.
Jesus?
No. Well, the guy who wrote the book called Sermon on the Mount in the 20s or 30s.
Don't know.
Well, there's a Russian fairy tale called The Golden Key, but
Yeah.
it's a retelling of Pinocchio. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I don't like. I don't like it at all.
Key is, and we know what gold is. It's going to be a common name or something.
Yes.
But the hell. Anyway, and then that book was basically the Golden Key. I think was forgiveness. I think is what it was. But he's sort of like a pragmatic Christian writer in like the 20s, 30s. Is it somebody writing his name in there? Nope. Yeah, Lance. It's fun when you take a rest. I'm not even homesteading. I'm just trying to build a wall and put electrical wires in it. We'll see what happens with that.
When you take a rest, what's that, Steve?
Well, I mean, it's like the fun part, I mean, yeah, I know. Like I'm not even homesteading. I got electricity. And I
got electricity too.
Put my wires around, and so if I could turn the camera around, you'll see this is like 4 people tried to have a garage sale, and then a tank drove over it. And so that's my what do you call it? The prophilicity right here. But my sincerity is over there, and I'm running from it.
Where are you, Steve?
Yeah. Anyway,
what's this place?
Yeah,
What's
where
that?
are you?
What is this place? Where are you?
This is my house.
No, I mean the place where you live. Is this the real forest behind you?
It is. Yeah, and I guess people are cautious about saying where they are. I don't know why that would be. So I don't know if I should be or not.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if I should be or not. I mean, it's just like I was talking about something the other day, and
you don't have to say exactly where you are.
Facebook and YouTube are telling me all about it. It's like so. Whoever I want to hide from, they already know everything. And I mean, facetiously, actually, like, there's no doubt. There's no doubt.
And I gave a little bit of paranoid remark where I was like, I don't know if I want to give the particular.
You're not the only one. All sorts of people. So I don't know if it matters. But I live in North Idaho. And,
hey,
So that's why it's
There you
the
go.
trees look like this instead of other trees, you know.
Well, I mentioned Nevada, and
South of Canada.
well, and so now that you shared that you're in Idaho, I'm in Idaho myself.
Yeah, you said that, but then I asked where, and you're like, oh, I don't know. I'm not trying to like coax you into revealing your location. I don't know. I don't know if that's something we're not supposed to do or whatever. Because I'm also new to the corner. I'm like a lurker.
Well, the reason why I say that is because, I think
I figured out where you are anyway, because I know enough about the local geography.
Right. Yeah, because you're in Idaho. Idaho's a small place in a way.
It's actually kind of big. It takes longer to get to Boise than it did from San Francisco to Los Angeles by car. Idaho's big.
Yeah, and there's you do have, and there's mountains and all that stuff, and especially in the winter. Oof.
Yeah.
So it just and so
crying out loud.
So this is what I was going to mention as far as why sometimes I'm a little guarded, and it's because I mentioned earlier that I work in a psychiatric unit and all that stuff, and I do hear and we have to when I'm there, I have to make sure that I don't overshare, because of where I work, and it just has become a habit, and
it's totally understandable. And I think I may have a naive and cavalier attitude about some things, and others may have a overprotective and guarded attitude about things, and I'm not sure what's right. And the fact that I don't understand what's right doesn't mean anything is wrong. I just don't. And I'm probably going to get renditioned any moment now, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, guys,
as I have to leave, my phone is almost out of charge.
Right. Yeah. And I was
It's
going to say,
nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to have you. Bye, Eugene.
Alrighty.
I'll see you.
Guys, I'm gonna. Oh, Lance is here. Okay, so I'm gonna go because I got stuff to do. And Lance is still running.
It's like hitting the 6 hour mark, but it's been great.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I have
next time.
ongoing, unending list of things to do that I'm like turning and running from, just like that movie.
Bye, all.
At this point, it's just keep going. Steve, are you trying to get out?
Not necessarily, because you and I haven't talked. And like I just admitted, I don't want to deal with this stuff. I'd rather be talking to you. But also, it's like I've been going like this to the truth, I think, for quite a long time. And in the last few years, I've been more interested in what's true, what is actually true, not just factual. And anyway, so here I am.
No, I think it's awesome. At this point, people, if you're still paying attention, Luke, at this point, I bowed out for 2.5 hours. At this point, we should go for the record.
You were saying how long? Like Google itself won't even let us go too far. It sounds like
you can go 12 hours on YouTube straight.
That's wild. You can have a revival in 12 hours.
Well, this is exactly what's happening, right?
Yeah, it is.
So because I I'm into storm chasers and stuff like that. I grew up in Tornado Alley or close to it, so in the Midwest, and so when there are outbreaks going on, I know this one guy he hit 12 hours of streaming live, and then YouTube cut him off, and then he restarted it again. So I think it's 12 hours. I mean, at this point, Nate, when he gets off work, needs to come on, and we just need to. Good. So if anybody else wants to jump in, you've been paying attention. Get out of the lurking and into
like a Y2K type of limitation, like Google didn't do wasn't able to do AM and PM or didn't program it in there, so 12 is the max.
Yeah,
Who knows?
I don't know. And to some extent, just to,
probably like advertising revenue plummets after 12 hours is probably really what it is.
well, there's that. The other thing is that, I know one of the things, from a YouTube perspective, I used to work in IT sort of stuff. And so I mean, for them storing all this, I mean, their cost that I haven't gone to look at it, but I bet if you go look on their financials, storage for them has just got to be a massive cost.
Yep. That's why they overbuy and rent it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
They hedge their commodity.
There you go. So I don't know if you talked about this before, or maybe you did. Have you shared kind of what brought you here, like to this new corner?
No. And what to this new what?
To this little corner, to PVK,
to
Grail Country, to these group of people.
Well, Grail Country because of clips of Grail Country on TLC or whatever Paul's channel, and then also the algorithm, as people like to say. But yeah, that's how here. And I learned like there's StreamYard, and that's how it even happens. And I happened to see the link at one point finally, and I was like, oh, I'll join in. Yeah, I didn't know how that worked, and so that's technically. But I'm another Peterson watcher, and I saw the first PDK thing on Peterson, and I almost drove. I lived in San Francisco at the time. I almost drove out to one of his meetups, and I mean, I was like planning on it for the day, and I ended up burning up past the time I would have had to leave to get to it. So I never went. And I think I actually even posted on the meetup page itself, or somehow maybe it was just one of his videos that I did have an interaction. I don't remember what it was anymore, but I remember now that I actually did. But yeah. Anyway, Peterson said that the kind of Christianity he was talking about may be more Orthodox, and that might be why, because he said the word, or for some reason Peugeot stuff showed up in my YouTube feed, and I was watching a lot of YouTube. I still do. It's the only channel. It's the only media I consume is via YouTube.
Pretty much me too. 98%.
Yeah, I mean, Netflix and all that. I got YouTube. I got everything. Anyway, so I watched some of his stuff. I'm like, what the hell is this guy talking about? And but some of it, I was like, yeah, that makes sense to me. And yeah. So I guess so I'm telling my story. Is that because that's what I'm about to start to do?
Yeah. That's what you're doing.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so at that time, I had like unread books by Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens who were mocking God. I bought the books because that's usually all I have to do is acquire the knowledge through buying the book.
Exactly.
Maybe flipping through it once. But anyway, I read some stuff too. But I was like, yeah, I called myself an atheist. In fact, I was going to write what I felt would be a very helpful book to a group of people who have a chapter called We Agnostics. I was going to write a book, We Atheists.
Yeah.
Doing the steps without God. I was working on it. I actually did.
I'm in 12-step recovery, so I'm familiar with all
you said so. I don't hide my face, so I'm trying not to be too explicit about it. Yeah. But I was convinced I was going to help because I found the answer to that, and I was like, it had been at that time 13, 14 years, something like that. I'm like, I don't want to go into that, like that stuff. But anyway, the reason I brought it up is because I called myself an atheist. I told people I was an atheist. I was going to write a book about the successful utilization of atheism to solve a spiritual problem, I thought I had the answers. Anyway, I found I didn't have the answers. political stuff had gone on. My life had been personally disrupted by 2 economic crises. And my whole life kind of fell apart too in those times as well, more than once. And so it was kind of happening again. This is 2017. I was already ready to start making changes, things like that. But anyway, so I'm exposed to this guy who's like, sure, the Bible says this or the Bible says that, but what it means, at least what it could mean, is this. And I thought, I hadn't thought of it that way. This is Peterson was putting these thoughts in my mind. My mom had read to me Bible stories. She had that little white book with the cartoon drawings of Jesus in it, and read me those stories at night. I went to Sunday school. I went to Catholic elementary school for a few years, and I just thought, like, this is ridiculous. I rejected the God of my understanding as a 6-year-old, not even catechumen, but like my complete ignorance of God as 6 to 8 years old. I rejected that outright. So anyway, I have Peterson, who's obviously way smarter than me, talking about the value and utility of this stuff. I thought, and he was talking about stuff in Genesis. I'm like, well, I never heard that. I didn't know anything about that stuff. So I don't remember which came first, but I went to a Bible study, and then I also watched the Bible Project on YouTube, which is like an animated explanation of each book of the Bible. And the Bible study I went to was the same thing. It's like, this is Genesis, this is what happens, this is on the map where they went, blah, blah. And I was completely shocked, because I'm like, I never knew this stuff. Like, I knew King David slew Goliath, but I didn't know anything else. And when I found that out, and when I found out all of it, like basically my conclusion of not even the entire Bible, not reading it, just people explaining it to me, was like, their heroes, the best guys, the ones that I knew about, are like way worse than me. Then I'm not so, I can't be too bad. And it made me start to feel like it's not like the church is this judgmental hypocrite crowd pointing at all my faults. That's not what it is. I was wrong. I thought that's what it was, but I was wrong. And anyway, I was happy to take a job opportunity in a different state. I moved up there. It turned out to be very different than I expected, but it was very much a pattern that I had fallen into many times of, they're never going to see it, but I still want to be vague, of false prophets, or like a false idol. And being confused and manipulated by that, allowing, just having all that happen. Anyway, thank God for the lockdowns and for the riots of 2020. Both of those were such a big slap to my face that I couldn't maintain the sort of delusion I had for myself. And I had also been looking into Christianity, at least in an intellectual, analytical way, for a few years. I hadn't accepted it in any way. Anyway, I moved out to Idaho. I was looking for a place to move to. I ended up here, 6-hour drive, no big deal. Came out here. And I'll also go back, and I have to tell this story too. So around the 12th or 13th year since I went through some steps, I said, fuck these people. And I stopped associating with them altogether. And I can get more into details about that. But anyway, I was just like, forget this. I don't need that. I got a psychiatrist, I can read books about inner child and other stuff like that. And I can heal myself this way. I don't need these people anymore, because they're all broken. And I used to say they're the worst people in the world, which isn't necessarily untrue. But it's full of the worst people in the world. Why should I associate with them? Anyway, so I'm out here, like, looking at Zillow, like, I'm going to move here somehow, some way. And it was 5 o'clock, and this idea came in my mind. why don't you go to a meeting? It's been like 8 years or so, maybe longer. And I looked it up and I went, and I was shocked by what I heard. I was shocked that people were telling the truth. And then I went the next night, same thing. I'm like, and I remember standing outside afterwards, talking to some people. And I decided to myself, I'm moving here. I'm going to live here. Because I knew I wasn't going to live where I lived, but I was going to go out to Kentucky, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis. I didn't care. I was anywhere. I was looking. I was going to live somewhere else. And I decided to live in this town, which was too expensive. It's a hippie town. It's a resort town, all sorts of things. Like all these reasons I shouldn't live here. And it's just like, again, no, dude, you're going to live here. Listen to these people. You need this. And so the intellectual exploration of what the spirituality at the very least, but like biblical Christianity, it got rekindled again by coming in here, and they say the Lord's Prayer. We were saying the Lord's Prayer constantly, and I never really said that for over a decade, going to the same group of people. And at some point I decided, I should mean what I'm saying. Let me try that. And then things started changing. What I used to want, I didn't want anymore. Now I wanted something different that I would never want to want. And I started wanting those kinds of things. I became friends with people that were like, well, they're Christian. I'm like, I don't want to be friends with Christians, I did. And, and then, this is maybe the most funny part. I started watching The Chosen. And I think that made a huge impact on me, which I don't even want to admit that, but it really did. And I was already like, I was no longer an atheist a few years ago. I started watching The Chosen this year. But it's like, so now I don't even know what I believe, but I have friends who told me the story about like, help me with my unbelief, that kind of thing. And so I'm like a seeker, not quite catechumen, with a local group. And, but I know what's going to happen. I'm going to become a Christian.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
In my life, this is the way it's gone. I deny it. I resist it. I start seeing it. And eventually I see that it's going to happen. And then it does. And I see that now. And like last night we were in a seeker thing, or like a catechumen type of a thing, and the guy's saying stuff, and I'm like, I'm just listening. I'm listening, but I have the old self like, are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. But it's like, you know what? I've been so damn ridiculous for so much of my life, and I'm also. At least, at the very least, I know I have this. What am I supposed to do? So like, I guess the last year, I've been watching a lot of apologetics on YouTube. And I got really turned away and sort of disgusted by it. It's just like, how does anybody even know this stuff? What they're doing is they're trying to not have faith. They're trying to like put on this armor or hold on to these things that are certain so they don't have to be afraid anymore. And I'm like, I realize, like, at least this is the way I see it. It's like that. I don't want to do that. I want to be willing to let go of all that. Be dumbfounded, as we were talking about earlier, and let go and try faith, which is terrifying to me. And I think that maybe that's what it is I just need to be ready to be terrified enough to move forward. No idea what I'm doing, but have faith that it's going to work out. And it's just like I have so many signs in front of me that this is not wrong.
That's amazing.
So, anyway, yeah, I'm glad I've actually said this to a couple people already, because this would have taken me 5 times longer to say if I hadn't already talked about it. Because I could be wordy. I got to plug this thing in.
I wanted to say hello to Steve. I've not got to meet you yet.
Which guy is this talking?
Chad the alcoholic.
Hey, Chad, what's happening? Yeah, I figured you and I will be talking at some point.
Yeah, it's good to we could finally be able to talk to you.
Yeah. And I'm sorry for my violation of tradition.
I don't think
This is good.
You
We
kept
can.
it.
I don't.
You kept it high level.
I'm being asked by my computer to do stuff. Okay. Yeah. I take them seriously, but I'm also.
I don't think you're violating them. I don't think you've actually violated them. I think you've been really mindful of not doing that.
That's a debate that our ecumenical council hasn't sorted out yet. But I appreciate what you're doing, Chad, and I respect it a lot.
Thanks, man. No, I'm
trying to make it easy on myself, but speaking in vague terms.
I'm violating them all the time. I express all my own opinions. I have a whole lot of personality.
Hello?
It's that time of day.
We get the afternoon Chad robot. Now, for any of you who missed out on the BOM Discord, Chad would get off work and he would start driving home and he'd always come in. And he would always hit this space on his way home and his voice would start to robot. And the beautiful thing about Chad is he presses on right through it. It just doesn't bother him. He just keeps plowing through.
Okay, I thought it was because I was having connection problems earlier.
We need to timestamp this for Grog, and we can play it for him, just like for his conversion within the year or whatever. It reminds me of this is so common within whatever. I'm just kidding, but like this is so common. Like I remember having early conversations with Job when he was wrestling with faith, and just like sounded exactly like you. Like this is crazy. This is stupid. I'm not going to be a Christian. He's like, why do I want to be a Christian? It's insane. And we'd have private conversations, and I'm like, Job, you're already there. It's like Hegel, to know a limit as a limit is to already be beyond the limit. If you're wrestling with this, you're there, man.
Yeah, I know that. But it's like, what if somebody sees me believing something that's silly? That's really what it is.
Oh, man.
There's no way I want to admit that. Like in Dawkins is like, I like Christmas and Yuletide songs and stuff like that. And like, I've been inside him saying that kind of, I know exactly where he's coming from. I mean, maybe I'm projecting still, but it's like, heaven forbid I get caught being wrong. What a curse to have to be like to be afraid of that.
Yeah.
Is it something you worry about? Like, first of all, nice to meet you. It was lovely to hear your story, Steve.
Thanks.
But I'm curious, is it something you worry about with regard to other people, like being wrong compared to other people, or being wrong compared to reality, if that makes sense? You know what I mean?
I think at least the story I believe and tell myself is that it's being objectively wrong, and objectively right is what I really care about. But I really only know that if there's other people. And this is even a new concept to me, that like other people matter. But I obviously always been that way. But I could easily tell myself that that's not true, and so I only care about the objective truth. Blah 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 blah. Like Alex O'Connor, I think that guy's totally a Christian, and just like he's never going to admit it. Sam Harris, I actually don't think he gets it, but it's
that's the thing about belief that's so crazy about that.
So the path has been laid for him to not have his pride chipped on the way in, and I'm saying this because I feel like my pride, the depth of my pride, was shown to me a couple years ago in an unexpected way, and I can barely even explain it, but I'm recognizing it so much more today, what pride is,
And I think that's exactly like the thing that you're relating to in terms of like Alex O'Connor and Sam Harris. I'm not saying, look, I'm very happy with the fact that Alex O'Connor is so inquisitive and asking about all this, but it does always seem like there is an element of pride attached to it still,
Yeah. It's like, everything you got, this is like me imitating him, and I'm not like studying him, so probably wrong, but it's like everything you guys are saying is pretty much plausible. It all makes sense. You know, God would hope that I could become a Christian someday. It was about how could I if there's this silly claim you're making.
Yeah.
As soon as it's not a silly thing anymore, I think he'll jump right in. You know.
Yeah,
But it's like a rule. You can't believe in silly things. Well, who said so?
Right, and I think also like at some point he was like, you know, I tried it, I went to this, and I was waiting for it, and I got absolutely nothing, and already hearing like that tone is kind of like, you know, it's almost like you're heading into a religion to be like, well, I'm gonna wait for that religious experience now, I'm gonna wait
Yeah.
for the voice of God. Like, I don't know, that seems so self-centered, you know, like that it's gonna
It
be about
is.
that, as opposed to like, okay, what can you actually do? Maybe how can you contribute to whatever, a church or some kind of a community.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
that's
that's been. I mean, I've been through it, you know,
Yeah.
and that's why I feel like looking at it, I feel like I can see it for what it is, and maybe that's just another self-centered projection. But it's just like I feel like that's what I've been doing, and I see myself doing it right now, and you know, like I know I'm like talking to all these people on the internet about this, like fuck.
Well, yeah, like for me, it kind of like I kind of felt like at some point there was this shift. I heard Bernardo Kastrup talk about it, and I was reading about it at the same time, so it felt like it was all sort of converging about, you know, that need to be happy constantly. Like how will I be happy and something like that? Because I've also sort of dealt with depression myself, and then he kind of said like, you know, probably the moment you really stop asking about like that question, you might actually be happy, but it doesn't work in the way that you tell yourself like, oh, so I shouldn't think about, you know, needing to be happy, and then I will be happy, because then you're still in that mode. And then I've kind of experienced that, what do you call it, like sort of every now and then, just like it intermittently. So sometimes like I've done something just kind of like very spontaneously out of the goodness of my heart, for instance, helping out on a project of sorts, and I've kind of felt that like, this is what it's about. But then all of a sudden, like I turned it in, like, oh, so now I feel happy, and then all of a sudden, like I might feel worse again for a little bit, because like all of a sudden it reflects back on me again. And I think that's sort of like this phase that I think I am progressing throughout the time, and maybe you're also like seeing this, Steve. I don't want to project on you, but then it's kind of like, yeah, you're kind of like suspicious of yourself at the same time. Like maybe it's still, you know, this pride that's working.
Very much so. You know, like I can imagine, let's say my brother watches this today, like now, and then we have a call tonight. Am I going to be like Peter and deny 3 times? Probably.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if I could face that, you know, but I can go and sit in a chair and listen to people talk about, you know, I mean, everybody here's probably got a different theology, so I don't want to get into the details, because then we would debate those things. But
oh no,
it's like the person's telling me stuff that's like, I need help with my unbelief when it comes to that stuff, and I may end up having to go to a different church over it, you know. But my point is, it's like I'm sitting there listening to it, turning off my judge that rejects everything.
That's
I
good.
didn't expect that. I did not expect that. And it was, I actually I tried very hard to never fall prey to that, you know? And it's just, it's like a lot, there's other things that have been removed from me, is the way I see it. Like these mistakes or sins or whatever defects being removed. It feels like that's what's happening again right now. It's like, you know, this is maybe something that has been useful and you've taught it other people, you know, it's been useful, but you don't need it anymore because it's in the way. There's some guy who wrote a book, like special guy, a couple thousand years ago, or hundreds or whatever. He wrote this book about the ladder, and you go through these stages towards becoming more spiritual, I guess. And I'm interested in checking that thing out, because I feel like if I could look at what I'm going through as that, maybe you'll feel less afraid of being ashamed that I resist the next lesson or admitting the next truth that I'm going to admit, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense. Like I'm currently working my way through The Sickness Unto Death by Kierkegaard. It's a very difficult book, but at the same time, like he also has this. He kind of says that like we're all in despair all the time, and the worst are those people that don't even know they're in despair, because he basically says everyone is in despair except for those who've really become full Christians. But he says like, but almost none of us are that, you know. And there's something really fascinating about reading that because, like, to me, it's very much like it was a confirmation of okay, I think I'm on the right path, even though I'm like not there at all. But it was like I was kind of reminded of that when you said it, when we were talking about the ladder, and I don't
Yeah.
think that's the nice thing. Like for Kierkegaard, it's also it's about then, you know, that ending up in action towards like other people in the world, and not like, oh, you know, you have this, I don't know, mental orgasm of like, oh, now I'm enlightened or something like that. Like it's really about good conduct too. Yeah, it's great.
But yeah, you know, I was in despair, had no idea, and you know, it's like you know, I make this motion, or I talk about my head being beat, or you know, because I'm thinking of like the Buddhist monk who like whaps you in the face to teach you the lesson, kind of thing. It's a metaphor or whatever, but it's like I knew I was in despair, but just keep going. You're just doubting yourself. Just keep going, and then it's like, no, you're not allowed to work anymore. And then like, oh man, well we could do it all online. And it's like, nah, you can't go outside because everybody's going to be like threatening your life, or at least they might threaten your life if you go outside because you are the wrong kind of person, and no one will admit that. And it's like, so all I could do is just sit there and then like listen to what people were saying instead of wrap myself up in my plans and all that stuff. I'm talking about 2020 in case I was being too obtuse, but it's like everything I was holding on to got stomped on, and so all I had was myself and you know what I was listening to and what I was thinking about, and it just became so obvious to me that I'm full of shit. I'm totally dishonest for years, and because I walked away from a fellowship that's like, you got to be honest, and I was like, you know, they're not honest, so screw them. And but yeah, I started facing some truths, and I went back, like, you know, I mentioned the Bible Project videos and the Bible study. It's like I looked at some truths that, you know, people call it like capital T truth, you know. I started looking at those with new eyes and paid attention. I was also more mature, so I was capable of even understanding the stories. And I was getting the rated R version because then I'm an adult, not a 6-year-old kid. And anyway, it was just like I started realizing that I had been rejecting so many things in pursuit of stuff that every like feel good movie tells me, don't pursue those things, pursue these things. Every book, every poem, every martial arts teacher I've had, they've all said the same kind of thing. Don't pursue this stuff, pursue this stuff. And it's just like I found out that I realized, like, man, I was willfully turning a blind eye to that, and you know, finding people like Tony Robbins and stuff to like justify me in my pursuit of the wrong things, even if that's not what he was trying to say. Yeah. Anyway, it's led me to here. That's, again, this is how I ended up here.
Yeah,
I love that.
also...
I love that because
Go ahead, Chad.
I was just thinking, I love what you're saying because, like, that's where I found self-help is like toxic to a guy like me. I don't know how to do it. I'm not made to be helping myself. I'm just not that dude. Because I don't have the humility to handle self-help.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, blow it up every time. But I'll tell you this, Steve. What's really interesting is the path that I'm on right now. Like, the depth of things that are acceptable to me, as far as like possibility and all that stuff, are unreal. Like I'm reading this book right now the They Flew book, and it's blowing my mind.
This is
I believe.
Oh, They Flew.
Damn
Yeah,
near
I've just listened to Paul talk.
every word of it.
What'd you say about They Flew?
And I just think mine.
I think this is what Len said about Robot Chad.
Yeah. Okay. Because yeah,
Mark
it's
is right
cutting
too.
out.
Yeah, it's on my side too.
Yeah.
Nice. No, I want to get into that book too, and I'm also kind of like what do you call it? Like I'm reminded, like while you were saying it, like of all like the stories that are in the Bible too, right? So like it's like you have all the Israelites in Egypt, and they're like reduced down to one boy who makes it, right? And that boy is Moses, and then you get the Israelites out of that,
Yeah.
and then the same thing with Herod and Jesus, right? Like all the little boys are, and that's like what you were saying. Like I'm full of shit. Like that moment is kind of like realizing, oh, but there might be this thing inside of you that sort of makes it out alive, and out of that, right? And that's
It's
maybe
blowing my mind. I'm accepting like damn near every word of it is fact. And, oh, is it roboting? Shit.
And like, how could I possibly do that?
Sorry, guys.
How could I possibly accept every one of those words? All of that stuff is fact. That's just crazy. But you know, Chad, I mean, you'll definitely understand. I guess Lance too. You'll definitely understand this. I accepted some facts a while back that like it's amazing that I would, and it's like, am I even the one who came to believe that stuff, or was it just put into me? You know, because you know, in my story, you guys haven't heard that part of it, but like, I had no intention of like changing myself in that way. No intention at all. And I just read some stuff. I read a couple chapters, and I completely changed what I believed from reading sentences. You know, wouldn't expect that. I mean, you know, it's like that early. You know, if you go back like 12 hours in this chat, we were talking about a cat. And this guy, like, who realized cats don't talk, and he stopped being schizophrenic after that. So you don't know exactly what it was that, like, made him realize this stuff. It could have been some random thing. And in my case, it might not have just been reading what I read that got me to change my opinion about myself and accept some things to be true that a psychologist told me that these things weren't true. A psychologist told me that there's no such thing as alcoholism, you know? So I knew that was a fact. Anyway, that seems similar to what's going on for me right now. It's like, you know, I don't want to be on this side. I don't want to be a Christian. I don't want to have, if this is true, and what that means, I don't want that to be true. I don't want to go this direction. I don't want to spend my time doing this. I want to spend my time doing that, as far as I'm concerned. But it's like going away. What I want is actually going away, and it's being replaced by something I don't want, but I'm starting to want it. And that's just a weird. Am I just being manipulated by crafty con men? I don't think so. None of you have anything to gain from me.
Who is the like?
And the local church, they don't eat. They got too many people, you know.
But like, which part of you
know,
want?
so I don't believe it's a manipulation. I think it's I've been to it before. It's like what I used to hate, I'm starting to love. You know, that's what's happening.
You know, I think I've been thinking about that parable Jesus tells about their two sons, and the father says to the first one, you know, go and work in the vineyard, and he says, I will. Oh yes, Father, I'll go. And then he doesn't. And then the other son, he says the same thing. And he says, no, I won't. And then he does. He goes and does the work. And the interesting thing is that both sons lied.
Right.
Nobody told the truth.
Yeah.
But one person lived in a way that was, you know, like congruent with reality.
Yeah.
You know, so but for whatever reason, it's just we just accept the truth from like the first people or groups of people we hear, and until you start hearing different stuff from other people, and then you have to start looking at not just what they say but why they say it, and how they actually live, and then you get the more complete picture.
Yeah.
Because I always think, like, why should I be believing these skeptical people? Like, why like they don't seem like they're very fun, honestly. Like,
that's actually one of the things that's helped me is like, and it's just like the meaning crisis, and I might just be a product of all the videos I've been watching for the past few years, but I felt against sort of the society that was out there. It didn't seem right to me. And I was in the software industry as well, and the consulting industry. So I had some sense of like, this is bullshit. And they're wanting life to be easier and softer. And they want, today it's language. They want their sins to be okay, and that's what they're going for, and blah blah blah. They're trying to justify themselves. They're self-centered, and I felt like I saw that, but I was still on their side, whatever. I'm not fully coming to terms with that kind of thing yet, but that I was in the world. I was making money out of that world, and I liked that. I was getting prestige. I was on stage talking to people. I like that stuff. But I didn't. Like somebody was talking about Lewis earlier, and I think it wasn't in the book I read, Mere Christianity. I think it was like a quote on a YouTube or a Facebook page I follow about we have this yearning for something that can't be satisfied on earth. And that's kind of what I think was partly all my ambition in the industry I was in, and the quality of life I was seeking was like, it was like this yearning. And this is such a cliche, it's embarrassing, but it's like this yearning I was trying to fill with money or this or that, fame, that kind of stuff. And I didn't really get a lot, relatively speaking, but it was hollow, and I think I knew it the whole time. And then the places I got that greatest, clearest messages that it was the wrong thing, I said to myself, fuck these people. They're the worst people in the world. You can stop listening to them, anyway, my super nerdy intellectual pursuits. I like to be nerdy and intellectual, watch lectures and give lectures and stuff. Some dude's up on stage giving these lectures about, Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel. And so it's like he was the delivery device, was the gateway drug for me to be exposed to truth. And I had already come to accept, like, if something's true, it's always true, and there are these truths. It's not like relative. It's not all relative. And it's like it was against my will. That's not what I would have wanted. I would have wanted to read the Christopher Hitchens book and be able to own the Christians on YouTube chats. That's what I wanted. But that's not what happened. So, good for me.
Is part of you also sad, Steve? Like that old part of you is no longer here, or are you happily saying goodbye to it, or how's it going?
It's not like it's gone. It's more like I'm in sort of a daze. So I've done what you could consider confession before, and in the process of doing that, I expected to feel total shame and guilt, like you got to go to the principal's office kind of in my chest. And I felt total peace. I'm like reading a list of like, this is everything terrible about me. I'm like confessing. And it was not, like I said, it was not at all what I expected. I thought it would be a horrible experience. It was a totally peaceful experience. And that's kind of what it's like now. Like I can see myself, like the pride I had to be invited to like give a keynote speech to a conference I was totally unprepared for, to an audience. And I didn't, you know, I had some, I could say some good stuff, but like, I'm not one of them. And it definitely needed somebody else. I can look at that now and just see it for what it is. So I think the truth is refreshing.
Steve,
You know, it's only painful when you're still lying. Huh?
I think you'd really like. I think you'd really like to have a conversation with Jeremy first. He's come on a couple of times on some of these things. He was so he was like following Sam Harris's meditation techniques. He was he grew up in the Mormon. He grew up Mormon young, kind of walked away from it. Was in this whole kind of space, and then he had his whole world kind of messed up by this stuff, and he ended up becoming an Orthodox Christian. And it's like, I think there's a lot of similarities there.
Yeah, Jeremy, what?
First.
Okay.
So like he really can relate to Tigran, right? Because he's like, oh, dude, I've totally been in that headspace. You know what I mean? Like he's like,
yeah, I've thought everything Tigran says, and I'm just not I don't like confrontation, so I just thought it in my mind. But I wouldn't join a channel to antagonize people. That's my brother's job. He mastered that, so I mastered.
There he is.
Stinging comebacks in my mind, so I didn't have to face any retaliation. But I thought everything he's thought, you know, and I may be wrong, but I don't think so.
Bryce, Mandy, see you guys jumped into the Grail Country Marathon. Welcome.
You're still going. I mostly just came because it's so long. It's just kind of fun. But also, every time I've popped in like randomly throughout the day because it's been so long, I just really enjoy random snippets of whatever Steve is talking about. So, hey, Steve McGee.
Hi. I do like talking.
Yeah, Steve, I love catching a little bit of your story there. Especially the part where you're talking about, it's not that I necessarily want to go here, but it sounds a lot like Augustine.
Who's that?
Sounds a lot like Augustine. Lord, make me holy, but not yet.
Oh, yeah, totally. Absolutely. When I first heard that, I actually cried, and then I started laughing. Just a second to tear. Because I'm like, yeah, I know. That definitely. But I'm also, I know I'm like, I go to extremes. My behavior does it, but my thinking goes to extremes. So I'm thinking like, oh, so if this stuff is true, that means I have to like be a desert monk. And I don't want to like eat like insects in the desert for the rest of my life. So I can't believe in Christianity. And, that's just stupid. But I don't know where it is, and I also think like, okay, I'll just find a spiritual father and ask him, what should I do? And yeah, they're gonna laugh at me and like, nobody knows what I should do.
There's a really good quote from Van der Klee that reminds me of what you're saying that I saved for years, where he said, "Christ is more demanding than we think reasonable." Sorry about that. And he's more merciful than we think responsible.
Right.
But don't forget about the second part.
Yeah. And that's, I had this insight, in the very, very beginning of my accepting that I think I'm a Christian. This is a few years ago in a meeting where we don't talk about Jesus. We don't do that, but we try to be spiritual and at least honest with ourselves about ourselves. But anyway, in there, I was thinking like, we do talk about God sometimes, but I was saying, because I had this realization, like, I don't have anything, I think I have things, and it all gets taken away, and I actually didn't have it, and then, that's like really Buddhist or whatever too, like whatever, but what the insight that I had was like, God wants everything for me, absolutely everything. But the insight and kind of the consolation is, well, I don't really have much anyway, So it's not like I only have to give everything to him, but I don't even have anything. So, I mean, it might just be like some mental masturbation koan kind of thing to make myself less resistant. But I do think it is everything, but I get caught up in everything.
And it's like, what else?
Like my watch, I just
What
bought
else
it.
are you going to give it to anyway?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I almost flip
And
that
by
upside
giving it
down.
to him, it's like, what does that even mean? So, anyway, it's like I'm afraid, and I try to build up this sense of certainty all around myself so I don't have to be afraid, because that's what an intellectual will do. But it's like I just need to like shut up and like they say, go to church. No, I don't want to do that. But I just went, and it's like, yeah, it was as weird as I thought it would be, but it was peaceful. I wasn't scared. Like if I went to a dance, oh my God, I would hate that. Wasn't like that. It was, yeah. I'm going to keep going for at least, I'm going to go to the next one, and we'll see what happens.
You said something like God wants everything. I've almost thought about this a little bit. It's almost like, does God need my prayers? No. And does God want that? I mean, as a loving father, but I think it's that it's like, no, but it's in my best interest. Like it's best for me. It's best for me. Like I can perform half measures, or I can be all in, right?
Yeah.
And so it almost like one of the things I had to do is like God doesn't need my prayer, but boy, do I need the prayer, right? God doesn't need the transformation. I need the transformation. That kind, when I almost flip that, and that goes back to that quote you talked about, Mandy, which is like that gets you into it is like, and I think what Jeremy pointed out here was really good, which is like Jordan Peterson gets the almost the sense he gets the high calling of it, like it's everything, right? But there's the flip side of that, which is the mercy is so expansive and wide as far as east is to the west, and he misses the other side of the coin on that. He sees the adventure and he gets to pick up your cross, but the beautiful thing about the paradox of God is it's both and, right?
Yeah,
it's everything. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do, and it'll be
the yoke is light.
Peace.
I agree. I think that came up earlier today, maybe, but definitely it's like pick up your cross. Like, holy crap, I don't want to do that, but my yoke is light, and that's like and you've been there. You're doing a confession type of experience, and it's like I don't want to do that. No way, I'm gonna lie. I'll leave stuff out. But as it turns out, it's like the yoke was light. And I don't really understand emotions so well. It's difficult for me to describe them. So, serenity may not be the right one, but that's what I felt. Something like at least peace. But it was like, it's like I experienced serenity facing the worst parts of myself in front of another person. Never would have expected that. And so maybe that's what it's like to be on a cross. I doubt it, but like metaphorically at least, like the ultimate responsibility that I don't want to face is actually the biggest bliss there is. I wonder if that's something that I found to be true in my whole life. I haven't really looked at it, but it's probably true. They say that like the come to Jesus moment. If you're like a criminal, that sounds terrible. But like, why would they call it the come to Jesus moment as like a colloquialism? It's like, how blissful would that be?
There's
to be able
something
to be free.
No, sorry, yeah, like there's something about the sort of the authenticity of your story, which is all like I know that Paul is working on that at the moment in his videos, but that is really about who am I and what am I supposed to do, which is actually I'm noticing more and more, like the more that I don't know, that I'm thinking about all this and talking to people about it, is really the profoundly Christian thing to do in some ways. It's really to not find yourself sort of in what you thought you liked yourself to be, but to go further than that and then discover who you are, but not by then losing yourself and being like, oh, like all of reality is an illusion and I'm fundamentally nothing. It's like, no, you are something, but you do need to discover what that is, and it might not be what you thought that was. And I hear that reflected in your story.
Yeah, I mean, Alex was kind of talking about that earlier, like 4 hours ago or whatever. But yeah, I felt like I related to that because I always, well, for maybe half my life, I've been like looking back and reflecting on my past, periodically. And I do see this pattern of, it's like I'm an ant walking in the line of ants, and then somebody rubs their finger across my line and everybody scatters. I'm a scattered ant for a while until eventually I find my way back to the path. And it seems like I go through that every now and then. And it's happening again, which is funny because it seemed like it just happened a few years ago. So it should have been stable for a little while. But it's just, I think it's a longer process, or maybe my model of how my life works is wrong. So I feel like I'm kind of like lost and looking for something, but it's like I see what it is, and I have seen what it is for a while, and I'm like, I don't want it, but I do. And I just haven't come to terms with it yet. Something like that. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I'm pretty sure I know where I'm going to end up. Like not specifically, but I see where I'm going. And talking like this is part of like starting to come to terms with, I guess. But
yeah, there's something about having to be even more honest. Like,
yeah.
Like otherwise you avoid it by yourself in some sense, right?
Totally. Yeah.
It's
I'm
wild.
very fortunate to have been taught about honest with myself, at least, but including other people makes it so much more real.
Yeah. And it's easy to deceive yourself, like that's the other thing.
Especially when you're smart.
Yeah. That's the problem for all of us in this little corner, we all like to think, and then that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's great. I, by the way, appreciated Gezi's comment just now, like that that you highlighted, Lance. Like, it's great that it's like, because I was thinking about that, like there is something about the story in itself that God does show needing us, but indeed not maybe through those individual moments that you were laying out, Lance. Like, we should never like have the pride and say like, well, like wouldn't it be good for God if I now go ahead and there's something fundamental in that story. But maybe you want to speak to that, Lance.
Yeah, I think the one thing is like I absolutely have always been a free will guy. It's the only thing that makes sense to me, right? Like we do have free will, right? And one of the very simplest things for me, and I know this, I don't know, sometimes the simple things are that, like, so when I think about Genesis, the let us make, but also if God is love, like if love has existed in Kairos forever, well, that's relationship, right? Love is never coerced, it's reciprocal. So if God is love and then we're participating in love, like, I don't know that he needs it, but there is a reciprocal, as we love him and he loves us, like that's a back and forth. So, maybe needing it or whatever, but I think that there's joy, like as a father, I have I experience immense joy. If you see your kids really display something, like, like you see them being really kind in a moment, like particularly I have young boys, and if you see them being really kind in a moment to, there's that kid, like one time my oldest son, he was an annoying kid. Okay, I'm sorry. He was really hard. He was annoying. He annoyed everyone. And so the other kids didn't like him, but Logan included him in one time, and I saw him just kind of pick him up and choose him or whatever. And I saw that as a dad, and I'm just like, yes. You know what I mean? Like you just have this moment, you're like, man, that's it. So anyway, you would have to think that there's those sorts of reciprocal things, going on or whatever. Now the ineffable doesn't need anything to be fulfilled. That's that whole point. But there has to be something in the participation in it that's there with God and us. So
Yeah, that's good. And it is like it's almost like the work has already been done, kind of like as you lay it out. But at the same time, it's like that's what we're talking about here. That as we sort of realize our own fundamental nature, like who we really are, sort of, I don't know, like we come to discover what we should be doing in this life. It does end up serving that higher purpose. So then, like even though the work is already done, whilst we do the works on ourselves, we find actually, we end up reciprocating too. So yeah, it's wild.
I think, Lance, what you said before about prayer, God needing prayer, or it's about our transformation too. I actually think that looking at prayer about us and our being transformed is still, it's kind of self-centered a little bit. And the actual like telos, or what purpose, whatever word you want to use, of prayer is love. And it should always be like outward, even though it does transform us. That's like, it does do that. But like, it's like if you have that in your head and you're doing it for that, I don't know, does that make it not? It's like an invitation to participate in like faith, hope, and love is like what prayer seems to be.
100%. So if you look at like Evagrius Ponticus, it's Jess and I talk about this book, Spiritual Fatherhood. It's really good. But he talks a lot about like we practice the gospel virtues. And one of the things is like in the monastics will talk about, you're not trying to seek an experience, right? Like the Holy Spirit gives what it gives when it gives or whatever, right? And so we see these things. And so the key is like when you're into Jesus prayer, like you're trying to get towards stillness, okay? Like be still and know that I'm God. Like if there is an end goal, there is this sense of trying to get to that. But as far as all the other stuff, like the grace and the this and the that and the feelings, like you don't seek. It's not. You don't seek after that stuff, right? But so how I would look at that is I think about myself. So it does help me though, because when I am better in my prayer rules and my prayer life, and particularly I found most recently the past few years when I'm really good in my practice of the Jesus prayer, when I'm in the morning and then throughout the day, like who I am as a husband and like a father, like that does matter to me. Like I know that, like I try to check myself. So a lot of times with my wife, if we're doing things and I know I'm falling short, I'm like, I know, like I'll know, like I have not been praying like I know that when I do that, I'm a better husband, And if I'm acting like a jackass, I can say, okay, I need to do the things that I need to do to make me healthy, to make me a better person to be around. Like, because I don't naturally tend towards. I'm a lot to handle. I'm a taste that's acquired that not everyone acquires. And I can be particularly difficult. I'm in my head. I'm going 100 miles a minute all the time. I got answers for everything. I'm very short. And that can be very annoying to live with, particularly if you're a wife who just wants like, hey, just like, listen to me, like, notice me, love me. Like, what are you doing? Quit trying to like solve all the world's problems.
Yeah, so in that sense, I guess the telos is it still love, even though you're saying I want to be better. It's because of the people around you. It's how you're affecting them. I guess my Protestant brain, when I say prayer, I'm not automatically thinking of like reciting repetitive things like the Jesus prayer, which I actually love that. But my brain goes to like praying for the sick, praying, those kind of things in scripture that says to do, which is obviously not just about you being transformed or magic, but it's just participating in love.
Well, there's this principle, I have it here. There's this principle, if you're having a resentment for someone, you're supposed to pray for them for 30 days, right? So I'd heard this wisdom and I was like, I try to do that, but then I didn't really know how to do it, to be honest with you. So I never actually prayed for someone for 30 days because I would start like extemporaneously praying for them. It's just kind of weird. It's like, oh, Yeah, I pray. This is how my prayers would start out. And if earmuffs, if kids are listening, God, I'm sorry that John's such an asshole, but I'm praying for him. That would be the start of my prayer, like day one, like, sorry, just, don't be me or whatever. But what I've started to do now, and this is part of my prayer rule, is I kind of do a modified Jesus prayer, but I have my prayer rope and I go through start with my immediate family, but then I start praying, God, the Lord Jesus Christ, bless and have mercy on Amy. It's my wife's name. Lord Jesus Christ, bless and have mercy on Logan. And I'll start praying through my kids. And then I start praying through extended people. I prayed for people in this little corner. But when I have people that I'm particularly resentful for and I'm arguing with my head, you know what I mean? Like, I know I have a resentment if I catch myself driving down the road and I'm arguing with you in my head. Like, I'm just like, literally there's an argument going on. Like, I'm like, when you did this and you did this and, you totally didn't respect me when I do this. And you don't, like, I argue in my head with people. Well, that means I have a resentment. So what I found is that 30-day rule, on my prayer rope, I might go around the whole prayer rope. It's like 50. And so I'll literally start praying for this person, Bob, just say, Bob, Lord Jesus Christ, bless and have mercy on Bob. Lord Jesus Christ, bless and have mercy on Bob. And I get into it. I'm going to tell you, it blows your mind. I don't know why it works. Don't know how it works or whatever. But when you're praying for that for yourself and your family, and then you take that to that person, and be honest with you, a lot of times my family members are the ones I'm praying for resentments for. I mean, that's just how it works, right? That in that time, particularly if I spend that much time saying that thing, that person's in my mind. And what am I praying? I'm praying for the same thing for them that I'm praying for myself, right? And mercy is all the loving goodness, kindness, the Greek sense of that. And if you do that day after day, for that period of time, I've finally been able to actually pray for someone I had a resentment for. I've actually been able to do the 30-day prayers for someone every single time that I've done that. And I've had to do it for about 4 to 5 different people. At the end of that period, I absolutely have reached a state of more forgiveness, that sort of thing. But through that, it's almost like I've seen where my part of that problem with that person, like my side of the street through whatever that happens. So, so when I think about that, but here, so what's the telos of that, Mandy? You talked about, right? That's about reconciliation. That's about amends, right? It's about, and it starts in here because you can't go ask forgiveness for someone. Like you can't go make an amend to someone until you truly have forgiveness in your heart with that person. Because if you're going in and if you're going into it and you're still angry about this, and it's kind of like, I'm sorry I did this. Even if you don't say it, like you could say, yeah, but you were a total jerk to me. But don't worry about that. I have forgiven that or whatever. But you don't. No, you brought it up. So no, you need to go to the point to where you just on your side of the street. And even if they did something pretty awful to you, they take it or leave it. And by the way, that's hard. That could take you months to get to that place before you can go to that person to try and be reconciled.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, and it's true. And what I found reading very limited amount of the epistles that Paul tells us to pray for people. But the section so I'm going off of Sola Scriptura, not the Apocrypha, of the news stories in the back of that blue book. There's like the first 164 or whatever. That's what I found because I've started to help people through this stuff again recently. It tells us, first of all, praying only for knowledge of his will for us, the power to carry that out, at least in the context of 11. But in 4, about resentments, it tells us to pray for ourselves. And it's changed the way we think about the person. So this jerk who's transgressed against me only because they're spiritually sick. And if I love them and they're so spiritually sick that they're trying to hurt me, they need my help. God, fuck that motherfucker. But God, take this anger from me. God, help me love this person. Because I'm the one with this list. I'm writing this list right now. That's me. So after I've looked at my side of the street, it's much more difficult to look at this evil jerk person who's like taking my girlfriend or whatever. I have to love them. And when I don't want to, I pray for that. And it's just interesting to me because nobody says that in this fellowship. No, in that fellowship, nobody says it. They're always talking about the 2 weeks, you know, page 500 something or whatever. That's a new story. It wasn't there 20 years ago. And it's like, yeah, sure, that's not necessarily bad. But what I find is it doesn't take 2 weeks to get over resentment. When what I do with my resentment is I look at me. I look at the log in my eye. And it's like, how could I hate this person? Because also it's like I'm no longer even looking at like what am I losing. I'm looking at like the spiritual world. It's like this is a sick person, and so am I. And I know what that's like. I know what it's like to be the jerk, and I still probably am. You know, so like help me be helpful to this person so that they no longer have to be like this. Not so that I'm relieved from their jerkiness, but it's like, help me help them so they can also potentially be transformed, at least in this little way, in this little moment. And that I find is an instantaneous relief from resentment. The thing is, I don't want it. I'd much rather pray that they get like the car they wish they had for 2 weeks and then I don't hate them anymore. I'd rather do that than like look at me like the only reason I'm resenting them is because I'm running as fast as I can away from God. I'm doing everything I can to not be like Jesus. Everything I possibly can, including putting this jerk idol in front of God. And I hate it, you know. That's, if I look at it that way, man, it's so embarrassing to have been excellent at making other people look bad for so many years, because that's what I've been doing. I've been not doing what I was taught 24 years ago. I just skipped right over that section because I was scared of this list I had to write. I like totally missed it, and I heard some like dumb guy in an audio tape explaining it. I'm like, oh, that's what it is. And then I've been reading it a bunch recently, and yeah, so like this came up earlier in the like 4 hours ago or whatever in this chat. I'm going to overthrow the Roman Empire by repenting. You know, I'm going to clean up my room, and then, you know, Obama will get elected or whatever. You know, I'll save the politics of the United States by cleaning up my room. I'll end the evil in the world. I'll conquer Rome by repenting. And like, I don't want to do that. I'd much rather like get good with a sword or get good with a gun and overthrow an evil tyrant. But that's the exact opposite. And it's just interesting how, you know, you're part of you have the conversations with the kind of people I do, you know, where we all get to talk and no one can interrupt us until we're done. That kind of fellowship, and people constantly they refer to that story at the back of the book of like, yeah, you just pray for this person for 2 weeks, and it's not like it doesn't work. But the what I consider to be inspired spiritual advice that we got in the 30s was, you pray for yourself to stop being the jerk. Mm-hmm. That's the solution to your resentment. And I find like I've started to become open to that, and that's why I drove up to this church last weekend. You know, I knew what it was. I knew what I was getting into. I've watched all this stuff on YouTube recently, but I'm like, I'm the jerk. I got to go there and maybe do this stuff that it seems so crazy to me. And God, I hope nobody knows that I'm doing it, you know? But it's like, I'm realizing that I have to, it's like I have to give everything away. I have to give it all. And fuck that.
I don't think they have to be mutually exclusive. Like I do think, which I'm not saying you are saying that,
They're
but it's
not.
like,
yeah,
I think like if you really like Lance was saying, like if you're praying for that person like so often, so much, then more and more you'll be able to see them, let's say, as a child of God. If
I've never heard anybody tell me it didn't work.
Oh yeah.
You know?
But I also think
how could I doubt that it's true? I think it is true.
Well, and the thing is, I do both, right? So the most time I spend with the Jesus prayer is, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So most of that time is asking for help. Like I spend most of that time, and that's that time.
Yeah, I've been barely doing that or something similar, and I think that that's why I want something different today.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I want what I'm wanting for my life is not what I wanted. And I think it's like what you're just saying. It's like, you know, I'll wake up in the morning thinking certain things that I would want, but now I don't anymore. And the Jesus prayer helps that just go away. And that's been weird. I've not expected that. And I'm not doing it right. I'm not doing it. I'm like getting a D- in the Jesus prayer or whatever. And but it's like it doesn't matter. I'm just like, you know, whoa. I've been stunned, or I'm like in awe, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just something, and I've mentioned this before. I was a terrible extemporaneous prayer because I was listen, I was a pastor, so I could get in front of people and I could do a good prayer. You know what I mean? Like I could sound good and say all the right things or whatever. But I was a bad extemporaneous prayer because I was good when I was really good at times where I felt close to God. And even if I'm getting my own prayer time, like that would work. But when I didn't have the words to pray, you know what happened? I didn't pray.
Yeah.
I get points in my life where and every mature spiritual person will tell you, you will get to that point. You will be in a period of your life where you don't have the words to pray. And for me, what worked out was when I didn't have the words to pray, you know what happened? I didn't pray.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's good. Because I mean, I am trying to pray silently too. You know what I mean? Like I want to cultivate silence in my prayer as well, to stop talking and listen for a moment. But at the same time, like I haven't really tried that type of repetitive prayer too often. So I'm kind of like in between those things. But you're kind of convincing me, both of you. So
yeah, I just recently got what Lance was just saying. That just I read it or somehow it like that specifically was like, oh yeah. And I already know that about other stuff. We were talking about like knitting or like learning how to do martial arts, like this samurai sword master thing or whatever. It's like you that's the thing to do. So you just do it, and it will become so much more than what you're doing. And so like you know, here's a prayer that's like, how did it get to you? How did that prayer get to you? Like me, Steve, living in this unfinished house in not the middle of nowhere, but far from where I should have been, according to my thoughts. How did that prayer get to me? You know, It's not like this is this evil controlling patriarchy trying to like control me so that I buy something they want me to buy. There's no way that's it. It's like it's passed through the judgment of people who have been honest for thousands of years, or at least hundreds, but I think thousands of years. It's like, who am I to scoff at that? Let me read it and see what happens. And a lot of the most beneficially transforming things in my life, that's what they've been.
And when you guys were talking about this earlier,
conservative.
You guys were talking about this earlier when you were talking about the forgetting and some of that other stuff. So I don't have the words to articulate what it was like when I was trying to think about something earlier. But once I liken it to playing an instrument. It's the way I can say it. So when I started doing those liturgical prayers, or like particularly when it came to the Jesus prayer, what happened is once I really got 3 and 4 months into it, then I'm not thinking about it. See, it's just kind of running, and then I get to the point to where when you get 10 minutes into it, I can kind of lose time. So what you're talking about, Aaron, like that's that thing where you're not talking or whatever.
Yeah.
Like it's something else. And the other thing, if I get to the point where I've practiced it and it's in me, like when you guys were talking about the forgetting or whatever, is I had found that there were times that I'd be driving the car and all of a sudden I realized it was running on background, right? Like I was like, oh, what? And that's good because it's good for me because I can get so quickened and short in my behavior that it's good for me to have something like that running in the background. It just so how that would play out for me would be the sort of thing like someone could totally cut me off in a dangerous way in traffic and I don't even respond to it, right? Like if I'm in that good spiritual condition, like I don't respond to it. Other times that could happen and I do certain things with my finger and I say certain things with my mouth to people as they go by.
Yeah, no, it's funny, like the way you're explaining it now, it kind of reminds me sort of like what came to mind was like meditation, because like running in the background, so like you're focused on your breathing, but it's almost like the breathing is very neutral, and what you were talking about is like you have that light, like you have a light that you're constantly focusing on, which is like that thing running in the background. So it's not just like a neutral point that helps you fall away from distractions, which is also good. Like I encourage everyone to also cultivate meditating, but I'm just saying like it's also like, oh, it helps you be compassionate towards others at the same time. So, and we have a new guy, so we have to say hi. Hello,
Brooks, welcome. You're a new
Hi.
person. We're so glad you're here.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? You're all set?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have green hair. That's a green screen behind me.
Okay.
But, I wouldn't mind if I had green hair. Not a big deal. But no, I wanted to change the subject a little bit. This morning, 7 hours ago, somebody was talking about Switzerland. and since Sherry's going to Switzerland, I worked there for a long time, and what they were talking about was how they observe Ascension Day and take the day off and all that sort of thing. And the question was, wow, is this more are they more based in their religion than we are? But I'm married to a Danish woman and for 30 years, and I've been there, and they have even more holidays than they have. Something called Store Bida Day, which means Big Prayer Day, and I don't even know what that. I don't even see where that is in Scripture. They like the day off, I think, is what they enjoy. And everyone in Denmark they study for confirmation, their confirmation. They're all Lutheran, and they all pay tax to the church unless they Christendom strikes again. I've been in the heart of Christendom, and I go to church there, and they're lovely people. A lot of the farmers come in to the church, and I can understand the sermons, but 70%, even if I could understand them 100%, they are snoozes. I mean, it's just, I'm more of a evangelical and the new music stuff here, which I like. It's just not happening there. But this is the heart of what Kierkegaard's about. And I want to encourage Kierkegaard. We have a bunch of people here. Aaron's reading, and others have said that, Mekmo, I don't know what his name is, if I refer to him. Is it?
McMo is fine. McMo's fine.
Right.
McMo's fine though.
But he's into it. So I'll be on here, and at least in the private chats, I'll be probably communicating more about Kierkegaard. But I put a notice in there that I've been to the national conference for Kierkegaard here, and the joke is that if Kierkegaard showed up, they would ask him to leave. They've completely screwed it up. But back to Europe, and Sherry, I know in Switzerland people are more private than up in Denmark, where they all think they're Christians. And then Kierkegaard wrote this. He said, "Your typical Dane ask him if he's a Christian. He goes, well, I'm not a Jew, I'm not Muslim, so I'm a Yeah. And that's just by process of elimination. And it stays at that. And of course, there are small splinter real Christian churches there. But I put up this on the green screen. This is my collection of Kierkegaard readings right here. This is all Kierkegaard.
Impressive.
So, Aaron and McMohan, we'll have conversations, or if it ever gets to
I'd love that. Yeah,
topics,
for sure.
then we'll have them on the side or whatever. But I have to actually check out now, but I thought I'd introduce myself.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Brooks.
Let's
And-
plan the conversation.
Is it okay if I interrupt real quick? Because I'm going to jump off and I'm going to listen because I got a lot of noise going on here because there's a street right here. But I do want to say something that you guys were talking about before as far as prayer and being upset about somebody and how do we cope with all that frustration and all that kind of stuff. And I want to bring two aspects to it. One is the Christian aspect. Two, my old human nature aspect. I guess that's three. So three, the mental health aspect that I learned. So coping with difficult thoughts and difficult emotions when the world is imperfect, I laugh, right? When I'm imperfect, I laugh. So I'm going to, and I'll be quick, and then I'll just listen. I'm going to have to disconnect my camera here. So, but before I make my point, and I'm going to try to be brief, I want to read scripture. Sorry, have to go there. It's in Second Corinthians chapter 10. It's two verses. Okay, so bear with me for just 1 second. So 2 Corinthians 10, I'm going to start with verse 3. It says, "For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war according to the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty in God for pulling down strongholds, casting down arguments, casting down arguments, and every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of God, bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of Christ." And that's where verse 3, 4, and 5 end. So how do I incorporate that into my, before I was Christian, way of doing things and thinking about things, the Christian way of doing things and thinking about things, and then the mental health aspect of dealing with this situation, even if I wasn't a Christian, right? So how do I, and then here, I'm going to taking every thought into captivity. In mental health, they do teach you how to not to entertain intrusive thoughts or uncomfortable emotions, because we can't get rid of emotions either, a lot. We can't get rid of our thoughts, a lot. But not to cling on to them, right? If the rope is searing hot, and if I want to cling onto it, it's going to hurt me, right? My old sin nature says cling onto it because of, oh, I'm so mad and I just want to hang onto it and it's hurting me, right? How do I hold every thought captive, right? Right? So through the word, it's like, okay, whatever frustrating emotions, whatever frustrating thoughts, whatever intrusive thoughts, whatever, all that stuff that I'm going to encounter, I should neither hold on to it, ponder over it more than necessary, or cling on to it for dear life. I should just let them come and go. And then before you know it, the Holy Spirit would intervene. And before you know it, I'm like somewhere else. But I have to allow that to happen. If my flesh interferes, if my own sin nature interferes, I laugh. There goes that. But anyways, I didn't want to make it longer than necessary. And so yes, it's not just about flesh. It's a weird warfare that's been going on. And let me see, pulling down strongholds, casting down arguments and every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of God. I'm still trying to decipher what that means. Well, thank you, TLC, for allowing me to give my piece. I am going to listen, but I need my hands and anyways, but thank you.
Thank you. Alan, Corner Citizen, what's up?
What's up, Lance? Just thought I'd jump in, but I'm navigating really bad hotel Wi-Fi, and I'm getting harassed about my clothing by some guy named something. I don't know what it is. I can't pronounce it. It must be. It's all It's all Eastern Orthodox to me. So I don't know, some weird Eastern name. But can you guys hear me? Am I spotty? Because I really had trouble with the hotel Wi-Fi.
You sound good.
All right, great. All right, then I'll hang. But just on a trip with my dad. So yeah, just normal, and that really emphasizes Abraham and Isaac on Mount Moriah, a very Kierkegaardian trip. We're gonna, me and my dad. If he asked me to walk to the top of a mountain, I don't know. So, how apropos, Yeah, unfortunately, Luke hates the prospect of possibly learning something. So, I just see
Is
this
a fun trip with your dad? Is it?
Yeah. This is just for fun. We're golfing, and we're in Wisconsin right now. So,
gonna play golf in a little bit.
What? Sorry, what, Steve?
I'm gonna play golf in a little bit.
Hey, this guy knows what's up.
Fun.
So yeah, just jumped on and we had some downtime. So I'm free to just hang, and I'm in this weird little breakfast nook, and no one's here because they aren't serving anything. So if I pretend to make chit chat with a stranger, it's probably because I am. Do the whole oh, hey, yeah. Sorry, I'm on a call right now. Oh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, on a call. Yeah, so great. All right, yeah. So I might have to do that one. Yeah, golfing on Mount Moriah. It's a heck of a bunker shot, I've heard. Heck of a bunker.
Exactly.
And in the rough, you might just find a ram.
Who knows? Yeah. Might be good.
Heck of a thicket, enough to catch a ram.
Can you explain where did the beef between you and Luke come from, Alan?
It's just, honestly, it's sort of almost, inevitable. Just, light and darkness, sort of a classic beef of, of just someone who desires truth and goodness, and then someone named Luke.
Yeah, I thought it was between Luke and somebody else.
Yeah.
So he's not the yin to your yang then, or what's up?
Well, if you are a Gnostic, if you believe that God and this is we're getting into all the heresies there, and I don't want to cause you to stumble, but because this might be too high level, you're gonna be start saying like Christ was created by God, and this Trinity is like different modes of steam, and it's so fundamental that even to talk about our beef would be to talk about the nature of existence and the nature of God. That's the base. That's like the ground level.
It all started with the existence of God.
It all started in the beginning. Honestly, it probably started when he said, "Let there be light." And that's probably
really the depths of our beef.
I'm not saying it happened before, but at the same time, right? The first thing that was lit up was the beef between, Luke and I, and
God separated the Luke from the Alan.
The firmament. Yeah, no, we don't even want to get into the firmament. Geez, we're getting into modalism, we're getting into Manichaeism, we're getting into. It's just, we're just rehashing all my favorite, but Luke.
That's so good. Okay.
Man. Sometimes you ever just like have someone that you disagree with so much that you start feeling bad for them, and all the mistakes that they're making. It's almost like an empathy thing, You ever have like a bird locked in your garage and it keeps just bumping into the window because it doesn't know it's closed? It's just, that's when I look at Luke. That's what comes to mind.
So the times where I get knocked off my pride, my hobby, my high horse constructed out of pride have never been comfortable, and I totally fought them, but it's definitely better on the ground.
Yeah.
I don't
Luke,
know
I hope
I'm
you're still on to hear that from Steve.
Anyway, what's that?
No.
I'm starting to fry bacon, so hard to hear.
All right, guys, I'm off to bed. It's midnight here, but I really appreciated being part of this record stream. And keep it going for another 8 hours. Then I'll maybe join again tomorrow morning. Okay.
Well,
Bye-bye.
we're kind of to the point. We're kind of to the point now. I kind of hope Nate would show up to participate in the TL. I don't know if we have the TLC record because potentially, but you never know what's happened over there on Jacob's Table
Well,
at some point.
I tell you, Lance, I have got nothing but a bunch of wool to spin. So who knows what can happen?
Okay, I'll see you in 8 hours, Sherry. That's good.
Okay, sounds good, Aaron.
Bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Rather watch the wool spin than the fake fireplace.
This
We've
is
got the link out there.
You guys have
If you're
basically
allergic-
watched me do the whole process now, you know. So now I'm actually making the yarn.
If you're a lurker, by the way, at this point, Anselman, at this point, this is the live stream to show up in. It's the world record TLC live stream.
So they
I think-
actually.
I mean, you
they
could
actually make
you
clothes
could
from
break
animals?
the TLC internet if you show up, Anselman.
This stuff is going to get sampled into hip hop songs.
Steve, you'd be the star of the show. That was phenomenal. As soon as I left, all the floodgates broke.
No.
That was.
Well, I read the chat where it's like you kept me going long enough for it to happen. I kind of, I didn't know what to expect, but I just
great.
felt, I clicked on the wasn't the what's the thumbnail. Usually often the thumbnail is what catches me. This time it was the words typed in the title, I guess. I'm like, okay, I'll check this one out. And and then this thing about this corner is everybody's trying to say what's true and trying to learn what's true and respect each other. It's kind of irresistible.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The spinster stream. I guess
I know, I saw that.
Yeah.
But I'm married, so it can't be a spinster stream.
Right. Spencer
Roderick, hello.
Hi, people.
Hello, Roderick.
I'm not exactly a virgin. I'm mostly a lurker.
I know. Is this your first time here?
No, I've done a few. I think I've been on one, maybe two live streams. I think I did a PBK live
Awesome.
stream once, but I did the marriage crisis series.
Oh yeah, that's because your
So
name is.
I've been
Well, I
around.
mean, I think I've seen your comments too.
Yeah, I've been around. I went back recently. I went back and looked at the very first time I sent an email to Paul, and it was January 2nd, 2018.
Wow.
And he had mentioned the town of Whitensville, Massachusetts, which happens to be where my dad was born and raised. So his mom and my dad were born in the same year, grew up in the same town. So
Oh really?
that for me was like, oh, well, that's random. And because it's such a little town, you never hear that town mentioned anywhere, right? Well, now I know with the CRC, it's like a whole thing, but that's not something that I had heard before. So yeah, I just, same thing, Jordan Peterson, and found Paul, and I've been following along the whole time. But I'm not as theologically minded as a lot of the folks around here. So I often feel like I want to make sure I can contribute to a conversation. So most of the time,
We need you more. We need you
Yeah.
more. We need less theologically minded people around here.
Well, I don't know.
I think that's why I'm here.
You guys.
Steve.
No, really. I think like the first I joined it was the TLC chat. But anyway, the all I came on to say was like, I just want to learn how to be holy. It's not like, who's right or what's the right map of the universe or the cosmos or whatever. It just felt like I got so frustrated with so many debates over like facts about the Trinity or whatever. And it's like, what do I do? What should I do? How do I do that? And And I don't know how frustrating it is for the debaters in the corner to have somebody like me be like that, even though I have barely even come to talk about that yet. It's like, I think it's important to remember not to get caught up in the theology, and to remember, like, well, what is actually, what's the point, you know?
Yeah. To Chad, to your question, yes. As a matter of fact, I just he asked about if I was still working with Brittany King, and we are still working together. I just got a text from her yesterday. We set her up with her own website and portal. It's called Yellow Seeds, and she's basically creating opportunities for new writers to have a platform. So that's kind of an inside thing. But to your question, Chad, yes, we are still working together. Yeah, on the theology thing, what I've said to Paul is like, well, you got to talk about something, right? So in a sense, it's like, you know, if we were in a sports bar, you know, we'd be sharing our knowledge about our favorite team, or, you know, I'm in the sort of the music world, so musicians like to geek out on gear and talk about, you know, which amp they use and, you know, so forth. And you know, so in a sense, I sort of feel the same way. It's like if you have a particular interest in a certain subject, well, there's a group of people who will kind of find their way to that and enjoy talking about it. And I can see that. And I can see the sort of delight that it gives people to talk about. It's just a lot of it's over my head, for one thing. And second of all, it's just, a lot of these distinctions are, you know, don't seem all that salient to a normie. But I know to the people who care a lot about it, they're very salient. So I don't want to be the guy that comes along. And I don't want to do a T-grog. That's not my that's not my temperament. I like to say I don't argue with a man's religion on his deathbed. You know, like whatever it is that gets you up in the morning and gets you vertical and participating in the world is fine by me. And I just want to be, you know, sensitive and supportive of that. So I tend not to pick arguments about stuff like this.
Well, I try not to be too theologically minded, but although I have to say I'm like totally obsessed with God.
Well, if you added an O to that, I would be too. So.
Well, that is the same thing.
Exactly.
And that was a theological statement.
I know, but the worst kind of theologian, an amateur theologian.
Well, sometimes they're the best because that's what I am. Well, actually, I shouldn't. No, that came out really badly. No, yeah, that's not what I meant. But yeah.
Well, I was talking to Luke the other day, and I was saying, you know, you imagine like you're in a sports bar and like there's two rival teams playing, and you know, both sides are like really, really excited and passionate, and they're arguing. Maybe somebody drinks a little too much and it starts to get a little heated. You know, God forbid, you know, somebody throws a fist or something, and you know, to some extent, you don't want to be the guy that walks in and say, "Hey, now hang on, everybody. Like, you both love football. Can't you see? Like, it's really your shared love of football that's going on here, and it doesn't really matter. Your differences, you know, at the end of the day, these are all millionaires, and they're going to be fine, and you know, they're going to go back to their mansions and their Lamborghinis. So, what are we getting all upset about? You don't want to be that guy, right? It's like who invited Captain Obvious, right? So, you know, if you're the guy that's watching the various sort of interdenominational arguments, and you don't have a stake in that, it's probably not, you know, nobody asked you, right? So that's when it veers into that area, I just watch, because it's interesting. I've learned a ton. I mean, I've just learned. The first time I got on, I did a rando with Paul maybe a couple of years ago. He finally dragged me onto his channel, and I just told him, like, when I started like this, just watching these things, like, I didn't even know the difference. I mean, I'm probably a Protestant and a Catholic. I probably knew that barely, right? But then all of these other, I just didn't know any of it. So it's all just so fascinating and interesting, and to learn sort of the history of the early church and all that stuff is all stuff that's new to me. It's been great, really interesting.
Yeah, if you have the right. One of the things I always thought early on, because actually I talk to people, so on Bridges of Meaning, where a lot, like, quite frankly, this this is what like the open studio used to be like on the Bridges of Meaning. It would be open all day and people would come in and out and stuff. This was kind of like, but for if you're like a newbie Christian, like totally new to Christianity whatsoever, and sometimes the conversations, like if you're new and you hear all this nuanced stuff being talked about and there's bickering in between Christians and stuff, it could be confusing as all get out too, if you are new. But I think most of the people that show up here are probably a little bit of the thinking type. So
yeah, and I plead guilty to that. Like I'm definitely, I definitely enjoy a good. I don't like arguments, but I love discussions. Right, I love a good discussion, and if you bring sort of curiosity to a conversation, it's almost certain you're going to learn something, right? So that's kind of the way I view it.
Right.
The whole thing's been fascinating.
Well, and the live stream started off today where Luke was he was reading this letter.
I was here.
Really good.
Yeah, I saw
it.
I told him in a text. I said I was getting moved just seeing him getting moved. Like it was obviously something really, really meaningful to him. And so yeah, I was here for like the first hour, and then I went away. And like, you guys are still here. Now I want to be part of history. I got to get on. I got to just.
Well,
I didn't see the very first part. I missed it.
Luke read this letter. Yeah, he read a letter, and then Sam came on, and then there was a little bit of a tense moment between Sam and Luke. Luke was passionate about something, and Sam pushed back. But what's beautiful about it is, first off, both those guys care about each other, right?
Yeah.
And so they were able to, Sam just kind of said, "Hey, is you saying that about me?" You know what I mean? And it's whatever. But we were able to, because they cared about one another, right? We were able to, that thing was quickly resolved and, moved on. And so, I mean, that's one of the things, like when you talk about just arguing, right, Roderick, and what we're seeing out in culture, was here you see some people that had something that could have gotten out of hand real quick, but because there's relationship, right, and there's care, and that we have developed care, and a lot of us have met offline in real life, Roderick, we're connecting. So, this is a place where, particularly if you get people like that who can really disagree about some things pretty passionately, but because there's care underneath it, doesn't mean we don't get our feathers ruffled every now and again, but we come back because our relationships matter more than the ideas we're arguing about.
And that's, I mean, many have said this before me, but that really is the spirit of this. Before COVID, like when this first started, I'm from California originally, so I would be out there a lot. So I went to see, visit Paul at the church. I've been to Livingstone's a couple of times and did some of his meetups and met Joey and a lot of the early group. And the only reason I didn't do the Discord thing is because Joey sent me the invite and I logged on and I was just instantly overwhelmed. So I'm one of these old guys where it didn't really make sense to me. I didn't get the rhythm of it at all. So I never really got into that. But so yeah, in terms of meeting people in person and going to some of Paul's meetups and all that, I love that part of it. And I remember saying to Paul at the time, like, you're basically forming a ministry here. It's a different kind of ministry, but it feels like a ministry to me.
Absolutely. Mark, I actually had the thought when we were going on this, we're coming up here on Memorial Day weekend. Is this the Jerry Lewis telethon, or is that Labor Day? Or is it Memorial Day? I was thinking about getting the big fireman's boot and I could go out in the corner during a live stream and start raising funds for Estuary or Fountain of Comfort.
There you go.
Yeah, everybody on here is probably old enough to remember all those. That annual tradition. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was 12 years old, I stayed up for I had this mission. I was going to stay up for the entire telethon, and I stayed up for the entire Jerry Lewis telethon. I'm going to tell you, it got a little rough. It got a little rough about, 5 to 7. They didn't have the best acts on that time of day, but I made it.
I got a story about the Jerry Lewis telethon.
Let's hear it.
I was so there was a gala at the Royal York Hotel in Toronto. I don't remember the year. Let me think. 79. And there was a lot of people there with fur coats. This is when you could wear a fur coat. And they were all kind of gathering in or maybe they were in the lobby for their intermission or something. I don't know. But anyway, I got arrested at that hotel, and and I was handcuffed to a cop, me and 5 other people, and each one of us was handcuffed to a cop, and we had to walk down this like grand staircase, this like spiral, this beautiful stairway in the hotel lobby, right? We're coming down, and I'm just like waving to everybody. I had to beef it up because I wanted them to wonder if it was real or if it wasn't. Is this real?
Huh.
Yeah. So I got arrested, handcuffed to a cop, and walked through the fur coats at the Jerry Lewis Telethon Gala. Royal fur coats.
That was a thing. Remember, you'd get arrested for various charities, and then you have to call all your friends to get bailed out. Remember all that? I can't remember.
I didn't get arrested because I was there. I wasn't at the telethon. I was doing something else.
All right. Well, I'm going to go. Sherry, you're going to be here for a little bit.
I'm here. Yeah.
I'm going to jump in my car and head home, and then I'll be listening in from my phone. And if it's still going, I'm more than happy. I'm a competitive guy. Like, we're going for a record now. Hey, all you lurkers out there, I'm going to come back. Let's get people on this thing. Let's roll. So
nice to meet you.
I just thought I'd take a right angle to the theology conversation. So that's why I told the Jerry Lewis Telethon story.
I appreciate
get us out of it.
I appreciate you. Yeah, you're being very you're making it very accessible for a normie like me. I appreciate it.
Blessed are the peacemakers.
Hi, Chad.
Hi, Chad.
Hey there. I was thinking about the Jerry Lewis telethon. When wasn't it the one that I find that I remember more than anything was the year, I think it was when Princess Diana passed. I think that was all happening kind of around the same exact time. And so it's weird how historical things kind of cross and latch on. So that was what I was thinking about. But
it's kind of like, where were you when JFK was shot?
Yeah, right.
I kind of have a Princess Diana story.
Let's do that.
If we're just riffing here.
Let's riff.
Yeah, so one of my oldest, best high school friends married a girl from England, from Yorkshire up in North England. And so I was his best man. He was my best man. I was his best man. And so we were flying for the wedding. About a week before the wedding, we're flying out of JFK. And on our way to the airport, we get the news that she's died. So we land in London like a few hours after the event. And of course, the entire nation is in mourning, right?
Yeah.
And so everywhere you went, it didn't matter, a library, a town hall, any kind of public space of any kind, there were just queues around the block as people lined up to pay their respects. So mostly just because I wanted to be a part of it. And as a teenager, she was like my, she was that kind of iconic, one of those shimmering beauties that I, crushed on hard when I was adolescent. And so I was feeling it like everybody, right? So I stood in line and waited my turn and went to fill out, sign the book and everything. But so the wedding was on the day of the funeral, which the bride wasn't thrilled about.
Right.
But the wedding was at say 2 p.m. in the afternoon. And I think the funeral local time was maybe 11 or something like that. So we're all basically watching the funeral as we're getting ready for the wedding. And that was a very unique experience to be sort of in England while all that was happening.
Yeah.
Maybe her funeral day was the day of the Jerry Lewis.
What year was it?
97.
Good memory.
Okay. 97. I was moving to Canada with 3 kids to the wilderness. But I do remember.
I still remember.
On at Christmas?
That's a good question. I still remember the poem. I wrote her a poem, and I still remember it weirdly. Like in the little book of remembrance, I wrote this little poem. I think I remember it. It was 3 lines. It was, "You were a rare, fragile bird.
Oh, Labor Day.
The world grasped too tightly, and now you've flown. Fly free, sweet princess."
Oh, wow.
That was my, and for whatever reason, I remembered it. Like I came up with it on the spot, and then I never forgot it. So it was like one of those moments.
See, all of that was just so you can put it in the book and you can us.
I got the digs, Chad.
All those books are like stacked in storage somewhere. Like who knows where they all ended up.
The Jerry Lewis telethon is always on Labor Day weekend, and she died August 31st, 1997. So that's Labor Day weekend, right?
Yeah,
that's
it is.
Right. That's
So
right.
they were together at the same time.
So weird. Rod, it's glad to finally talk to you. You've left a few comments in my videos, and I appreciate them.
I appreciate you,
but
Chad.
I'm wondering, so you've been watching for a while, as a primarily a gracious lurker. Like, how would you characterize this? What is this?
Well, first of all, thanks for the generous characterization of someone who just watches and doesn't do much else. Well, as I've told Paul many times, like I'm not the only one. Obviously, I've had a strong sense that something emergent and important was happening, and so I started, and I had a little project that I had started before all the whole Jordan Peterson stuff. I just had the sense that people needed to talk, and so I started something.
Wait a minute, Roderick. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but are you the person who drew that picture that Paul had hanging up behind his?
No.
Oh, you
no.
know. Okay.
I mean, I remember what you're talking about, but no, that wasn't me.
Okay. I'm sorry. That just jumped in my mind.
But I remember having this feeling that people just needed to talk, and so I started something called Nuance Forum, and we were getting together here locally, and then Peterson comes along, and I actually saw Jordan Peterson at the Ryman Auditorium in Nashville. I'm in Nashville, and so I happened to get the seat right in front, like the very, very middle seat, so like A1 or whatever. So I'm directly in the middle of the aisle, in the front row. So it's like me and Jordan all night long, right? Like he was like standing right in front of me, right? And as the show's getting started, there's this young man, like a lot of them, who was just gushing about Jordan Peterson. So we're there early, maybe, 30 minutes before the show. And he's going on and on and on and talking. And there's this lovely elderly couple sitting next to him. And they're just being super, patient and just letting him talk, basically, right? He's all fired up about Jordan Peterson. And then as the show's getting ready to start, he just says, "Man, I just wish I had somebody to talk to about this," right? And I sort of just turned around and smiled and said, "Well, so do I," right? And so I told Paul, I actually told Paul about this back then. Like I said, I just told him this little story. I'm like, I just have the sense that people really need to talk, right? And so I'm trying to answer your question, Chad. I'm not doing a very good job, but and I've started a lot of things over the years, businesses and nonprofits, and I'm very interested in the beginnings of things and sort of the sort of origin story of things. And so I just had a sense that there was a genesis of something happening. Oh. And again, I probably would have lurked forever if it hadn't been for the Whitensville thing. I'm like, and I find out that Paul's rented, cars from my uncle who has a business there. Like, so there's this whole, and that same uncle, who's one of my favorite uncles, would have this Bible study. It turns out it was with Paul's dad. So after Paul's dad retired and was just kind of meeting with anybody who wanted to talk about the Bible. Well, my uncle's very much one of those kind of people. He too would just kind of meet with anybody. So they found each other, and he was in Stan's Bible study before Stan died. So like there was all these weird personal connections. So yeah. I just decided to pay attention to that and just kind of be along for the ride. And I had some unused bandwidth where I could just kind of follow along. And so I did. And so I've been through all of it. I've seen, I remember when you came on, Chad. I remember the whole story. I remember the moments when things have happened, and like a lot of us, right? I've just found myself really invested in whatever this is that it, the degree to which that I can play a constructive role in it, that I do my little part to be supportive of it.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it is.
So do you like to read other history books and stuff like this? Are you into that sort of thing?
I used to be more. I used to love like biographies and history and just reading in general. And I can't imagine I'm the only one, but I've noticed my attention span is just crap. It's like the last time I finished a book was, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago. So I'll start books, get distracted, start another one. But I'm not even that. I'm not. It's interesting. I'm even finding myself just reading less in general. I mean, I read the news, right? I read on screens, but to just like read a book properly. I grew up in my house. There was no television or no radio, so like I read voraciously as a kid. So I've always been a reader, but so sort of yes, in the past, Chad, but I'm finding it very hard to. I'll watch a couple interviews with the author, get the gist of it, and move on.
Yeah. Well, if you decide you want to listen to a book, then there's a really interesting book that I try to let people know about that are interested in the corner. It's called Writing the Big Book. It was put out in 2019.
I've heard you mention it. Yes.
And it's I don't know, on Audible it's like 37 hours long, which is crazy. But it's stunning to see, especially like standing inside of this and then like looking at the history, for me anyways, looking at the history of how Alcoholics Anonymous took shape and what happened. I think it's kind of uncanny in a lot of ways. And I think there's a lot that could be learned from there if something ends up moving further. But again, I don't think something about this little corner of the internet doesn't seem to me to be able to have enough. It's too deep, and to be able to, I think, scale, which I think is a beautiful feature that will protect it in some sense, and then in that way, the only thing that can really, I think, destroy it is us.
Yeah.
And
what was the name of that book again? Writing the Big Book. I've heard you mention it.
Yeah, that's it. Writing the Big Book.
Because I have been trying the audiobook thing. Your instincts about the parallels between this and that, I think, are spot on. I didn't have the language for it until you started bringing the AA conversation to this. But as soon as you named it, it felt right. Like it felt like something similar. I was just saying to Luke this morning that there's something deeply ecumenical about what's happening here, even if there are strongly held views on any particular issue. So if you kind of squint and stand back, you can feel it.
The only big difference. I gotta go right after this, but the big difference is like AA has, it has homework. So, that being said, I have to go to my church. I have to go to my church council meeting, which is a really weird sentence if you think about it.
Love you, Chad. Bye. Just wanted to welcome you, Daniel. I don't think I've seen you before. Are you new?
No, I've never joined like this, Chad, but I'm already kind of on Discord, maybe.
What's that?
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear
You're
you.
a little muffled.
That's bad.
Yeah, you've got some interference, I think, a little tiny bit. Maybe try joining again? I don't know who's making noise there. Is it Steve?
Yeah, I think it's Steve. Yeah.
It was Steve. Hi,
Yeah.
Neil.
Hey, Neil.
Can't hear you. No?
You can hear me though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
Rod, I just want to say, I don't know if we met in the corner, but I really appreciated your marriage.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you
Yeah,
now.
we hear you now, Neil.
I just wanted to say, Rod, appreciated your marriage series with PVK and oh darn it, what's her
Catherine
name?
and Eamon,
Catherine.
yeah.
Catherine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Really.
Yeah, we have a little Twitter thing go. We keep talking about doing another one, but we just haven't pulled it off yet. But one of these days, maybe we'll do another one. But thank you, Neil.
Oh, here's Daniel again. Maybe he can. Here we go.
Okay, is it better now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Are you in Germany, Daniel?
I am, yes. I am one of the people from the German channel. I'm not that often in the normal Discord, but I talk with
Nice.
Matthias and the guys.
Nice to have you.
Yeah.
Did you have any thoughts?
You were talking about history, and there was something that I wanted to say, but it was already like 5 minutes ago, and I forgot what it was. So, I don't know.
Okay. Good. How did Jacob?
Well, we could continue the scene conversation that Chad was talking about. I think the parallel for me of what AA and the corner have in common is they're both solving a problem, or aiming to solve a problem, I should say. Whereas what we're doing in the corner, it's a far more generic problem that we're trying to solve. But the parallels are the same in that we basically hit the end of whatever options or strategies the world was giving us to solve our problem, whatever it might be. And we came to the end of that and found it didn't suffice. And then, at least for most of us, I think when we gave up control, when we stopped trying to solve it ourselves, then suddenly it was better. And that's
I have a sense, Neil, that there's that the problem is not that. I think the problems converge at least. I mean, of course, there's all kinds of different manifestations of the same problem, but I think they might all be able to be summed up as a kind of alienation.
Yeah, Grimm's virtually not alone thing is just genius. I mean, it just really captures.
Yeah.
It's a broader frame, but not what you're saying, Neil. It's not that. It's just that the aperture's larger. It includes more things. Just the feeling of isolation, atomization, and so forth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just the idea that, like, even that, it has been said many times around here, right? I just don't, I can't talk to my wife about this, or I don't have that many friends that like enjoy these kind of conversations, right? I mean, it's a theme you hear over and over and over again. So people who have a longing for some depth have a hard time finding it in their regular lives, and so
Mistakes Anonymous. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm not original with that thought. That is John Verbekey's whole, idea of the meaning crisis. So individualism has alienated people from themselves, from each other, themselves, and God. So the divine.
One of the first things PVK ever said to me, I can't remember where he said it. It may have been on a little chat we did on my little thing. But he said the first extra dollar you have, you spend on privacy. And just it was a nice, it's reductive, but it was a nice frame because it really points to something, which is as soon as we can avail ourselves of the resources to get us away from some of those annoying people, we take advantage of that as soon as we can. So just modernity, technology, progress, the just resources. Yeah. Decadence.
Just purviance. I just want to say 8 hours is for the working man. The average Joe, we are not average. Okay. So this is going longer because we are party animals.
It lured me onto it. Like, I just want to be part of history. I didn't want to miss out.
Yeah, the same thing. It was a selfish impulse on my part. I was just, I want to contribute.
my wife will be home in a minute, and I'll either have to explain to her what I'm doing, or I'll have to jump. But I definitely didn't want to.
You'll probably jump then.
Yeah,
It's
probably.
easier.
I wanted to ask anyone. Sherry, I bet this is true of you, and I bet this is true of Rod. But anyone, have any of you been at the start of any scene? No. So what I mean by that is like the one that comes to my mind is like an original follower of the Sex Pistols in like '75.
So this is directed at the old people on the stream, is basically what you're trying to say. Are you old enough to have been there at the beginning?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm interested in the parallels of other scenes, because I've been thinking a lot about, Chad pointed me to Jordan Hall's Scenius, and how scenes form and the different waves of a scene, and I think there's a lot of parallels with TLC, and there's already waves of TLC. Like Sam Tiedemann makes the joke that he's the last of the original randos, sort of thing, and.
This is kind of related to your question.
I'm one of the original rando. I think Jacob is an original rando. Luke is an original rando. Jeff P.
I'm pretty late. I came after Sam. I'm pretty late into this.
I'm an original lurker. That's my claim.
Original lurker. You're an OL.
But Neil, to your question, you mentioned Jordan Hall, and I was surprised that it didn't get more attention around here when he mentioned on Christian Baxter's, I think the first conversation, that he was at Harvard and just randomly in the library discovers this unpublished manuscript by a guy named Jordan Peterson, and just decided to, I think he scanned it and kept it and still has it. Like, that just seemed like such a like that's like a prequel. That's like that's some sort of weird, like there was the origin story, and now we have this sort of, even an original origin story that goes back before any of this happened. And it was just, it struck me as like such a kind of weird, it's almost like there was a tear in the space-time continuum. It's like, wait a minute, what? And, it just kind of passed, and I haven't really heard anybody go on about it. But to me, it struck me as just very like, wow, that's fortuitous.
Carl Jung would call it a synchronicity.
There you go.
The roles of Jordan Peterson.
That was easy, Neil.
Somebody's mic is hot.
That's Steve's.
Steve, if you don't mind muting yourself,
there we go.
Thank you.
But no, I wasn't there for the Sex Pistols. Sorry.
That was just one example.
No, it's a good one. I mean, I was about the right age, but like my parents were.
I'll tell you, what era really I remember, like, as it's like it happened overnight, was the 80s. I was like, I remember waking up one morning and all the cars were square. And I was like, what's happened to the cars? And then all the shoulders were square and padded. And the hair was big. And, everything just kind of, it just mushroomed into this world that I just wanted out of it as soon as it began. Like, I didn't like any of it. I've harped on the whole thing about straight lines. And my husband and I were talking about it the other night, because we watched the Terrence Howard conversation, or at least part of it, with him. And he's like, you've never liked straight lines, Sherry. I said, I know. I couldn't even stand the cars in the 80s because they just went straight. Everything before that was nice and curvy and beautiful, and I kept like nodding vigorously with Terrence Howard when he said, somebody, I don't know who it was, somebody said no one would love a Euclidean woman because she'd just be straight.
You didn't have big voluminous hair in the 80s, Sherry? I can easily imagine you with voluminous hair.
I did get a perm, but it was voluminous, but it was only because my neighbor gave me the perm, and then she got on the phone and was talking with a friend and forgot about my perm. And my mother had to take me to my sister woke up in the morning because I went to bed. I got home after she was sleeping, and we slept in the same room. And she woke up in the morning. She said she looked over at my pillow and she didn't even know who was on it because my hair was so curly, and it was just fried. And my mother wanted to take me to get it straightened. I said, nah, just leave it. It'll grow out, But she ended up doing it.
I got a funny hair story, only a 2-minute story. So when I was about 5 years old, I started showering alone for the first time. And maybe like 4 years old. I was either 4 or 5. And I'm in the shower, and I find the rack of things that's hanging from the shower head. And so I start grabbing those things, and I find a plastic thing, and I take the plastic thing off, and I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And then I run it over my head, and there's like little hairs that come off of the plastic thing. And I'm like, oh, that's really cool. This thing makes hair. And I'm running it over my head, and I'm doing this like for, a good 10 minutes in the shower. And then I drop the plastic.
Oh, no.
And then, so I get out of the shower, and I'm like drying myself off, and I open the door, and my mother sees me, and she screams, and she's like, Larry, get up here, Larry. Like, she's calling my father, and my parents are like, what shampoo did you use? We're gonna sue. And I'm like, and I'm trying. My mind did not make the connection between the razor going over my head and me losing hair. And so I was this like 4 or 5 year old kid with these like giant bald patches on my hair. And the really funny thing is, I had 2 weddings. Like the next few weeks. And so like I'm like this for whatever reason, my parents didn't take me to get a buzz cut to get it buzzed off. Like, I don't know why, but like my hair was already pretty short. But so like I'm out there on the dance floor, a 4 or 5 year old kid at these weddings, and these parents are like, oh, this poor chemotherapy kid or something on the dance floor. It's like, yeah.
And you're ruining all the photos too.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't call that ruining. I would love like giving character to those. Like, yeah, no, that's hilarious.
That is a great story, Neil.
And I just got the text. She's right around the corner, so I think I will jump off. But it's nice to meet you all.
It was really nice to meet you too.
I just couldn't miss it, so I just had to jump on. So it's been a pleasure just chatting with you for a bit.
Nice to meet you, Rod.
Same here. Bye-bye. Have a good night.
Bye.
I just have to show you guys what why my world fell apart in the 80s.
Hey, Chad, I'd like to talk about right brain autism.
Can you guys see this? Okay.
Something about knits.
You see that?
It looks like an 80s version of Taylor Swift.
There's the 80s. Okay, so tell me, how in 2 years, 1978 to 1980, did the hair get that short? The face is that clean shaven? Right? It happened overnight, I swear to God.
Yeah, I did.
Did I miss something?
No?
Okay.
No, we were just waiting to see the effect of the 80s. But what do you guys got? Neil or yeah, go ahead.
No, I said I have nothing. I'm just here for the history.
This is we're not talking about theology, okay? For the rest
I
of
have
the stream.
no idea what right-brain autism is. What is right-brained autism?
Right.
So-
is that a question? Did I miss something?
I talked to Chad a little bit about this earlier, so I might be able to interpret. So the idea, so the idea is that autism is kind of a, you're diminished in your social capacity or your ability to recognize patterns, but your systematizing thinking can be really powerful. Autism's maybe maybe I would suggest instead like a savant? Like what would a right brain savant look like? And that's but I my
William
mind
Blake.
goes to a monk.
William Blake.
Yeah.
That's who it would look like. Oh,
Well,
look, we
actually
found one.
I mean, I have zero scientific backing for this, but just from some of McGilchrist's work, I have been wondering if autism and schizophrenia aren't versions of being too focused on left brain or right brain in that order, right? So left brain being very left brain focused to the exclusion to the right brain, I think could manifest as what we've been calling autism, and being too focused on the right brain can so
do you think it's possible for people to focus on their left or right hemisphere? I don't.
I don't think
How do you do that?
deliberately. No. I don't think deliberately. I meant if that person. I mean, so McGilchrist has been saying something that just blows my mind, and if somebody other than McGilchrist had said it, I would have just completely dismissed it. Which is, he says that schizophrenia is only a modern malady. It's not something we find historically.
And it's primarily a left brain, it's like left brain on steroids.
I actually, really, schizophrenia seems to me like right brain on steroids.
Yeah, no, we just talked about this 2 hours ago. You missed it.
I'm sorry, I was not listening the whole 8 hours.
I'm just kidding. But no, that his explanation is that it's rationality gone completely like over the top, right? I all you have to do is Google schizophrenia and McGilchrist. Why don't you do that, Jacob? Maybe you could show us a clip, because he's gonna definitely explain it better than I ever could.
The problem with clips is that you get copyright stuff problems.
Here we go. McGilchrist counterintuitively says schizophrenia is a hyper left brain disorder resulting from an need to over-explain phenomenon. Thank you. Is this Nate? Nate, is this you? Nate, why don't you get in here? Damn it.
Yeah, I actually have to go because ironically, I have to drum as a percussionist for my Catholic Mass confirmation.
Wow,
cool.
Your own confirmation?
What was that? No, it's not my confirmation, but it's the confirmation that's happening at my local church, and we're doing praise and worship. So
very nice.
Nice.
It would have been a little strange if it was your own confirmation, though.
Or if I was baptizing myself, Jacob.
Your confirmation bias.
All right. Good seeing you all. Bye-bye.
See you.
Anyway, autism and schizophrenia are not the same thing.
No.
No, most definitely not.
Yeah. Just yeah. But anyway, Chad had put in the text or in the chat, like, is anybody interested in a conversation about those two things? And I blurted out because I can't enter the chat for some reason. I don't know how, but I blurted out, like, I'd be interested in talking about that.
Right-brained autism? I hate it when we coin new terms here because it takes us about 6 months to figure out what we mean.
Yeah.
And I'm just not up for it. I'm getting old, folks. Let's move on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would love to hear more about it. I just don't know enough to actually say anything.
It sounds like a slur. So I don't know. Is it a slur? That's my first question.
No. No,
Okay.
I think it's maybe trying to take the concept that McGilchrist is talking about, is my guess, and the observations of some of the people I've already heard people in the corner kind of talking about the spectrum and stuff like that. So it may be something like that. I don't know, but to me, it's
Does
interesting.
anyone remember the song "One Tin Soldier"?
Which?
It was really big. It was an anti-war song, 1968. Nobody remembers that.
Well, it was on VH1 back to the 60s and the 80s.
Yeah, it was about the people that lived on the mountain and the people that lived in the valley. I don't know. I've been thinking that song just keeps popping into my mind now all the time.
Yeah, I'd have to hear it.
One tin soldier rides away. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
No, I remember that melody.
Remember that?
Yeah, yeah, I remember the melody.
Go
I just
ahead
don't
and
remember all the
hate.
lyrics.
Go ahead and hate a stranger. Wait. Go ahead and hate your neighbor. Go ahead and cheat a friend. Do it in the name of heaven. You'll be justified in the end. There won't be any trumpets blowing come the judgment day. On the bloody morning after, one tin soldier rides away. That was
Right.
the.
On that note, I'm popping off.
I am not a fan of these.
No, my children need my attention more than you guys.
Oh, fine. Like
I'm about to
pay
play
attention
golf.
to your kids.
Yeah.
Be like that. Hi.
Well, I'm going to play golf, so I have an excuse. But yeah, I got to go. But this has been totally awesome. I'll go home and watch it to the end.
Cool. Have a good night. Bye.
So Daniel, now you get your chance to tell us all about yourself.
Yeah.
Are we still at right brain autism at the topic?
No.
We're on whatever you want to talk about. But first, I actually want to know who you are and what you're doing here. Who are you?
Like I'm from Germany. I'm a mathematician, and all I do is basically my job is I have a programming job, and I have the habit to do all that at night. It's cool. It's not 25 degrees outside anymore. No one bothers me, and now I have my productive time. That's why I'm calling you in the middle of the night.
Nice.
Perfect.
I'm a night person too. Nobody bothers me. I get most of my work done at night. But you're a mathematician. Wow.
Yeah.
That's really
He's just a mathematician, Jacob. He's a German mathematician. You got to watch out for those guys. I'm going to be in Germany next week.
Where in Germany?
Berlin.
Next week. Okay.
In Berlin.
Yeah. It's not that far away from where I am, but
no.
It's like maybe 3 hours by train.
Okay.
That's still okay.
My son lives there with his wife and their little 1-year-old.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
So are you involved with any of the stuff in like as far as estuary and the festivals they've been having or any of that stuff? Have you gone?
Not directly. Like I'm involved with Discord, and there's like the German language chat, and sometimes I write something there, and sometimes when they meet, I'm also there. But yeah, so far maybe the English people here, they haven't seen me that often.
Yeah, I think they're having another festival this summer, aren't they, or something like that?
Yes, they have one in the Netherlands.
Yeah. I still haven't met Job in real life, which is kind of weird. He's like, I'm so, for somebody I have never met, like I feel like I know him so well, but like I've never actually, It's weird. It's weird to know people on like that. And at the actual events, when people come up to me, like I have no idea how much they've listened to me, and so it becomes it becomes hard knowing when to when you're repeating yourself or what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacob, I hear you, but I don't listen to you.
Well, that's the correct way to do it. I mean,
I'm
yeah.
just kidding. I'm just kidding. I just had to say it. It was going through my head when you said, I don't know how many people have listened to me. And I was thinking, I hear you, but I don't always listen to you. But I do sometimes listen to you.
I was actually really surprised. I went up to introduce myself to Sevilla, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I listened to you." I'm like, I was floored that she listened to anything on my channels. Yeah. You guys have something coming up soon up by Nate's Way, right?
Yes, Labor Day weekend, and the website is up. It is. We just had a planning meeting actually the other day, and so there will be some promotion happening here. It's hang on. It is called Estuary Northwest 2024. Can you see if you can find it on the internet, Jacob?
Say it one more time.
Okay, wait. It's www.estuarynorthwest2024.com, all one word. Estuary Northwest 2024.
Or .com?
.com, yeah.
Give me a second. I'll put it up.
Yeah, and I'll share it. Here.
There you go.
There it is. September 12th to the 14th. Those are our guest speakers.
Olympia CRC.
Yeah, that's where the venue is. And then there's going to be some camping options, and yeah, it's going to be fantastic, actually. That's all I can say. Nate and Slack and Sarah Eve have put a lot of thought into it, and yeah, it's just going to be great and beautiful because, Pacific Northwest.
Pacific Northwest is beautiful. I've made that drive up several times, and I love doing it. Although now that I have Shadow, I take Happy with me when I'm on my road trips, but I have to make Jack usually
babysits
Shadow for me. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, I know. Like that's my I'm going to Switzerland and Germany and then coming home, and then my husband's going. Because we have too many animals.
Yeah, you guys have all of your animals.
Yeah. Yep.
Including your tiny puppy Hulk.
Yeah.
What are you gonna make with the yarn?
I'm making a sweater.
A sweater?
Yes, it's for my son for his birthday, and that's why I'm doing this marathon spin here, because I'm leaving on Sunday and I have to have the yarn ready to come with me.
Aha! So you're gonna do the knitting there?
Yeah, because I just haven't had time to do it, but the time ran away with me, and so here I am at the last minute spinning up my supplies so I can go take it with me and knit it while I'm there.
On my channel, we were talking about you, and I said something like, Sherry makes her own sweaters from grass. Like she starts from grass and makes sweaters, wool sweaters. It's like, that's what you call from scratch.
Yeah. Literally, Jacob, you got that right. I just let my sheep out yesterday for the first time, and before that, I was trying to grow my grass so I could put them on the pasture.
Mm.
Yep. Okay, so oh yeah, Nate put a link up if anybody wants to look there. And lodging links go up this week. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
You almost got a glimpse of Shadow, but she ran away. Shadow, come here.
You still have Happy, Jacob?
Yes, I do. She's sleeping right over here. But it's a lot harder to get. Aha! Gotcha. Get Happy online on the video. Hey, Happy, you want to come here? Come say hi. Come say hi. Happy's harder to get on video than Shadow is.
Yeah.
Shadow's a little bit smaller, just a tiny bit.
She's a happy cat.
She is. She is.
She's loved. Yeah, we're still here, Aaron.
I was initially when we were doing Randos United, I was here, Happy. People want to see you. Come up here. Come. Okay. People want to see you. Say hi. This is Happy.
Hi, Happy. And there she is. She goes, I only have eyes for you, Dad.
Initially, when we were I was trying to get this Randos United thing going. I was hoping people would just have, like, eventually we could have 24/7 just chatting streams.
Yeah.
You know, people could come on whenever they wanted to. Yeah. Well, McMo, I mean, I'm not running out of steam. I could talk forever, but like
me and Jacob are we're on the West Coast. For us, it's like, what time is it anyway, Jacob? I can't see it.
It's 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. Yeah, we're just getting started here.
My internship just ended, so now I'm gonna have a lot more time to do streaming. Hopefully, we'll see. Yeah.
Where were you? Can I ask where you were interning, or just a description?
Yeah. So I was interning at 1736 Family Crisis Center. People can look that up if they like. It is I mean, it's just basically a shelter that grew large enough that they started having an outpatient clinic for mental health.
Yeah.
And their outpatient clinic, they started taking social work interns. So I was leading a parenting group and a domestic violence empowerment group.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a lot of admiration for people that have to work in those fields, because it's got to be hard.
So it is, and a lot of people end up they stop working in mental health. But I think at least part of that is like the mental health field. it's just been so politicized. I think there's a lot of things that aren't useful. Like, if it's, well, here, I'll show you. This article has apparently become a talking point. If you want to pull it up.
Okay.
So this is from the Free Beacon. Somebody sent it to me, but it's apparently it's like trending on Twitter. A failed medical school: how racial preferences supposedly outlawed in California have persisted at UCLA. And it's talking about how UCLA Medical School is just being absolutely destroyed with political and diversity considerations.
Oh yeah.
And with mental health, I think that's been happening for decades. I mean, earlier, I forget what his name was. He came on. He's a nurse. We were talking. I can't believe I forgot his name. Who's the person I was talking with?
Marcus?
No. I think he has like soul in his SOL. Yeah, Alex.
Oh yeah, Alex, yeah.
And he was talking a lot of mental health. People just get worn out and leave the mental health field, and it's understandable. But you can take this off the screen.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. Lance is here.
Yeah, Lance is here.
But I think part of it is we're just not doing mental health right. We really aren't. And yeah, blind leading the blind there's definitely some of that.
Yeah.
But I mean, we've lost our minds in certain ways. That's the reason I brought up that article with UCLA Medical School. Like, UCLA Medical School, you would think would be like immune to the stupidity, but it's not. And like all our institutions are being destroyed with politicization and woke ideology. So why would you not expect psychology and mental health to be impacted by that?
Right. Well, I mean, there's a certain truth to psychology having taken the role of the priest in earlier society, right?
Mm.
And so, I mean, maybe at the birth of psychology, it was like a fresh religion, and maybe now it's becoming a corrupt institution. I had a psychologist who was infuriated at the inflation of the diagnostic manual. He couldn't believe how fat it was getting. He wasn't happy about it.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. The DSM has definitely been politicized, but I don't think it's
also been commercialized.
Well, yeah.
There's a drug for everything in it.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried to have several discussions about what is the proper role of psychology. And then, did you watch PVK's video about family systems and demons?
No, I didn't.
That was just yesterday or today, wasn't it?
Yeah, I watched it. It was interesting.
It is interesting. It seems to me we've started viewing mental health professionals as some sort of secular priests.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's been obvious to me for a long time before anybody's ever come up with that idea.
And I see a lot of people who are like, this psychology is becoming an idol, and they want to destroy it. And my thing is like, no, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be an idol, but that doesn't mean we don't need it. Like, you can't just destroy it because it's become an idol. It's something we need. So, Jacob, what's your take on trauma and how that's handled in the mental health field? I am not going to rant and rave about trauma and how it's being handled in the mental health field, because I could rant and rave about that a lot.
So I'm going to get a coffee and I will be back.
Okay. You know, one of the interesting things is like part of Christianity has gone down this road of self-help Jesus, right? And the therapeutic deism and everything else. We talk about that. And so you have that whole aspect playing its role too, you know? And I'm someone who's benefited greatly by both psychiatric and therapy help in my life. So I'm certainly not telling people to not do that. At the same time, a bunch of us were reading this book by Dr. Timothy Petitsis called The Ethics of Beauty. The Ethics of Beauty. And he used kind of war and trauma, basically Vietnam, as kind of a backdrop to that. You know, one of the things he talked about, what they found is that actually the talking theory, talking it out, wasn't actually helping these vets, right? So then he layered it back into, so obviously he's an Orthodox guy, but he layered it back into, and what they found in looking at warriors way back in the day and whatever, is that it's actually just welcoming them back into the community, right? Like what they need to start doing is start integrating themselves back into the community. And it actually was a couple years before they actually went back and started participating in Eucharist and communion, because they realized that even if it was a quote unquote just war, there's trauma, there's this damage associated with that. And so what they found is that they needed to be invited to meals, right? They needed to be brought back into the community for a period of time. And I should probably look it up here, but there was a doctor who was doing a whole bunch of research around that. And actually the vets that were suffering so strongly by that actually where they started to incorporate those sorts of things had a lot more success, right?
Corey actually bought me that book. It's sitting over there. It's a really thick book.
It's a big book.
And frankly, I mean, I have a lot of stuff. Like I'm doing 2 programs right now, both my Master's of Social Work and Substance Abuse. So like I have a lot of things to read. It's unfortunate that we can't trust people. We can't trust people to actually be professionals enough that me, like, just doing a little bit of research doesn't know more than the professionals. And it's, I mean, that's part of my whole thing with Fountain of Comfort is a hope for professionals people can trust, can actually trust, to have like done a lot of reading and to know things better. But gaining that trust, like why would you trust me or anybody else, right? With when the entire profession seemed to have lost its mind, and it does seem to have lost its mind.
Yeah, you've got to be. Yeah, you've got to be very careful. I mean, who you're going to, and I mean, even if someone says they're faith-based, like I ran into a couple that I was like, ee, you know, because actually it's really hard. Like one of the things you find, particularly if you have, I mean, I'm in a place now that I have enough wisdom traditions that I'm a part of that are healthy things that I don't need that anymore. I needed it when I was in a crisis moment, right? And so that was really good. But what you find is I have a family member who really needs these services a lot. And particularly, it is so hard. It is so hard to find a good person. And then trying to get into that person, good luck, right? And, you know, I think one of the things that, at least for me, when you separate out, like, I think there are times that you, and I think, you know, a lot of priests, well, lots of people, rabbis will tell you that there are times you need to have that professional help too. Like, God has given us all these tools. Like, if you need a bypass surgery, it's okay to go to the best surgeon and knows how to do bypass surgery, right? So those sorts of things. But to miss that the spiritual elements and the embodied things, like that true spiritual stuff. And if you've got someone who is often, let's face it, a very flat view of that sort of stuff, like, you're going to get crap.
Yeah. I've told this story a billion times, but before I started Fountain of Comfort, I went and I spoke to my rabbi about it, and he completely changed how I viewed it, how I was going to do it. And Trey and Tim and I went to Greek Orthodox. They call it a monastery, but it's a convent. It was just nuns. It's not. And we talked to the abbess, Mother Markella. And I never imagined an Greek Orthodox Mother Superior sounding so much like a Hasidic rabbi, but she did, right? Because she said all of the same things. And one of the things she was very big on is, she said, people come to me wanting me to cure somebody with schizophrenia, and I'll tell them, you know, obviously I'll pray for this person just as I would cancer, but you need to go to a doctor, right? And the way my rabbi put it is, he said, a faithful plumber doesn't start a synagogue that provides plumbing services. He starts a plumbing business that is faithful, right? And does things as they should, right? And is it possible that your plumbing is actually demon possessed? Yes, I do believe sometimes your house needs to be exorcised by a spiritual authority, because I do believe in demons, right? And I believe that is the case in certain situations with mental health. But one of the things Father Stephen is, like, he pointed out that there are people who think there's no such thing as a psychological illness. Like
John MacArthur, famous Calvinist John MacArthur, he's very upright now. He's come out and basically say it's all crap.
Right. He's like, there's no such thing as mental illness, right?
Right.
And I just think that's so. I have you ever heard of scrupulosity?
I haven't.
So scrupulosity is a form of OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder.
Okay.
And it manifests as it manifests as religious fervor, right? Like the person thinks they're being very, very religious, but what's obvious is spiritual OCD. It's just OCD. It's not religious. And the way, as a mental health professional, it's scrupulosity as opposed to religious fervor, is you ask their religious community, whatever their pastor, whatever that is, right? And you're like, yeah, is this person a really religious person? And they'll tell you, no. That is not what's going on here. This person has a problem, right? And like the pastors don't know how to deal with scrupulosity. Whereas if you treat that person for OCD, which this is just a manifestation of, they will actually become a more faithful person as well, but certainly a more functional person, because it's OCD manifesting as a religious thing, right? Mm-hmm. Now, there are people who think all religiosity is actually scrupulosity and mental illness. Obviously, those people, and I had a psychiatrist like that. He was like, he thought, if you are religious, that's because you have a mental health problem, right? And just because the guy was a psychiatrist, right? Mm-hmm. I never went to him again. But you have to be able to distinguish between spiritual malady and mental and psychological dysfunction. And there are way too many people who think there's no difference between those two.
Right.
And frankly, I don't think, I have never spoken to a religious leader who has not noticed, oh, this person has a mental problem that, like, this is not something I can spiritually develop. Like, you need to go to a mental health professional.
Right. Well, and so you run into this. There are some, we've actually run into a couple in our little corner. There are some pastors or people that would be leery of, for example, 12-step program, right? Now, the overwhelming majority get it, and they're like, okay, you have this thing, go do that. Like, make sure you're doing that too. Like, we're over here for this, but, go ahead and do that. And I agree. So again, I think you would find that, and I think you'd mentioned the Orthodox nun sounding like a rabbi or whatever. Like when you find people who really have real discernment, real wisdom, there's Zevi Slavin talks about that thread. There is that thread that goes about. I think one of the things that's interesting is, I've been working with a gal. She doesn't quite know, but I've been diagnosed with some sort of bipolar. Right now, as I was a younger man, I never got depressed at all. I was annoyingly optimistic. Okay, but what I could probably tell is I probably had a slight tendency, a very slight mania, but that worked out extremely beneficial for me. Because I could be the captain of the football team, first chair of the band. I could be on student council. I could do all this stuff.
Bipolar too?
That's kind of where I think it might be. But I've been working with a gal for a couple of years now. She's like, I don't really know what your deal is, but here's where I do. I absolutely. And when I got kind of in my addictions, right, there were some times that basically that would exacerbate it for me. Right. So if I'm in active use, then I could see these things. But here's the really interesting thing is, so I can definitely see these wide patterns up and down. So one, I think I've spotted them in some spiritual figures. Like I think David might have been a bit bipolar, just saying. It takes one to know one, right? Like Kanye is bipolar. There's certain things I can sense, but here's the thing that's really interesting. I didn't get diagnosed with that till my mid-30s. And what people who would get into some mania, and you don't have to be totally disassociated or whatever, but with that mania comes grandiosity, and you can confuse that with Holy Spirit experience. Okay. And I've had Holy Spirit experience. Like, I know the difference. Now that I'm so fine-tuned, I can tell the difference. Now, good luck trying to tell a person in mania that they aren't having a legitimate experience with the Holy Spirit, because there's grandiosity that comes along with that, right? And you think you're right, and God's speaking to me, and he's telling me all these things. Like, what mania will tell you versus what God will really impart in you are not the same thing. Okay? And so it takes one to know one. Like, I can spot people that are very charismatic, and I'm like, oh, you're just manic. Because I saw someone in TLC, I could tell how that person was acting immediately. Like, I knew that they were in a manic episode. Like, I just knew it, and offline I did it, and they recognized it, because I just knew it, right? And that, like, you talk about scrupulosity or whatever, like, I can see that there are a lot of people that they get into that mania, and that's a very dangerous place, right? And so you need to figure out. And so the thing is, like, I've taken a lot of work, but you've got to really understand the difference between the two. That's also why it's good to have, like, if you have a rabbi or a spiritual father or a disciple leader or a sponsor, that person who really knows you. So when you're having some of these grand ideas or some of these things, you can talk to that person, and they can say, oh, whoa, dude, you're talking a little fast. You're moving fast. I think you need to slow down with, I don't think God wants you to move to San Francisco and become a street preacher. Let's just slow down on that right now. Okay. That sort of stuff. But so I think I am very interested in that mental health, that crossover between religious experience and mental health, and trying to do that stuff, because there's a lot of that gets intermixed. And there are a lot of people, since they're older, I think amongst the youth, it's kind of cool to put yourself on a spectrum or to put yourself in some sort of category. It's almost like back in our day, you didn't want to be stigmatized to it. Now, I'll tell you, like the younger generation, like, it's kind of like, I don't know, they kind of want to have something. It's kind of weird like that.
It's an identity.
Yeah. Plus, it gives you the ability to say, I need a mental health day and I don't have to work or whatever, or some other stuff. And be honest with that stuff comes up. But there is this really interesting cross-section that's happening in, so what you're going to do and the stuff you're going to work with, because, there are people having real crises that need real help, and there's not enough good help out there. There's actually dangerous help out there, even if someone has all the degrees and all the other sort of stuff. So there has that. And then, then when you start thinking about, again, like, so, you can't diagnose someone, but the same way, like, if you're an addict or an alcoholic, like, you're not supposed to tell someone else they are, right? They have to find it out on their own. But trust me, on the other side, we're like, oh, you are. Like, you know exactly they are one, but you can't say it.
I don't know if you heard about this, but I was volunteering at the Trevor Project, and eventually it got to the point where I was like, hold on, is there anybody licensed who is supervising this thing? And their answer was no, basically. Like, they're not actually licensed. And so many people depend on the Trevor Project for their understanding of mental health, and they're not licensed.
That's because there's the shortage is so profound, and the need is such great. And you know what? It's getting worse. The people that are coming in with some kind of mental breakdown for many different reasons. It's just too much for the very few people that are in that field. And I heard you guys earlier speaking about, whether some people believe whether psychiatry is bunk or psychology is bunk now, and whether there's any legitimacy to any of that stuff. And I do know this, for some reason. So if I was to talk to a psychiatrist and they wanted to know what's going on, I would be one guarded to say anything about whether I believe in angels or demons and anything that they cannot comprehend if they're not religious, right? And then there's such a thing as hyper-religious, where Lance, I think you mentioned bipolar. Sorry, I can't read small script. So, and something when people are manic and are not religious, when they're not manic. So, and if they don't know the scripture, right, they will be, when they're in that manic phase, in that grandiosity phase, they will be hyper religious with no knowledge of what is anything, right? They just, oh, well, I'm Christ, and I'm going to save the world, and I'm going to do all this and all that. But they, in their normal, they know nothing about Christianity. They know nothing about the scripture. They know nothing about anything, but yet they're hyper religious, and it's a weird phenomena to watch how and people with that use drugs. You know, you hear about DMT and all these LSD and all that stuff, where they end up having some kind of religious experience, and people are still wondering. They're still wondering why is that? Why is it when there's some kind of something weird, we become hyper religious for some for some unknown reason, even if we have never heard anything about the scriptures? Why do we end up hyper religious? But I would be very hesitant to speak to someone that doesn't know the scriptures about my beliefs, whether, spiritual matters. I'd be like, let's just talk very surface when it comes to religion and anything that's concrete, because because they would say this guy's delusional. This guy has no concrete on what's real. So no metaphysics, no none of that. Let's talk philosophy. Let's talk history. Let's talk whatever theology. I don't care. Let's talk anything that's material, anything that's realistic. But I am not going to say anything about the supernatural. I'm not going to. And that's just me, though. That's just my experience working in that field for some time now.
Well, that's the first question I asked, which, like, and I do ask this. I said, do you believe in God? Do you have faith? Because if you don't, we can't have the same kind of conversation, right? And if it were a rabbi or something, it'd be great. Okay, that we can talk, right? Like,
right.
That for me, like, there has to be, I have to know that, because again, I'm going to talk about things of, God does not speak to me all the time, but there are moments that I know that God has spoken to me, right? And if I'm in a moment where I'm feeling very confirmed and reconfirmed that God is giving me an impression about something, I need to be able to talk to you about that and have you not think that I'm hearing voices, right? Now, again, I'm highly charismatic, but I think most people think God is like, there's this impression that a lot of people think, oh, God's telling me to tell you this and say this, and God told me, like, it's just going on all the time. Like, no, actually, I don't think that's how it works. And quite frankly, you see a lot of it, it's about stillness, like, be still and know that I'm God. Like, if this stuff is happening, he's talking to you and you're running around and all this stuff's going on, that even, like, if you want to point to scripture, like, that has not been my experience. Now, I'm not saying there can't be someone who's like that, but my BS meter goes up a little bit.
Yeah, and we again, when anybody brings up Christianity, there's so many of us that consider ourselves Christians, right? For the longest time, I considered myself a Catholic, and I didn't know nothing about the scriptures, yet I was Catholic. So somebody would say, "Oh, you're Christian?" Of course, I'm Catholic. Of course, I believe in God. Of course, I'm Catholic. And whatever came out of my mouth would have been right, wrong. How would I be able to know the difference? And so there's a lot of, and there's so I've also, because of where I work, I've also bought some books about the cults and the history of the cults and the history of these charismatic leaders, the con men and all that stuff, and what they do, why they do, the people that seek power and they gravitate to power, for manipulation, for gain, for whatever purpose. Like, you name it, it gets complicated super fast. But you see that a lot, and I think that's one of the reasons why people are not that fast to trust someone and say, "Oh, I'm Christian," because they've been had before by someone that pretends to be Christian and is not Christian. And because there's a lot of people out there. I mean, there's 8 billion of us, and many of us say we're Christian when we don't know what it is to be a Christian.
Yeah. I do want, if people hear this, I hope you've understood what Jake and I are talking about, and Alex or whatever. But if you're listening to this, in case you're this, I just said very clearly, there was a time when I absolutely needed both psychiatric and therapeutic help. I think they are extremely valuable. I think they are tools that God gives us. So no way would I be dunking on that in any way. All I'm just saying is be careful. Be careful. Like you have to be careful.
Yes, I agree to both. I agree that there's a need. It does serve a purpose. There's people that really need the help, and some people, and I'll tell you what, there's people that I really care about in my life, and I try to introduce them to Christianity, and they said, "No, take that somewhere else," right? And I care about them, and there's nothing I can do, right? There's nothing I can do. So, in the same instance, people that don't want Christianity but are in desperate need because they're at the breaking point, they still need help. We still have to help them because, I mean, look around. This world is falling apart. Nobody knows what's left, what's right. Nobody has a moral compass. Nobody knows what 2 + 2 is what now. So, and people, whether they want Christianity or not, they still need help. Because if we don't help them, life in about 10, 20, 40 years, it's going to be, wow, it's going to be really bananas.
Mark, you joined in. I think you wanted to.
Mark has something very important he wants to say.
Yeah, I hope I don't robot on you as the signal going. I'm driving, so. Yeah, as someone who has been carrying around a diagnosis of type 2 bipolar for over 30 years, I have some experience on this. And I think the statement that you made, Lance, is that you can navigate the difference between inspiration of the Holy Spirit, the move of the Holy Spirit in yourself, and a hypomanic episode is itself a kind of grandiose assertion. I've just concluded that I have hypomanic episodes, and God uses them. Keep in mind that bipolar, and Jacob should be able to back me up on this in more detail than I can't say, but as I understand it, bipolar is chronic and degenerative. It progresses. You should, if you don't die of something else at some point, it will kill you, in theory, right? If it will get worse and worse and worse. And I've seen it get very bad in some people. And when you see it get really bad in some people, it's next level. And there's this the idea of religion fixing it or something. It can get very serious. I'm here by the grace of God, and I think for some reason I'm doing all right. But I also understand that I'm dancing on a kind of knife's edge every day, and I respect that. It's a kind of respect for the disease process, I guess you'd put it, or the disorder. That it is what it is, and I will. There's in my case, I'm treatment resistant, so no medication worked, and I did everything, including ECT. So stay mindful. Use for me, Buddhist meditation practices played a big role, but also learning how to kind of using those practices, learning how to kind of surf the experience of hypomania to not let it take you over, to realize that you don't have to act on every thought that crosses your mind or every impulse that moves through your body. That's a big factor. And then also to understand that when the depressions come, I I had my first you might call it suicidal machination around the age of 10. So I've lived with this a long time, and there was a time when psychiatry probably kept me alive, and there was a time when it failed so dramatically that it made things worse. I was just blessed by certain kind of brain that allowed me to.
Mark's on a roll.
Yeah.
So I'll say this real quick until there we go. Is he back on? What we understand about mental health has changed from 30 years ago, though.
Yeah.
You're roboting, Mark.
Yeah, Mark, we're losing you. I had never heard of bipolar being degenerative until you mentioned it, and I just looked it up. Apparently, recently there's been study on that. I'm not sure it's been established that bipolar is degenerative. That's surprising to me.
Well, I think the problem is when it goes untreated, because the risk taking, the impulsivity, that can get people in a lot of trouble. Because they go, you end up wasting all your money that you saved up for. You do a lot of things in impulse and a lot of risk taking, and everything's because you're so super optimistic that everything's possible, and you can get conned really easy. Oh, here, I'm starting this new business. I just need $5,000 to start this new business. Before you know it, you give this guy $5,000, and this guy doesn't even live in town. He's gone, and and you've been had. So untreated anything. I'll ground it to say type 2 diabetes, who they say that can change, right? It's not like type 1 where you need insulin, right? Type 2 is kind of like, it could be reversible, but if you don't care about it, if you're going untreated, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse over time, right? That's something that at least we understand, right? And we say, oh yeah, I can understand the science behind that. Untreated, it does get worse and worse and worse and worse. So untreated, any mental health condition, doesn't matter what it is, untreated, it's the actions that you do while under the influence of whatever, you know what I mean, mania, delusions, for the people with schizophrenic, all this delusions, all that stuff is what will get you in trouble. Before you know, you're in the middle of nowhere thinking you're on this quest, and then you get stuck, and wow, now how you're going to survive because you didn't prepare, because the risk-taking, the impulsive, the grandiosity. So it's not that the disease shortens your lifespan. It's that the things that you do under the influence of the condition, that's what gets you that's what shortens your lifespan, I guess.
Yeah. And that's why, again, I've talked to the psychiatrist I've been dealing with for the past 2 years. My episodes were always, well, I do know this. I'm a person that when I use marijuana, it kicks off that episodes in me. So that's a real thing. Like, people don't talk about that marijuana actually has really bad effects on some people. One of it is they call it a psychosis. But that if I smoke marijuana for a long enough period of time, I will definitely get to a point to where it'll kick off hypomanic episodes, right? So that's something that, and if I don't do marijuana, that doesn't happen. So one of my treatment steps is to stay sober. So that helps, right? And the only other time that I had where really there was a big break, it was shortly after my wife had passed away, and I hadn't slept in 7 days and everything else. And that was a time where you talk about some grandiosity or whatever. And so, so my story, and I hear in your Mark, and I hear what you're saying, that, for me, I've been very blessed that I don't I haven't had those. We've been talking about it. Like when I was a young man, like I've never been suicidal unless I'm in the bottom of addiction and I want to shoot myself and that sort of deal. But so I'm kind of there. But here's where I need to take my diagnosis seriously. And I've been fortunate enough that I've been taking Seroquel for years now, Mark, and it works for me. Like I don't have any of that. I was blessed with that, right? And I don't want to have to take it. But I deal with people in recovery circles. There are people that really have to take certain medicines because it really helps them. And I know people who are against medications and maybe there is over medication. There are certain people that if they go off their meds, they are going to be in big trouble. Like they get themselves in big trouble. And so if I have something that I can take and it takes some of my creative edge off, but one, it helps me sleep well, which is amazing. But it doesn't really have any negative side effect for me at all. And all I have to do is take this small dose of this thing. Like I could go on, and I've been off of it for a year or two and I haven't had any episodes, right? But one of the things that happens is I've lost my sobriety. So then I've just decided to myself that I'm going to continue to take this medicine. And I work with people that need to take their medicine. And if I'm unwilling to take my medicine, right? Like, how can I be an example to people that I'm working with that need to take that along with other steps like spiritual programs of action, good sleep, and all those other sorts of things? And so, if you're listening here, don't listen to me and think I'm diagnosing you. Like, if you have issues like this, if you notice you get sped up, you talk a lot, you get impulsive, or you find yourself in very deep lulls and whatever, seek out good professional help. I'm just explaining my experience, strength, and hope. But I certainly can't diagnose you. But I also don't hide from it either, because I know a lot of people deal with this stuff, right?
So I'm going to say something that I've come to terms in that time, and this is just my opinion, so take this with a grain of salt. I've come to realize that I am imperfect as all get out, right? And this world, right, like the climate, it's always changing. No such thing as perfection, perfect climate, perfect boss, perfect work environment, perfect coworker, perfect family member, perfect parent, perfect kid. There's no such thing as perfect anything, right? And so I'm going to use that to bounce to what I want to say is nothing is perfect. And if you're taking something that helps you, but you say, oh, it has some negative side effects, just know that nothing is perfect. And you have to determine, okay, everything's a compromise. What is going to harm me, right? What if I choose this? What's that going to look like 5 years down the road? Is it going to harm me more? Not whether it's perfect, not whether zero side effects, right? That's perfection. There's no such thing as perfection, in my opinion. So do I have to do this and it will improve my life, even though there might be some uncomfortable side effects, where if I don't do this, I'm going to crash and burn and I'm going to destroy and I'm going to, drain my bank account and I'm going to do all this kind of crazy nonsense, right? It's like we tend to learn from experience sometimes where you've been you fall flat on your face so many times that you finally decide, okay, this time I'm going to do the right thing, even though it might have some minor inconveniences, even though it's not perfect with zero side effects, right? Because I know that not doing the right thing has me just in the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst, and I can't be there again. So like I said, I have to come to the realization that there's no such thing as perfection, anything. No perfect psychiatrist, no perfect psychologist, no perfect parent, no perfect sibling, no perfect anything, no perfect treatment. And I'm going to ground it into something that we all can be familiar, where we're not really too skeptical about with the type 2 diabetes, where it's treatable, but it can get worse without treatment. It's like, okay, yes, if you change what you eat, and if you exercise a little bit more, you don't even have to go to the extremes. If you do certain things, it is what an inconvenience to eat a little bit more healthy. What an inconvenience to work out. What an inconvenience to take medications like metformin or whatever, right? What an inconvenience. But what if you end up losing your eyesight in the future? What if you end up, with neuropathy in the future? What if your kidney shut down in the future? So what I'm saying, yes, there's going to be inconvenience, but what if the alternative is 100, 1,000 times worse? So that's what I learned is there's no such thing as perfection, and I have to compromise and I have to choose. And I also have to listen to the Holy Spirit, hear the prompting of the Holy Spirit. But that's my opinion. So take that with a grain of salt, please.
All right.
Sorry, I cut out on you guys. Okay, I think I
worries,
caught
no
most of your response, Lance and Jacob. What did I get wrong? What did I get right?
Well, so I wouldn't say you got it wrong, but I was very surprised to hear when you said it, bipolar is degenerative. And so I looked it up. There is recent study and evidence pointing that it could be degenerative. But it's you seem to have overstated the evidence there of how degenerative.
Fair enough. Yeah, or progressive. What I've read that the odds of there's some evidence that the risk of suicide actually rises with age with untreatable forms of type 2 disorder. I've read that. I don't. Again, though, of course, these are all studies, and so they're only as good as for what they're worth. But yeah, I defer to your expertise. I just want people to respect it for what it is and understand. Be mindful when you are making a grandiose statement, which we're inclined to do in religious circles. On the other hand, flip it around. I wouldn't have you undermine your faith because you have a psychiatric diagnosis. I did that to myself too, and that's a trap. Right? Because as it turned out, I stripped myself of my religiosity because I did get a lot of input that it was fueling or a sign of or symptomatic of the disease. So when I did that, I nosedived even worse. I've had many strange experiences, and I am a natural born. I'm a hardwired charismaniac. Okay. And I say it like that because I don't want to take it too seriously, but at the same time, I accept myself for what I am, and that is also. So I learned a long time ago not to hide the bipolar. All right, I wear it. I don't wear it big flag. I don't wear it like on a T-shirt. But if someone comes across me, and I'm just open about it, and that's what I want to be. That's itself a form of self-care. Jacob's nodding. Seems like he's agreeing with this as a good approach.
One thing I really think is really important. People will say religion and mental illness is a bad combination, and I think that's the absolute opposite of the truth. In that, a person who has any sort of mental illness, when they are involved in a competent religion, which basically I would say any real wisdom tradition is, they will be better off with religious engagement than without religious engagement. I don't think that's even controversial to say in any way. Now, some people will use that as an excuse and say, oh, religion is only useful for the mentally ill, which I think is a silly goose statement to make. But what you mentioned, which is people finding out, hey, I have a mental illness, right? Which I've been diagnosed with depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, and panic attack disorder, right? People will and I did this myself. I said, you know what, I'm gonna put the religion aside because I need to focus on my mental health. Well, religious involvement helps you with your mental health, right? And I've been working on a sort of treatment guideline type thing for Fountain of Comfort, right? And at Lords of Spirits, they called it Loser Con, which I thought was hilarious. Lord of Spirits, Father Stephen Damick and Father Stephen DeYoung both said what was something that was very important. They said people try to separate out physical, mental, and spiritual health. And yeah, those can be separated out somewhat, but they're interrelated, right? So if you don't exercise, if you're not healthy, if you're obese, if you have a chronic backache, don't be surprised if your prayer life is shit and you're depressed, right? And similarly, if you don't have a strong spiritual involvement, don't be surprised if your mental health suffers and your physical health suffers, right? Now, that doesn't mean you should go to a priest when you should be going to your oncologist. That doesn't mean you should be going to a priest when you should be going to your psychologist, right? And vice versa.
Yeah, know the difference. Yeah.
They're interrelated, right? But the example I gave before Alex and Mark joined was scrupulosity, right? So scrupulosity is a manifestation of OCD. It's OCD. It's a mental health disorder that looks like it's religious, but it's OCD. And you ask, and the way you know it's OCD, it's scrupulosity. It's not, you're not treating someone's religiosity. Is you ask their pastor, and their pastor will tell you, no, this person did, like the classic example. Martin Luther was going to his father confessor for hours and hours and hours, and his father confessor was telling him, "Stop confessing." This is your
well, Martin Luther was bipolar. Martin Luther was bipolar. There was no when I heard the Rest is History podcast, I was like, oh yeah, the swings he had. And Mark, I want to say, and I appreciate you sharing this. Like, one of the things I do is I tell on myself, so to speak, because people watch it. I have found God has used these things when I say these things. Invariably, people will come to me, and I say it in every sphere that I'm at. Like, I'm not afraid to say that. Like, my employer is going to fire me because I find out I'm in recovery, or I say that I have bipolar or whatever. Well, I shouldn't work there, right? But I do it mainly because being there. But this is like my story, and I would say, Jacob, what I have found, what has worked for me, and we all need to figure out. But what I found is, like, I have a three-legged stool that I have to have in my life, and if I do this, things go well for me. And that includes for me being involved in a 12-step program, and being involved in working that program. That involves me being having my spiritual practices and being connected into a church, right? A good, healthy church environment, and that includes, for me, prayer practices. Which, like, Mark, that even if you're there are times where if I even do get sped up a bit, like with mindfulness, like even walking slower, breathing. They give you these tips, like breathing, right? Prayer. Those are good things there are natural things you can do. And then for me, it's the third piece is this therapeutic or the psychiatric piece, that because they're trying to figure out, it doesn't matter. And I do take the medicine that's prescribed, that if I take it, it's worked for me, right? So if I have that three-legged stool in place, and I have to do all those things at once. Now, you don't overwhelm yourself. Like, you don't work all 12 steps in one day, and you don't have to have a 40-hour, a guy like me could want to do a 10-hour prayer roll. Like, well, wait a minute, that's a little little extreme there, buddy. You're not a monk. But if I've found that I have to have all those things in their work. All those things feed each other and help me.
I
This
hope
is
you
a
didn't
wonderful
take my
conversation.
comments.
I have to run. Apologize. I wish I
Yeah.
didn't have to run, but thank you guys.
Take care.
I took no offense, Mark. I
Yeah.
trust you. You care
Okay.
about
Yeah.
people.
I just didn't.
and you're
I
being
hope it didn't
honest
come
about
off too hard. I didn't. I just
No,
wanted
you did not
to.
offend me.
I'm just as a little bit of experience. I wasn't. So it sounds like we're good. Let's just leave it there.
You don't offend. No.
Okay.
Yeah, you didn't offend me at all. No.
All right. Fair enough.
I just wanted to share before, because I gotta put the kids to bed in a few minutes. But being on the topic, and I've shared this a couple other places, but I just put out a video. Realizing that my ADD, ADHD was a minor diagnosis of a bigger portion of being on like the autism spectrum. And what Jacob was saying, like being in a healthy spiritual environment my whole life, it protected me from a lot of problems or whatever. Like I see the whole thing as a providential thing. If I had a diagnosis when I was a kid, I probably would have used it as a crutch. I would have used it as an excuse not to grow. But like that environment was on the whole so healthy that it didn't really become an issue to be different in the way that I was. People were compassionate, kind, understanding towards me. Now that I'm at the point where I have more pressure and responsibility in my life, it's kind of like a blessing to realize, like, oh, I can't just cope with this stuff. Now I know there's a reason why. So that's a very liberating thing to be in. But I mean, I would say overall, like the greatest cause of cognitive dissonance worldwide is just this total secularist, materialist belief, because it's that's some it may be causing more of these things. It's also causing so many more of these things to be diagnosed, because like what Temple Grandin says with the autism thing, it's like for centuries the autistic people just found their way into the jobs that they were well suited for, the quiet lives where they didn't have to be promoting themselves and being outgoing all the time, and they were valuable members of the community. But that lifestyle and the society doesn't funnel people to the places they need to go so well anymore, and so that's why I have a lot of this crisis. So anyway, if you want to see, I put a video on my channel where I kind of shared my story, and I wrote a letter that I had shared with my family and everything about my whole experience of figuring this stuff out, so people can check it out.
Michael, what's going on with Tecton School?
I'm doing stuff. I'm going to have high school kids riding along with me at work during the summer. I'm also like almost done with like a book, basically. So my goal is my 40th birthday is in September. My goal is to have it like in the Amazon self-published thing by then, and then that'll be give me a little more something substantial to kind of promote the whole endeavor. So that's my goal.
So John, who is probably coming over to my place on Sunday, is actually in construction, and he's perfect for your Tecton School.
Yeah, just leaving work right now. So I don't know what that is, but I'd like to find out more about it. I'll watch the video if you have a video.
Well, I have a whole channel for that.
Yeah.
But basically, just creating mentoring relationships kind of centered around trade jobs, and just finding somebody like, however you got into the place you are, if somebody was able to help you, paying that forward, finding some young guy who knows less than you and just taking them under your wing to whatever extent people are capable of. And that's kind of the whole idea of the thing. So
that's pretty cool, man. Yeah, that's certainly something that helped me, because like my boss was basically very patient with me and with everybody that comes in, and I mean, like the community that we have in our work, it's not the usual community yet that you have. So a lot of us are believers or Christians, and like we're very kind of like understanding with like learning construction and all that stuff. So that's cool, man.
Yep. All right. Well, I gotta go, but it was good to participate for like the fourth time or whatever it has been on this thing. So
to McMo's question, you can do very well for yourself in construction.
Yeah, there's a real shortage right now. We're
Absolutely.
trying to do a whole bunch of remodeling work for some of the schools and stuff, and just trying to find good people that have the time to do things. And because of that, the bids are pretty high right now.
Very much so. So
sorry.
No, go ahead, John, please.
So it's my first time on like a actual stream, and I just want to say hi, Jacob, and everybody else. I'll see you on Sunday, but I actually did have a question where I was thinking about this, and I was going to talk about it in my local Chino estuary, but my question was that because it's something that I'm kind of trying to deal with myself, like I basically started therapy like 2 weeks ago, but also I stopped it just because of financial reasons. It's very expensive, but what I was gonna ask is like, what do you guys think? Like the actual, so when someone's going through like a deconstruction or something, whatever their faith is, how much of it is like basically like mental health involved with it? Because like, let's say someone converts into something because of an emotional reason, and then later on faces like arguments, or it's just embedded in all this stuff, let's say apologetics or whatever, critical history and all that stuff that we've been talking about, and then they get this emotion where like they can't reconcile basically everything for what they believe. I wonder how much of that is just like OCD or like just compulsiveness and trying to find the right answer, and not having like an actual time where you can have a spiritual life and meditation and all that stuff. Because from what I see, like from all the deconstruction stories, like let's say from evangelicals, is that they just dive into this stuff and they leave behind like prayer and stuff like that. Not every time, but a lot of times it does seem like it's something very compulsive. And I can just say it for myself, like sometimes I do, or a lot of times I do leave prayer away and focus on this stuff that is so interesting, and it just seems like something that that it's in my mind constantly. But since I have kids and since I have like a wife to tend to, they kind of ground me, and I have to pay attention to them in a good manner, I guess we would say. I don't know if that makes sense, but basically like how much mental health or OCD has to do with like construction and that kind of thing.
Maybe a whole lot.
I don't know if anybody else wants to take a stab at that, but I'll say.
You start, Jacob.
I'll say a human being is really complicated, and we don't do anything for any one reason. There's percentage contribution, which varies with different people. And so for some people, right, their deconstruction might be very little bit involved with mental or physical health and might have a lot more to do, simply with them spiritually. When it comes down to it, I don't think there's anybody who converts from one religion to another or makes any huge change in their spiritual life, which isn't impacted by and doesn't impact both their physical health and their mental health to some degree.
Mark.
Deconstruction often results in alienation from community, family, so that's probably a factor too. Wouldn't you say, Jacob, in unwinding one's mental health?
Well, I mean, so let's take, for example, somebody who belongs to the well, let's talk about Andrew Clavin, right? Famous person, right? So he was a raised Jewish, not very religiously Jewish, and he was suicidal, very depressed, and he found his faith in Christianity, right? Now, do I think that's the proper path? No, I don't. But for him, that's where God helped him find his spiritual path, which he has been very successful in, and God bless him, and that's great. It would be horrible of me to say the only reason he became a Christian was because he was depressed. At the same time, I can't imagine a Jew converting to Christianity, especially when he explained that his father and his entire family basically thought and said to him, "You've betrayed us." Like, for somebody of his generation to convert to Christianity, right? That is a real betrayal, because after the Holocaust, right, a lot of people were like, okay, any religion but Christianity, right? And so it's interrelated. It's interrelated, and trying to split a person into parts and saying this is just mental health or just spiritual and it has nothing to do with their family. Obviously, it has something to do with your relationship with your family.
Yeah, it has to. I think that's probably why we see so much difficulty in LGBTQ communities, people with mental health, because so many of them are alienated or become alienated from the families. But then again, it could be a chicken and egg thing. Maybe they're driven into that because, or that they're driven into more extreme expressions because of poor family environments too. There's lots of extreme behavior, right? That alienates us from the relationships that should strengthen our mental health. But it undermines it. So what I mean is that we do lots of things to ourselves that are self-destructive, and it's almost like, I don't know. Does anybody have a good example of a really healthy adolescent experience where they came out smelling of roses? I mean,
saw one on TV.
Did anybody? I mean, who doesn't enter in and exit adolescence unscarred.
Right.
It's tough.
So, it's almost like we're well, we're born to die. Yeah. The question I had for you, Jacob, too, was: have you seen? It's a very old video now, but it was Robert Sapolsky's class on religion, and I can't remember if it's his neurology or it's a psychology class, but he did one session on religion, and he made quite a big deal about. He's one of those who seems to come down on the line of it's
mental health illness.
It's monomania is what he called it, I think.
Yeah. This was a prominent idea that was popular in academia. I don't think any serious person really seriously entertains that anymore. I think in the 70s and even 80s and maybe even 90s, that was popular. And sometimes you'll get an older person who will still say that. Richard Dawkins was still defending that idea for a while, but really, I mean, I would say the Chicago debate between Eric Weinstein and Richard Dawkins, not Eric Weinstein, Brett Weinstein and Richard Dawkins, was a much more important turning point in intellectual history than most people realize, which was when Brett Weinstein asked him, is religion part of the extended phenotype of humanity? So extended phenotype, birds it's part of their genetic makeup for birds to make nests.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's part of the genetic makeup of human beings to build temples. We just do. And anybody who denies that, it's almost they're being anti-scientific. We don't have any cities that any human society has ever built which were not centered around a temple.
Right. The question then is define temple. That's an idea that's evolved over time. It's because in the modern age, what's the whole line about our temple? I think was it Joseph Campbell used to talk about the tallest, the change, the evolution of what was the most important part of any given town or city, and it went from cathedral to skyscraper, and he had some kind of idea of evolution of that. We've now the most important thing is what commerce, but now if everybody's right, or if Paul's right about the end of modernity or the recession of modernity, what's going to replace commerce as the modern temple? Or is the temple an idea? Are we talking about, is it philosophy, religious philosophy? Would that be our new temple?
I think it's a football stadium or it's a Louis Vuitton store.
I actually think museums or even universities may have to some extent been that, but when it really gets down to it, look, ultimately I'm Jewish, and I believe in the coming of the Messiah, and I believe in the coming of the Messianic era, and I believe we are at a curious moment, right? And I think we are getting there. And so if you ask me to put on my prognosticator's hat, right? I think we are moving towards more. I see the Noahide movement as the future.
Okay.
Now, like, obviously that's my drum, and like, you might not agree. You probably will not agree. But if you're asking me, I foresee a future where Christianity and Islam turn towards Judaism.
Now, is Noahidism, does that include the rebuilding of the temple?
No. Well, okay. So this is the thing. Very few Jews get involved in the idea of the Noahide movement. Now, to be clear, the Noahide movement, anyone who believes in it agrees that it is simply what was called the God-fearers in the Christian Bible and what existed 2,000 years ago. And historically, we're not talking about something new. We're talking about a disused part of Judaism that existed definitely 2,000 years ago, and with the advent of Christianity, became illegal, right? So you can call it God-fearers, right? And those God-fearers were going to synagogues 2,000 years ago, and they were taking their sacrifices to the temple 2,000 years ago. Today, the only Jews who actually get involved with the Noahide movement at all tends to be people who are very messianic. And some of those people, especially the Zionist variety of the messianists, are very into this idea of building the third temple physically themselves. I consider that to be heresy.
So it's not, but there are some Noahides, or there is, say, a Noahide faction that would rebuild the temple, and then some that would consider that heresy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So Trey has been focusing like a laser on the Temple Institute, which is one very, very small Jewish organization that receives lots and lots of money from Zionist Christians, which is very, very Zionist. And what used to be the Zionist fringe even 10 years ago has been growing by leaps and bounds, unfortunately, I would say. And I can't say that. It's very hard to know what exactly most Noahides believe and how large the Noahide movement is, but there's definitely a very strong religious Zionist component to it. And they tend to be more Zionist than religious Jews tends to be.
Are you acquainted with, he had quite a YouTube presence a couple years ago, and then he's kind of stopped, I think maybe to write books, or hopefully not for bad health, but his name is David Solomon out of Australia. Really effective teacher. If you have to
find this guy,
yeah, he's on YouTube. Taught some great classes, and into Kabbalah, and I think he did on the Zohar and other, as well as just going through Jewish history and the Old Testament, or Hebrew scriptures. Really interesting guy. If you don't know of him, I just wondered if he was. He has a very broad, inspiring vision for the future of Judaism for the world as its global mission. That is, but it's not potentially it's not a destructive vision like the rebuilding or the third temple folks might be, because I would say, my opinion, trying to build the temple would be, if it's not heresy, it's certainly dangerous.
Well, Chezi is very, very into like the religious Zionist movement. So I looked up this Solomon guy. I'm not even sure he's Orthodox.
He may not be.
Yeah,
I thought he sounds like it, but I mean, in many ways, he sounds. Well, are there any non-Orthodox Jews into the Kabbalah?
Yes.
Seriously? Oh, okay.
So generally, if you find someone who's publicly teaching Kabbalah, they will tend to be not Orthodox, because even the stuff that I talk about, I am kind of fringe in talking very Kabbalistically about certain things. Teaching Kabbalah in the public eye is generally not done by Orthodox Jews at all.
Gotcha. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's an esoteric tradition. Like, yeah.
Right. Right. Fair enough. All right. Thank you, Lance, for letting me ask questions. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jacob, for answering them. And yeah. So hopefully I didn't scare everybody off about the whole type 2 bipolar. You can survive it, and you can learn to live with it, but it is something to take seriously and get help if you need it. But at the same time, if you find your treatment, don't leave God over it. That will not help.
I'm glad you shut up, Mark.
Thank you.
You've been a part of history more than once today.
There you go. What would more than once? I made a great report.
Didn't you come in earlier?
Has been going for almost 10 hours already.
Oh yeah, we're rolling, baby.
Did you? We got to get you that sweat stained tux, Lance, to host this thing. And you remember the collar's open at the end, and he's blotting his face with the sweat and everything else, and it's just. But he's bringing it home for the kids, Jerry's kids, and now we got a mission. What's our charity?
Fountains of Comfort, Estuaries, the 501c3.
Okay.
Totally.
Well, how do you give? I can't. I guess. What's our link? We need. I'm on YouTube, huh? That's why I don't see it. It's on. There's no way to give.
I
on
actually
StreamYard.
was considering doing a 24-hour streamathon for Fountain of Comfort, and I may eventually do that. But yeah, it's. I think
Proof of concept right here, Jacob. Proof of concept.
No, people have to decide that they want to make this something real, and I'm not sure people have made that decision.
Make what real?
This, whatever this is.
Yeah.
Too many people seem to think that it's best if it remains vague and not actual and like.
Well, it's literal.
Twitter has a 12-hour limit. Now you can go over the 12 hours, but I guess what happens then is I just looked it up. So I knew there was a 12-hour because I was watching some guy who was Ryan Hall, y'all. He's a guy who covers weather and stuff, tornadoes and stuff. And he had a live stream in 12 hours. And they shut down and restarted it. So you can actually go longer than 12 hours. It says here, how long can you live stream? But you can only archive live streams for up to 12 hours long. So
you could
the replay won't go past 12 hours.
Interesting.
McMo is asking if we need to have any charities. He's volunteering to be a charity. If anyone wants to give money, McMo will take your money. He will put up his Cash App link So if you want to help McMo, slide your Cash App in there. I'm more than happy to help all of the people. You clearly are one of our special people, special friends. So you can use all the help you can get.
Awesome. Well, okay, guys, have a good. Well, you know what? I'm not going to say goodbye because I'll leave and come back in 90 minutes and find it still going. So maybe I'll be back, God willing. Nice talking to you all again.
Well, so Steve came in. He came in with a bang as a fairly new person. He's gone out, carried the chat, went and golfed, and now he's back. Are you on a 9 breaking after 9, or are you done with your round?
No, it's raining cats and dogs, and so it got canceled. So now I'm doing laundry. But yeah, the topic about is how much is deconstruction fueled or shaped by OCD or some other kind of thing like that, and so I've been exploring what neurodiversity is, and before that, in the past, I was very interested in personality types, and I don't mean personality traits, I mean personality types. And one of the things I started to wonder is some of this typing that people seem to be trying to figure out, which is not statistically valid, and that's why it's debunked, is some of that actually neurodiversity. So in other words, OCD, ADD, autism. And I wonder, so for example, in Jacob's example of the Jew who's totally disappointing his family by questioning his faith, it would be at least a type of person who would be very comfortable surrendering familial connections in order to validate what's factual or true. They'll totally surrender, they'll ditch their wife in order to say, no, but this is a fact. And then there's also not just in a personality type model. Maybe it's also we were talking about schizophrenia or maybe autistic or something, to be less concerned about what everyone else would be valuing and thinking is most important. They'll just dump that to the side for this other value where people could understand it. Yeah, sure, what's true does matter, but we're talking about what we're going to eat for dinner. Why are you going off on that stuff, And so, I mean, that could be part of it. And so I can definitely relate to the person who's hey, my family's in this church, my grandparents, my cousins, my community is in this church, but I've been exposed to some facts, and I can't play along with this anymore, even if it means I'm like a fish out of water now, because I've been exposed to something and I cannot ignore it. Is that an intrusive thought? Maybe you could go get some meds for that, but it could also just be, you value this more than that. So I'm not trying to say there's no such thing as psychosomatic illness and all that kind of stuff. I'm just saying there's multiple points of view that might be aiming at similar stuff. I don't know. But when I don't even know if I fully understand deconstruction, because when I first heard it, I thought it meant I got to deconstruct the understanding of Jesus Christ that I developed when I was 6 years old, because it doesn't serve me anymore. It doesn't mean what I thought it meant was there's no such thing as Jesus. But what I realized today is it's no, I need to let go or forget that understanding of it, or take that as a foundation and build on that understanding of what my mom used to read, those little books or those songs we used to sing in Sunday school. Time to move on from that and see it in a totally different, more mature adult way. I thought that's what deconstruction. If it means talking yourself out of believing, then I don't know what deconstruction means. Anyway, that's my thoughts while I was like trying to not get killed driving to the laundromat in some of the worst rain I've experienced in a long time.
Rain is good.
Oh yeah, we need it.
Yeah.
We get fires, so it's nice to have rain.
You're making good progress, Sherry.
I'm working on it.
Yeah. What do we got now? We got like a foot or two of yarn?
A foot?
I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
Steve, where are you located?
I'm in North Idaho.
North Idaho.
Yeah.
That's a mighty fine place to visit, Jacob.
Jacob is just now planning a trip.
Oh, really? You should come on up here.
It's been a while since I've been able to drive all the way up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it. You know, I was planning to leave where I was, and I had actually planned a road trip to go like pretty far through the country to look for a new place to live. And then some of the places I was planning to stop at first were having riots where people were setting things on fire that weekend. So I cut my trip short and made a real tight loop around. I was in Seattle, and I drove through this area, and it was very familiar to me, which is funny because it reminded me of Arizona. And anyway, I explored it more. I ended up moving here, and the reason I moved here is because of the people, which is that's not a normal way for me to make a decision about something like where am I going to live? Oh, I like the people here. That's new. And it feels like I'm faking it, but it's actually true.
I was considering moving to many places, but a bunch of people have started moving to Los Angeles. And so yeah, we've gotten, I mean, so Los Angeles has started becoming kind of a thing that I can't really move away from. So,
Yeah. I'm pretty isolated, so I'm going to fly to go see family, and I don't know how often that's going to happen. I have a father who's like potentially, he might last like another 40 fucking years in the state he's in, but he also might just die soon, and this might be my last chance. And that's just, it's a little weird to be this far away and isolated. It's not the first time, but I care about different things than I used to, and so it does feel weird to be up here. But on the other hand, I'm also feeling like if they can no longer continue to be where they are, I have a place for them to come. I don't know how important that is, but yeah, it's it seems like it's the right place, and who knows if I'll get sent somewhere else.
Have you guys finished talking about bipolar disorder and all that stuff? Because I wanted to relate an experience in my life. So when I was 14 years old, my dad's brother, who is only 2 years older than my husband, and my husband's 5 years older than me, so he's quite young, like he's close to me in age. My dad's youngest brother.
Yeah.
And his wife went into a manic state, but she had never shown any signs of bipolar disorder. At that time, they called it manic depression.
Right.
And so my uncle, my uncle who's like extremely introverted, in an attempt to avoid confronting the thing that was the elephant that was in the room, he just never it's not 30 minutes ago. he just never told anybody. So here's my poor aunt, and she's got 2 little children. So she has I think when her daughter was born, within 8 months, she was pregnant for their son. So she had these 2, and so Eric was just a baby, and Melissa was 2 or something like that. And she thought she was pregnant again. and that's what threw her into this manic state. And he let it go on because he didn't tell anybody. He was trying to just, he was afraid they were going to lock her up forever. That was really what his fear was.
There is that.
And this was 1974. Okay, like it's not like this is not 20 years ago. It's a long time ago. And so by the time that they got her to the hospital, the reason she went to a hospital was because she developed toxemia, which is a state that women have when they're pregnant, towards the end of their pregnancies. And so my aunt, in a manic state, went from not pregnant to 9 months pregnant within 4 months. Her uterus filled with fluid.
Yeah.
Because she was so convinced that she was pregnant. And then she went into into toxemia, which happens to pregnant women, right?
Yeah.
And it was the toxemia that got her into the hospital. And then they did an ultrasound. There was nothing there.
Yeah, I've heard this before.
And then they discovered that she had bipolar disorder. And so so then she was in psychiatric care for quite a long time, months. And I went to the aid of my uncle to look after the 2 kids at the age of 14. So I was looking after these 2 babies. And then my aunt came home and my uncle was too afraid to leave her alone. And I stayed for months with them and looked after her. And, I'm 14. I didn't know anything about mental illness. And, my aunt she was actually pretty fun at the time. And anyway, it was just such that was my baptism into mental illness. My uncle was also traumatized because he had put up with this for months, and she had developed almost supernatural powers of sight, smell, and hearing because she was manic for so long. So she could hear people. They put her in a room one time. He had a couple friends from church that he invited over, another couple, because he wanted to talk to somebody. He was finally ready to talk to somebody. And they put her in a room downstairs to sleep, which she hadn't done probably for months. Okay. Or very little of. And she stayed down and, they locked her in there actually. So she couldn't get out. And then they went up to the attic and they had their conversation, and they let her out of the room later, and she came out just in a fury and related their whole conversation to them. She heard it all. It was, for me, it was the stories that my uncle tells about it. She was hallucinating, of course. She was seeing all kinds of things, lots of demons, because they were both new Christians, new converts, and they were, and the power of the human mind is absolutely phenomenal. That's all I can say. Just incredible. Yeah. So I just wanted to tell that little story, and I'm going back to spinning. See you later.
Spinning wheel. Blah, 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 blah.
Bryce, you return.
Hey, y'all. Hey, this has been going on for 10 hours.
10 hours and 11 minutes.
Which is just remarkable. I love it. Hey, I had this thought that the thing that is so cool about this, do y'all remember in college? Are y'all old enough to remember pre-internet college when you just drop by somebody's room and find yourself just chatting about whatever until 3 a.m, and then you order pineapple pepperoni pizza, and it goes on until 5. And I think this is that.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as it hit a certain level, like
give you 5 minutes. Let's go.
I'm that guy that would instigate that kind of stuff in college. Like I would just decide to do things like this. So as soon as this thing got to ridiculous level, in light of Spaceballs, let's go to ludicrous speed. Like let's just
Yeah, that was usually 4 a.m. right after a couple of pieces of pizza.
Yeah.
I can always remember those moments when the first bird would start singing, and you'd be like, "What?
Yeah.
What? Really?"
Well, I wanted to drop in and say, hey, and keep on keeping on. You got 2 more hours till 12, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go shoot baskets with my boy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Bye.
Anthony's gonna bring us home. He's been thinking about something deep, awesome. He's just been thinking about cool things all day. Hey guys, let's talk about this.
I'm not. I'm sorry. Sorry to disappoint you.
You got nothing, Anthony?
What's that?
I say you got nothing.
Not really. I've just been listening to you guys. I got no bipolar, no stories.
You got a story. Everybody has a story.
Yeah, you got
It doesn't
10
have to
hours
be
worth
about
of content.
bipolar.
10 hours worth of content to comment on, like months of content to comment on, and then your entire life. So
We got a buzz or an echo or something.
might be me.
Oh, it's gone now.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that was me.
Oh.
Okay. Lance, you should get a little like a live stream or like a live thing of a campfire going here.
There you go. We can't. Stephen Schwartz, may the Schwartz be with you.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, but I didn't know how you'd take it.
May the Schwartz be with you.
So Garth said something to me a while back, which really resonated and has stayed with me, which is, he said, the people in this little corner who are most invested in making sure that it doesn't go away are the people who have experience in having communities that are really strong and which they loved, and they know that it's something real, and they want to see that happen.
Yep. Yes, Jacob.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I mean, 2 things. One, so Chad and I talk about this concept, and he shares this poem, it's whatever, is keep your hand on the door. And there's this sense, if you're a part of a group, that when people were there for you when you first arrived, that you stay there for the next people to come. You keep your hand on the door, right? And so, for me, one, you all have, I've had access to all this stuff, but for me personally, I have taken things from this, and it's transformed my spiritual life, like in practical, like literally practical ways.
Literally?
So, literally, Paul, and I'm going to say literally.
Say it, man.
Exactly. And Tayo makes fun of me because he says Lance talks about practice, but that's because, I can't. I've never resolved that out myself, and it's okay. I've not read Heidegger. I've not read Kierkegaard. Like, I don't know. Like, that's stuff that I haven't done.
You got too many syllables in their names.
but I have participated. But here's what I've also known, because I saw what it was doing in other people. I'm hearing these stories, right? So I'm hearing these stories of people that have found this and we just had Nathan Woods is here. He met his wife on here, and they're having babies. And
Whoa.
Sherry set him up. But no, people are being transformed, and so when you see something that's real, like I believe in 12-step programs, right? I also believe that people would just go to church, like people who really dive in and start living the life. I've seen transformation. So I believe that this is meeting a moment that that I think is very powerful, and I do care about that very much so. And so that's why I stay here.
Lance, what comes to my mind? What comes to my mind is when Mary said to Jesus, "There's no more wine left."
Huh.
She could have said, "All right, people, it's time to go home." But she didn't. She's like, "We need more." We need more of this.
Jesus was like, all right.
Yeah.
And we're having new people show up all the time. People are finding it brand new for the first time. And so my failure has been, and I mentioned this, whatever, I've been very busy in my new endeavor. And I know a lot of people have reached out and they want to have these conversations that are not broadcast on YouTube. And so just need to create a simple Discord server and I was thinking to start them here to kind of get the prime pumped and then move to Discord. I've also thought about maybe just having Zoom links too. That'd be another place. Maybe that's easier for people to onboard. But to some extent, if it's a little difficult, like the people that are attracted here, they can figure their way onto a Discord. You know what I mean? Like, to some extent, I'll do that. But so that's why I hung around in the open studio all the time, because I wanted to have my hand on the door for people. Like, I want to welcome people in here. And there are smarter, better people to connect with and to talk to these things that people want to talk about with. But what I can be good at is I can be a good greeter. I can be the person who greets people into the corner.
You've been doing well so far.
I think this is a place where you can help people get the training wheels off their bicycles. Do you want to put it in those terms? Hi, Jeremy.
Hello. I've been in and out of the stream all day long. This is pretty fun.
All right.
It's been exciting. I wish I could join during the day, but I'm at work and my boss isn't too keen on that.
Well, Jeremy, have you ever been a part of a world record? You are now participating in a world record event.
Yay!
Is it really?
You know how Neil asked early about if you've ever been part of the beginning of a movement? I was here in this stream when Luke started this 10 hours ago.
Nice.
I think I will count this.
Nice. And I had two experiences. Somebody was asking about that, like if you had an experience in the beginning. I will say I was in the early CrossFit movement.
Oh, nice. So you're totally ripped.
No, I was. I'm not anymore. Then I got a desk job.
Talk about evangelist, meet a CrossFit person.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. No, it's definitely full on pride. Your workout is my warm up.
Yeah.
Right, so.
Yeah,
my daughter and her husband own a CrossFit gym, Jeremy.
Oh well, there you go. That's crazy.
They about 2 years in, they wanted to get rid of the name. They wanted they had to pay for the branding.
Right, right.
And then they had to take, of course, a course and so on.
No wonder it grew.
What's that?
No wonder it grew.
Nice.
That's how it works.
Oh yeah. Right. It's
licensing.
But it was like a lot of the people in CrossFit are really like hardcore bodybuilding, types, and they're more into functional physiotherapy.
Right.
And so they have the name, but most of their clients, they've got a 89-year-old client, lots of people recovering from surgeries, lots of that kind of thing. Because her husband worked as a trainer for a physiotherapist for a number of years. That was his thing. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm grateful for it. But what's funny is that it got too normie for me, so I left. Right, like I'm that guy. Like I like being at the beginning of things when it's small and like the fanatics are there. And then when it starts getting popular and normalized, I just go, too watered down for me. I gotta go.
I'm right now at the beginning of something. You want to know what it is?
What?
I haven't
That's
shared
better?
this. I haven't shared this yet, but I think I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm 90 days. I'm right now 90 days full carnivore.
Oh, dude.
Hey, that's fun.
So I'm
Yeah.
going to ask you how you fast.
Yeah, how do you do that?
I
You
have.
mean for the Orthodox
I haven't
faith?
asked somebody who's going to give an answer I don't want yet. So I'll
You mean
ask
for in the Orthodox Church?
Yeah.
Oh well, my priest said, "Don't worry about it."
I hope that's what I hear.
And,
About everything I want.
And I just do meat fair Sunday all year long.
Oh, there you go. My
So
priest does
what
keto
kind of
when
meat?
it's not fasting, but even during fast he does keto, and he just lives on nuts and water and.
I know
salt.
I've learned a word called economia, which
Economia.
I think I can translate it. It's like cutting somebody some slack.
Yeah.
So I'll be praying for that. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
You know what my priest actually told me? He didn't say I could eat meat. He said I should fast like the Muslims fast.
How do they fast?
You
They
eat
just
after
don't.
You eat
They
after
don't eat during the day.
You eat
Huh?
after sundown, right?
Oh,
Is that
yeah.
you eat
Yeah,
after
they just don't eat during
sundown?
the day, and they don't
What?
drink anything. They don't eat or drink during the day.
Yeah, and he
And
said
then-
he said to me that's actually a proper fast. And my priest is
Okay.
he works with an imam because they're both prison chaplains in the same
Oh,
prison.
cool.
And I mean, one of my priests, he was the priest who baptized me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. So I mean, I'm I'm so scared I'm gonna not get what I want or be asked to do something I don't want to do and that kind of stuff. So I take forever to like move forward into things, and turns out it's never as bad as I'm anticipating.
No, but honestly, if you find something like that, you should like lean into it. In my experience, if you
What?
find something that's like not what you want, but you're being asked. So, for example, I got
Nobody's
asked to
even
be the
asked me yet
treasurer,
because
and I hate it. But it's
I haven't gotten close enough to ask. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah,
Mhm.
and I know that that's true.
Yeah,
Which is
it
also
helps.
Honestly, I like the way I feel about it is I'm actually fasting all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there's
Yeah,
there's
when I-
no
when I-
like
I'm
I'm
very
not
much in
drinking.
I'm very
go
much in
ahead.
control of my diet, and I have been for years.
Yeah, and I'm not drinking alcohol. I'm not eating sugar. I'm not eating carbs. I'm not,
Yeah.
like I'm in a perpetual state of, and physiologically I am too. My
Yeah.
body in ketosis is it's a tricking your body into thinking it's fasting, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Totally
maybe
check
I
with-
have an eating disorder, but I'm in
Totally
control
check
of
with
my-
your priest. But my priest, like, it's dependent on the people, or whatever. And like, you hear all sorts of stories. For some, like, for example, if you're diabetic, like, first off, that's your struggle. And so for example, eating healthy and staying on task, that's your fast, right? So whatever
That makes sense.
whatever that is, and then you can always also just do the sundown to sun up fast too. You can just go at 24
And
hours.
and it's what I've been learning is like I can trust the discernment of somebody else. So I have trouble like surrendering my will over to another person's will, which is another story. But to look at it as like, well, so there's this ladder, and discernment's. I haven't read this stuff describing this thing I'm talking about yet, but I've heard about it. But there's like this ladder of stages you can go through in your spiritual development. Discernment's higher up there, and maybe people who have gone that direction before me, maybe I'm okay listening to what they have to say, and they're not going to tell me like, hey Steve, you shouldn't wear those kinds of pants anymore. It's not like they're going to disrupt everything in my life, but And it also, what I've also learned too, is like, it's not, what I'm looking at personally, what I'm looking at is not a legalistic situation where it's like, hey, buddy, you need to like fit in this round hole.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know, we're going to be shaping you into something round to fit in there. That looks like it doesn't even, nothing close like that happens at all. So,
you know, Steve, I came across an analogy, like it just clicked for me one day, because I kind of have the anti-authority thing too, right? and one day it clicked for me where it was like, so I grew up freshwater fishing, and it's like cold water fishing, like for trout, and so I know how to catch a trout, and you can put me on any stream or any river or any lake, and if there's trout there, I can find them and usually catch them, especially if it's in the morning, right? So, but what I realized is that if I go like actually joining a tradition, it's kind of like me getting on a saltwater fishing boat. It's like, yeah, I know how to fish, but it's going to help me a little bit. There's some crossover, but not much. Basically, it's like it would be like getting on a saltwater fishing boat and then being like, hey, how come you guys are using squid? We should be using worms. If you're going to catch fish, you got to catch worms, right? So it's not like the guy on the boat is my boss. It's not, he's not telling me what to do. He just knows how to catch fish.
He just knows better.
Yeah, he knows how to catch fish. And so I'm on his boat. So maybe I should, be a little respectful and listen to at least what he has to say, because he probably has a better idea of how to catch saltwater fish than I do. So
hopefully he's not like the guy that owned the boat in Jaws. What was that guy's name?
Well, he did catch
we
the
need
fish,
a bigger
to be
boat.
fair. Yeah, he did catch the
with
catch
his
the
legs.
shark. He got him on a shark. So, but no, it's the idea of like, rather than seeing him as an authority figure, I see him as a guide, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what helped me get into the right mindset.
Yeah.
I've challenged my priests, and in a very short time, actually, as an Orthodox Christian, even as a catechumen, I challenged the heck out of them. And because I'm just that kind of person, I have a lot of questions. Well, why not? That's always my question. And I was always met with like the utmost graciousness. Like there was, I never felt like, I don't know, like I was worried that I wouldn't be a good Orthodox Christian if I couldn't go to church and get the Eucharist every Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, so one of the things that would have hindered me from becoming an Orthodox Christian was that, right? If I can't do what's required of me, then maybe I shouldn't do this. And Father Richard said to me, Sherry, if you can get it once a year, you're good. And I know he was thinking of Saint Mary of Egypt, because he kept asking me if I wanted her as my patron saint.
Well, I've been reading a book on confession written in the late 1800s or the early 1900s by somebody, an Orthodox priest. And a few times he talks about like, you're going to like end up getting a train and then a horse ride into town. And there'll be maybe 500 people you got to hear a confession for. And then give them the Eucharist, and then you're going to leave. And, you got to like work around those kinds of schedules. And it's like, because, people used to walk with a letter in their hand to try to give to somebody in another country, let alone another city.
Mm.
And it's like, oh yeah, we need more priests. Like a month ago, there was like, oh, the Orthodox thing is going to disappear because there's just not enough priests. It's not going to scale or this or that. And I'm like, Christianity scaled, and they were getting chopped up and thrown in front of lions, so it was illegal, let alone like, well, we don't have any problems as far as I'm concerned. We only have problems if we have to comply with what we imagine are the rules. But
yes,
it sounds like there's no rules, it's like, do you
That's
understand
right.
Jesus? Do you understand the Trinity? Are you going to try that? Is that what you're trying to do? It's going to work out, At least I think so. I could be a total heretic.
Well, see, this is Steve. This is why I think the first thing that any priest that I've ever met will tell a new, like a catechumen or a convert, read the lives of the saints. That's the first thing, because they kind of break all the rules, right? Like they really aren't. Yeah, like
I was speaking of that. I was telling a story from the lives of the saints to my family, and my stepdaughter is very pious Roman Catholic, but they don't really have a steady practice of reading the lives of the saints. It's just not kind of what they do. So I was sharing with them a story from the lives of the saints where there was a saint who was the abbot of a monastery, and it was the middle of the night, and there's a knock at the gate, and they let this guy in, and he's obviously been breathing hard and panicking and sweating. And so they bring him in, and they wake up the abbot, and he said, I need to confess a murder. And then he began to describe the murder and the person that he murdered, and it was the abbot's brother.
Yeah, I love this
And
story.
the abbot didn't reveal that, and heard the man's confession, gave him absolution, and then they hid him in a hidden cell. When the authorities came, they said, have you seen a man? And the abbot said, no, we haven't seen anyone here. And he was later, became a saint, and or was recognized as a saint. And my stepdaughter immediately said, so it was okay for him to lie?
Yeah.
It was like, well,
I heard too in that
know?
story. I heard also in that story that guy went away, but he came back later and he became a monk at that monastery.
Yes, that's true.
He did become a monk. So that's Saint Dionysius, and the church I attended in Kansas City was Saint Dionysius Church. So that story and was heard it a lot. And he has relics, and they bring the relics out around the town from the island he was from and everything. Still, it's pretty wild.
It's like so what you're saying is.
So I'm gonna be the heretic. Like, okay, he confessed. That's nice, but you still give him up to the police.
He for whatever reason, he felt the need to protect him from his fate, and it was a mercy for whatever reason. And I understand this is a debatable story. This is the fun thing about the lives of the saints, right?
Yeah.
It's not straightforward. It's not systematized. You hear saints that say conflicting things. You hear saints that do things that are questionable. And there are even stories. This would be an example of a pious ruse, basically, where it's you're tricking someone for a good reason. So we had an example just recently of a pious ruse where there was someone that I don't want to go into too much detail, but there was someone that we were trying to help financially and knew they needed it, but the father did not want anything to do with our help, but the mother and the daughter did. So rather than giving money directly, we just started buying art supplies and then saying, oh, we had these extra at our house, and gave them to the daughter. And it's a pious ruse in that we're avoiding the greater conflict to help the family in a way that we know that they need help, right? So that's probably just me justifying my way to hell, but but that like what I've learned from reading Lives of the Saints is that this, like, holiness is bizarre and way outside of our ability to understand, because it's not straightforward, and there's definitely a hierarchy of values. And for whatever reason, the abbot saw him showing mercy toward the murder of his brother by not only hearing his confession but then hiding him as a higher form of love than turning him over to the authorities. And I can't second guess that. I mean, I don't know.
Perhaps he took the plea deal.
Perhaps he would have been, if he would have turned him over. I could imagine he may have been struggling with his own anger and bitterness towards the man, right? Mm-hmm. And to turn him over would have been an act of hatred, right? Here, take him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
saying? One of the things I keep hearing is like, we don't know what's in someone's heart. Because so one of the questions that comes up is, so if people aren't a part of our church, like they haven't gone through the thing and it takes to get into our church, and then they're formally a part of their church, does that mean they're going to go to hell? And the answer I keep hearing is like, absolutely, we do not know that. We cannot say that. We don't know how God works. We don't know how, like, so like that pygmy guy who's never heard about Jesus at all, is he going to go to hell? It's like, well, we don't know how the Holy Spirit works, blah, 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 blah. So we've got no comment on it. And then just, like, should you have turned in the guy, the murderer, or not? It's like, well, who wrote your gospel, St. Paul or Bill Wilson? Because I know one of them would say, no, you got to go face the judge. That's part of
Isn't it?
that's
Isn't
the
it
way.
a thing though?
But not everybody
Isn't
says
it a? Sorry, Stephen. Isn't it a thing where monasteries are something like a city of refuge?
They're a sanctuary. Yeah.
From the
Yeah.
law, isn't that something like that?
True. That's true. Yeah.
Well, and I think everything is particular to the unique human being in that particular moment, right? And so, again, I went to St. Dionysius in that sense. We spent a lot of time talking with it. Actually, the bishop came on the saint's day because it was one of his favorite saints, blah, 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 blah. So, one of the things they focus on is the fact is, one, obviously love your enemies, forgiveness right away, right? Secondly, as you talk about it, is he called the man into repentance, okay? He said, you need to repent of this, okay? Called him into repentance, whatever. Basically, they came looking, he said he went that away and then let the guy on his way. And the man came back and became a monastic in that order and so on and so forth. And so, it's kind of a full circle thing. So I guarantee there probably have been times, Jacob, where I guarantee there's been monks who have turned guys into the authorities.
Yeah,
and that
for
was
sure.
what they needed to do, right? So,
yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you guys for letting me talk for a little bit for the time that I did, but it was good being part of history. And we'll see you Sunday, Jacob. And Sarah says hi. That's my wife. To everybody. But yeah, we'll see you guys.
You have my address.
Bye,
For Sunday,
John.
right?
I'll text you, Jacob. I have your number.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Chad was asking where the music is. One thing I did promise, this would have been like probably 8 hours ago. If people haven't noticed, I've been playing some of Jess's Bible Wave music, kind of Job videos, tagged it on the end or whatever. He had a new one that dropped yesterday. So at the end of this very special TLC world record live stream, we will have a Grail Country premiere of his latest music video.
The Job video?
He has his newest music video dropped yesterday, where he reads Job 3-11, has some video there, and he composed all the music behind it.
Yeah.
He also
it was
has
like 8 hours ago when you brought that up. That was about the time I jumped in.
yeah. So Jess is a talented guy. He has a lot of
cool.
He did this response to Jordan Peterson on his channel, which is really interesting. And he kind of, obviously he's in animation and he's in video, so he's really good at that sort of stuff. So he kind of did this cool little produced version of that. I mean, he obviously has 3 boys, teens to tweens, very busy. He has his own business that he owns, but when he does those sorts of things, so he has a lot of cool ideas. That he has some things on the pipeline. So I think Jess is going places.
Yeah.
Jeremy, did I meet you at LoserCon? Like Lawrence?
No, I really wanted to go, but it just didn't work out with my schedule. But I regret not going. But I've been on your channel before, Jacob. I don't know if you remember.
I look very familiar.
I was on your channel. We were talking about the Mormons because I was a Mormon.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, when I grew up a Mormon, and we were talking about that. And you were saying how you visit your local Mormon ward and actually you find them very hospitable. So.
They're incredibly nice people, and I have never been so convinced of the presence of demons before in my life.
Now we're on to the subject I came back for, because Sherry came with her story of mental health gone bad, family tale. I have several of those. But then I wanted to wind it back around too, because we haven't settled this business about demons at all in the corner. So
Let's go to demons.
I think we can bring this bad boy home past midnight on this subject alone. And Jacob just opened the door.
Okay.
I'll mute myself and go.
Okay, I'll tell you. Back like 15, 20 years ago, when I was an assistant rabbi at a at a Hasidic synagogue, people would come to me and talk about demons and Kabbalistic stuff, and I have a whole theological explanation why cessation, there are no more demons, nothing like that, right? When I was driving back from Chicago, it was like 2 years ago now. I was driving back from Chicago. I had one of my very few callings. I've only had a few callings in my life. I had a calling to like check out what's going on with the Mormons. I now totally I have never been so convinced of the active participation of demons in this world as I am now.
Wow.
Full on demons.
But why though? Can we give me some specifics?
So I try to explain it. The only way I can explain what's going on in the LDS is supernatural, because I could describe some of the things that they do. For example, baptism for the dead, right?
Oh, right. 23andMe.
I could describe baptism for the dead in ways that it is the most frightening. I talked to Yosef about this stuff, right? As I could describe the exact same thing that they're doing as the most, for lack of a better word, satanic, evil ritual you could possibly do, or as one of the most holy things you could possibly do. And I have no clue how the LDS could have ended up with the types of rituals that they have without some sort of supernatural intervention.
Oh, interesting.
Can I tag on to that? Or do you have more to say, Jacob? I'm sorry. What I was going to say is, as I've become trained spiritually in the Orthodox tradition, I'm sorry, everybody who hates mentioning Orthodox, but I'm going to do it anyway. But as I've learned, because Orthodoxy has a lot more to say about the spiritual warfare and a lot more experiences. And when you read Lives of the Saints, it's all over the place, right? Like that's what they're always talking about. And
I never heard that before.
And what I was going to say is that after you see the patterns of how the demons imitate, they're all over the place in the life of Joseph Smith. And I'll just give a couple of examples. Okay. So when he was praying, or when he had the first vision he had was an angel, or no, he said it was God and Jesus Christ. But the pattern of how that theophany, how he reports the theophany, does not match any theophany in the New Testament or in the Old Testament for that matter. So he says he was paralyzed out of fear, and he couldn't speak, and then all of a sudden a light showed up and two beings descended and one spoke to him, and anyway. So the timing's all up, because when you read about theophany in the scriptures, when an angel shows up, that's when they're terrified, right? They're terrified when the angel shows up. Joseph Smith never reports being terrified when an angel shows up. There's problem number one. Problem number two, after his first vision, he then starts praying, and he was asking for more visitations and was begging for those visitations and was saying, I've repented and I'm holy, please send more visitations. So magic, he gets his wish and more visitations start happening. And the one example was Moroni is the one that shows up. Moroni is there to tell him where the gold plates are. And he specifically mentions that Moroni's robe is open, which is a really weird thing to mention. There's this being of light in your room at night when you're, 16 years old, and he's got an open robe. And the other thing that was a real tell to me is at the end of Joseph Smith's life. So first I'll share with you the story of a saint who at the end of his life, he was on his deathbed. He's in a monastery surrounded by monks, and he starts communicating. He's like, no, please, not yet, not yet. And they're like, Father, why aren't you leaving? Why aren't you going? We all know you want to go home. And he said, I fear that I have not yet even begun to repent.
Mm.
Now, contrast that with Joseph Smith, who the night before his so-called martyrdom, where he was actually shooting back at the people who were trying to come into the room, which I don't know if that qualifies as martyrdom, but that's a separate thing. Anyway, where he's the night before, he told the people in the room with him that his conscience was void of offense with God and men. He said, I'm as calm as a summer's morning with a conscience void of offense with God and men, right? So that in itself, when you are saying that you're righteous, then we're right back in the book of Job. That's what Job was condemned for, right? Job was condemned for saying, I'm a righteous man. And Christ showed up, or Jehovah or God or whatever, I'm sorry, whoever showed up in Job, in your tradition, condemned him for that, right? And showed him the truth. And Job repented. We didn't get any of that in Joseph Smith's life. So here's my personal take on Joseph Smith. I believe that Joseph Smith experienced all the things he said he did. I believe that he had two people who showed up and who said they were God and Jesus Christ. I believe that Angel Moroni showed up. I don't believe there was a gold plate. I don't think there was a golden Bible. I think that was being revealed to him by demons because he was looking at a rock and a hat. There was no plates involved for most of the time. He's looking at a rock and words are appearing in the rock. And it was a magic rock that he had before he had his first visitation. So my personal take is that he was later introduced to Freemasonry and integrated that into their ritual system. And that's Luciferian as well. Anyone who's looked into Freemasonry is all about manifesting your wish, your own desires. And his whole cosmology is, he believes matter is eternal and that God is subject to the same physical laws that we are, and the physical laws are eternal, right? There's nothing Christian about their theology whatsoever. And all of these things lead me to believe that he had all of those experiences, but they were purely demonic.
Well,
and
I'm always
Mormonism
cautious.
is a Mormon. It's a demonic inversion of Christianity.
There's a lot there, but I'm very concerned about cognitive bias, and we've been, Christians in particular, have been culturally mainstream Christians of one sort or another, which let's say Nicene Christians, since that would be Orthodox, Catholic, most Protestants have always been heavily biased against Mormonism.
Well, let me just say this. I like to take some of these ideologies to their ultimate end and see where that, because Jesus says you'll know them by their fruits, right?
Yeah.
And I have two neighbors here who are Mormon, two separate families, and they came from the Mormon community called Bountiful in Canada. One of them is the daughter of Blackmore. I can't remember his first name, but he's in jail with his counterpart from the United States, and I can't remember his name either, for trafficking child brides back and forth.
It's a fundamentalist sect. Yeah, it's a fundamentalist sect.
They're both polygamous Mormon communities. And Leon and Mac, they have 10 children. Mac had other wives, but when they left the community, the two of them left together, and he didn't take his other wives. And their oldest son ended up committing suicide because he got shunned from the community at puberty because he's competition, right, for the rest of the patriarchy. And as a woman, I have a serious issue with the way that women are treated in all fundamentalist sects, actually, and Mormonism happens to be one of them. So, for me, when I look at my neighbors and some of the suffering that they've gone through, and the other neighbor is Mac's brother, and he left with Mac and took his 10 children and one of his wives, whom he loved, and they don't return. They can't return there. They can no more be a part of that community. And so everyone wants to talk about reform, and everyone wants to talk about, but we're not the same, and all that. But it's an ideology. It's a manifestation to me of an ideology that's taken to its what do you call that, Jeremy?
Logical conclusion.
Logical conclusion. Thank you. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Well, certainly the fundamentalist groups are, but I've met some remarkably, like Jacob said, some remarkably kind Mormons.
Yeah, I work with Mormons
that are better Christians than most Christians I know.
Yeah, don't get me wrong here. I'm not saying that. Okay, I'm saying they know how to do community, or at least they did. They're not so as much as they used to, but they show up on moving day. They bring food to the potluck, right? They put the chairs away, right? Totally. They shovel all the walks are shoveled in every neighborhood where the Mormons live, right? Like they do that. I'm not taking that away from them. I'm saying most of those people are very earnest people who have been misled by predatory leadership.
But
and
I think
my opinion and my experience.
Take Luke
right?
Thompson's comment. Can you put that back up, Sherry or Lance? It's that's very insightful. We're all religions start out pretty extreme, including Christianity. I mean, the early Christians, even before Constantine, were already turning on each other.
Well, okay.
Viciously.
I think this. I mean, this is.
I just want to say one more thing. Mac and Leon and the other family, I can't remember their names offhand, but they're still Mormon.
Yes, you see a lot of that. Yeah, they just went more moderate, right?
They're still Mormon, but they're not having a problem with their children marrying non-Mormon people. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what you would call them. Jeremy would know. Secular Mormons. Like they are culturally Mormon.
Yeah, cultural. There are people who are cultural. A lot of people consider themselves culturally Mormon. They go to church. They don't really believe it, but they go because if they don't, then they can't really participate in their family or in their community. So they'll just go kind of out of the
church anymore. They're really, really damaged.
Yeah,
like both families.
One thing that kind of. No, I just wanted to say really quick is one thing that's I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth just because I'm straddling something here that I've not decided where to land. Sorry about that. I was at a mega thrift store recently, and in the book aisle, and there was a Book of Mormon. I picked it up. I hadn't picked up a Book of Mormon literally since I was in high school, out of curiosity and just to annoy my Christian school teachers. And it surprised me the heft of it, as a work of literature by a relatively unlettered boy. I was struck by just its substance. And I thumbed through a few of the pages, read some of the passages. I went, maybe I should have shown this some more respect, at the very least, because with an English literature background in my education, it just struck me as like, this is an interesting piece of work. And it may go to it may support your contention, Jacob and Jeremy, that there's something else supernatural behind it,
Yeah.
because you don't typically see. I mean, what I have not seen a word count, but I'm guessing we're probably at what, 250,000 words?
No,
It's not that
no.
big.
With
Maybe there was commentary.
some
to
of it is that you've got all the footnotes and stuff. in
Maybe
there.
that's what it is.
So,
then.
so it's really it's like 220, 230, maybe 250 pages.
Okay,
Without the
so
footnotes.
without footnotes, and so you'd have to do a word count. But anyway,
Book of
it's still a
Mormon-
lot.
The Book of Mormon contains approximately 268,000 words.
I was wrong. Okay.
So I was okay. I guessed it right.
I was
Good.
wrong. Yeah, you were right.
That's impressive. Isn't that remarkable?
Very impressive, Mark.
Well,
As a boy, but think of a boy generating it. And how old was he when he started this thing? Wasn't he? He was somewhere in his teens, but I don't know his full history.
Yeah, he was 17 or 18. Yeah.
Okay. That's incredible. With a prairie kind of prairie school level of education.
Yeah, but he
correct?
wasn't a 17, 18-year-old that we have today. Like,
Yeah,
come
and
on.
have you heard of automatic writing? I mean,
yeah, but is that really? Are you talking automatic writing from like the kind of occult style? You mean?
yes, that's exactly what I'm talking
So
about.
that's what you're thinking about.
Yes.
But where would he get where would he learn? Even that's supposed to be kind of a learned practice, is it not?
Well, yeah, his family were deep in folk magic. Yeah. He was deeply involved in folk magic. And his family was. And his father was a Freemason.
His family was very involved. So this is the thing. Like
His dad or his brother also went to a boarding school that was the boarding school for some elite university, but it was the boarding school tied to it, and I don't remember. Please forgive me. But his brother went to that, and then his older brother, came home and was with Joseph Smith. So Joseph Smith had an infection in his leg when he was like 12 years old, from the age of 12 to 14, and his brother Hiram had been at this school learning theology from. And I can't remember the name of the preacher who was at this. It was a famous preacher who was at this prep school, and he was coming home and teaching Joseph Smith this stuff. So it wasn't like Joseph Smith was in a vacuum. Like this whole uneducated kid is really not. It's a little disingenuous.
But there was also other revivals at the time, right? Like,
yeah,
I have a sense, and I'm not like great at this, but wasn't that around the same time? What year was that, Jeremy?
So in the 1820s.
1820s. Okay.
Yeah. So he founded the church in 1830.
And when did the Jehovah's Witness begin?
Right around that same time.
And there's something else.
The Seventh-day Adventists.
Yeah, Seventh-day Adventists started at that same time.
So, like, to me, this is so interesting because this is kind of like it's John Vervaeke talks about the religion that's not a religion all the time, and I often think of that period of time in North America when these people were like literally out in the Wild West trying to make a go of it, and they were trying to cling to something, right? They needed something. And then
they were in New York and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but it was still pretty wild country outside. Yeah, he started in upper New York or out in the western New York, correct?
Yeah, it was a great revival. Sort of
and that was called the Burnt Over District. There were so many revivals that had crisscrossed that part of the territory. In fact, my own church tradition, all this happens at the same time. It's a kind of American axial age for evangelicalism. It's the Second Great Awakening. I'm Church of Christ, and I'm labeled a heretic too, and by many Protestants, being Church of Christ. And I'm like going, well, it's good enough for me. So I'm not worried about it. But it was a very vibrant, it was a kind of proto-Pentecostal. It started with the Cane Ridge revival in Kentucky. And you had Thomas and Alexander Campbell up north. And that's how the Church of Christ got started. As well as
Swedenborg was all right there too. Swedenborg was at that same time too.
Yeah,
very controversial.
There was somewhere I was listening to something recently where there was this reaction. Oh, it was the Ted Gioia conversation, Lance, with Rick Beato, where they were talking about Romanticism and its response to the Enlightenment.
That's what it
So there
was.
was
Yep.
pressure from the Enlightenment on, like, there's just so much rationality that things became irrational. Maybe?
That period between 1800 and the Civil War is the whole movement of American Romanticism in all areas.
Yeah.
You know, American literature
Chad's getting
and
ready to play some romantic music for us.
so yeah.
Chad is doing the guitar accompaniment that
I wanted to tie this together because actually there's a tie to the Church of Christ with Joseph Smith. So I looked up, I couldn't remember the names. Hiram Smith went to Dartmouth boarding school.
No, he hasn't.
So the boarding school, he went to Moore's Academy, which was a prep school for Dartmouth, and it was on the same campus. And while there, he would go and hear the sermons of John Smith. John Smith was a Church of Christ preacher. Originally, Joseph Smith was going to call the original church he was going to start was a Church of Christ. It was Church of Christ of New York. And then he met Sidney Rigdon because they lost they were moving and they were poor and they had to move. And he was getting unpopular and he moved to this other farm, and it was a communal farm, and it was a Swedenborg farm. And so rather than going down the Church of Christ road, he got involved with Sidney Rigdon, who was living on the Morley farm, and they were Swedenborgs, and he started integrating the eternal marriage concepts into his theology and split off and started his own church and didn't go down the church. But he was the first church he was going to start
So
with.
do I need to be worried about demons too?
Okay.
We all do.
need to be worried about this.
We all do.
No, we should all be worried.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we pray, right?
Clarify, like when I say something that a demon is involved, they think, oh, that means it's that the people who are there are like evil. And
I don't mean that.
I would say absolutely the opposite. I think that the people who get beset by demons tend to be the best of people.
They're preyed on. It's like Monsters, Inc.
Yeah.
Well, but that's patronizing, though, Jacob, don't you think?
How so?
If I spoke to you the same way about Jews, would you like me to speak like that about Jews?
Oh, I definitely think that
They're really well-meaning. They're good people, but they're going to hell.
Oh, I didn't say they're
Well, that's what we're saying when we're telling people are demonically inspired, aren't they?
No. I'm not talking about Mormons going to hell.
We're a
No.
bunch of testosterone people here.
Man, I'm glad that came up. No, that is not at all what I'm saying.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
not at all saying that. No, like you said, I mean, my mom trained me in asceticism, right? Like my mom prays more in a day than I pray in a week, right? So she reads the scriptures religiously every day. There's a grace that comes from that. I'm not saying anything about that. I'm saying the origins of what they believe is, and here's the problem. Bad theology has bad consequences. And it's a lot of the things that Sherry's talking about. There is a lot of people who have a problem with, they call it Facebook church, where the family looks great in their family photos on Facebook, and it's this perfect image. And underneath is a lot of suppression, a lot of passive aggressive. Like that's the biggest problem in Utah is passive aggressive culture, because they believe contention is of the devil. So they won't resolve issues. They just bury it. And then they act out in passive aggressive ways. So at work, we can know if there's the management can say, hey, we're going to make this change. And everyone's like, oh, okay. But then if you look at it, there's no compliance with it. And all of a sudden people start taking longer breaks. There's a lot more absences and people start, taking long lunches. And that's all a Utah way of responding to a decision from management that they don't like.
Sounds like the Southern Baptist Convention.
Yeah, I'm just saying there are negative consequences that come from bad theology, and that's just a minor one.
Like clerical child abuse in the Catholic Church, bad theology.
Yes.
Like consider deviant doctrines coming out of the Patriarch of Moscow, bad theology. I mean, how far are we going to drill down and keep going? damned,
No,
until
I'm
we're
not
there.
condemning the people. I'm
You're
not
the
condemning my
only
own mother. That's not the point.
Dan,
I'm not
you are
condemning my
the
own mother.
only person here who talked about anybody being damned.
I just don't know what you do when you say if some. Basically, you're saying they need the either. Where do you? If a religious movement is demonically inspired, I don't know what you do with those people other than convert them out of it.
I am not. So my religion is not a proselytizing religion. I try to help LDS members as best as I can. You can see the discussions I've been having on my channel with LDS members. I've had quite a few of them, and it's for me. The difference between a demon and an angel is negligible.
Explain.
Very
Can
nice.
you elaborate
Very
that?
nice, Jacob. I love it.
I mean, left hand, right hand, it all comes from God, right?
Okay.
Demons are sent of God.
He's bringing the book of Job back.
I am bringing the book of Job.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you, and I think so. So I'm not casting off my family. I love my family, and I pray for them, and they pray for me. Thank God, right? We pray for each other. However, what happened to me was an extremely destructive spiritual cycle that came as a result of me trying to live that theology. Not everyone who tries to live that theology falls into that cycle. I take full responsibility for it. I'm naturally an anxious person, and so I would get into spiritual elation, and then I would make a teenager mistake, and then I would feel extreme shame, and then I would feel extreme fear and terror that I was going to be condemned, and then I would be in a religious meeting and I would feel this great pressure to confess, and I would set up a meeting with my bishop, and that would start the cycle of elation again. And I went through that terribly destructive cycle for the whole time I was Mormon, and finally I couldn't handle it anymore, and I left.
Happens to a lot of Calvinists too.
Yeah, that's just what happened to me. And so I can only speak to that, but what I do say is, like, I'm firmly in the camp of I don't know divine justice. I'm
I
human.
can't be held responsible for my
I
words.
love my family.
You're
They're going
too
to
long.
God is going to handle them, and I believe that God is merciful above all else. Thank God, right? He's merciful above all else, and that everything is taken into account, and God is the perfect judge. All I know is that for me, it wasn't the path, and I see horrible patterns within that history and in the life of the person who started the church. And I see horrible patterns, those horrible patterns still playing out today.
So there's this lady, Zena D.H. Young, Diantha Huntington Young. Her life is incredibly interesting. She was one of the early Mormons, and they have her diaries. And I have zero doubt that she is a far better person than I could ever hope to be.
Yeah.
At the same time, when I look at her life, I just cannot in any way imagine that somebody would look at that and not say that God allowed Satan's hand to strike her with all form of horrible thing.
Okay, what do you mean by look at her life? What about her life? I'm trying to picture what you're talking about.
She was a young woman, a very faithful young woman who was trying to be a good Christian. And Joseph Smith did things like send her husband on a mission, and eventually Brigham Young moved her into his house. She, like, read her biography. What happened in her life is the life of somebody I consider very saintly being mistreated by horrible people. And so for me, I can't take a look at that, at her biography and say, this isn't somebody whose life was impacted by evil. It just, I look at her life.
Yeah. Well, I think about the former, I think he's former, God willing he's former president of Liberty University, probably the largest Christian college Christian university in the United States. Basically putting his wife on loan to the pool boy for personal entertainment. Now, what do I do with those poor students? And they stick around. And from all I can tell is the university is still going strong. And
well, the thing is, Mark, like God, what we mean for evil, God means for good. You see, like, so this is why. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too.
My point wasn't
too idealistic.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say there's an ideal. I'm trying to find out where is this golden church where I can go park my. I would love to find the church, or the religion.
I don't think
that
anybody
is. But see, I always go back to 1 Corinthians 10:12 whenever we have these kinds of discussions. So if you think you are standing, be careful that you don't fall. And the wording there, that's actually really inadequate translation. It's beware. Beware. Look out. It's a very serious warning from Paul. And I know Jacob loves Paul, but
that was the whole point I was making about the life of Joseph Smith at the end of his life, where he said, "I have a conscience void of offense before man and God." Right? Like, who says that?
Yeah.
Is this a reliable account?
Yes, it's in the history of the church. It's in the first. It's in the third volume of the history of the church. It's like a, and
I'm not apologizing for Joseph Smith. But see, and I don't, was he Gregory of Nyssa? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
Mark?
that.
In my opinion, Joseph Smith will be reconciled to God, because God will be all in all. And this is like trying to map out the perfect path for your life without ever making a mistake. Like, this is the same kind of conversation, in my opinion, because to make a mistake means that some door has been opened to Mistakeville, right, that you can get through. So that could be the road to alcoholism, because somebody discovered how to make alcohol. I mean, actually, fruit rotted on the trees, but anyway, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we want to try to blame somebody for I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
Well,
what am I saying, Jacob? What am I saying?
If I can say, Mark, like, I can totally understand how someone would listen to the stuff that I said and think that if I were in Joseph Smith's position, I definitely would not have made the same or even worse mistakes. And that, as far as I am concerned, is a complete misinterpretation of anything I think, because frankly, I look at Joseph Smith's life and I'm pretty sure that if I were to be in his position, I would have done things a lot worse.
What about L. Ron Hubbard? Yeah.
No, I would not have done things as bad as he did. He was definitely a worse person than I am.
See, here's my thing. It's why I don't. I mean, I get sensitive. I kind of am with CW on a lot of things. I'm glad to see him in the chat. I think there is a lot of inappropriate comments made about LGBTQ people, and it's in the and I. This is what I'm basically trying to address is when we talk about groups of people, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about denominations or religious movements. We're talking about groups of people, and we're othering them when we use language like and apply demons to their movement, whatever the hell demons are. I mean, we still haven't even performed that remarkable metaphysical acrobatic act. We're working with a word we really haven't clearly defined, but we're using it and then applying it to groups of people, which strikes me as a form of othering. And when we make them an other, we can do what we want with them. Now, I take you all to be very kind, generous, loving Christian people, excluding Jacob, who's a kind, loving, generous Jewish man. So, and I see you all as children of God in good standing. Now, that said, it breaks my heart to think that we're taking shots at other children of God that may not be understanding them or describing their religion or their attachment to God in the most charitable way we could. Now we can overdo the charity to the point where it's not being honest or truthful. I'm not asking you to lie, Jeremy, about your experience out of politeness. But on the other hand, I am, like I said, I'm concerned about othering. So go ahead, guys, and maybe you could.
Well, let's go to my experience that I voiced on the not estuary thing. How did that make you feel? I remember what you said afterwards.
Absolutely. I said I want to punch people like that in the face, right? I mean, like that. Yeah, no, I get it, and it's very true. But I also resist the temptation. I don't punch people like that in the face. I just express. No. I occasionally say sometimes I want to punch people like that in the face.
No, and the point of that me telling that story was that the lesson that I gleaned from it was that we have to love our enemies. When we say that, we other, right? As soon as we call someone our enemy, we've othered them.
But I don't think demons were mentioned with regard to that church, right? I mean, we didn't take it that.
Yeah, but the reason we talked about demons was, and I thought Jacob's take on it was interesting. He doesn't see much of a difference. It's left and right hand of God, right?
Yeah, his view is very interesting. That's worth exploring.
And well, I think it's actually quite Orthodox too, as far as like Eastern Orthodoxy.
Yeah.
Yes, it's totally in Orthodoxy. When you look at the which icon is that, Jeremy? The Day of Judgment with it looks like a snakes and ladders board. And it's covered in angels and demons, right?
Yeah.
Well, if we're honest, they're probably all over the place. They're probably all over this screen right now. And that's the one thing that anybody else. So yeah, because I always think it's funny. I said you spot it, you got it. Sometimes I think Jacob is the most demon-possessed son of a bitch there is. But that's just my opinion. But he probably, and I mean that lovingly. See, I can play that game too. I don't think
it's crazy.
I really want to hear. Chad brings a lot of wisdom, so I'd like to hear more, Chad, about that. Not about Jacob being a demonic son of a bitch, but whatever you were going with, what you were saying.
I mean, Jacob. Sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to call you a son of a bitch. That was actually really stupid. No, I just think like
where's Jacob?
I never feel comfortable actually calling people demons.
To be fair, I didn't call anyone a demon. I don't think Mormons are demons. I don't think that Mormons are going to hell. I didn't say any of that. And I don't believe that. I believe that God's a merciful judge, and He's going to judge everybody according to, with as much mercy as possible beyond my comprehension.
Yeah. I think that when
but I can look at, but there are distinctions, and I can look at origins of things, right? Like I believe the same thing about Hinduism. I believe Hinduism is inspired by demons, and it's demon worship. I believe yoga is demon worship. That's the way I see it.
So
Now, am I othering?
I think you're operating from an ignorant position of ignorance, because you obviously don't know much about yoga or Hinduism. Since what they're really doing is
I'm saying
I'm telling you outright, you really don't know what you're talking about, because I've studied it in depth.
Sorry.
These are expressions of, when you talk about Hinduism, they're actually generally, it's because India is a vast space and ancient culture. It runs very deep, and just as Judaism has a polytheistic origin story in Canaan, so does Hinduism. And Hinduism is actually a very complicated system where most mainstream, so to speak, Hindus of one sort or another see themselves as worshiping God, not gods.
Well, I'm just wondering, because the language demon, originally, daemon just means God or spirit. So the language that Christianity uses, sorry, that's my cat wanting to be part of it. The language which the New Testament uses, if we use their language, we would say that Hindus worship demons. There's no way around it, because the word for spirits and gods is a word that is what we translate to demons. Demons is a non-translated word.
Then you can simply say the same thing about Christianity.
Instead of created, or demons created, I guess that would be the difference.
I believe in a hierarchy, right? I don't believe that it's just God and people. I believe in a spiritual hierarchy.
That's why when Paul's talking about it, he says they worship gods that are not gods. So it is exactly what we're saying.
It's the divine names, right? There's a hierarchy of beings.
Yeah, but Paul's addressing specifically Roman pagan culture of its time and place.
Right. Which also, by the way, had a main god that was majorly not the one that most people worship, in the same way Hindus do.
Does anybody kind of interested that it's the 11th hour and we're talking about demons?
It's actually the 10th hour.
Yeah, it's the 10th hour over here.
It's when it's the 13th hour.
No. The live stream is 11:24:12 right now.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to know by what authority we come down so hard on certain subjects and declare such and such
you
true.
wanted to start this demon talk again. I want to remind you.
I did.
Genesis of the demon.
I opened up the pits of hell. It's my fault. I agree.
I would like to say that I think that the conflict here is actually arising from different understandings of what demons are, what hell is, what damnation is, what is redemption, are people saved, are they becoming saved? And I don't think that the conversation is going to be very constructive if we don't clear up everybody's personal take on all those things that I just listed off, because
looks like a 24-hour live stream.
There is a strong evangelical culture around demons that doesn't exist in Judaism, doesn't exist in Eastern Orthodoxy, and doesn't even exist in Hinduism. And I think that we're tripping all over that at the moment, because that's culturally American Christianity. So that's my take.
Yeah.
What does everybody else think?
But I think it's interesting is I never saw anywhere in the literature, in the biblical literature, where demons were destroyed, which I think is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that always kind of puzzled me, but again, we are talking primarily to I would guess a Western audience. So that's why, I mean, I don't know. When I think about demons, I think makes me very uncomfortable. It I could feel like a type of possession. Like it's almost like giving it power in a sense. I don't know if you guys feel that way.
Well, why does Paul keep bringing a damn thing up? I would be perfectly happy. Before I got around you guys, I didn't even, the subject never even came up in my life. And then all of a sudden I come around here and it's like demons, demons, demons.
I was going to apologize, Mark, because Paul just did do a homeroom for over an hour talking about demons. So, Paul, it's Paul's fault.
I feel like CW. I want to start throwing around F-bombs just because that's just so frustrating. It really was not a subject I took seriously. I mean, it's a, I took it to be something as projections of human consciousness, and the worst demon I had to fear was myself, or within myself, and those are the demons I dealt with. This business of spirits and principalities in high places, taking all that very literally. Literally, I'm going to use the word literally because in the vernacular, because there is a vernacular understanding. You look it up; it's on the dictionary. There's this thing called the internet. You can find out what it means.
I'm with you, Mark. I'm literally.
So just real quick, because I do have to go. I have a meeting I have to go to, but I want to just kind of put out where I'm coming from. I believe that the movie Monsters, Inc. is way more real than anyone wants to believe. I believe that there are spiritual entities that have turned away from the energy of God, and that their only way of existing is to mine us for energy. And how do they do that? Through our strong emotions and through distracting us from God. And they are constantly trying to do that. And because they hate God and they hate us and they're envious of us, because at one time they had bodies and now they don't. I believe they're fallen angels. I believe the whole Nephilim thing, the Book of Enoch. That's where I'm coming from with demons. I think it's Monsters, Inc. I think they have an influence in our lives. I think it's something we have to be aware of. I've had experiences where, my wife and my daughter had night terrors for years. The priest came to our house after we became Orthodox. The priest came to our house and blessed our house for the first time, spread holy water through the whole house. They don't have night terrors anymore. Now, they weren't expecting that. They weren't expecting to be relieved from that. They weren't expected to be, they didn't even know that there would be a correlation. And it was overnight. It was gone. That's not the only experience I've had, but I've had enough experiences to know that there are entities, it's real, and I don't want to mess with it. I don't want to go down that road. I don't want to invite them into my life. I don't court them. I have in the past. I've been involved in the occult. I've been involved in New Age. I had experiences with those things. That's part of what led me back to Christ, is that I know that evil is real. It's not just a human projection. It's not just a concept. I've had interactions with it enough to know it's real, but I also know that Christ is real and Christ rules over all of them. But I do believe that they're only allowed to mess in our lives when Christ gives them permission to. They do serve a purpose. I believe they're part of God's creation. I believe that he turns death to glory. That's the work of God. And that he's going to do that in all the lives of everyone who will, as much as they will let God, he will act in their lives.
Yeah.
And what that means in an individual's life, I have no idea. I can't judge, but I do know that I can study things and understand the origins of things and know that there are certain things I would never be a part of because I do know the origin of them. And it's not from God. It's not from Christ. I should say that. And there are ways of participating in different identities. And there are certain behaviors that is a participation in an identity, even if you're not aware of it. And those are the things that I have to be really careful about. And I try not to participate in. Now, I still get upset. I still get, I'm still working on my own emotions. I'm still working on my own spiritual life. I'm very young in coming back to Christ. But that said, I have enough experience to know that this is not something to be trifled with, and that I can only trust in God and his protection. And I do all I can to stay in the cone of his spirit so that I don't have to have these kinds of attacks, because I have in the past and it's horrifying and I don't want it to be in my life anymore.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think what's interesting is I get the sense that they don't have to be huge upheaval experiences, because I mean, just get us plugged into the things that we really desire. They're all over the place, and voila. I mean, I'm looking at like I'm really, my mind has been really blown out. I bring this book back up, This Day Flew. It talks about all these saints, these flying saints, and the levitation, and then the body going in one place to another. Like when I'm reading this, I'm thinking, I'm taking this like this stuff actually happened. Like I'm not questioning it at all, which is very interesting. And so, like in a world like that, like why is it that we can't? Why is it that we're not accessing that kind of those kinds of experiences like they were then? And I think about like how asleep most of us probably are. You know, like I think we have faith, but like maybe there's a hierarchy of faith itself, and we're just not able to kind of break through because of whatever spiritual pressures are upon us that we don't even recognize. And so these are just things I think about, you know, especially after reading this book. It's kind of blowing my mind. Why are we so separated from a world in which where those kinds of miracles are happening, like almost on a regular. And there were many accounts of this stuff. Like I didn't think I was gonna buy. Like I didn't think I was gonna believe what this book was gonna tell me. And I'm like thinking, oh my goodness, dude.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's cool. Can I say something? May I jump in?
Yes, Ron.
Well, just before you leave, Jeremy, absolutely. Before you leave, Jeremy, man, you were an amazing addition tonight.
I stirred it up. That's for sure. I didn't really mean to.
You brought a lot of interesting stuff, and all of a sudden, Mormonism brought up. People didn't know you came out of the Mormon life. It was awesome. So thanks for showing up, brother.
I love having
Ron.
you in there.
And Mark, thank you.
Hey, Jeremy.
I'm grateful for our conversation, and may God forgive us both.
Hopefully we can talk again.
I would like that.
soon, Jeremy.
May
I would
God
like
forgive
to.
us both. I do too. Thanks a lot. Have a good
Thanks,
night.
Jeremy.
Bye, Jeremy.
Nick, get in here. I see you're in the chat. Nick,
I'd like to relate some stories. I've had some really crazy encounters with the demonic in my life, and I don't like to talk about it very much because it's too fascinating, and I don't want people to be fascinated by it. But I'll just relate. So basically, what I learned was that God is dynamic, and that He wants us to be dynamic like He is, which is creative and in motion. And what the demonic would like is that we become static, because when we're static, we're stagnant. We're festering, and we're doing nothing. And it's only in doing, like George MacDonald says, you must be and do. You must be who you are and do, right? Out of that. And so the opposite to that is nothing, is to do nothing. And the only way that the demonic can actually convince you to do nothing is to make you afraid, because that is the only thing that causes us to become paralyzed, right? So when fear paralyzes, it just freezes you into place. And then the other thing that I wanted to relate was what freed me from all of it in the twinkling of an eye was a dream that I got from God. And the dream was this: I was watching television, and there was a newscast that said that a black panther had escaped from a local zoo, and everyone had to lock their doors and windows. And it was at night. And my children were sleeping in separate bedrooms downstairs, and the windows were open. And this was in Switzerland. And so when you open the windows in Switzerland, you have these European, have you guys ever seen the European windows? They tip open, or you have to open them. And when you close them, you have to put the handle down. Otherwise, they're open. They can just be pushed open. So their windows were open like that. And I went down into their bedrooms and I closed their windows, but I never turned the handles down. Okay. So I did all that. And then I went back upstairs. And then 2 seconds later, I was like, what if the windows eked open again? I have to go back down. And I'd go back down and I'd push them closed, but not put the handles down. And I spent the entire night in my dream terrified that this panther would push their windows open. And when I woke up from that dream, I realized that I had not locked the windows. Okay? And because I hadn't locked the windows, I was living in a perpetual state of fear. And I was like obsessive compulsive disorder, where you do something and then you have to go check. And you do it again and you have to go check. And so and the reason that this came up was because someone asked me, have you ever asked for forgiveness for this in your life? Because it was so tormenting. And I said, are you kidding me? Do you think I like this? I was really angry about it. And then I had that dream, and it was a dream from God, and it was directly addressing my resentment towards this person who had asked me this question. And they were right. I had to repent of not locking my windows, of not locking my doors, right? And ask forgiveness for that. And so I did. And as soon as I did that, everything stopped. And there was a lot of stuff going on. And I'm not even going to get into it. But everything stopped. And I could never have engaged in this conversation before that, because I would have been vibrating. I would have been vibrating with absolute fear, because that's how much fear I was in beforehand. My stomach would literally, it was like The Exorcist. I was like looking at it going, what the heck's going on here? Because it would just vibrate in and out. There was so much fear about this topic. And now I can talk about it. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of the dark. I go outside in the dark. I come back in. I don't think about it. I don't see demons behind every bush. I don't fear for anything. It's gone. And it all went away when I said, please forgive me for not locking my windows. So I just wanted to say that.
That's cool. I like that.
Ron,
who did you say, please forgive me to? God? Okay.
Okay, Ron, you have jumped in and out of this live so many times.
We lost you
Hi,
for
Ron.
a minute. I thought I was not going to hear what you had to say, and now I'm excited that you came back.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Hey, side note, I just got a call from a friend. Her mom went in for surgery, supposed to be normal. Long story short, they had to do an emergency replacement of 2 valves. It was real sketchy. Her mom is out of the surgery, but she's in ICU, and she's not out of the woods yet. So if you guys wouldn't mind remembering, her name's Rebecca, Rebecca's mom, just later on, whenever, figure this is the place to put that out. Because there's, guys, you got the goods. So,
we could have a prayer now if you wanted.
I would really like that. I would absolutely love that. Anybody feel like letting it rip, please have at it.
Lance, you want to lead us?
Or
you want
Mark,
me?
you want to?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the lady's name again?
It's Rebecca's mom. I'll
just
leave
say
it,
Rebecca's mom.
please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Heavenly Father, we seek your healing power over Rebecca's mom, and that you would bring her and her family comfort and restoration of good health and endurance through whatever medical procedures she must go through. We pray for steady hands, sharp minds for the doctors and nurses, good care, good rest, good sleep. Lord, minister to her body and her heart and her mind.
Yeah.
In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray.
Amen. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot.
Of course.
Yep.
I have a question.
Lord Jesus. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Mine is discussion based. Just something that was coming to mind. So, Lance, if you would still like to pray, please pray.
No, I just said, Lord Jesus Christ, bless and have mercy on Rebecca.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. I appreciate it.
I'm wondering, this is very very different than other chats I've been part of. And I don't know if I have the discernment to be able to decipher what is currently happening. Because there's every now and then moments, like there's historical instances where people start dancing and they don't stop dancing for like 12 hours. And we're unable to gather together in order to dance. And I'm just wondering, I don't know if this can be answered, if there's someone who has a better discernment than me. What is happening right now? I don't know if there's any way of being reflective on what it is, but what is currently happening? Is this something we will do more often, or
right this second? What's happening right in this stream?
Yeah. What are we participating in? What is occurring right now? What spirits are taking hold of us right now?
Do you guys remember, just along to answer your question? Do you remember the church that it was a college? Maybe it was a college campus.
That's exactly what I was thinking of.
Okay, and it took over. It lit up, and they the students they took possession of the chapel for weeks, wasn't it, or months? It was a long time, and to the
Wesleyan Movement Church. Yep.
Yeah.
College. Yep.
And that's what they were, just worshiping the Lord. Now we're kind of doing a little different thing, but it's just what came to my mind is what you were talking about, David.
Yeah, well, and they come from a tradition that is open to that sort of thing, and we right here are all part of this tradition where we push how long of a conversation we can all have. So this might be exactly the kind of spirit we open ourselves up for. I don't know. I'm trying to be reflective, and I don't know what's currently happening.
So I would say that I would agree. I don't know what gave Sherry the time, to Luke, to start this. The fact that I had a little time today because we administrators have to keep this open. So there were, I'm open to the fact that could there have been something that brought all this together that opened up this channel for this length of time. The other thing is that also, this is fun. And you know what I mean? This is fun.
Yeah.
And we have fun. And I would say that there were, on the Bridges of Meaning, there were certain voice channels where there were people that continued this, this was something that actually goes back to an experience there. But also, as I sat back and thought about this, you brought this up, David, and the fact that people are we're at 151 total viewers across the platforms, right? Which is very high for a Grail country sort of thing. And I don't know, and that's been, so people have been coming in and out or whatever. I'm open to this moment. God, Spirit's moving, prepared this moment, brought these people, gave people the kind of excitement to want to do this, and I don't know.
From time to time, I'm terrified of it being enjoyable, though, because then it could just be our passions being possessed as opposed to something positive. Maybe this just comes from my particular Catholic upbringing, where you could trust
Don't have
things
too
if
much
it was,
fun.
yeah, if it's painful. I used to say that to people. They were like, "Oh, didn't you have Veggie Tales?" I was like, "No, no, no. I grew up Catholic. We just had guilt."
CW.
Oh, I do think that this is one part of our of people that hasn't been able to be exercised in this way, being exercised, and when that happens, it's like it can get crazy really quickly, really easily, and it happens all over the place. I mean, I look at like the new weight loss drugs on the market as like, I mean, it seems random, but like there's never been a way to take a pill and lose weight, and I think that 50% of the country could be on it soon. And anytime there's a new way to exercise part of what you want, or receive part of what you want, and there's a way to get from it, it's like you'll know them by their fruits. Like the only way to know is it's gonna come to fruition, and then you're gonna see things that you never thought you'd see before. So yeah, you're right to be. I think we're all right to be trepidatious, but it is. I mean, you'll know them by their fruits. Like this is how you know things, is they come to fruition. They, that word, when Christ says "be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect," he uses the word telos, which means like completion or ending.
I did push Jeremy pretty hard in a way that isn't typical for for TLC. Jacob and Jeremy. I was pretty aggressive with them, and much more so than I normally would be. But I did it specifically because this is a marathon, and I'm taking liberties that I normally wouldn't take. I dip in and dip out as fast as I can because I want to make room for others. But since we're here for God knows how long, I thought I'd let loose, and I let loose on a subject that's really been bothering me for months. Because we do talk, we have loose lips with regard to this demon stuff, and I do not, and the whole Hermes thing. I told Paul in the comments multiple times that it makes my skin crawl, but I'm also open to I'm more inclined to think it's a projection of Vervaeke's his own mental peculiarities that produce this stuff. I would always prefer because I do have a history of type 2 bipolar, because I am a survivor. I've been at this for a long time. Mental health is surviving being me, and being 60 is a remarkable fact. I shouldn't be around, but I'm here. And I'm actually healthy, and I'm actually so stable. I'm the one people come to for help, right? So it's all topsy-turvy. The Lord works in mysterious ways. So when we talk about things and we look for explanations of phenomena that are not naturalistic, I get uncomfortable. I want to. Okay, not that I don't disqualify God or the spirit, or even the possibility that there could be malevolent spirits at work. But I really, really want to eliminate all other possibilities if we possibly can, and seek out this, be as sensible as we possibly. And then when we start talking about each other, and we talk about this movement or that movement, I mean, boy, Jeremy said, I've studied the origins of this and that and this and that, and this is demonic, that's demonic. And when you're done, you're left. I've said this before, when they're done, who isn't? And so I really, what's at work here? Back to David's point. What's going on here? I think what's going on here is a spirit of unity that comes from God, and I'll even go so far, it comes from God in Christ, even and is roping in the Jews. And I think God will. I think we do this long enough, often enough. God's going to be roping in Muslims. And he's going to be roping in pagans. You know, and they probably and they can and help us educate us that they can be who they are in our presence without us calling them demonic. I'll stop for
There you
now.
go. Well, and I think so. Actually, so you pushed back against Jeremy and Jacob. Like you watch Jacob. Jacob pushes back on things, so he takes no offense. And Jeremy took, I guarantee, he took no offense to all that. And then, listen, we're not all here to just do kumbaya all the time. There has to be some of this opponent processing goes on in a good faith manner, right? Tyler, our good friend Tyler, talks about that, which I think I think we need to afford good faith conversations, but I think if all we do is ever try to agree and not hurt anybody's feelings all the time, we're not. That's not kind of the spirit of what this was. Like I even looked at Paul's he's had the conversations with Clay Leibold and whatever kind of the CRC stuff he's been putting that out. Like he actually pushed back a little bit because he was trying to show a little bit about what he sees the progressives not seeing in the CRC. Like he's trying to hold this thing up to kind of show it. And so, these are people he really respects. And he kind of was pushing back a little bit and say, hey, there's this other thing here that you're not seeing. And so I think, for us to have disagreement, not always agree on things, and that's perfect TLC right there. So like, pushing back when you want to and you feel called. By the way, if anybody Sherry's off, but we all know this about Sherry. She's very loving, but she speaks her mind. If she disagrees with the thing you're saying, she will tell you immediately, oh, I don't agree with that.
Well, that's why I came on earlier, actually, to praise her for. That's the only time I popped in on the stream earlier was to praise her for not letting herself be talked over by the men. She's because it's a thing that we tend to do and is talk over women, and she doesn't let that happen. So good for her, and it's nothing but respect.
I got a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a curveball at you, and it's not going to be the demonic, but this is a genuine question. I'm not just messing around. When, if ever, has the Virgin Mary appeared and helped someone who's not Catholic, or maybe even Orthodox? By the way, just to let you know, I'm Jewish and had an encounter with Jesus 23 years ago, Protestant, and so. And since it's late night and no one will probably hear this, something happened where somebody helped me spiritually. It was an entity. She never said her name. But all I know is in one moment, in one dream, all kinds of bad stuff left. And it's kind of confusing, to be honest with you, and it's been a couple years. So, but it's good. And, going back to judging the fruits. I just don't have a grid for it because when I talk to my Catholic friends, they're like, oh yeah, that's Mary. You should become Catholic. And I don't dare talk to some of my Protestant friends have had encounters where they were in a bad spot and they met other people, so to speak. So it happens once in a great while, but do you guys have any grid on this? Or if you don't, that's cool, but I'm just kind of throwing it out there. It's like it's the opposite of the demonic. It's when God helps in a miraculous way